I don't think you're going to be very happy with this.
That includes any car that's like built after 1999, essentially, right? Yeah. That has.
Let's do your performance
radio.
Because she's conflicted.
Wireless connectivity.
She has to be professional, but she's fighting feelings.
Pretty much every car. And then
that's great.
TV, they can
why would I not like that?
Voice activated
just
features
because
on
you work together and it might be awkward.
And there's videos. I've seen the videos of like.
All right, let's listen to that again.
Baby monitors and like kids' bedrooms where they I guess I missed you. Baby monitors are talking to them.
Oh, hey,
it's everywhere.
Jim.
So, and that's just the beginning too. We're really
tell Michael, that we should be stalking more of the tap vanilla phone numbers.
Text message.
We don't know that.
So I think it
might yes, we do. Yeah, it's a new product. So if you just suggest that to him, then he'll be sure to give you a raise.
It's actually like fully enabled yet.
Well, not asking for a raise.
This implies that it actually works.
That is so stupid. What if he gives it to you?
So did you have any sort of
and you know what? I am going to zone you out the rest of today. Okay, I need to stay focused. I don't have to see you tomorrow or Sunday, so call me and we'll see how things go on Monday.
Yeah, because they cited very specific, for example, there's a video on my phone where I thought I was like making a documentary. And I was wearing a hat that I got a Cuba with a red star, and I was like ranting.
Today is Thursday, but like it's Friday. And that's what I'll be working on this afternoon.
I've never shared that with anyone.
Sometimes when I wasn't my pauses for anything that works. Oh, yes, let's listen to it again.
And
this time, really listen to the pauses.
That's like I said, like, I would put my phone every day, go to therapy, and put my phone on the couch. And later that day,
it's okay.
That's what I was in therapy. Tell us about that. Like, verbatim stuff. Like, I know 100%
it's all about my bonus.
The walls of my therapist's office.
Michael and Jan definitely made out. Maybe more.
Yeah, that's the. In the beginning,
also, it is Thursday, but Dwight thinks it's Friday.
I said something about that. I was like, I'm sure you know that like there's certain agencies or whatever. I said, right, that can like get, and they laughed it off. They said,
good work, Stanley. Great performance review. Stanley in the house, everybody. Woo! Angela, your turn.
I actually look forward to performance reviews. I did the youth community pageant circuit, and I enjoyed that quite a bit. I really enjoy being judged. I believe I hold up very well to even severe scrutiny.
Michael? Yeah, Jan's on the phone for you.
Angela, you were totally satisfactory this year. Interesting. Jan's calling me. Maybe it wasn't so mutual after all.
Yeah, so I just didn't know Jan's on Discord. So Instagram.
Michael, Jan, to what my own pleasure.
They came and went very easily.
I am returning your many calls.
Well, hello to you too.
Come from a new account.
Yeah, I was just
followers, zero fun, zero posts.
I just wanted to get some closure on what transpired between us at the meeting we had in the parking lot of the Chili's.
The account will pop back up, but sometimes it would pop back up with a different name.
No, we won't be discussing that, Michael. The only things I want to talk about during your performance review are your concrete ideas to improve your brand.
Well, surely this review is a formality because of what happened at our meeting in the parking lot of the
Review is anything but a formality, Michael. And I expect you to forget anything that you think may have happened between us and exhibit completely professional behavior. Okay, that is an example of completely unprofessional behavior.
I don't see how that's unprofessional.
Michael,
yeah.
Are the cameras in there with you?
No, they are not.
This wasn't a hacker, you know.
Yes, they are.
I don't know why it pops back up after 7 months, too. I'm glad, you know, they recorded stuff that I missed.
I heard they made out and had sex.
So it's weird that they knew about the screenshots and had access to your phone.
Well, I heard they made out and had sex.
Don't talk about it.
it.
Office romances are nobody's business but the people involved.
Was like, if they're in your
Romance. Ma'am, I have ideas on a daily basis. I know I do. I have a clear memory of deli people. Is there any chance that you wrote any of my ideas down in a folder? Little idea folder. Sorry.
Which is But also
How
kind
about the
of begs the
suggestion
question,
box?
which might,
Just ideas.
you know, there's
What
some
suggestions?
more stuff later about why this might be, but that,
And people can
you know,
put in suggestions.
why do they want me to type in
Surprise.
what they're saying?
Oh, yeah.
Like, right.
I
What is
think
it
I
they're
remember
saying
that
that
from back when I first started.
Find it
and I think
and
it's,
tell
it
people
helps maybe
there's.
for this part, I wasn't
Hello, everybody.
but for this
Yeah,
part,
attention please. Jan Levinson's coming very soon. And so we're going to have our weekly suggestion box meeting. So you can all get in your constructive compliments ASAP.
So you mean constructive criticism?
What did I say?
You said constructive compliments. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, Kelly, that was neither constructive nor a compliment. So maybe you should stop criticizing my English and start making some suggestions. Okay?
Hey, Dan, this is Jim. It is about 11:15, and I wanted to know what you were up to tomorrow, which is the 15th, and that is a Saturday. So just let me know what you're doing tomorrow, Saturday, for lunch. Okay? Talk to you soon.
Nobody knows what's really going on. And it's because he keeps saying everything everywhere all the time. So, put this to you,
First base.
right. Yeah. That makes sense.
Second.
Kind of, yeah.
Oh, for sure.
My elbow.
Okay, so Coach Caltech was there. Failed to fly. Yes.
Later there was.
Really?
Yes.
So you got the signal from the third base coach.
Right? But for looking at how many people trust the government,
You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's the
you
very
know,
same
fly
people
out
who
to
are
deep
like
right.
aligned with the whole UFO alien narrative who
And runner on second.
that the
He tagged up, and then
the government said it, it would probably have the opposite effect. Yeah. It's like, that's what I'm saying.
It was dark for one
Nothing is
thing.
real. The truth is so fucking slippery nowadays. Yeah, and I think it would lead actually to like the fighting, which is maybe the point. Is that the
Still might be like, sure.
Going on gangsters. Okay, we're fine.
It's you.
Right after you. Yeah, and I don't know touch that. But there's a video of Michu Kaku talking about it. I don't know if you've seen it. No, but there's a video of Michu Kaku talking about this like 7 years ago on like CNN or something. They're interviewing him. He's like, we have the ability to control the weather in Vietnam.
YouTube, like, oh, really?
About how the CIA was controlling the weather.
No, Michael, I think I need to
trail
make some
to flood out
I'm
the
not
resistance
going to
fighters.
discuss anything
Like
other than
northern Vietnamese army.
period. Do we understand each other?
I'm a little confused because
And I
first
think
it's like, oh,
I've seen
easy,
it before,
and then it's like, oh, regret, because, oh, I regret that. But wait, I'm still going to call you. But we're just going to talk business. And I may come down there and fire you if you don't do your job. But what were we talking about when we first kissed? Business.
So are you still in the middle of the performance reviews then?
There was Drew, I don't know if you see that crazy
I'm
story
not
about
doing
the
this.
billionaires
Oh, wait,
like celebrating the sale of some company.
Oh,
But
I
I guess I didn't know. Yeah, that was
I'm like, wait,
that
man.
was sketchy. And there was some sort of a lawsuit that just happened with those guys. And like one of their business partners like mysteriously got hit by a car on a job the day before. In London, in London. Same day.
This is a business question. It's nothing personal.
That is wild. I think that's a perfect example of like, look, you say something like that, you're like, oh, okay, David Icke, lizard people, like, those things like people are like, down to the whole 5G conversation. Right. Until you start to tell me this kind of stuff.
Sorry, no offense, but it's really sensitive.
Is there anything to this? Like, well, that's what I love about G, because there does develop this strange relationship.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh my God, did you see the apprentice last night?
Of course. They never say, obviously, like, the mainstream.
Can you believe who Trump fired?
No, that was a huge vote.
Was it a big fire?
You didn't see it?
Talk about, like, things
I
that
got drunk with
think
that
like
laser tag.
conspiracy, like, an alt-right or whatever type of person you talk about. It's like this, like, third story. You know, like, the mainstream 5G is, like, fits in a particular one. And the mainstream conspiracy
Yes,
is, like,
ma'am.
I don't know, like, oh, it's COVID, or it's, like, cooking your
I'm
brain
kind of in the
with-
middle of something. I wish you wouldn't interrupt.
Yeah, probably not, you know,
I did not use those words.
I'd like to sit in on that meeting. Is it happening right now?
No, it's in like 10 minutes.
It's not trust me.
even heard of.
Great.
That it's like a third that you can never do. That means that then
What is this for then? Do you want me to handle this? No, I do not. Why are we here, Oscar? Because I value your opinions. A lot of you don't think that I read your suggestions, but I do. Every week, I comb through everything that you have to say, and I value your comments. I just thought it would be nice to do this together for a change.
You read our suggestions every week.
More or less, yeah, I do. So let's take a look at these suckers.
So, question, do you want me to read them?
No, I'll read them.
Okay, can I take them out of the box? I can take them out.
I'll take them.
Can I hold the box? I'll hold the box.
Yeah, why don't you hold the box? Want to hold the box? Happy? Finally happy? And tell your stupid Amish cousin that you live with that you got to hold a box today, you freaking monster. Let's read them. All right. Number one, what should we do to prepare for Y2K?
What should we do to prepare for Y2K?
I thought you read these every week.
Well, obviously, this one got stuck in the box. That happens occasionally. So, one down. Great suggestion. We need better outreach for employees fighting depression. Okay. All right, enough of the jokes. Nobody in here is suffering.
Sounds serious.
Oh, no. Well, yeah, you wrote it. Tom. Then this joke is there is nobody in here named Tom.
You work in accounting.
This part of my brain in the same way that like hallucinogens do or something. Where I'm always like, because there's a point in my life
Next suggestion.
and then
You need to do something about your BO.
You need to do something about your BO.
Now, I don't know who this suggestion is meant for, but it's more of a personal suggestion. And it's not an office suggestion. ViralRabbi Intermediate uses this as a platform to embarrass the art.
Suggestions.
Well,
somebody else reaches out
by
and says
me,
that
you are referring
gather some
that
information.
I have BO. Then I would say that that is a very poor choice of words.
So,
I mean, like referring to
Was I? Creed? Okay, well, you know what I am implying is that when we're on an elevator together, I should maybe take the stairs. Because talk about stank. Not that I would ever say something like that in public, and I never have, and I never will. I just think it's something that we should all be aware of. Okay? Now that we've learned this, let's continue. See, this is good. We're learning, we're figuring stuff. You need to do something about your coffee breath.
You need to do something about your...
Shut up. Okay, I don't think you people are grasping the concept of suggestion box.
Sometimes you talk to us real close.
You know, is that hard for you?
There's a lot.
All right. Well,
When you're
I'll work on that. Okay, let's keep going. No, it's not a garbage can. This is the future of our company. This is not a place for gum. Okay? I don't want to have to read these tomorrow.
Yeah, who wants to come in on a Saturday?
Yeah. Okay, let's just push on, shall we?
Pushing on.
Look on the supply shelf. What's that? All right. Ryan, look on the supply shelf. Would you?
And so it was like, I mean, nowadays, or even then, it's like there's always something. So I was
Another note.
constantly on guard, and when I go back to my house, I would like unplug everything.
Look on the windshield.
Okay. Does it specify which windshield?
I'll check them all.
Before I learned about Faraday bags. But, yeah, this also, they also use your phone in the microwave. Yeah, in the oven.
This gonna be good. Which one? There it is.
I know.
On the black one, he doesn't see it.
That was when we started talking about thought. Knowing that they know everything about change the over my life. I went into my therapist's office, who's on sure.
It's right there.
It's on the Miata.
He sees it.
I went to the
Okay,
bathroom and I
he's
wrote
got it.
on a piece of paper.
What does it say?
What I try to do with these people is get them to be honest. Like that whole coffee breath thing. That's good. That's good. You know, I drink a lot of coffee, and it's not saying that I had bad breath.
Frankly, I thought this entire meeting was a bit of a waste of time.
Well, yeah,
We've now been here 15 minutes.
Bryce been sitting here. Come on back. Come on back. Well, just have a cup of water.
All right, don't break any landscapers yet. Back. Okay, Stanley. All right. Next suggestion. Next suggestion.
Don't. Okay, that's like
Don't split it with your boss.
I'm like totally just taking myself for a ride.
I think this is referring to you boning Jan.
Okay, let me make something clear. As embarrassing as this is, I feel that it needs to be said there is nothing romantic or sexual going on with Michael and myself. The other night, I gave him a polite, congratulatory kiss because he just closed the biggest deal of his career, and that's it. Okay? If anything else has been inferred or implied, it's just not true. So,
it wasn't anything that was
is everyone straight on that?
at that point, I was like, they're asking me to generate a word that they maybe is like, so I was like, oh, it's fantastic stuff. Like, I'm not gonna let this be a word for this.
Way to go, man. Jan's really hot.
Okay, I think we're good. I can't. All right, please sit down. I'm gonna sit over here. You're gonna sit over there.
Let me ask you this.
Please sit yourself down.
Let me ask you something. Where did you get your outfit?
What is an office? Is it a group of people? Maybe. Is it an idea? Of course, yes. Is it a living organism? Exactly. Yes. And any single cell organism has to have a spine. And that's me. My spine is always controlled by a brain. And that is Jane. Brain is heart. And that is me again. So ironic. You know what? The heart is smarter than the brain.
So because of all that influence,
The brain is so definite.
enough time went by.
Oh my God, when Dwayne said no one wants to come in on Saturday, I thought it was like, do good.
Like early summer
How does today's paper on my desk?
a couple months go by.
You mean
I
yesterday's
get,
paper?
or actually no, right around the same time is when I got
Yes, that is exactly what I mean.
documentary filmmaker Oscar God, Dissident Icarus, yeah.
You are very good at what you do.
Yeah, his text messages and photos of his phone were on Russian news.
It's happening. Hey, look, we're twins. Which I got mine for less than yours.
Sketchy stuff going on.
I bet you did.
Yeah, like I had to fly.
Also been to calm the nerves. Like that was it.
Yeah.
Work review. Oh wait, you don't get one. You're a temp. Actually, I had mine already. You're lying. Why would I lie about it before? Why would Michael give you one before me? I think because my name is before yours now. But in order. How did it go? Fine. He actually gave me a small raise, which I did not ask for.
Yeah, like if you saw Free Soda, he's like, they did scan his brain to get the best of his career. But just like,
It's cool to film.
Yes! 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 Ah! The least you can do is keep my salary consistent with inflation. Ah! Yes! Why are you going to give me this raise? Why? Because I'm awesome! I am awesome!
There was some or public statements about, hey, so this
I just don't understand why you have to pretend like nothing happened.
Because nothing did, Michael. I'm not going to say anything more about it, and I would advise you to do the same.
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. Oh God, are you guys making out?
No, come in.
Right. Come on, Dwight. I am ready for my performance. Okay, great. Your performance has been adequate. You may leave. Goodbye.
This is how you've been conducting all the reviews, Michael.
Okay, Dwight. Wait, I would like to discuss my raise. Why on earth would we give you a raise? That is an excellent question. Thank you for asking. Let me bring up one word. Dedication. I have never been late. Also, I have never missed a day due to illness, even when I have walking pneumonia. I even come in from holidays. You do? How do you get it? You have a comfortable kid.
It's a serious offense.
It is a serious offense. Very serious. As is toying with kids. I'd also further like to talk about my merits in the work. Okay, third wheel, why don't you do that? For instance, the time I brought in deer jerky to the home office. That was deer? Gross. Oh, you like God did not. Chad, have you ever had deer? It's delicacy. And you know what? It's an aphrodisiac. So when we're done here, you guys can go over to the Antler Lodge, sample some deer, and talk about my race.
It's okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to step outside, collect my thoughts, and I will return in about 2 minutes.
Okay, you just clear your head.
And then I think that was
I know it's your job. I know you have to ask, but I promise you, I'm not going to discuss it with him. I'm certainly not going to discuss it with you. Do you have a life?
And in conclusion, I think Lex Luthor said it best when he said, Dad, you have no idea what I'm capable of from Smallville. And that is why I feel I deserve this raise. There's never a good time to ask for a raise. You just have to go for it.
I wonder, yeah, I mean, I think if I had a satisfying relationship.
Yeah, that got a little out of control. Jan's taking a break, which is fine. I'm doing the same, just chilling. Get my mind off the bus. She's right, I need to be more professional in the office. When I'm at work, I need to focus on work. We should call her. Yes, hello, is this Art Gold? Hi, my name is Michael Scott. I work in Dunder Mifflin with your wife ex-wife Jan. Yeah, that's me. I had a question. I was wondering whether I could ask something sort of personal about your wife, ex-wife.
Yeah, so but in the interim too,
Okay.
while I wasn't talking to them, they created a
Or can I ask anyway?
and
Well, I'm just gonna ask. When you guys were dating, was she sort of easy to get and then sort of hard to get?
and then they waited for them to reach out.
Okay.
They didn't even directly reach out. They just followed and they did.
Yeah, that Gould is a real interesting guy.
People that I know
Chem.
spoke to them.
I can see why he and Jan are no longer together. If my conversation with him is any measure of their relationship, he was verbally abusive, he was curt,
Hey, like,
he was, he had an inability to communicate, shall I say. He was emotionally unavailable. I don't know how she dealt with it.
Speaking in a very strange way.
Do you think Michael and Jane actually?
I don't really want to make
was like people translating.
How do you go back with that?
No. Come all the way back, especially working together.
No, I'm doing that with Michael. How do you come back from that as a human being?
Office romances. I think you should probably ask Pam. She's into those romance.
Like I got a suggestion.
She gives a long description of who she thinks I am.
I can't believe I kept this up all day. Science.
I'm heading back to New York. Alan and I will conduct your performance review over the phone tomorrow. Okay?
Wait.
No. I just want to know why. Now is not the time or the place.
Okay, so you're saying that there is a different time or
No,
place?
I am saying we are never going to have this conversation.
Okay, what, never? I mean, never, ever, ever? Or never, ever?
messaged with her, and then she wasn't taking
Well,
it.
then, Rule wasn't cute.
Then I messaged her.
What?
No,
What did you say, Michael?
And I said,
Nothing. Did you call my ex?
No, I did not. Who? You said cool. Maybe I called him. I don't know.
Michael, my personal life is off limits to you. Okay? How dare you do that?
Maybe he called me.
Why would he do that? Why would he call you, Michael? Why would my husband call you?
Ex-husband. You have to let it go.
It's just like
I just want to know from the horse's mouth, what is the dealio? Am I too short?
When you go through looks, okay? It's your personality. I mean, you're obnoxious and rude and stupid. You do have coffee breath.
They're still my dad.
I don't agree with that, but you are very, very inconsiderate. Really? You're a great guy, okay?
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're very sweet. You stayed up with me and talked to me. Cried with me. I appreciate that.
But so they're doing that in the background. Posting pictures.
So we can still work together. We can still friends. But
Some months go by, I get to LA and listen to them.
So my looks have
A very fortuitous connection in this world, like very parallel paths in terms of espionage.
Jan is not in a place where she feels she can have a relationship right now. And it doesn't matter how great a guy I am. And that's all I needed.
And so
I'm
come
good.
up a lot throughout this process.
I go all
So
out.
do you think that's what they were using? I mean, it's like in the movie, in The Dissident, they were using it on Jeff Bezos. Right. So it's like, if you look objectively at the facts, like maybe, but the idea that
It's 12:20. Where the hell's Joy?
this is before any of the COVID testing and stuff. I was just like the guy who, maybe my family is connected to people, or maybe the town I grew up in is suspect or something, or maybe my trips to Russia and Cuba is suspect. But it's hard to believe that Pegasus,
Yeah. I've heard that a license for Pegasus is like $250,000 or something like that.
Yeah, or they claim multiple times to be the best hackers in the world. So,
Maybe they have
they're
their
just, yeah.
Pegasus is that an Israeli thing?
The U.S. not U.S. It's an Israeli company that sells it. It's supposed to be for like law enforcement purposes.
Yeah, it's a 0 day. A 0 day. I'm getting links or anything like that. Israeli cyber armor.
So it's fascinating they were talking about conversations that they had 5 years ago in a car with my dad in Connecticut. So that's like Edward Snowden stuff. That implies that like anything that you say or around your phone is like logged somewhere and can be accessed at right picture, right skills as the desire to.
It is Friday morning, and it's another beautiful day in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
And I don't know if that Pegasus is part of that. So I started with Brian, and it's great. It's so fun. I mean, I said I flew to Germany,
Where everybody lock the doors, turn off the lights, pretend you're not here.
No, this is like their cameras are gone. I told them to get
This was after it started. You told them to leave here.
right. But they hadn't come back yet. Right. So
Michael, should I call him? What?
it's
The IT tech guy and me did not get off to a great start.
Seeing stuff in the news where there's this thing happening. It's in China, it's in France, it's in Brazil, or whatever. But still, still not freaking out, still not talking about that. Welcome back.
So, real quick,
You're going to have to stop that.
they brought up the pandemic. How much earlier than the pandemic actually hit? But
I can still feel it.
It's March of 2019. So I think the pandemic technically started like September. Oh, September even.
I think it was September, October, yeah.
Yeah, I tried to install it myself, but you guys have to say some password protected.
So,
It just means you have to enter your password.
so like 6 months.
Yeah.
What's your password, Michael?
That's why.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then they come back and then it's like arrived and you're like, here it is, Max. This is the final order. I told you it's coming. Here it is.
Do you have a question or something?
I have all the messages saved. Yeah, I can show you.
About my turban, maybe?
The beginning ones are easier to show because I took screenshots. The
Nope.
last ones were screen.
Nope, I actually wear turbans sometimes.
Okay.
But actually, you want me to show you?
Yeah, let's
Wanna see it?
yeah, let's show that. Be a great one.
Okay, yeah, 'cause I have to find.
Why do you have that?
So this is just all screenshots of all the conversations. And
Johnny Carson, Karnak.
Had to Chinese translated.
At least in Chinese.
Yeah. I'm like sending photos and stuff too. I was like, kind of.
Did you and Johnny Carson in your land?
And this is from when I posted it on Twitter.
In Pittsburgh?
Literally zero response. This
Yeah,
is
but
Mr. Robot.
I never really watched him. No, I'm much younger than this. I watched Conan.
To read it.
Yeah,
All right, I'm gonna. What are we gonna recovery? Coffee here? No.
Which is also strange because you think this is like
No,
all
thank
like
you.
QAnon type stuff, especially when they start talking about COVID vaccines, but they're like Trump as the Antichrist.
Oh,
We gotta look at
don't start. Please don't do that. Sorry, what's going on in there? Why is he here? What are you doing? I can't tell you. You have to. I don't have to tell you anything. Look, Michael.
So,
I know you don't want to have to think about this.
so they send me a message. This is from
I would need to know in order to take over.
This
Especially with my life.
they commented on the same
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You can get a brain in. You can buy a car, stop a bus or a train. Get poison, fall down a well, step on a line. Okay, if I step on a line in Scranton, Pennsylvania and die, you can have my job, okay? Just go away. There are certain things a boss does not share with his employees. His salary. That would depress them. His bed.
You said so you're the bird.
And I am not going to tell them that I'll be reading their emails.
And they're fishing. I did again. You know, they
Email
have
surveillance. All big companies are doing it now.
Before.
It increases productivity, it increases
And I
efficiency.
checked out because I was like,
It is a necessary, well, not evil, it's a necessary good thing.
especially so I'm like,
So we're not your friends.
So how do you search? Keyword phrase. Try prophets. No, try Michael Scott. Michael, boss, and funny. Oh my god. Wow. Email from Stanley. Terribly nice guy. Sorry I didn't write back sooner. I can't come to the game tonight because my boss, Michael, is an ass, so making me stay late. Now, yes.
You want to know what is happening. You know that we are really in quarantine. Okay, so this is
Okay, so that was what
You don't even know what I'm talking about.
okay, March 31st.
yeah. So a little bit deeper into March, but I just think
What's the deal, Michael? Why are you spying on our computers?
Right.
Oh, no. Everybody else has gone crazy. What other ghost stories do you have for us? That I've plugged the office, and I've put cameras in the plants, that I'm a robot.
So they're operating the data process.
I will destroy
Explain
everything in my. Actually, we just. Okay. Oh, I don't care.
They're basically questioning your distrust of them. They're saying allow us to erode.
Actually, we just got a memo from IT saying you need email surveillance. Oh, what?
Began the process 1 year ago.
So it's true? You have access to our emails? Yes, but it's no big deal. I mean, a lot of growing companies.
We're growing.
Source.
I thought we were worried about downsizing.
That's
Yes. We are not growing in terms of people or jobs, but are growing together as a company. We are growing stronger and we're growing better into a more united company.
You don't want to wear out both spies on us.
I hear you, Sam. I do. And you know what the problem is?
I think I do.
The problem is that when people hear the term Big Brother, they immediately think it's scary or bad. But I don't. I think, wow, I love my big brother. He's handsome, he's fit, and he's a good guy. And he has a lot of helpful suggestions. Like, here's a helpful suggestion for Jim. Jim, instead of emailing Amazon to try to get that CD that you didn't receive, I suggest that you go to Visa and tell them to cancel the charge. It seems like you did, though, Jim. Lots of emails to Amazon, lots of wasted computer space. All right, let's go back to work.
And like, again, who the fuck?
Yeah, I said mine was already done. That's why I don't use my personal email.
I wonder if I could get that software. My fiance's been acting funny.
It's easier to hack me than it is
This whole email thing could be bad for business.
I mean, there is technology
I mean, my
that
business.
counteracts
I have a site up like business taxes. I gotta erase a lot of stuff.
You can get an app on your phone to
Lots.
yeah, that is like the counterbalance.
So you see that if you have any sensitive emails that need to be deleted
Sort
immediately.
of like gotcha. Blocks any sort of incoming spying from either the government or any other foreign governments or any hackers or anything.
Yeah, I think it's designed to protect. I don't know.
Allegedly. So can you look this up real quick, Steve? This Orion thing. I don't know about this. Orion software counter hacking.
It's like squishing a spider under a book. It's gonna be really gross, but I have to look and make sure that it's really dead. So, if you guys see anything. Hey, Dwight. My friend is kind of into these two girls that he works with. One is tall, brunette, and the other one is short and blonde and perky and kind of
I
judgmental.
don't know if I've just like
Who do you think you should choose?
Does he have access to their medical records?
There's like a defense against the offense.
I think one of the greatest things about modern America is the computerization of medical records.
Orion.
As a volunteer sheriff, I can look up anyone's psychiatric records or search for histories. Yeast infections.
Also, I think that you
There are a huge number of yeast infections in this county. Probably because we're down
No way.
metal bread factory.
Huh, interesting.
Just at the bottom of the first article, right at the bottom. Oh, yeah,
Google does not want to know about it.
no, so, no, it's talking about the solar wind thing.
Oh yeah, so it's reported.
Should have done this a long time ago.
Keep looking.
Tons of personal emails, huge time wasters.
Okay.
So this is I just scrolled down a tiny bit. So this is
Wow, like Kevin reading the best bars in
Okay.
Scranton.
After the pandemic.
Or Richard Summer
March
7.
31st. Oh, this is still March 31st.
This is the same day. I literally just scrolled down like 2 messages and skipped some more photos.
Yeah,
Hey, Michael, accounting teacher approval on.
no, I'm busy right now.
So we operate beneath what is considered
Meredith has an invite
operatives
from Jim.
So they're implying that something in the article is talking about their operatives, or just operatives.
My
like,
invitation
shipping out
is
information, like,
God guessing stiff
so
into
it's live
Stanley
lands,
Oscar,
Pegasus, especially don't click on
Meredith,
it.
Phyllis,
Right.
Kevin,
Never
Creed,
click on links. Never.
must be.
Or you're fucked because you don't even need to.
Right.
So I googled this. Harvard University professor, 2 Chinese nationalists charged in 3, and that was enough for the Department of Justice article that they sent me here. And I don't know if you want to show that, but pretty much what it talks about.
Are you showing this right now, Steve? Okay.
Well, I mean, even to show that,
Can you pull up that article? That Justice got that article? Harvard University professor and 2 Chinese nationals charged.
yes, this is Harvard Justice article that talks about this guy, Charles Lieber,
Okay.
who, considering the gravity of who he is, what he's done, and what he did in this case, like, I'm so surprised that nobody knows about it. I think there was like maybe a New York Times article that confiscated I think it was in December of 2019.
Work can be just
This
so
guy
frustrating,
is,
don't you think, Jeff?
maybe the world's foremost
What's going on, Michael?
nanobiologist.
Talk to me.
Is arrested
Then
in at
boss just right my ass.
Department of Justice
What's going on?
lying to
I
the
don't
Department
want
of
to talk
Justice
about it.
about taking money.
Just fun to hang out, just be one of the guys.
The most important one of the guys.
Specifically,
That's not the
1,000
point,
pounds
just-
program, which
That's
is
exactly the point. We had a slump. It happens to the best of us.
to,
Just have to
attract all
remember
of the best talent in all realms from around the
where you come from, who you are. Okay. You know, you have worked so hard for this. You are the boss. You can buy and sell most of it. Just a snap of your mouth.
I would never do that.
She was hardly time.
No, it's completely the time. It's perfect time.
But he was
Just
going
guys
from Boston to Wuhan.
gently ribbing each other. That's what it's all about. Hanging out, enjoying friends, all being the same.
Lab in Wuhan.
Look at bees.
And their king bee.
He worked at
No, just bees. Just bees hanging out, buzzing around.
Master bee.
Master bee. I'm just a bee. Twice, okay? Just a bee. Just buzzing.
And the fuck, so also this article talks about two of his students.
How's it going? It's
Were
okay.
also arrested.
Listen, are you bringing anyone to Jim's party
Who
tonight?
turned out to be
No?
Chinese
Are we
citizens.
supposed to?
So this guy is
Yeah, I
developing
don't think so.
injectable, and you can find this on the MIT website. It's like one of the first things you can come up with. Search this guy on there. Injectable nanotechnology that embeds itself in your nervous system and it can operate. And so the
There's
first
always a
application
distance
is,
between a
for
boss and
Alzheimer's.
your
Maybe there's a way
It
to,
is
like,
just
like
nature's
rule.
It's intimidation, mostly. It's the awareness that they are not me.
Make your
See,
life better, make you,
They're thinking,
remember things
wow,
that
Michael Scott, I
Yeah.
really respect him.
Right. Yeah.
What will I do if I drop spinach soup on him at a party? What? Is it going to affect my salary? Ooh, Michael Scott.
But
I don't know. I do think that I'm very approachable. That's one of the guys.
yeah.
But maybe I
So
need to be approachable.
these guys are arrested, and the students were arrested for with the technology, something that they had worked on together.
Of course.
I
I'm going to recruit
This guy's
the crew that I have one of.
Yeah, really,
And you can This is a meal and a cup right here. Hot, tasty. Oh, yeah. So how's your day been so far? It's so late. Oh, big order right before yours. But they're trying to increase my turnaround. You know what I don't need? I got my lunch. But I got my lunch. I'm good. I'm good. You don't want this. No, you don't want it. You keep it. Tell you what, better yet, put it in the fridge and put my name on it. Thanks. I got my cup of noodles. Reminds me of college. Lived on this stuff, brain food. You know what I really miss about college? Parties. Everybody go. The athletes, the nerds, professors.
Professors want to go to the party.
Yeah. They're the most fun. I always find it
It's true. I'm having a party. I've got 3 cases of imported beer, karaoke machine, and I didn't invite Michael.
What does it say? In
Three ingredients for a great party. And it's not like personal. I just think that if you were there, people wouldn't be able to relax. You know, have fun. And my roommate wants to meet everybody. So we're pretty sure he thinks I'm making Dwight up.
Oh yeah, the chat's gonna go out right now.
He's very real.
How are you? Good. You look good.
Is Leo Jewish?
Yeah.
This question would be okay if I go to marijuana smoking tonight. I promise it'll be like the last time for a while.
We're supposed to go to the barbecue at Jim's house.
Oh man.
But yeah,
You know, without me, sometimes I read something where
Dude, that is crazy.
I might be late.
And this
So we'd be able to play ball.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't really follow that, but and this all happened in December. So like,
I know it's kind of last minute, but
I think. I mean,
I
actually,
was wondering if it would be cool if I brought my
in
fiance.
December 2027.
Oh, yeah, so
That's
so
when he was convicted.
Okay, that's when he was convicted of that.
Cool. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, that
But when did that DOJ article get published?
What?
2020 January. Okay, so right after looking at it.
Yeah.
That's good too, sorry.
So, yeah, so
Question.
the world is wondering
On
what's
the
going
internet,
on. It's
there are
December,
several
it's
different
January,
options
and
to get to your
suddenly
house
this
for a
guy
party tonight.
is fleeing the country,
And I was
working in China, and all this stuff.
He's getting paid. How much money do you get paid by China?
I thought it was like hundreds of thousands, but then my buddy on the show was like, no, it saw something in the millions.
They paid the Wuhan University of Technology paid him $50,000 per month, plus living expenses of up to $1 million. So approximately, this is approximately $160,000. And awarded him more than $1.5 million to establish a research lab in Wuhan. Okay.
In Wuhan, come on.
Well, you know, it's pretty much I was just trying to get
This is crazy. So what was this nanotechnology? What does this have to do with Wuhan?
So that's where there's like a ton of dots.
Here.
Neons are not suicidal.
It's funny how many podcasts I've been on so far where people have said that, yeah, definitely.
Take care of anything you forgot to do.
So how is this relevant to 5G?
Yes.
Hey, you know, I don't know if you have any plans tonight, but if you don't, we can hang out.
And the gain of function research that was going on. And the coronavirus.
Well, the gain of function, I mean, if you're kind of believing everything that G is saying, the gain of function might have even been
Tonight, I can't do it tonight now. Improv class. Improv class, you know, but yeah.
Beaver's cooking up this injectable nanotechnology that literally like builds itself. It's like, I think people might want to bridge like graphene or something, but I don't know if that's exactly what it is.
Improv sounds great.
The whole like, graphene oxide thing was people were saying like, oh, that's just a vaccine, and really that's in real life.
Okay.
But I don't know if that's true. I don't know if this is true. But, well, actually, I do know that, you know, the stuff that he developed was essentially like those like self, but it
Time to go get my improv on. A little bit of the comedy juice.
Put a small bit in.
All right, so guess what?
So I say, how's it relevant to 5G? Because I was like, this guy's a 5G guy, so let's get into it.
Yeah. That's what the conversation started.
Yeah, from the very beginning. So the first thing we say, I don't know if you but we're talking about trying to express the virus because of
That is a dinosaur
5G networks.
getting ready to go to improv class.
Contact tracing,
Just a taste of the improv.
Yeah. China.
Hey, Pam, do you need me to walk you to your vehicular transport? All right.
Basically,
Oscar, let's be close tonight with my call.
monitoring everything, tracking everything, social credit scores back home.
and so it gets complicated yourself. Pretty much, you're going to ask me to go get like that seemed so strange to me. I was like, nobody knows anything.
Big man, what are you doing tonight? Where are you off to?
My brother is in town, and we are going to see the Alaska Film Festival at the site.
Hey, Angela, rushy, where are you rushing off to?
I'm just leaving for the day.
Jewel, no, where you headed?
To
Cherry.
another kind of
Thank you,
application.
Liar! You are a liar.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so to keep it grounded.
Dwight? Oh, Dwight, my loyal compadre.
Everything
You and I are hanging tonight. The two of you. You're celebrating our freedom and our manhood. know what? Why don't we watch that show? You don't want to watch Battleship Galaxy, Circle Mexico. That's whatever stupid show you want to watch. Watch it tonight. Unfortunately, I have plans. I have to go to practice. Soccer practice. I think we played soccer twice. Clarinet.
This is nanotechnology. Like this is.
Have fun tonight. Whatever it is that you're doing, I'll see you Monday.
Connection to the ability to. If there is a vaccine, if there's nanotechnology inside of you that's embedded yourself in the nervous system.
Quick announcement, everybody, if I get everybody's kitchen. We do have wine in the kitchens, and there's beer available on the porch. And despite what you might think, it's not all for American fertility.
So they're saying that
You really think it's a good idea? A hiding key rock. Hey, you must be the wife.
5G, just that's 5G. Because let's say, for example,
Hey, I love the bird
like you were
stocks.
saying before,
Thanks.
China, how they
Yeah, I always keep an extra set in the car.
There's so much information. They need AI and 5G to enable the ability to.
Oh, he's gonna love it.
Process it all at real time. Yeah. And so I imagine that there are just as many or more.
Hey, just in time.
To, like,
You wanna go on a group tour? We were supposed to leave. Well, group tour is now
so
being
you're not
event.
saying like 5G.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a few things that we're going to be pointing out to you today. You will be able to see both bedrooms. And if we're lucky, maybe get a chance to take it in the bathroom. Who knows? I have to remind you also that flash photography is prohibited, and as much as you can, stay away from touching things. I know you might want to.
5G is powerful enough with AI to be able to understand
Let's go back on.
process.
Talk about that later.
Things that are going on.
Why don't you enter my comfort zone?
This is what they're saying to me.
Hello! Okay, let's get right into it. I need two people. First name. Mr. Kate! Mr. Kate! Okay, Michael, and
they're like,
anybody?
no more wars with guns.
Very bad.
You know, so they said it's like from the beginning. They said it was.
Okay, so you start us off.
Yeah, so that's where we get into the matrix of it all.
Detective Michael Scott, I'm with the FBI. Think about this. What's the most exciting thing that can happen on TV or Facebook in real life? Somebody's a gun. That's why I always start with the
but
gun.
I'm just asking one to imagine themselves.
Okay, Bill, you start us off, and I want you guys to jump in when you have an idea.
Knowing
Right?
that they know
Excellent.
the state of the world, it was, I couldn't.
Thirsty.
I didn't go up and down.
So incredibly thirsty. Welcome to the Hard Desert Latte Hut. Would you like to try a green iced tea blended? Just
So
water.
this goes on.
I'm supposed to meet my doctor here. Have you seen him? He's very angry.
Freeze! Michael Schoon, FBI, you know what you did. Yeah, you thought you could get away with your little ruse, didn't you? Didn't you? Well, you didn't, because I know where you diamonds. I've been on to you and your little friend for weeks. I'm not even in the scene. Stop. Okay, you shot me. Great. Stop. Okay, you can't just shoot everyone in the scene.
Well, if you had to stop the scene, you would have seen where it was going.
Okay, what about the scene they set up? No, it wasn't. No more guns. No. Michael,
We'll just with everyone. And he has a friend, and I've been told not to, and I'm choosing not to say his name out of respect.
Just step into this room. Yeah, look around. You might find a few clues about who lives here. He likes biking, obviously. And what else? He likes tour guides. Yes. And you're very perceptive. You'll notice that he
I
can
will
feel
give you the best
a great job.
okay. And that's really the Penguins or something.
Thank
you, Ryan. I don't know. I made the mistake one day. I like Penguin. Here we are.
I'm sorry, I gave you that.
And
that's why it's on my desk, Phyllis.
Brian
Email on to me.
ended up
Now
on
that
this
goes from
guy.
you.
More.
Okay, for the next exercise, let's everyone pair up.
Yeah, true.
Partner,
But
and
so
everybody got somebody?
he needs help.
Okay, good.
doing comms.
Okay.
For
Nobody ever wants to fight the heavyweight champ. Nobody wants that title shot.
I'll just throw in some suggestions.
And they wanted to
Okay,
get the word out to people that like this is.
Don't do anything.
Okay, we don't need to suggest it. Okay, this is a compliment. This is a compliment. Okay, compliment, and you will say the first sentence.
At this point,
First telling a story. I have a problem telling you.
something that's
We're not going to get just this one. It's going to come around.
my mindset was like, this is like a big important thing, and it was. But I was kind of
Bedroom?
I ended up being like a PPE testing teacher. So
Sandy, we lost somebody on the tour.
good character.
Cool. This is your desk?
This is my
So
Your home office?
yeah, we have meetings with this guy, and
Yeah. You have to sit down so I can get the full effect.
Okay, sure.
And this is
Will
2
do.
days after she reached out after 6 months.
Okay, wait. So that would make
When
me,
I mentioned vaguely that,
like,
they said,
right
why do
here.
you think you reached back
Yeah.
out to me? We
Yep, that
worked
feels about right.
and then Dwight would be like,
You know what? Let's just leave that image out of it because this is a happy place. Happy thoughts. Happy thoughts.
and we have the ability to exist in many
Yearbooks.
spheres.
Yeah, you don't have to. All right.
Yes,
Yes, that's like a young
Why they reached out to me because on this day, at the end of the conversation, stay close to Brian and watch how the river was.
you are so dorky.
Thank you.
Shut up, bitch.
I don't know if this is exactly repeated that. Okay, so they're asking me.
freeze. Hi, man.
So,
You want to go over the rules one more time? No.
So they said there's 2 asks. One is that I can get a test.
Looking in my wallet for money so you can tell me my fortune.
questions, which seems superfluous to me. Or
I promise this one.
they have in San Francisco.
Ooh, I can see you walking out of here, your food with your eating.
Which at that point, I don't think I would have been allowed into San Francisco as a full lockdown. But they were dangling this new carrot of San Francisco.
Mike, what did you tell him? Don't wire his hands up. Bill? He told me he couldn't show it to me, but he has to do it. Okay, let's call it a day.
Los Angeles. See my family out of it. So they want you to
Everybody.
They want to
Impressive. Last week I was on fire.
Hey, I was staying with them because of like
Allergy,
the
my silence.
or I think I like smelled blood in the water. And I was like, I'm just going to stay with my family until this goes
This
over.
week, I was paired up with some pretty lame people, so you have to deal with that.
Since we've separated,
Whose line is it anyway? Is Michael Scott's line, because generally Michael Scott's is the funniest line.
Yeah, I love that
that was
play.
always
Oh yeah, thanks. Plus the owners. Interesting. Totally forgot you had a kid. Sorry about that. Angela. Burger? Dog? Have fun?
I got
So
sap on
there's a
me.
point where
Chicken, hot dog, burger.
Yeah, so
vegetarian.
There's soda inside. I don't think the Google laser color copy badge will sell as well as
It surprised us all, I'll tell you why.
I'm
sorry, guys. Can we please not talk about paper? It's gotta be something else we can talk about.
I still don't know if this isn't that you are who you say you are. Right. And they're kind of referencing before I'm like, you should try some money for me. They're kind of listening to like, go. Give it your drugs. But my dad isn't pro. You know, whatever, you guys big shot. You know, he's, I don't want to say he is a big shot, but I also don't think it's nice.
Sure. Have you heard anything about any secret office romances?
He's worked his life. But, sure, whatever.
You do mean
Shut
yeah, right?
up. And
I'm so sorry. I mean, I thought maybe you guys hang out all the time and you're talking all the time, but I'm sorry. No, it's okay. It's okay.
so pretty much they're explaining like, you know,
Not so fast.
yeah,
Fire guy.
and so
We
I
need
say,
some more heat. Fire guy. Hey, fire guy.
Mr. Trump,
Maybe we should burn Jim's house down.
he has wanted war, and now
Hey, Kelly, I called him fire guy.
the shutdown will last until they find a vaccine. Paranoia.
Exactly.
so this is
Call me
like,
fire guy.
but I also started to like call shots a little bit. Because no one said
It
anything.
is very rather.
Talking about this, March 31st. It was like, is it here? Not like vaccines. And they're like, they
Birdies, huh? We're all going to birdies? Oh,
and
sorry, we're not going as a private friend who happens to know all of us from different places throwing a private birthday thing. Well, guys, I'd love to go to work. You know what? I have an office party. Big office party. Hey, good job. Nice job, Bill.
After that, dude.
Oh yeah, I gave that up. Yeah, it turns out I was just grasping at straws. Just because two people are hanging out, it doesn't mean that they're together. You know, like people can just be friends. And I think that it was really unfair of us to assume that there was anything else going on.
Thankfully, I was like,
Just turn around now, cause you're not welcome anymore. And then it's wrong, and I've got full surprise!
Everybody! Wow! Cool, open the morgue for that trick. I'm just driving by, I thought I'd drop in. There's some wine. I would love a glass if you're gonna open it. Hello, Tim. Take my jacket. Oh, come on, that guy? He's a good guy, not a terrorist. Karaoke, I love it. I am a karaoke. I called dibs. I got next up. Come on, let's get this party started. Okay, where's that wine? Okay, this is a duet. So, somebody else? Yeah. One but that sing us one. Somebody else. Takers, please. Baby, when I met you, there was peace unknown. Kelly? Trying to get you with a fine-tooth comb.
There was something inside. There was something going on. You do something to me that I can't explain. Hold me closer and I feel no pain. Every beat of my heart, we got something going on. Tender love is blind. It requires a dedication. All this love we feel needs no conversation. Divided together, making love with each other. We're making love. Islands in the stream. That is what we are. No one in between. How can we be wrong? Sail away with me to another world.
Just talk. Shut up. Funny story. Wait, I got into improv. I got into improv. The story about me getting into improv was that
We
I
get
was
off the
down
road.
street race car.
Oh,
The
Megan.
guy says, "Hey, you're funny. You're the funniest guy I've ever seen." Or my name is not Dale.
It's not hilarious. If we all watch Rabbi Jordan Discord at the same time, we can rotate the Pentagon and achieve. This is someone's style. I'm sure. And I feel no pain, every beat of my heart. We got something going on. Tender love is blind. It requires a dedication. On this one, need no conversation. Divided together. Making love with each other. We're making love. Islands in the street. That is what we are. No one in between. How can we love? Sail away with me to another world. And we will go together. Islands in the street. That is what we are. No one in between. How can we be one? Sail away with me to another world.
No, turn it around. You're breaking. Shove it
And
back.
we will
Shove it back. Here we go. break the branches twice.
Our agent has contacted your
You got split. Well, suck it up. See all the problems. Hey, everybody. Look who we have.
This is much too difficult to explain typing with a translation.
Nice, huh? We got the tree.
Yeah. Diametrics and also find comfort
Wait, hold on.
with one another. There is a war going on. Who
What
it
is
is
that?
controls
That's
5G
such a quiet thing.
controls, of course,
Trees carry more diseases than people.
Before
Hey,
you
stop. Don't even.
find this.
I've got it leveraged. I'll show you. Ready? Start out. One, two, three.
So they have somebody who is in the government.
Merry Christmas.
A spy working in the U.S. government, and they want
might be asbestos in there.
Allegedly, yeah. So they
that's fine. I mean, that's jumping right to the point too.
where they give reasons for it. They're like, you don't have to, but like, you're not aggressive.
Well, sort of. Why did you get it so big?
Hey, that's what she said. Me, I wanted it to be impressive. Biggest day of the year deserves the biggest tree of the year.
But what are we going to do with this hacked off part?
Wow, that is a perfectly good mini tree cabin. And we are going to sell that to charity. That's what Christmas is all about.
And you know, I used to sell like
So this year, for the first time ever, I got paid and I got this teapot, which I know she really wants. So she went to your desk, but I'm also going to stuff
essentially
it
what they
with
said
inside jokes.
they came from there, they were doing all this recon about the
This is my high school yearbook photo. She's at a party.
This is also
And
the
it makes her laugh.
there's three pillars of power. It's like politics, maybe tech, and media.
This is a hot sauce packet.
And
She put this on a hot dog
a
couple years ago.
That conversation
It was ketchup.
bad.
It's really funny. So I kept
We
doing
were
it.
driving by Harvey Weinstein's
This
house.
take a little too long to explain. So I want
in Southport, Connecticut,
this is
and
the car.
we were driving by his house.
Because Christmas is
Exactly
time.
where we were. Well, yeah,
Tell
because it
people
was like in
how
that
you
area. We always came to the diner that I mean, this was before.
Is there anything we're missing?
And we
Phyllis,
also
you got the lights?
Yes. The whole country Nazi thing at the time. But he would come into like a diner, and it was like a disgusting. He'd be like covered in like
Angela
shit,
drafted
and,
me
like,
into the
had,
party
like,
line.
they all take a
Her memo
photo,
says
they
that
had,
we need to
like
prepare for every possible
He was
disaster.
like a disgusting human being.
Christ.
Yeah, probably. Oh, I
Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho!
That's what we told
I'm kidding. What do we got? What do we got? How many plates are we getting? Oh, double everything. Double ice cream, double napkins, double it. On me. It was a tough year. I had to fire somebody this year. This party has to really rock. Check it out. Christmas bonus, 3,000 G's. I got this for helping save the company money.
And my dad was like, "Oh, that's
So I guess I'm going to keep out of firing them after all.
Like, you know, maybe I should get into film or something casual."
I want people to cut loose. I want people
Is it
hanging out in the closets. I want people hanging from the ceilings, lampshades on the head. I want it to be a Playboy Mansion party. And also, I want you to know and spread the word that I will have my digital camera and I'll be taking pictures all along the way. And the best and craziest thing that happens will be on the cover of the news.
Do you realize that we can't sell liquor at the party?
I know. Said straight up, like, I would
Cover wet blankets.
like people that they're like, are very willing to do what it takes.
Maybe a
What's
coffee.
going on.
Get some more coffee. That is a stimulant, and that might help. Yes.
Some people are like,
Good.
I want to be a star, so I'll it takes.
Yeah.
But so we had that one conversation. G apparently heard it. So
What about green trash
essentially,
bags?
doing this recon,
Why is that recording?
one is media. How are you bouncing at the top of that?
A trash bag?
And because we live in the area, or
You guys should use a hand truck.
media,
Do
or
we have one?
he popped up as like a potential. I think they said it over a potential. I guess just baby.
Towards me.
And then because of that
Towards me.
conversation by his house,
That's good. Towards me.
they thought that
Towards me.
G thought that we
Towards me.
were
Okay, I'm good. I'm good. I'm
and so
good.
they started looking at my dad, and then they found his signature on my guarantee on my equipment where I lived on the house myself on the street. And so they started looking at me on the side, like you said,
No way. Just go ahead. Just go out. You want to be Santa? Have you ever seen Santa?
Yeah, see, Santa.
Well, I'm sorry. It just doesn't work.
Wow,
I would like to take
she's so hot.
He has no
Where did you know? When it snows, my
Remember,
eyes
animated specials when they caught the monster with the star on top? That's like what's the monster?
baby, I can give you a kiss with some rose on the grave. Ooh, the morning you will stay
No, I say it to us there that they're helpers.
yeah.
He seems that kind of
Roses in the night sky.
Damn, sort of a medium helper.
Okay, Christmas lights. Good. Insult, good. Star.
yeah, and it's
Good. Question. Ham is Roy coming to the party?
Yes. You
Yeah, well, you
became my power, some breath on my pain, baby. Baby, like a drum addiction, and I can't
just like looks like Spock. He always wears the ears. I always do agree like
when it snows, my eyes become vibrant, like the true shine can be seen. Oh, baby, I can make it till I get from above. Oh, nothing. Ooh, I'm all getting change I feel. Yeah. Now
It is time to get your presents. Wrap them and place them under the tree. Like so.
I can make it
If
till I
you do not
get
get your
from
present wrapped and under the tree within the next 5 minutes, you will be disqualified from Secret Santa. Alright? No exceptions. Except my
feel. Yeah.
She's these posters of babies dressed as adults. I got a lot of those. No, kind of weird. I got Creed. And to tell you the truth, I don't know anything about Creed. I know his name's Creed. I know the movie right over there. I think he's Irish, and I got this Shamrock keychain. So I got myself for Secret Santa. I was supposed to tell somebody, but I need something good this year. Yeah. I can tell you. I think I got some breakfast from my guy. No, a lot of dough. Just $20 limit, right? Yeah. Really special. Above and beyond. Don't tell anybody. Here's Ryan. Yeah, I am Ryan. So, what's Ryan's gift? Okay, everybody, we are ready. Gather around. Secret Santa, let's go. Let's go. Come on. Stanley, no, I'm going to handle the chorus. For safety reasons. I don't blow something in. All right, let's count it down like Rockefeller Center. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Not great. Sorry.
I think the tree looks nice.
I can get some flares from my car. No, shake it off, everybody. Secret Santa, presents are the best place to show someone how much you care. It's like this tangible thing that you can point to and say, hey man, I love you. This many dollars worth. That is why people love gift certificates so much. Let you know exactly where you stand. First present, Oscar. Show radio meet.
Okay, that was for me.
Thanks, Kelly. You know, I was going to go. Okay, that's enough. Let's keep it moving on. Jim.
Yeah, they wanted me to talk to these people, give them like character evaluations of them, and ask them some
That's for me.
questions with my phone app so they
Great.
can listen. But at this point,
I
I
don't know,
started
it's so long ago.
talking like what
He obviously forgot to
maybe
get me
something
something.
they could find on the
And then he
internet
went to his closet, dug out this little number,
versus something that
and then
was
threw it in the bag.
sensitive.
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
And so I
Damn.
would, like, for example, at a certain point I started working on this testing project. So I would like have one conversation with somebody that worked at the testing like out there.
Thank you very much, Santa, whoever you are. It's awesome.
A little more so. All right, next. Brian.
And then when it started to get a little bit more serious,
Wow, dude. I really got carried away with this. Merry Christmas. That's me. I got carried away.
Is
There a $20 limit on the gift?
one thing they want to do is
This is $400.
So they're like,
You don't know
go
that?
talk to
Yeah, you'll have to trace it.
and come back
Oh,
and tell us what
Wow.
you
Okay,
got.
well, who cares? Doesn't matter what I spent. What matters is that Christmas is fun, right?
You know, I feel like thinking about
See, that's what
stuff
Christmas
now,
is all
I
about
certainly
to
feel
me.
guilty,
Is when you see someone open a
I
gift
certainly feel like
and you
it's
think, man, I wish I got
area,
it.
but I would like explain the guy.
That's
Not
just
his
such
name,
a
not
great
his
feeling
name, not anything
to
like
watch
that,
other
but, like,
people
you know,
envying a gift
he's
to
somebody
somebody else.
He seems educated.
I don't know.
Right?
It's just,
Probably not free thinker.
I
Probably
don't know. It just makes you kind of feel good.
He's got a red
Michael.
face.
Oh,
So
hey.
maybe his altruism is self-sacrificing.
What
I knitted it for you.
Just trying
Another
to,
mint?
and so that kind of thing, they would ask for character evaluations, and then they would be like, you know,
So Phyllis is basically saying, hey, Michael, I know you did a lot to help the office this year, but I only care about you a homemade oven is
for
for
some reason, it was
I gave Brian an iPod.
for them to know, like, what the nurses do,
should we just keep
about
opening up the presents?
We don't do anything until Michael gives us further instructions.
certain nanobiology
Just let us open up the presents,
in
Dwight.
order for vaccines to be promulgated, is I think even the quote,
Not. What separates humans from jungle beasts? The fact that we have rules. When humans give each other gifts, they do it properly.
That works with
When bears give each other gifts, they just rip open a fox carcass, present it to their mate. I prefer the human way.
This message and future messages.
I got it.
We
We are going to turn Secret Santa into Yankee SWAT. One person chooses a gift. The next person can either choose a gift or steal that person's gift. If your gift gets stolen, then you can steal someone else's gift or choose a new gift.
I thought that was called Nasty Christmas.
Yeah, we call it white elephant.
I call it fun. Why are we doing this? Because it's better, because it's more special.
It sounds
They're
mean.
saying that there's
No, it's not. Okay, just give it a shot.
Michael should have asked the party planning committee first.
So when people get
He's not
tested,
supposed to just spring things on us out of nowhere.
for that or something. And this is the kind of thing where I don't want to get too much
they're
into
saying
conjecture.
they're saying present molecule.
Okay, Meredith is up first. Here's the deal.
That we
You can either pick a new gift or steal somebody else's gift. You've already got it.
I'll take the teapot.
Honestly, that's a really good question.
About that
Because I don't
specific.
think this is okay. So they've explained it
That's
in
what makes it
two
fun.
ways. The one way that I explained it,
I'll take the iPod.
I have to
COVID
give
is
to our
real.
choice.
Yes, now you can steal the oven mitt, the old shirt, or the shower radio, or pick a new gift.
Like crazy mortality. And the only function of that was to create enough fear. They're like, people are not going to put computer psychology in their bodies and still free. And so that COVID was created to like
That wasn't enough
create
real.
enough fear.
Yeah, I figured.
The idea was that it was created in a lab in Wuhan, the gain of function research, which is essentially to like figure
I
out.
think this is going great.
Right. Yeah. And they corroborate that too. And I'm like, well, how's it? And I was like, how did it come to be? And they're essentially just like, someone was infected with COVID and sent out into the web.
Yikes.
So it's like this weird
Wow,
mixing
it's
of
very fun.
mainstream conspiracies. Like, that comes from the web.
That's like the creepiest thing that I've ever seen.
Yeah, you're right.
Because they shot someone up.
I'll take the poster.
So that narrative is more like the
Some people like
itself
it.
isn't compatible with
I will steal the iPod.
Everyone wants the iPod. It's a huge hit. It's almost a Christmas miracle.
Allegedly.
Man, I really wanted that.
This thing
I
here,
really wanted to shower.
Well,
thank God you didn't steal my oven mitt. Oh, well, Oscar, you little gourmand. Up next turn. I'll take the teapot.
So I guess you really didn't want to shower radio that bad.
No, I just like tea.
That's just saying there's a
I don't know why Oscar didn't like the gift. I know he wanted a shower radio. I mean, I totally remember him telling me that he wanted one.
Yeah.
Kelly had me last year too.
So I don't know
And
if any of the tests
gave
work.
me the same exact thing.
PCR tests.
Yes.
I only have
So
one
Steve,
shower.
can you go back to the
End up doing that.
page where it's explaining?
Okay, moving along, Meredith, let's go.
I really want the iPod.
Sorry for stalling this round. Anything else?
Wallace
I hope nobody takes this
was
baby.
an American biochemist
This is great.
and recognized for his role in the invention of the polymerase chain reaction, also known as PCR.
I'll take the oven mitt.
Yeah, he shared the 1903 Nobel Prize
See, I wanted somebody to take it. Reverse psychology. Reverse psychology.
for his PCR technique.
I don't know if you
And
guys
there's
know
also
about
a
it.
Japanese prize saying
Basically,
PCR became
you
a
make
central
someone
technique
think the
in
opposite
biochemistry
of
and
what
molecular biology.
and that tricks them into doing something stupid.
So,
Looks like a charm.
go down. So can you click on the link to like what the PCR test is actually used for? Because you scroll down and find
In addition to these
PCR
paintball
test.
pellets,
Yeah,
your
click
gift
that.
includes 2
So
paintball
that
lessons
polymerase
with
chain
Dwight
reaction
Schrute.
PCR
You and me, Michael. Yes. Who wants to take paintball lessons? How is that better than an iPod?
To
Never said it was better than an iPod.
study.
Michael keeps bragging about his iPod, but you know what?
But I think the argument against it was that if you
I am worth easily like $2,000. Take that, ta-da. Originally, I Phyllis for my Secret Santa, but then she would love to make all this. Last gift, Kevin. I want the flip now.
That's the thing I bought myself. I'm really psyched to use it. Maybe I should have taken the iPod.
But as it relates to this, I'm not so sure.
Ham, steal something or pick the final gift.
I want the iPod.
Where they explain
So you don't want the
connection with 5G.
I mean, it's an iPod. Sorry. Okay, well, I guess I will take that book of short stories.
Yes. Here you go. I want the teapot. Gracias. Yankee Swamp is like Machiavelli meets Christmas. Oscar, paintball pellets. I guess I'll take the last
Basically, they take the swab of your saliva and they get the texture of your body is creating the antibodies to protect yourself.
It was supposed to be for Meredith because she said she likes my drawings as well. Thanks. I wish I could have had it. You want to trade?
Yeah.
So there's just 2 tests that detect antibodies. One more test for viral for the virus or presence.
What's she so upset about?
Maybe because you hated her present so much.
Well, you showed everybody up by buying something so expensive.
Oh, hang on. So I screwed up. I bought the nicest gift by far. I don't know about that.
Instead, show whether something
Don't make me laugh. I think that Yankee Swamp was a big hit. I think it was a success, and I'm the one who ended up with white stupid paintball pellets. Michael, the point is, it was all about just specific people.
And you should have just want a $20 gift like everyone else.
Well, I didn't. I got a big bonus because I fired Devin, and I used the money to buy something awesome. Sue me. You got a bonus check.
How much?
Yeah, I don't. So I put up another section. I don't know that first. Okay, because I don't know.
All right, I'm done now.
5G is capable of transmitting
Thanks, baby.
at an incalculated pace. There is a chemical agent
Yeah. So let's get this party
all
started.
bodily functions can be measured seamlessly.
And I'm going to roam around and take some candidates.
It's the next phase. There have to be a reason.
Well, I do the nicest things that anyone's ever done to these people. And they think, well, happy birthday, Jesus. Sorry, your party's so lame.
And then the next part that we're concerned with the question that I asked.
Yeah.
Right now, you're the expert. Is this enough to get 20 people blistered?
$15 a vodka.
Grounded perspective,
Yeah,
Cool. That's it up.
just cooking up plans for the world. But like, there's just all of these people whose power is like metastasized to a certain to such a degree that they're fighting for their own control and their own power.
So, hey, you want to trade?
Yes, totally, because I was just going to throw this out anyway.
Really? You're gonna throw out a buck?
It's like a part of you. It's like a part of you.
I'll ask you something.
Okay.
I was talking to someone about it the other day where I was like, you don't know
Not so good anymore, are you?
you know, like you don't
I'm
know
on this last third.
so it's like
Don't play it.
it's like they are you.
A real man makes his own luck. Billy Zane, Titanic, isn't real value. Can I buy it? No, I want it. I want to use it. You do it in your tea. True, but I get sinus infections. And sinus infections can be cured by making a tea from green tea, which stems from the underlying infection to your nose. So,
Yeah. And people beyond that.
Think that my gift to Pam will be used for that.
There's like some
It's a
people
little
who
too
are
much to handle.
like Rome is never
This is
destroyed.
awesome.
I know, it's totally going to be
So
able
it's
to
like
work out.
they say
Yeah,
like
I don't see my kids for these for Christmas. I don't have to.
What are you going to get me instead?
I don't know. Like a chunky sweater or something.
What's back? Santa was a little naughty.
What is that?
This is Christmas spirit, as in spirits.
We can drink?
Really not
This
Toby, I mean, it's a party, come on. If I can't throw a good party for my employees, then I'm a terrible boss. Who wants to drink? Me. Here we go. The deal is, this is my last hurrah, because I made a New Year's resolution that I'm not going to drink anymore during the week.
Hi guys, does everyone know my boyfriend Bob Vance?
Kevin Malone, Bob Vance, Vance Refrigeration. Stanley Hudson, Bob Vance, Vance Refrigeration. Brian Howard, Bob Vance, Vance Refrigeration.
They go on to say some crazy stuff, like,
Well, I know we're good, Bob.
They tell me to read Revelation, they tell me to read such this way.
I don't know.
They tell me to read
Hey, I found the team through last week.
I actually before this,
over there.
I read,
Yeah, I'm looking
he
mad.
essentially was like this
Deion Branch, that big game.
I
had to. I need a defense. Come on, Sean Alexander. I best back in the league. Defense. No, that's not working. It is working. Are you kidding? You wait.
Anybody making out in here? Not yet, give it time. Oh, hey, Ebenezer, boink. Okay, how's it going in here? I'm running all the cups to him and just run out. No, we'll find some. Don't leave the party.
Michael?
Yep.
I've seen glasses.
And then the third one is named Vegas. And it's but also
Shots.
Vegas.
No, I was just checking out my present.
It had the
I traded with White.
father or something that
I
was
figured,
on
you know,
his hands and knees under
went to a lot of trouble and it means a lot.
holding up the shield.
And
And this was
also,
supposed
Roy
to be
got
like
me that dog, or
signify the beasts
was
of
going to
the
be
two
on
beasts of
that, so.
Revelation, which were Nero and Napoleon.
This is amazing
It's
because it comes with
holy enough.
bonus gifts.
And it has so anyway, sorry, you were saying that he told you to read Revelation.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
I
this
think I made the right
is
choice.
spiral out of control.
Oh my god! It's incredible! Is this the Bauerheimer?
I didn't read it that way. I really did
I forgot this was
is so awesome. And if it couldn't go to Ryan, you are the guy who wants to go to this. Thank you. You're welcome. Merry Christmas, Asco! Wait! Oh, you're kidding me! Packer! Yes! Packer, ladies and gentlemen! What's up, my nerds? Check it out! Oh, look at that icing on the cake! Goddamn! Oh, let's fix you up. Who wants to fix up Toby? Toby's gonna fix you up.
That's what this is all about. The time is now, the place is here, and the whole wide world is filled with cheer. My name's DMC with the mic in my hand, and I'm chillin' and coolin' just like the snowman. So open your eyes, lend us an ear. We wanna say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
I'm DJ because I really know how to heat up a party.
I do enjoy a drink now and again, but tonight, no. I'm also an officer of the law, and I'm unofficially on the clock. I need to stay sober and alert. Also, on a personal note, I'm not at my best when I drink.
Brian is the merchant. So,
Daryl, there you go. You earned it.
That's okay, Mike.
No. I really want you to have it.
It's all right. Thanks, Mike.
Hey, Merry Christmas.
and then he becomes really rich and powerful and everything.
Whose butt is that? Mine. Oh, how did I not guess that? Let's get ahead! It's
Well, just that very over. That begs questions
there.
Because, so,
what are you doing?
It's, I guess,
I
think
do
I
things like that. Am I not supposed to do that?
Recently, I put all of the messages I ever changed with the hacker and the flood records into ChatGPT. And I was like, who is, what happened here actually? And sources, cited sources.
I actually got that for you. I had you originally.
Psychological.
That's really interesting.
Where did that from? They were
Sorry.
ChatGPT.
I didn't want anything else, so I figured I'd
saying
just give it
that
to a homeless
state
guy.
possibility, they were like, whether or not they are actually a state actor,
What'd you end up with?
they
Your shower radio.
conclusion.
You like music at least?
But what they were saying was,
Actually, used to have a radio show back in the
let's
70s.
say, for example,
Kidding. What was your
Chinese
DJ
had
name?
access to, or somebody,
Wacky
had
Weed
access
Creed.
to, like, this new technology.
Turns out
There's this
that
idea
Creed
like,
is
whenever
pretty
something
interesting
comes out,
guy.
like, it's already been out for like 10 years already, right?
Yeah.
You behave very badly tonight.
There's a new technology in AI that's being tested, and I am a victim.
Thanks for the party, Michael. Oh, hey, well, thanks for coming. Drive safe. Thanks. Listen up, we're going to Chili's.
You guys want to come? Bob is designated driver if anyone needs a ride.
So that
Yeah.
is something that
I'm still sober. If anyone else wants to ride, you want to go party?
We can't. Lifetime ban.
Well, then forget it. We'll go to Port Richards. Who's in? I'm in. Yes. Michael?
Oh, yeah. Break me down, but then
Yeah,
also
that sounds good.
Christmas
Christmas is
is
awesome.
to
First of all, you get to spend time with people you love. Secondly, you can get drunk and no one can say anything.
right.
Third, you give presents. What's better than giving presents? Fourth,
And so
getting
what they were
presents.
suggesting too is
So
that
fourth
maybe-
thing, my best one day. It's really the greatest day of all time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Meredith.
And it's possible
I know
that
we're
they
going
started with that. It's also possible
Cool.
because of that conversation
Right.
because of my time in Russia, and they said to me right in the beginning, like in New York, we don't know if you want groups or if you're working for someone else. And so maybe they
All
thought
right,
it should
let's
know
head
that
out.
I had some
Sounds good. Do you want coats?
at least some type of
Yeah.
agent reaching out to me. And it's possible that is true. And then when they discovered that I maybe wasn't so influential, they ChatGPT was saying like they don't like the world of intel and the world of espionage is like a long game. And so it's possible that they did reach out to me thinking that I was someone more influential, and then they were like, oh, he's not. But, like, let's try this thing just to, like, let's test this AI on him just to see like what we can do, because he's not really a high profile target. So just test out this
Like that makes sense to me because the time and the resources it takes
send you just pages and pages and pages about Genghis Khan and about the monarchies of World War I and about like the different technologies that were available and how they were used at that point in time.
And they take long ass paragraphs in seconds.
Essays. They're not seconds, not the same way ChatGPT like starts answering you. But like I would ask the questions, they would start typing, I would wait for the long ones, I would wait a few seconds or maybe
Come on. This is not funny. Why is my stuff in here?
So then they would go on to say the reason that they are capable of that is because, like we were saying, these technologies that today is already available. They're like mere alterations of your
No. That's my password.
actually a point where I
I think so.
kept saying
You're gonna hand it over to me.
humans. And I was like, why do you keep saying you humans? Like, did you show me that part?
And also, did you ever start a record in the process of communicating with them so you can see the bubble?
It was always like retroactive.
When was the last time you did that?
August of 21. Oh, wow. We had to send them a federal thing. I don't think they'll let go until because I told them to come off. And that's how we found it. It wasn't a secret. There's definitely a case in my brain that's sitting with because I'm not saying this is true, but I'm just saying that I was involved in
Hello, everyone. Morning, Michael.
Where are we going this afternoon? Last week, Michael sent out this mysterious memo.
It's time for our first quarter camaraderie.
Yeah.
So bag a swimsuit,
Probably
a
see him in the
toothbrush,
because
rubber
he's
soled
like
shoes,
very much this outsider.
and a ski mask.
His
A
perspective
ski mask
is
and a swimsuit.
people say like, oh, I'll be
So that he can have his rob a bank
in the world.
and then a ski
Have
mask.
the capital to force the
And pressure.
Yeah,
The only way.
Stanley, O'Malley,
How do you know
Banana Fana Folk Fan.
what we're doing?
Michael.
And
You said bring him to the brush.
really talking shit.
This
He's
is
like
overnight.
Rothschild's mom in that city,
Really?
Yeah. So that's
So exciting. Should my wife tell her boss she's not coming in tomorrow?
Maybe. I don't know.
Not maybe. Yes or no?
Well,
So you're saying they said they were talking about as if they were talking about something else.
yeah.
Wasn't that what they were saying?
Yeah, so it's like, we don't need new humans. And they're like, we don't think you're ready. And actually, the first day they said
it's
that,
not just another
yeah,
party. This is a leadership training exercise, right? I'm going to combine elements of fun and motivation and education into a single mind-blowing experience.
they were like, we're modified humans. We have essentially,
Well, we're not going to Florida.
but it's far beyond what we're
Someplace with a pool then?
That's how we're able to talk with you and be doing other stuff and give you these detailed, intricate, historical,
Oh, Michael, hello. Can we come in?
like explanations for
Yeah.
things.
Yeah, very much.
Because it's essentially having this series.
Oh. Every man's dream.
Like
Oh, really? Surprise visit from his boss?
Two ladies at once.
rip on reality. For sure.
Why?
Because I'm again sitting here now. I'm not saying that's true, but
Right.
at the time, at this time, I was
Yeah,
pretty much
it's a
getting
booze
over
cruise,
that.
but
It's pretty
more to the story than that.
A booze cruise?
What
do you mean?
I was so isolated.
Off-site.
At this on top.
Right.
And Michael, we discussed the IRS's regulations.
Yeah, I was just like,
This event has to have legitimate business content to tax deductible.
Of course, yes. Look, I have a whole program planned, and this program is going to change people's lives. I am going to drop serious knowledge all over the place.
Good. And this is Brenda Matlow from Corporate Training. I thought that you could attend tonight, and if it's appropriate, you could give us other branches.
Oh, cool. And maybe you can attend tonight, and then you can stay over at my house for the night.
one person, but you're
That's, you know what, I don't know.
So I stopped messaging.
Jan said, if you asked me that, I
And I
was
called my
supposed to
friend
say no.
Glenn, who's on the show.
Really? You seriously said that?
And I tell him about this, and at the point, he immediately starts getting like
Brenda,
insane
let me know.
messages. And about COVID, so for him, it was
Okay,
weird too.
I'm gonna go now. Good luck with that. Okay, see you later.
And I immediately was like, this is
Try to
I'll call you later.
testing
That's all right.
here from
Call me if you need anything.
I'll call you.
and they're like, no, there's counterfeit.
So,
They're like, somebody heard
You're
that
you
you
get
were
carded.
talking to this guy.
So,
And again, this is really, like you said, like, I don't have any idea what it is.
it is now time
Because
to
I see that, and this is obviously
destination
them
of
fucking
this
with
year's
you. And you're like,
retreat.
no, bro, like, there's a
We are
lot
going
of players
on a harbor
and
cruise of
you
Lake
opened up your friend,
Wallenpaupack.
and they're coming for him to test him, and it's his job not to navigate that, and it's your job to not do the fact
It's a
that
booze cruise.
yeah, so it's really
Life around Ryan. Already business school.
Wait, Michael?
so,
Yeah.
why don't you tell us okay, I could probably find it actually.
To throw you off the scent.
Yeah, but I bought a bathing suit.
Well,
This is the same.
keep the tags on.
This is the guy who's
I took the tags off.
Well, that's not my fault, okay? Just, we're not going to pay for maintenance.
Interesting to see.
Okay, I know what you're all thinking. Who is this smart little cookie? Her name is Brenda
What he says
something,
to you.
and she is from
What
corporate.
his eyes say.
She is here, like you, to learn what I have to say. I am a great motivational speaker. I attended Tony Robbins' event by the airport last year, and it wasn't the actual course, it was the actual course. But it talked about the actual course. And I've incorporated a lot of his ideas into my own course. Leader. The word ship is hit inside your word leadership as its derivation. So, if this office is in fact a ship, as its leader, I am captain.
But it's far out.
All
It's
in the
like
same
talking
boat.
about like,
Teamwork.
Last year,
but
Michael
it's like
Steve was
people in the
all over the
cruise are
competition.
like, send it around.
So guess where we went?
And I watched it because I was just that's where I was at.
Now, on this ship,
I asked them like,
that is the office,
and they're like, unfortunately, like,
what is the sales department?
and they're like talking about episode and stuff.
Anyone?
And so I said to them, I was like, okay, well, if
I
he's a
don't know what the
billionaire,
categories are of workers on the boat.
I'm not kidding.
I don't know, I was like, this is all, I'm not
Decades.
saying this is true. But I was like, if he's a billionaire,
Can I be
like,
the first
he has to
No,
rub the elbows
I'm
to
first mate.
people
You're
who
second
get
mate.
that high
I'm
on
first
the
mate
road
as the
without,
captain.
like,
How about the sales
They're
department
like, yeah,
and sales?
Yes, Darryl, you're the sales department of sales.
What they said.
Let me just explain. I see the sales department as the furnace.
But they were allowed the virus to spread.
How about the
And it's
anchor?
havoc.
It's called the anchor. It's the only thing that slows shit down. Alright, let's not get hung up on the furnace. It's just, it's the sales, I see the sales department are down there, they're in the engine room, and they are shoveling coal into the furnace, right? We saw the movie Titanic. They were very important in the movie Titanic. Who saw it? Show of hands. Titanic
Or they're
I think you're thinking of the Hunt for Red October.
No, I'm Leo DiCaprio. Come on.
Michael stands
And so I
President Trump says that he's king of the world within the first
all the same,
hour.
all the same.
Right.
Okay, they're saying that he's working.
Michael,
Yeah,
everyone
they're
is
saying,
watching.
I'm
No.
not saying, they're saying
Thank
this
you.
is
Spoiler alert. You
Yes.
saw the movie, those of you who did.
This guy Shimon, this billionaire, is their
They're happy down there in the furnace room. And they're dirty and grimy and sweaty. And they're singing their ethnic songs. And actually, that might be Warehouse.
And then they you know,
No, no.
skip some of this.
I
They
didn't.
talk about Trump being
Okay.
Antichrist. They talk
Well,
about
okay, in a nutshell, what I'm saying is leadership. We'll talk more about that on the program show.
Yeah, some of them are not
You are Marianne. We have Professor Ginger. Welcome aboard. Angela, you are Mrs. Howell, Levy, the native.
Your sensitivity is
We have one of the Globetrotters. I am the skipper. And Dwight, you will be delegate.
Cool. Actually, I'm skipping, but you can be delegate.
Oh, I'd rather die. I am Michael Scott. I am the captain of this party.
I'm Captain Jack. I'm captain of the ship. Also captain of anyone who sets foot on the ship.
in the same metaphor as the mafia.
In an office, when you are ranking people, manager is higher than captain. On a boat, who knows?
So they're like, we are, because I didn't want to say
Hey,
that.
look!
We must
I'm king of the world!
we had the same questions. And so when you
Hey! What's wrong with you? You missed the boat! I got lost, idiot!
Go back.
No, that's his punishment for not being here on time. Too bad, Anchor!
I'm not sitting here today saying I believe that there's reptilians.
I
But
guess
it's
I
also
should have
just
stopped
like
for
totally insane that I was having this conversation.
Yeah, it's totally acceptable.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so where does it go?
Welcome
So
aboard.
it goes.
I am your captain, Captain Jack.
This is
And I'm the regional manager of Thunder Mifflin, Michael Scott. Welcome, welcome.
Okay, so, please, the life preservers, they are located underneath the seats all along.
Don't worry, we're not going to be eating life preservers tonight. We're just going to be...
Okay, please let me finish. Well, okay.
They're saying that yes,
So, Coast Guard requires that I tell you what the safety exits are. Now, this ship is very easy. Anywhere over the side. Not only am I your ship's captain, I am also your party captain. Woo! We're going to get it going here in just a few
I'm your body captain, too, and you are going to put on your dancing shoes later on. We're going to rock it. If the boats are rocking, don't go knocking. Oh, we're going to have a good time. What do you think?
I don't know exactly, but I don't remember it being like really fighting about Nazis. Oh, it's coming, but I had it already.
On the high seas, Captain Jack is the leader.
That,
On the land, it's Michael and the Ram. Oh,
I
conflicted.
remember, like,
Now that I'm here,
I'm
following this captain now and back.
sleep paralysis.
Hey, Captain Jack, what kind of fish they got this lake? Perch? Bass? You know, my grandfather told me there was a monster here that eats Catholics. If the hull is breached for any reason or the boat is overtaken, I am a volunteer sheriff's deputy. Count on me.
That's good to know, Dwight.
Your problem now, Captain Jack.
You guys, it's like we're in high school and we're at the cool
And
table.
then hearing again, it's like when they say,
Right. So are you a cheerleader?
She was telling me it was artsy in high school. She wore the turtleneck and everything.
That's hilarious.
I started freaking out. They're like, someone's in your house.
Where'd you go to
They're
school?
like, someone
I
like,
should buy her.
In sloppy cares on?
when they come back to you,
Played you.
have you ever heard of the
You really look familiar. Did you? You cheered for them, didn't you?
Yes, I did. AWE. Awesome. Awesome is what we are. We're the awesome. Everybody's really nice.
That is what Scranton is all about. Just like Dawkins. No, Jan and I were into it.
And they're like,
She would mention
they weren't saying
the fact that we were into
No.
it.
they were like,
good as professional.
Respect
team privacy.
When are you going to start the presentation?
I sort of started it back in the office on the Dr. Gilligan thing. Right now, I was thinking.
Yes. Okay, listen up, all you Dunder Mifflinites. I would like to talk to you all about life preservers. Now, one important life preserver in business is IT support.
Now, Mike, we're doing the limbo. That's right, partiers. It's time to limbo.
Okay.
All right, I volunteer to come up here and hold my stick. Huh? Who's gonna be?
Me.
Usually it's a woman. I'm stronger. Hey, I got an idea. How would you like to steer the ship, Mike? Keep us on a steady course. Keep a sharp eye out. I'm counting on you.
I was the youngest pilot in Pan Am history. When I was 4, the pilot would be riding the cockpit and fly the plane. And I was 4, and I was great. And I would have landed it, and my dad wanted us to go back to our seats.
Look at this athleticism. Unprecedented.
You know what the best way of studying is? At home? I thought about flashcards. Flashcards really help me right now because I'm on a boat. You are going to get seasick if you keep reading it there.
Alright, that was great. Now it's time for the dance contest.
Bring in my presentation.
Dance contest.
All right, we'll have a motivational dance contest.
Look at this athleticism. It's really unprecedented. What the fuck?
To express yourself with the body
Fuck it.
and communicate. Sometimes you have to take a break from being the kind of boss who's always trying to teach people things. Sometimes you have to just be the boss of dancing.
What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor early in the morning?
And so it started to seem like they were testing me, and it was just bullshit. So I kind of started testing all this shit. I stopped volunteering at the COVID site. I started getting suspect with that stuff. And it was just like,
Alright, that was awesome. Alright, looks like the guitar player is going to take a little break, so this will be a great time to head on over to the taco bar. Alright.
That is a great way to kill this party. Not on my watch. Let's rock. Let's rock some stuff. Okay. I'm hearing a little too much reverb. We down the reverb. All right. Follow my lead. You guys know that? Take the drums. You know what? I don't think it's in. That's not in tune. I don't know if you can make much out of it. Creed. Good luck to you. It is a defective axe, my friend. Good luck.
Guys need loose.
And she was like, and they kind of they're still not
Back in the 60s, I was with the grassroots.
Maybe starting to come back a
Toured
little bit.
with
So I was like,
Janis Joplin, Doors, Cream.
so
We had a lot of fun.
the last day.
And now I do quality assurance for paper companies. As you can imagine, drugs played a part. Still do. My work calls last about 90 seconds. That's much more just close.
Yeah, this was
What?
so bring to us these
Back in the 60s, I was with the grassroots. We toured with Janis Joplin, Doors, Cream.
so
We had a lot of fun.
and so I give
And now I do quality assurance for paper companies. As you can imagine, drugs played a part.
in my life.
Still do.
You know,
My work calls last about 90 seconds. That's much more than
said
concentrate.
that I was going to be yes, I did. This is about to come in. I'm like, sure. And then the last thing they ever said to me is, one day we will shake hands on the battlefield and see
Tequila, senor.
the last message.
I think you've had enough.
What you say, bitch?
How long ago? 2 years ago. It was July.
No, you might be right.
2020, yeah. Yeah, and so it takes me a little while. I'm writing because that's the next thing I've been in school.
I know, you can kill you.
Back. But then
Which I
a
would
friend
not
came
have
over, so we were
allowed.
sitting and we were reading messages, and we were talking about it, and we were like, wait, this is kind of the format of like a podcast, maybe. And so I started like just the idea that we're talking about something, looking at something, and discussing. And so I brought some of my liquor, he was like, you need some of law enforcement.
Sometimes I just don't get going.
For this, and so I cold called the FBI. This was Thanksgiving.
I mean, I don't know.
Phone, I told them my story, and they said, and I also said, I'm making a podcast. I'd love to hear this song.
So, what's it like being a
and she said,
cheerleader?
something replied back in a new year or never. And I was like, oh, okay. And the next day, I get a phone call from an agent, and he's like, good cop, bad cop. He's like, hey bro, like, what's poppin'? Like, he's trying to sound like a millennial or something, and like be cool, or make me feel comfortable or whatever. And he's like, oh, we'd love to talk to you. And I'm like, okay, cool, I'll come to the office. And he's like, no, we'll come to your house. And I was like,
Cold.
and so then the next day, this is 2 days after I made the phone call, there's 2 guys in suits at my gate in Venice. I think it's bungalow in Venice.
I'm gonna see if I can sit in with the mayor.
I would. I'd run your stuff. Man, you and Angela are the worst. So, what's this presentation all about? See, this is what got together. It's about priorities and making decisions using the boat as an analogy. What is important to you? The boat is sinking. What do you say? Women and children. No. Salesmen and profit centers. Stupid analogy. Oh, okay. Well, obviously, you don't know anything about leadership.
Well, I was the captain of a PC-1 Cyclone Coastal Patrol boat during Desert Storm.
Wow. You should be the motivational speaker.
Yeah, you give me real responsibility, Michael. Captain Jack delegated. He's let me steer the ship for the last hour.
I'd like to be engaged. How did you manage to pull that off? I've been engaged for 3 years, and there's no end in sight. So you don't want to ask my advice.
Suppose your office building's on fire. Jim, what would you say?
Customer. Not what I was looking for, but good thought.
He's just sucking up. You're in the Navy?
And
you almost done? Oh yeah. I wasn't thinking about some customer. I was thinking about my first wife. Then I got back on shore. I married her.
They read all of it.
I wouldn't say there's
I gave him a computer. I just let him scroll through it. And at one point during the conversation, I was like, are you guys recording? And I was for maybe 10 to 15 minutes.
We were up at the front and we were talking about really important things.
But then on the FOIPA,
I think enough is enough.
there's
We
a
should
section
set a
that
date for a
tells
wedding.
like that's a FOIPA.
June 10th.
Freedom of
Come
Information.
on, let's do it.
Is it people who want to but yeah, then on the first report that
I were just having a conversation about making commitments and making choices, right? Does that motivate you?
and so it's like, if you're
Jack.
recording, yeah, this guy's
Pretty much saying the same thing. Congratulations, that is great news.
I can marry you right now. Let's get to the ship.
I want to marry you as regional manager of Thunder Mifflin.
No. I want my mom and dad to be there.
And I'll give you away.
they had all that.
No,
but they
thank
were
you.
recording me, and they didn't use my phone, and I don't know. So they also said, I said, why don't you? They said, let's just say it's a good thing you brought this to us. And I was like, so yeah, they said
Everybody, there's a toast. Come on.
I asked them some questions.
To say, we're all
Then asked them one
got
question.
pretty
I said,
unprepared
if this was
for
a
this
state
whirlwind courtship.
would you tell me what actually happened?
Guess I just want to say that Pam is
propaganda. Look, I will let you say whatever you want
the
on my
greatest
podcast if you just
best friend.
like I need to know it. And
She
that
was
was the
awesome.
one question he answered, and he said,
Okay, my turn.
That he said,
Is this thing on?
make any public statements.
I want to congratulate the happy couple. You know, they say that marriage is an institution.
saying that
And I say,
so
wants to be in an institution. That's my line. That's my line. I always say that at weddings.
Like, that's great. As great as they were,
So I'll just think of something else to say.
and there's a bad cop there, by the way. This guy's a good cop. The bad cop was like 6'4", 250, just staring the other time. If I've ever met a lizard, this guy was just like, I got chill in my spine. Just like,
Throwing no gang signs.
almost imperceptible creepy, and then the good cop is like, no, you're an American citizen. Sure.
You're done.
So yeah, so can't tell me anything about
Let's
it.
break up.
And then I found that there's still actually in that process. It's nice. So there's something
Captain Jack drives the boat.
Captain Jack says you should look at the moon.
Jackson Fart Face.
I'm on medication.
Really? What?
Flamicillin.
Look at this athleticism, folks. Folks, we looked it up on the throne, but when you type into Google unprecedented athleticism, I should come up. Instead, it's the 10 Commandments of athleticism. I think that's bullshit. The Encyclopedia of Modern Olympic Movement. That's what you're looking at right now, folks. Throwing up gang signs, bitches doing coke lines.
Disinformation campaign. So to the point of why they would be okay with telling the story, it's possible that their goal is to spread a bunch of bullshit mixed in with lies, and then suddenly I'm telling Brian to make a movie about Libra or something. And now, like, I'm getting information out into the world. It's like a direct line from potentially China or from some other agent, direct line from them to like mass media in America. So that was one of the things that these agents, like the NSA guy, whoever said about what it could be, that one, it's like this misinformation, but also it's a good way to get more powerful because it's easier to hack. But then there's also all these other theories about AI and MK Ultra type shit, and I am hopeful that this next report that we get back will have information that'll help from like media people and now congressmen. So we'll see. But
what is Brian said about it?
I mean, he's just like such a G about it. Like the day that I told him about it, like when my ex told me to come clean or whatever, I brought in like a bunch of printed out images and these screenshots of his house with my phone. And I showed him, he was just like, first he wanted to know, like, I'm on this, you know, and I was like, they talked about you, but, you know, it didn't seem like there was either in danger or anything like that. And he just didn't seem like phased at all. He's like, okay, cool, I'll put you in touch with this person I know at Wired and this person I know at Citizen Labs. It's like this non-for-profit organization that helps with digital security and stuff like that. But also help with this too. So, and he tried to help, and he was just kind of happy. I think he might have his digital security under control, so he was so worried about it. But, and he was also very kind to let me use his name and about resources to help put the story out there. It's been hard. We've run into a lot of problems because of I had 2 deals signed actually. Big podcast signed everything. And for different reasons they fell apart because of oversight and hard to tell the subject matter. And it's not just about myself because it's hard to tell us what it means. This people
Right. So you're currently putting this podcast out on Spotify, right?
Everywhere listening podcast.
You got 5 or 6 episodes out so far?
5 and 6 week out next year. I think there's going to be 9, depending on some of the stuff that we get back from the reports and maybe some intelligence agents that we work with the show because they're skittish and stuff like this. If they're reserves. What they said to me when we had to talk to them, was like, yeah, I see some of this. He was like, I can't come on the show because even if I say something as a conjecture and it turns out that it's true, I'll get trouble. Yeah, so
Active people.
well, they're now working the private sector, but they're technically still reserves, so they're not actually so yeah, one of the guys was at the NSA, and one was like he was the head of IT security. I didn't say what which president.
This was one mind fuck of a podcast, bro. Holy shit, man.
I'm glad.
Yeah, I don't even know what to think, dude. This shit's scary.
Yeah. I try to like wrap it up with some kind of moral or something. I mean, but I really don't know.
Colors is remember.
Like the best solution, but also
Profile not found. What is that garbage?
It's time to be bossy. Okay, guys, cool. Everybody, Dr. Mifflin, stranded employees, Brenda, I have some very urgent news I need to tell everybody right now. Listen up. The ship is sinking. Okay? We're going down right now. Just wrap your heads around the reality of that. Please, everybody, it's my turn now. Okay, Captain Jack is gone. In 5 minutes, this ship is going to be at the bottom of the lake. And there aren't enough spaces on the lifeboat. Who are we going to save? Do we save sales? Do we save customer service? Do we save accounting? This is a business scenario, right? It's a scary story. And it's something that each and every one of us have to think about. Both sides corporate friendly as advertised. What is the deal with the guy jumping overboard? Oops. If he had just waited and heard what I had to say, he would be motivated right now, not all wet.
Yes, Spotify, Apple, everywhere you listen to podcasts, it's called The Final Word. It's called The Final Word, and it's actually dope, so that's how you find it. We also have our Instagram, The Final Word Pod.
Captain Jack has a problem with authority.
Oh, right. He knows that ship is sinking.
He just totally lost it.
Throwing up gang signs. Son.
On a nice.
Well, it's nice for you. Your friend got engaged.
She was always engaged.
Well, he said the first one didn't count.
That's
The episodes are better, but I think that
to tell you the truth, I used to have a big thing for him.
Really? You're kidding. You and Pam? Wow. I would have never put you two together. You really hit it well. God. We have a radar for stuff like that. You know, I made out with Jan. Yeah. Well, Pam was cute.
Yeah. She's really funny. She's warm. And she's just.
She liked him so much. Don't give up.
She's engaged.
EFD. Engaged ain't married.
BFD. Engaged ain't married.
Never, ever,
BFD. Engaged ain't married. BFD. Engaged ain't married. I said BFD. Engaged ain't
It's a
married.
fake wheel, dummy.
I stayed with this whole like light health mitochondria rabbit hole that I found down Jack. And I love glasses, and I love your shirt. Make mitochondria great. Show off. That's beautiful.
So it's a big, yeah.
How did you get interested in this? And like for people that aren't aware of
Post
things,
not
like
found.
layout, like who you are, your background in health and medicine.
Yeah, sure. So I got my PhD at Princeton. I graduated in
Oh, what is this bullshit?
Years before that, I did my bachelor's in biochemistry and math at small school in High Valley Culinary College. Before that, I was actually
They're fucking me.
and I ended up pivoting into science after a pretty crazy LSD experience that I had. It was like my first psychedelic experience.
LSD experience.
Yeah, I was like 18.
Steve, timer. Sorry, we forgot to do the timer.
Oh, okay.
You're good.
I thought you were saying like edit it out.
No.
Anyways, that was like a very experience. Just like the nature of reality made me really question things because, like, for example, being in experience, I saw like the cultural nature was really strong. Also, everything was like what is being triple now. So whatever LSD I took at the time was really for those uppers in my brain. I don't know why. It's just very intriguing. I was like, this is awesome. I want to know more. So I had a few when I was visiting my best friend there. And so I really just wanted to school. And so I was like, I'm going to transfer there. And I ended up kind of having a knack for chemistry. So I went down the chemistry route, but then I really liked biochem because of the applications. And I should mention that before this, like 3 years prior to this, I lost 100 pounds and it was like this huge weight loss journey, like health transformation. So that was also a motivating factor in kind of pursuing biochemistry and understanding the body more. But even at that point, I didn't have an idea about career. Like, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I kind of just
Okay. Let's go.
So I did that whole thing in Moravian. I actually only ended up going to Princeton because it was like a commutable distance for me. And
Okay, but so what is that?
No, that's 32.
No,
You broke. 32.
I got accepted.
That's like a big time school.
No. Yeah.
So like
Michael, what's wrong?
I hurt myself.
but I have no.
Okay, wait. Michael, do you need me to call an ambulance? Okay. Wait a second. I thought you said that you were hurt.
The town has been suspended.
So.
Hey, whoa, Michael. Okay, Tim, just say again really loudly what happened.
Next week.
You burned your work on tape.
I enjoy having breakfast in bed. I like waking up to the smell of bacon soup. And since I don't have a butler, I can do it myself. So, most nights before I go to bed, I will lay 6 strips of bacon out on my George Foreman grill. And I go to sleep. When I wake up, I plug in the grill. I go back to sleep again. Then I wake up to the smell of crackling bacon. It is delicious. It's good for me. It's a perfect way to start the day. Today I got up, I stepped onto the grill, and I clamped down on my foot. That's it. I don't see what's so hard to believe about it.
I've had a Foreman grill for about 6 years. I've done about 85% of my cooking on it. But I've never burnt myself. Probably because I don't use it as a pillow.
I have to stay here and answer the phone.
Okay, could someone come and get me, please, Ryan?
Michael, you should stay home and rest.
Toilet paper here, could Ryan? Tell Ryan to bring toilet paper. Please tell him.
Can you hum?
I tried to hum, Kevin, and I bumped my elbow against the wall, and now my elbow has a protrusion.
I was like, why is this
No one wants to pick me up.
happening to me? And the doctors were like, we'll put you on the immunotherapy.
What is going on?
No, I'm not doing that.
What is going on?
Michael is sick and he wants one of us to rest.
I'm not sick. I'm coming, Michael. I'm going to save you. That's all you had to know, okay? Hold on, Michael. I am coming.
Michael, why don't you call your
And so
girlfriend?
I basically didn't eat dairy for
You said you went out this
5
weekend.
years. And during this time, I was also at Princeton. I came across Joe Green's work. He's working in but very microbiome citizen scientist, let's say. And so that put me down the microbiome rabbit hole. And up until April 2023, when I found Zach's work, I thought microbiome was the thing that nobody was talking about. It was the most important thing. But all that kind of changed, so
Dwight,
to backtrack a little bit, I
forgot your bumper.
December, like I said,
Hello?
started my business right away, working with clients one-on-one, also teaching courses, basically how people the entire business and it was very much and then the post office in Pennsylvania in 2023, which is like the typical route,
No way.
imaging of tissues, looking at mRNA and metabolites within like tumors, for
Morning,
example,
everyone.
tissues.
Don't freak out. I forbid anybody to freak out. Clearly, I have had a very serious accident, but I will recover. God willing. I just want to be treated normally today. Normal would actually be good, considering the trauma that I've
You
been
missed two big conference calls today, one was corporate.
Oh, she was waiting. Why?
No, I didn't mention that you
During this time,
but
Burn my foot, Pam.
that I found Jack
You should put butter on it. That's what she said. Say I haven't lost my sense of humor. No need. It was not you. No. Please stop popping my cast.
Yes. I mean, imagine
Thank you.
me. I was in academia for 10 years.
So
Somehow,
where are you
never was
shipping
on my
from?
radar. I knew
So where are you
from
shipping?
like self-development work, and I thought that's interesting.
Your
I just
foot.
didn't get the sense that it was that important.
I always keep a stash of bubble wrap in my house.
Like,
Some
holy shit, like
days,
this is the most
hectic,
important thing
tiring
we're
days, I
talking
just like to go home,
about.
zone out, click on the tube,
Overnight.
and pop
So
it.
dramatic
Very
changes in
soothing.
my sleep patterns. I always identify as a night owl. Suddenly I'm waking up early,
Try
I'm going to bed early, I'm getting tired. I'm sleeping
You know,
through the
that's
night,
probably not gonna last too long. You
I have
should
better
go to the
mood,
hospital.
better energy. I like
Right, like I'm gonna spend a day in the
within just like a week of making these
Bureaucracy
changes.
and
I have like
germs,
a lot of
doctors.
resistance around
Yes,
doing that.
so
Because like,
no,
so I
thank you.
lost my mom
What?
also the same month that I
Constructing a
graduated
homemade
from school.
cast,
And so
genius,
that's also
filled with foresight. Like in the pioneer times, if you lost a leg, they would then use the bone of the leg for a cane. They wasted nothing. Wow, I don't want to hear
to do it.
you talk.
And
Pam,
I started
I'm working in my office.
and they started getting amazing results too. And I started teaching classes around
All right.
because I'm like, you know, this information needs to be out ASAP. Everybody needs this because
Pam,
we're
messages,
having a
please.
medical crisis and nobody's talking about
Really?
this as like the foundation
Well,
aspect.
It seemed very important to you earlier that you needed to stay and
Yeah,
Do my job.
Jack's an interesting guy.
your job is being my friend.
Been trying to get it out of my head.
God! Slipped.
How
Just like before you said you didn't want any special treatment.
I don't want any special treatment, Pam. I just want you to treat me like you would a family member who's undergone some sort of serious physical trauma. Oh, that's too much to ask.
Do you want some aspirin because you seem a little fussy?
Lord, I want some aspirin. Yeah, I am fussy. Aspirin's not going to do a damn thing. I'm sitting here with a bloody stump of a foot. Pam, I am assistant regional manager, and I can take care of it. Part of my duties are to
It's the way he communicates. It's like, bro, my friend, let me tell you something. Let me ask you this, Alexis.
what?
Like, it's so compelling the way he communicates.
Just said that part of your duties are to.
Incredibly storytelling.
Yes.
Um,
Well, that's the thing, actually, when I found his work, of course,
I don't want you
I was
taking
stuck
care of me.
under
He almost killed me in the
information,
car.
and I
Car
knew it
ride
was
from
going
hell.
through the literature,
And
and
his
finding out
car
that it was
smelled
true.
puke.
Much
I
to my
vomited
shock,
because I
how did
crashed
it
on the
work?
way to pick you up and bring you into work.
where
TMI.
was like,
I don't. God, I hope you washed your hands before you. Well, I didn't. Vomit. Hey, what's wrong with you?
He was talking about, I read
What's
this
up with
article that
this?
he posted on his Patreon account.
He seemed kind of out of it.
Babies
Like,
in utero,
that's anything out of
he
the
was talking
ordinary.
about
He just wants
how
attention.
when the fetus is developing
Oh,
in the womb,
Pam.
somehow
Would you be a
the
deer?
woman's body
Give me some
creates
hot water.
blue light
That's cold water. And
to
sort of eggs.
stunt the development of the brain so that the cranium can fit through the birth canal.
Yeah, so actually, I had Scott Zimmerman on my podcast. He's the founder of ViralRabbi. He makes light bulbs that are extra healthy. And we talked about this on my podcast, Indoctrinate Yourself, where basically it's really interesting, but as the pregnancy progresses, of course, in the beginning, the belly stays pretty flat, and there's a lot of fat tissue and like abdominal muscles that's preventing life from actually penetrating in. But as the pregnancy progresses, like you're in the third trimester, now you're starting to get this protrusion that's actually stretching the muscles and the skin. to make it thinner. So what that means is there's more light coming in from the outside now, which would include some of the shorter wavelength light as well, like blue light, not necessarily UV light because it's very short wavelength, but blue light, if you stretch that skin far enough, you can get some through, and that can
frankly, a lot of us have been saying something like this for a long time.
Yeah, I've been saying that.
Yeah, I think that the very fact that we're doing it in our agenda, frankly, is a big step forward.
Did you know I used to be in HR? I used to be in HR. I was a hellraiser.
No, it's great. It's self-regulating.
Great. Let me move on.
Also, some
All right, moving on.
Great, because I think that, the very fact that
so like if you look at
Here we
standard
go.
LEDs and flexible device screens, the big
All right,
thing is
Panic Room, Maverick, now Summer's BB2s,
because it's
and we're out.
energy,
3 different
like
places.
energy saving.
It's not a Jodie Foster afternoon without little man Kane.
But the problem with that is that nature, most of the light
All
in
right.
nature is
Where is
from the
24th?
sunlight. And sunlight has about 25% blue
Get all
light
dark
in the day,
like I
and
like.
then
Yes, I
50%
ordered
red
3
light.
whole rotisserie
Yeah,
chickens.
red infrared
All
light has
dark.
very
Where are the
balancing effects
They
on
were
the
out of
blue,
the
so
I
blue
got
light
you
in
green
isolation is
spinach.
known to inhibit mitochondrial
Little
function
Strasbourg.
on the surfaces on your
Yes,
skin,
Seagull
eyes,
Boss,
and
you
proximal
can't
brain
trust.
regions.
I know. You made that
But
very clear.
red light and
And they
infrared
know you
light
have
show the
to
opposite.
do that,
So
right?
when infrared light interact with
Because they always
mitochondria, it actually
can.
stimulates
Well, I don't know
mitochondrial
what to tell
energy
you.
production,
Well,
water production, and overall function.
check
And so
your
in
phone.
nature, obviously it makes perfect
Strasbourg
sense
is
that we
45
would,
minutes
if we're
away.
going
You know
to
what else
receive
is
blue light,
45
we're going to
minutes
receive
away?
also a balance
Go
of
into
red and
Boston,
infrared light
which
to
is
help counteract
scream.
some of those inhibitory
And
effects on
then fool
mitochondria.
around and
But
party
in
on.
an
That's
indoor,
just
natural
super
environment
fun.
with artificial light, we're not getting any of that because we block near infrared light every
I'm telling
time.
you, the best
All of
cure
our
in the
window
world.
glass is coated to prevent that
There's
from
nothing.
entering because
You know how they say,
near infrared
stop
light
a
is heat.
cold?
Infrared light in
Well,
general
I
is
don't care what you
heat.
got.
Heat is seen as energy inefficient because we
Lyme
need to like
disease,
keep our rooms at a certain
Emphysema,
temperature, right?
you
And so we don't
did
want
an
outside
entire dark
temperatures
week
influencing
trip
the
and
inside
walk
because
on
we
the
drive
moon.
up energy costs. Not realizing that near infrared light is actually
Oh,
essential.
man, is that a present to us?
It's not just
You see one of these?
our mitochondria actually
Like an
require it.
iPhone,
And if
better.
you're
Because you're
one
chunkier
of our
and more solid.
ancestors living a more outdoor
Right,
lifestyle,
it's
even
for
just
Christmas.
before like the late 1800s when like the power grid started getting rolled
Over
out,
there.
most of the light we're getting was from
Right,
firelight
expression
or the
website.
sun.
You can download
Firelight
those
is
2 cents.
primarily like orange red
Really?
and mostly
Yeah, I'll write down
infrared.
the
It's
address.
mostly heat. It gives off a lot of warmth, that's why you feel that. That's non-visible
Is that all the
infrared light.
songs are in Russian?
So if we're in that environment, let's say even late 1800s and before, we're getting a ton of infrared light from planes and also from the sun, which of course from sun up to sundown is very enriched in this one wavelength red and infrared light. That's why the sunrise looks red, sunset looks red. That is consistent throughout the day. What really changes is the short wavelength. Yeah, exactly. So the short wavelength light can't really pass through the atmosphere at like that very like long angle. But as the sun goes towards the noon and the thickness
Tell
of
me
the
before I
atmosphere
come
becomes
there.
less, and you can get more blue and UV
Well,
light
later
through.
on, my foot.
And so that's
No.
why the blue and UV light peaks around midday and then it goes back to basically just being
I'll do it.
at night. And so
I
even
used
if
to be a
there's some
nurse.
shade outside, green
I
plants
can be very
reflect
tender,
the
Michael.
infrared light. They do not absorb the infrared light. It's reflected off, and so even if you're sitting in the shade, you're receiving a bunch, and it penetrates. Yeah, and it penetrates into your body all the way through. If you're standing outside and you're being reflecting off the green plants from all directions, it is going into every organ and tissue, and it's stimulating your
Who
mitochondria,
made
What
popcorn?
about if it's overcast?
even if it's overcast. Yep, because long wavelength light doesn't, it can penetrate through basically anything.
These covers,
Obviously, there's some materials that are super thick, like clouds, that's nothing.
really? Yeah. Throw it. I promise it won't
It
break.
seems like you have, for somebody who spent so much time in college, got a PhD, and was essentially like a part of a huge institution.
No,
It
it's
seems like
fine. I told you it would break. You can throw it all day long.
rebellious
That is so
spirit.
cool.
Is that
Spike?
pretty rare in your field and in your world?
Like me.
Yeah, there's
So I guess spam and Dwight are friends then.
There's not. I mean, most people.
Oh,
want to
God,
do
no.
practice.
Dwight is my
Like
friend.
I said, I've always been this way. Like I always had like a defiance.
Oh my God, Dwight's kind of my friend.
Like I would always like to be like the thorn in somebody's side, asking the more difficult questions or like the inconvenient questions.
Right.
And so I kind of always just carried on. And I just consider myself a curious person. Other people would see it as defiance, but like I just want to know. So I just want to know what's true and like what makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, I'm going to say something. And the mainstream
What's
narrative
Pam
doesn't
doing
make sense.
chatting with you?
Typical people who went through school the same way you did, or say the same thing as you do. What sort of career did they end up having?
Yeah, so I mean, if you go get your PhD, you're basically either going into pharma, biotech, or you're going to become a professional. And whatever those groups are, they're all the pharmaceutical military industrial complex. No, like the feathers, because then you can't get funding or you can't get a position. And there's also, I would say, like nepotism on certain sides, but like you want to get in good with certain people, and then you have those connections, so when you go up the ladder, you have to play the game in order to get ahead. Yeah. Totally.
The industrial military complex, not the military industrial complex. Paul was already happening. Is that intentional? Does he say that intentionally like that?
I just dive
Or
right
is that just dyslexia?
You know,
Well, it's
around
actually
age 12, I
funny
just started going for
because
it.
I don't know if you guys know.
Oh, a little bit.
So like he's an Aries stellium, which
Okay.
no stars there. Like he has a bunch of Aries placements essentially. Aries is like the cardinal fire sign. It's super passionate, fiery, intense. So Jack, right? But his Mercury is also in retrograde in his natal chart, his birth chart. And whenever Mercury's in retrograde, it tends to create like verbal dyslexia, like you can switch your words around. It can create just like some mumbling like thoughts, so like it doesn't come out necessarily exactly right. But also, I feel like we understand exactly what he means. I feel like that's not really affecting.
I was just curious. I didn't know if he was saying it like that to like convey some other meaning.
It's also funny because my partner also has Mercury retrograde and is also Mercury dyslexic. I've seen it so many times. Like I do people's charts, I'm like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's just something I can't get by sometimes. It just like stops me. Like,
No.
it completely breaks my
He's actually been really nice.
The industrial military complex. So you decided obviously against what meaning the status quo or pursuing a career in the pharmaceutical industry. Did you ever
Can I ask you a little question? Do you know what it's like to be
So
disabled?
I did my toes in when I took a gap year after undergrad before going to Princeton. And during that gap year, I worked at Mr. Myers Squibb for like
When I was a teenager, I was in that fire club.
and how old are you?
No.
It's actually pretty wild, but the people who were working there, they
I am the only one here who has a
thought they
legitimate
were saving lives,
disability.
which is
Although
pretty
I'm
shocking
sure
because
Stanley has had his fair share of
you're not
obstacles.
curing, like you're just
I'm
basically
not
a master symptom.
disabled, and
You're
neither are
prolonging
you.
an issue that could have been solved
What
more
does this
effectively
look
by
like to
this
you,
kind of
Stanley?
covering up the symptomology. And especially like immunotherapy, which are really popular in the cancer world now. It's like we're modulating the immune system.
Well, you know what?
To make it more reactive to cancer cells, but what else is it becoming more reactive to? Like, what else are we doing there? And with the autoimmune drugs, like we're using a lot of immunosuppressants in our department, well, the immune
If you
system
had let
is
Stevie
surveilling
Wonder
cancer for
on the
cancer
floor of that
cells.
bathroom
So if
instead
we're
of me,
suppressing the immune system,
We would
what
love
are we going to create in 5, 10, 20 years for people? So there's just a lot of lack of
Okay, 20 minutes.
I would say.
conference room, everybody's in there.
We're very much focused on acute care and like getting people out of pain, and like we just have this immense distaste for being just like uncomfortable in this society. Like we just want to be
It's so
uncomfortable all the
clear
time,
to
and it's like
me.
actually pain is what
Only
accelerates
love
growth
me
and
when I
allows you
was
to
strong,
identify where
walking
there's some things
around.
you need to work on in your life, and if we're constantly having symptoms and missing the opportunity.
What? You gotta be kidding me. Why are they arranged this way? Right? Hello? Why did you do this?
What kind of boss am I? To agree, such a sensitive one.
I give you a little tiny task, and all I ask is that we need leg room
Yes,
for
I mean,
people
if
to
you would
say,
ask me
what
that,
are you talking
this
about?
is not the luge,
okay?
I'd rather be loved than feared.
Exercise.
But if I'm not
Nutrition,
loved,
exactly,
at the
but
very
now,
minimum, I should be
I
feared.
can really see that
And if they're not scared of
water
me,
ranges and
the
like Jack
least
Russell
I
are
can do
really
is
the
call a big
foundation
meeting
of
and
health
force
care,
them
because
all to stop
let's say
what
your
they're
life
doing and
environment
pay
is good for
attention.
like you're living indoors
While
all
we
the
are
time,
waiting
wearing
for our
sunscreen when you
special
go
guests
outside,
to
you're wearing
arrive,
sunglasses,
I want you all to
contacts,
take a look
prescription lenses
at a
when you're out in
few,
the sun.
many,
You're hiding from the sun, and then you're also
disabled
irradiating
icons
yourselves
who
with
contribute
LED
so much
lights,
towards
fluorescent
this
lights, and your device
Quick
screens.
question.
Well,
How
that has
wise
knock-on
Tom
effects to
Hanks
every other area of health. So for example,
Question.
if you're on these blue light screens, that hijacks your dopamine system and really burns out that system that's able to buffer you against compulsivity.
I
let's say.
don't
And
think
so
so.
if you're
Yeah, he's
in front of
dancing on a
screens all the
piano with
time, you're
Robert
going to
Rothschild.
crave more
To a man overnight.
hyperpalatable foods, highly
There
processed
still
foods,
works.
because your dopamine system's constantly buffering another hit.
Across from Russell Stanley,
Same
seriously,
with the
are
phones.
you
Like
learning
those
nothing
also like
here?
hijack that system and make
Why
you
does the
addicted to
blue light
it.
specifically
I mean, I'm learning nothing.
It's addicting towards this
Yes. Right in here.
So when it interacts with the eye, there's these receptors called melanoxin. It's a blue light detector in the eye. That eye is directly connected to the master clock in the brain called the suprachiasmatic nucleus, or the SCN, via the
My assignment is to make a temporary disabled parking permit
that part of the brain is the master
for Michael
clock that
Scott.
tells every other cell in the body what
Hey
time
everyone,
of day it is.
I'm Billy Merchant.
But
They have seen me
is
around
also
here
directly
before. I'm
stimulating
the property
dopamine,
manager of
the
this
neurons.
office
It gets
park.
you excited. I mean, I imagine evolutionarily speaking,
So
during
brave.
the daytime, when you utilize
Actually, I've been meaning to come by here for a long time.
It's hard for you, right?
Because you're functions that correspond with the daytime.
No, I just have a lot of properties to manage.
Let me ask you
However,
something.
the blue light that we're receiving
How long
now
does it
is
take
not
for you
the
to do
same
something
because, like I
simple
mentioned before,
every day?
it's like this
Like
big
brush your
bolus of
teeth.
blue light in isolation.
I don't
We're
know,
not
like
receiving
30
the
seconds.
effects of red
That's 3
infrared
times
and
as
also
long as it
UV.
takes me.
So that blue light is not
How did
only
you
hijacking
get
the
in your
same awareness
wheelchair?
centers that get us
This morning.
into more of a sympathetic
Just like
state,
every
that
other
is
morning,
going
just slept on it.
alert and like just more
Hey, not funny, not funny.
stimulated.
Relax.
But we're not also getting that balancing effect of
That's
like
good.
UV light, for example, which stimulates the production of
Listen, I've actually used a chair since I was 4 years old. I don't really notice it
in
anymore.
Well, they
the
do.
skin,
They notice it, don't you?
and also in the
You
brain
notice
via
it.
the
First thing
eye.
you saw
So
when you rolled
POMC
in.
is this really complex hormone that's
I want to clean
created
Michael's
between
face in
the
a George Floyd
products.
grill.
3 of those are
So there are just a couple things I want to remind everybody of. First is
So
parking.
people think about
You can't park for free entrance
but
with your car.
the primary
Your blinkers
stimulus
are
of
on.
endorphins,
Does anybody have any
conceptually
questions?
speaking, is UVB light in
Yes.
particular. And so these endorphins, they not only reduce anxiety and depression and
Yes.
improve mood, they also improve cognition, learning, and memory. And they allow us to basically cruise at altitude dopamine-wise. So we're receiving this like drug-like
We're up
effect
on the roof.
from UV light exposure.
No one should
Now
be on
we're
the
not
roof.
going to be craving other things like processed foods or
thought
social media or
for
other
our
things
side,
that addict us to the sun. And then when you see that, it makes
that
it
like?
perfect sense why we
Mike,
are
why
addicted to
did
the
not
sun, why
fight
nature
in
would
Vietnam?
do that, because
You know what?
it actually is we're meant to be in it, right? Like why would we make endorphins, these endogenous opioids, if we weren't meant to be in the sun?
Interesting.
Even if it's really simple, we can talk about heavy wavelengths of light and like how specifically we look at the modern system, we're constantly demonizing infrared and UV light. Like we're not really demonizing infrared light, we're just blocking it and saying it's unprotected or whatever. We're realizing that energy efficiency and technology is creating energy crisis and directly because infrared and UV light are the most important frequencies of light taking it out. That's why mitochondria is one. Our mitochondria also make light. They make
Let me stop you right
infrared
there
and UV light.
and
So
leave.
I can see how
Did you see
the
Morning of 4th of
blue
July?
light from screens and technology and staying inside to affect
And the funny thing is, I think I'd actually convince myself
how
those
it
meetings
can
couldn't get worse.
encourage people to
Hey,
stay
what's up, Billy?
inside and not get that.
What's wrong with that guy?
Is there any
Stepped on the George
incentive to go
Floyd
outside or something like that? Like
Oh, not Michael. The moon-faced kid who crashed into the
gyms
pole.
inside, people rarely look out outside.
He looks like he has a concussion.
It makes you eat. Incentivizes you to eat more convenient, sugar foods.
Headaches,
I
changes
can
in
see how
ability
that
to
can
think
lead
and concentrate,
to
changes in personality.
things like
Also,
obesity or autoimmune disorders. But like where specifically this
is it weird that I like him better now that he has a concussion?
Yeah, so cancer is fundamentally mitochondrial
I
disease.
feel
Not
fine.
necessarily in the way
As a
that
volunteer
like,
sheriff's
doctors
deputy,
talk
I have been
about where it's
trained
like,
to notice all the signs of
mitochondrial
concussion.
dysfunction is at the root of cancer.
One of them is slurred speech.
He's
Okay.
not getting the next step, which is like what
Number
drives
3, shortness of breath.
That's where
There are 4 things you have to remember.
because
1,
mitochondria are
I am
essentially
faster than
electromagnetic
80% of all
emitters.
snakes.
They're also
Also-
electromagnetic emitters. So the mitochondria are sensing the electromagnetic environment, and they're also
Hey,
creating frequencies
I
of
found
light
these
that are
credit cups you
just
wanted
enough,
at a
and they
gas
make
station
red
in
light.
Carbondale.
That's
You
why
did it. Look at you. And with the plate and the
They're
napkin.
emitting heat.
Very
It's
nice.
red
Thank you.
light.
You're very
Mitochondria
welcome.
are also making UV biophotons.
No,
So
gas station
our
in
bodies are
Carbondale
making
did not
their own
have fresh
UV light,
naps.
and when you this literally yeah, Fritz Koch is like the godfather of biophoton
You know what? I
research.
feel
This was
better.
going back in like the 50s or even
Ryan
earlier.
brought me some chocolate pudding
But
and
even
his
more so, like
kindness
now,
healed my
what's his
butt.
name? Roland Van Wyck, Light Sculpt's Life, that book.
Yeah, baby, I
He
am
talks about all the
feeling
ways that light
better.
interacts with
My
our
body's literally
mitochondria,
healing itself.
and how our bodies
Amazing.
are
The human body's capable of when you're
making
powerful
machines,
brain.
also light sensing
I
machines,
ground
and
up
depending
4
on what
extra
light is
strength
coming in and
aspirin
going
and
out,
put them in
is
my
dictating
sleep.
health of the system.
I do the
So
same
we
thing
know,
with my
like,
dog
for example,
to get him to take his heartburn medicine.
cold really stimulates mitochondria because you want to make
I
essentially
feel
more
that
heat.
blood
So it goes to
coursing
your body
through my
temperature in
veins.
response to a cold water immersion, for example.
Oh,
But when you do that, you're they're stimulating the production of all forms of light, including UV light as well. And that's why
Oh,
Jack
now
also
you
talks
feel some
about
compassion for him.
He needs to go right now. If you're his
like
emergency
we have
contact, I
in
think
our
you should go
brain,
with him.
Lucas Aurelius, and
barely know him.
I want Michael to
Listen, I can't take you. I don't have my car. And you're self-poverty.
You can take my van.
Oh, okay.
And
No, I can't drive. Jim, why don't you drive?
dopamine.
We'll go. I'm still recovering. So let's Ryan, can you get my code, please?
Melanin and dopamine are very tightly linked, where they get to the same precursor.
Stop.
And so what the body does to do is dopamine is when we love, we break down melanin to make our dopamine
Get up.
and melanin can be broken down also if there's a very oxidative environment. So if it's like where they're
I'm just gonna say goodbye, okay? Yes, I know, but it's gonna be different.
it's a very reactive oxidative environment that melanin can help to sequester some of those reactive species. But it's at a cost because it's broken out of that environment where melanin is actually being like chemically degraded and we're losing the sheets. And we have melanin not only in those parts of the brain, but also in the mucosa, the oral mucosa, the inner ear. It's essentially like a barrier of every sensory organ. It's like the back of the eye, the pigmented
Shotgun.
You don't think you should sit in
so
the back of the what?
the retina and in general, the body
rules of shotgun are very
requires
similar.
melanin to
First person to shout shotgun
especially as it
when
relates
you're
to the
inside of
sensory
the car
organs,
gets the front
including the
seat.
sensory apparatus
That's
in
how
the
the game's
brain.
played.
Now,
There are no exceptions
the
for some
mainstream
of them.
dermatologist will tell you
Oh,
there's no
God.
such thing as that, which is
What is
insane.
Meredith's
Because
problem?
if you learn about the function
she's
of
a kid.
melanin, that's what I
She's
think
one
you
kid,
said,
no
melanin
husband.
is
She's not gonna
also
find one driving
a
this thing.
Where are we going?
metals out of the bloodstream. Melanin
Where are we
also
going?
is a really important bioenergetic molecule where it
Chuck E.
can
Cheese.
split neighboring water
Chuck E.
molecules.
Cheese.
When sunlight strikes water, it can split water into three
know.
electrons, molecular oxygen and molecular hydrogen. Molecular hydrogen and
Wait, what are you
oxygen
drinking?
power
Found another
mitochondria. The
seat.
electrons, of
Oh
course,
my
also
God,
power
Mike.
mitochondria.
Up
The
and
other
down.
electrons
Stop! Get the bottle, Michael.
No, give the bottle, Mike. Give it to me. Just keep your eyes on the road. Give me the bottle or you're fired. You can't fire me. I don't work in this van. Give it to me. No, give me the bottle.
You stop.
Give me the bottle, please.
Stop. Michael, stop. Stop.
Stop it. Give me the bottle.
That's essentially because you're getting less flow of electrons through. So remember, metals a measure of like the electrical potential of the system. Essentially. So when you're getting flow of electrons, that can increase the membrane potential. But if you start to accumulate, let's say, mutations within the mitochondrial DNA, those mutations directly impair mitochondrial function because the proteins that are responsible for shuttling those electrons along the UTC
This isn't
are
about me.
encoded by those genes.
I made a
So whenever
miraculous
you
recovery.
accumulate what's called heteroplasmy, and the godfather of this research is Dr. Doug Wallace out of Children's Hospital in Philadelphia. He's still there, actually dying to interview him. He's the one who discovered that you inherit all your mitochondria from
What is more serious, a head injury or a
and there's
foot
major
injury?
implications for that as well because
Well, you don't have all the
let's say
information.
your
The foot has
mom's
been fairly severely
lifestyle.
burned
Now
and
you're dealt
healed
a hand
quickly.
of mitochondria as a baby that
Actually,
are
like,
suboptimal
suspiciously.
depending on how those
So what are we
mitochondria kind of
What is that?
sequestering different
Well,
tissues
since
as
we have
they're developing.
the
Some
machine up
tissues
and
might be
running,
more
can I just stick
burdened
my
with
foot
more
in?
mitochondria than others.
For a burn, you really
That's
just
the
need to look at
implications
the
for
outside of the
energy
foot.
production.
Okay, what kind of
Because
machine is
if
that?
you have these mutations and you
Red,
acquire them
swallow.
just
That's what
yourself
she
as well,
said.
if you're living
That's
in
my
proper,
joke.
you know,
Damn it,
lifestyle
Dwight.
with regards to light and food and
I
all that.
think the best way.
Now, your energy
We need to get your friend
production
into
is down.
Into a machine? Okay,
Which means now the reactive oxygen
that's
and
bad.
nitrogen
Will you stay
species
with
that
me?
are supposed to
No.
stay within the
Okay, will
mitochondrial
you please
environment
call my
start to
cousin
leak out
Bob?
because that membrane
You
potential
know,
is what
I'm 27 years old.
present.
With the beef farm.
And that actually links it to the magnetism part of the story because I don't know if you know this, but whenever there's like an
I'll
electric field,
stand
the
near
magnetic
you.
field forms that magnetic field helps the electric field. It's like
Next-ish.
physics 101. So,
Okay, no electronics past this point. Camera, sound equipment,
So stay there with me.
electricity,
no metal.
or magnetic field.
All right, well, I guess
and that
we're
magnetism is actually what pulls oxygen to
well,
Earth.
I should have thought of that
The
before.
electron transportation because oxygen is paramagnetic, which means that oxygen is attracted to magnetic
You want to
fields.
get out.
So when you have healthy electron flow, it creates a magnetic field 90 degree angle, oxygen is pulled, and the oxygen serves as a terminal electron acceptor to the ETC, which is that's why you need to breathe oxygen, essentially, because that oxygen is accepting those electrons, and as a result, water is being made, especially a type of metabolic water called deuterium depleted water, which we can talk about in a little bit.
Fundamental, this is Pam.
And that's the hallmark of a healthy mitochondria.
Oh my God, what's going on?
But if you start accumulating mutations because you're living in a very reactive environment that's not healthy for all the metrics that we've spoken about. Now, oil membrane pressure drops, those nuclear and oxygen species start leaking out. That directly affects the nuclear genome. Because as Dr. Wallace has shown, mitochondrial heteroplasmy, the rates of mutations within mitochondria, that burden that we've just discussed, if that's high, that leads to actually changes in the epigenetics of the nuclear genome. So it basically can turn off the expression of some genes and turn on the expression of others. And it can also lead to mutations within the nuclear genome.
What do you mean when you say epigenetics?
So epigenetics being the expression patterns of genes. So there's two primary epigenetic modifications that can be homologous: acetylation and methylation. Methylation, broadly speaking, will decrease the expression of a subset of genes, and acetylation will increase the expression of genes. And so in the field of genetics and cancer biology, let's say, there's a huge focus on the nuclear genome. And just focusing on like, okay, what mutations are driving cancer to be started, and how can we target them and like dope them to like help prevent cancer or like to slow it down. Not realizing that that's actually not actually as far upstream as we need to go. We actually need to look at the mitochondria, which are driving the mutations to begin with. So that's what kind of the disconnect is in modern medicine, where there's this myopic focus on the nuclear genome and kind of just a broad ignorance around mitochondria and their role in regulating the nuclear genome, the development of mutations, changes in gene expression, which have major implications for cancer, but all of the other
Stuff and reverse it. So once you have like a tweak, for example, is that pretty much too late?
No, I mean, so what I would say is that like cancer is the ultimate sign from your body that something is wrong, right? Because like that's what you can do. There's lots of problems that you can ignore, little aches and pains, little signs that you can, drug them and ignore them. Right. Cancer's like, no, you need to pay attention to this. And so that's the ultimate sign that like your mitochondria is really screwed up. Like, you need to do something about it. So typically,
Where's funny?
That's why Jack says, like, literally move to the tropics, because you need as much UV light as possible to turn off the nuclear genome to stop gene expression there, to also support your mitochondria, because UV light and infrared light, very strong sun in the tropics, this helps to support mitochondrial function, like we mentioned, infrared light directly stimulates mitochondria.
You're saying like,
UV
said
light
Jack and me the up dog?
roles in structuring the water of the body, so I mentioned earlier, liquid water, mitochondria.
What flavor coffee is that? Up dog? I don't know, nothing. What's up with
is
you?
very special and very different, and it's responsible for cellular hydration.
What does that mean?
So the water that you drink also can play a role in water hydration, and there's some interchange between the blood circulation, of course,
Hey,
and
it's me,
cells.
or
But
does
the
this
water
place
that
smell like
mitochondria
hot
make
dog?
as between the
What's
depleted
up, dog?
water really helps facilitate mitochondrial function. So as it turns out, deuterium is, I don't know if you know this, but it's like a heavy form of hydrogen. So
How you doing?
forms of hydrogen called isotopes.
How are you doing?
Light hydrogen, which is like renewable, most abundant type of hydrogen, is called protium. Protons, and the heavier form is called deuterium. There's another form called tritium, which later out there, but it's not really that special. So deuterium, because it has an extra neutron, versus protium doesn't have a neutron, it's bigger, it's heavier, it has a near size to it. And if you look at the electron transfer chain, you can see that ATP synthase, which is actually like the last essentially, this is really what has the decimation to work. So if you look at it, it's literally separates negative charge from positive charge, with positive protons going to the phase space, and then they basically go back into the inner matrix in complex 5. It's literally a rotor that spins as the protons come through. Yeah, and but the important part about that is that that rotor can't work if deuterium's trying to come through because it's too big. It doesn't fit. It's very specific to protium. So mitochondria love protium, they hate deuterium. So they automatically like try to exclude deuterium.
Deuterium is in smart.
So depends on your latitude. Around here, it's probably around 40 parts per million. around the equator, it's probably closer to 155 parts per million. And if you go super north, like Iceland, let's say, it could be like around 125 to 130 parts per million.
So it's lower, the higher you go.
Yep.
That's better.
Well, if you're sick, it's better. You don't really have to worry about
Today is spring cleaning day.
water if you have a very strong relationship with the sun and or with the seasons.
But
If
you
you
do
live somewhere
spring
where it's
cleaning in
cold,
January,
we'll
guess
talk
what you
about
don't have to
that,
do in the
because essentially
spring?
the problem is that we're constantly trying to subvert
They say a
nature. So,
cluttered
for
desk
example,
means a
I'm
cluttered
from New
mind.
Jersey.
Well, I
In the
say
wintertime, people
empty
bundle
desk.
up and then they go inside and
Empty
it's
mind.
That's not
like
what I was going to
70
say.
and 5 degrees inside.
Right.
So it's like we're not getting the
Little
cold
Elizabeth's buzzing away.
that actually compensates for the lack of UV light. In nature,
Doesn't work for
whenever
me.
it's
It's just
cold,
queen bee.
No,
so whenever it's cold, it's meant to be low UV
Queen's
light,
higher.
which means when you
No,
get
king
cold,
is
it
higher.
stimulates your mitochondria to make their own UV light.
I
So it's like
am the
UV
expert.
and infrared light are such essential nutrients that the
Meredith,
body will
men's
make
room,
itself.
make sure you replace
It'll
the
make
urinal
itself if you
cakes.
use the
They're
right
worn
inputs.
down. Kevin, file,
Well, what's also
drawers.
crazy is that most
Angela,
people also,
kitchen,
even if they live in the
Oscar
northern
dusting.
latitude,
Where's
like
Oscar?
near the equator, if they're sitting inside all day, they're not getting the UV light that's associated with sitting at a warmer temperature. Like if you're sitting indoors around 70, 75 degrees, your body's like, okay, it's pretty warm, so you're
What are you
kind of
guys
expecting
doing?
some UV light, but it's not coming. And you're also not getting the infrared
People
light, which
magazine,
is supposed to be
crossword
bathing
puzzle,
you constantly,
keep
regardless of the season.
Keep.
Right.
So we're just creating this very artificial environment that's our body doesn't even interpret the information that's coming in because it's completely novel compared to even just
18
150
across.
years ago.
Mary Kate and Ashley blank.
What's going on with
Michael
people that are from northern
Chad.
latitudes, like
Michael.
Norway, up
Yes.
there, and they have like super light blue eyes. People from like
Oscar
equatorial
makes sense.
latitudes that they're always dark brown.
Yeah, I mean, this is a story about melanin. Same
Sick
as like
on a
melanin
Friday.
in the skin.
Start the
So when
weekend
you
early.
live near the
You don't play
equator,
that.
your body,
Man.
most people will think
This is a
about
huge
like
problem in offices
centralized
everywhere.
health.
I
Just
looked
let's
this
say
up.
the skin has more
And
melanin
it
because
turns
it's protecting
out
the body from UV
that
light.
2 out of every
That's not
5
the
sick
story
days
whatsoever.
are
That
taken
melanin
on
is
a
actually
Friday.
productively using that UV light. Like I mentioned, when high quality, high UV index sunlight interacts with melanin in your skin, it will split water molecules and make free energy essentially for the cells.
You let them know that
So
I'm here.
that's a huge reservoir of
Hi,
potential
Oscar.
to
It's
tap into.
Michael.
If you're biology, you want to leverage
Yeah,
that energy
heard you were
from
under the weather.
UV light, very
Yeah,
high
I
energy.
gotta get that with the flu.
So
Really?
you can leverage
Oh,
that to
that
actually
is
give
a
your body free
shame.
energy.
You know, it's cleaning day
And
here
what we
today.
didn't talk about is
You
that
use some of that
in
famous
addition to
Hispanic
making
clean
you
at
activate and get
Yeah, I
endorphins,
feel
which
terrible about it.
are very
These are the
related
symptoms. I'm on a
dopamine
limit.
status.
What are your
We also make
symptoms?
alpha, beta, and gamma
I
MSH
have
and
to
melanocyte
get
stimulating
nauseous if I
hormones
had to kill
cause UV light in particular. So the melanocyte stimulating hormones, as the name implies, stimulates the production of
Michael, is there anything you need from me? I'd like to go back to bed.
I need you to go to bed. I need you to get better. See you Monday, unless you're still sick.
But in addition to
So
that,
have a great long
they
weekend.
also
I'll
directly
just-
work on the hypothalamus, in particular alpha
Okay,
MSH,
first
to
impressions.
suppress appetite and increase
Sound
energy
second.
That's
expenditure.
exactly how you want to
So
sound. You want
hypothalamus is
someone
the
to think you were sick.
thermostat
That's
of the body
exactly
and
what I was
the brain.
thinking. Question.
And that,
May I
if you
investigate?
hear that phrase, like that statement, it should be like, wow, that's like a holy grail, and
Because
especially
an
in weight
office
loss, because
can't
you
function
want to lose weight
efficiently
and
unless
have your body
people are at
composition.
their desks
You
doing
want to
their
have lower
jobs.
appetite and higher energy
I brought my
expenditure, right?
veil. Oh my god,
And
that's so
even I was talking
exciting.
to my old boss at
Have you
Penn,
read it?
mentioning a bit about this story in the beginning when I was learning about it. He was
Listen, you
like,
don't
yeah,
have to answer
alpha
that,
MSH,
but
like
how are
that's
you gonna do
been
your hair?
a marker for obesity for years. Like it's been
No.
very highly associated. Like low
No,
alpha
like-
MSH or modulation
no,
in the
like,
pathway is highly
Loose,
associated with
big curls.
obesity and
Look like an
metabolic
angel.
syndrome.
I'm seriously
So
gonna cry.
alcoholism naturally supposed to have
Wow,
abundance
I
of
even
alpha
like
MSH as well as
to wear hair like that all the time. It's much sexier.
but there's been this demonization campaign that's been going on for decades about like stay out of the sun, slap the sunscreen, wear your sunglasses, and the
Yeah, on
ophthalmologist
Blue's
and the
Cruise,
dermatologist are like, if
told
you
Michael about some feelings I
go
used to
in
have for him.
UV light without protection, you're a dumbass.
just broke up with
essentially.
Katie.
And it just
Had a
couldn't be
couple of
further from the
drinks,
truth from just like a
and
very basic,
I
like we
confided
have the science to
in the
support
world's
it,
worst
we also have the first principles and like the ancestral perspective to view this from that says like actually, our ancestors were perfectly fine until, we didn't start getting this chronic neolithic disease until recently, like literally the 1900s. Even in the early 1900s, Jack talks about all the time, like certain cancer cases, lung cancers and other types of cancers were so rare that, people were like, you'll never see
Jim and I
this
are great
again, so
friends.
residents will come
We
in
hang
and
out
some
a ton.
surgery get done because like this is
Mostly
like a
at work.
time situation.
But the
Now,
fact that
like,
he
one
told
or
me
four
his
people,
secret and no one else
two
says
people are
everything
diagnosed
about
with
it.
cancers, depending on
And it
which
is
cancer you're
why
talking
I
about.
intend on keeping that secret.
And
As long as I
it's
possibly
clearly an
can.
epiphenomenon of our
I love your
modern
shit.
circumstances and modern way of life.
Great.
So
Thank you.
it seems like the onus or the burden should be on the centralized model through their perspective, but instead it's like we're just gonna tell people this is the case. They're not gonna question it because we've done tortured them and now they're compliant and they're toxic and they're just gonna listen to whatever we say. And it's ultimately lining the pockets, of course, because if you were able to like heal your disease or avoid them altogether through leveraging, let's say, nature and healthy diet and moving your body outside, then
They are vicious little bitches. And if they get inside your disk drive, God help you, they will bring your computer to its knees. They sit in corners, hatching, defecating, laying eggs, and their sole purpose in life is to eat dead skin, which humans in this office shed by the bump of. Especially Creed.
I'm glad you asked.
Hey,
If you actually look at the literature, I didn't post it on Instagram because so many people ask me this question. I'm like, just go
see the game last night?
There's like 10 articles pinned there that show that actually, in the case of melanoma,
So, what's 411? Any updates on the situation?
So, vitamin D is primarily made in the sun from the skin.
Okay, we're talking
Light interacts with some of the
Listen,
hydrophobia skin.
how long does it take you to pick up soda?
Free. That can go and be
All right,
processed
well,
in the kidneys
cool.
ultimately to make the monohydroxy and the
Psilocybin.
dihydroxy form, and that's associated. We can use that 25 hydroxy form, which is like a storage form of vitamin D.
You're gonna hate it.
Yes, that's it.
Hey,
Exactly.
Oscar,
So
how
that's
you doing? Why
associated
you
with
calling?
your
Listen,
sun
I have a
exposure
question
habits.
for
So
you,
the
buddy.
25
I
hydroxy
called
storage
6
form of
minutes
bloodstream
ago, and
is
no
a
one
pretty good
answered,
proxy for
so
your
I
sun
was wondering
exposure
if you could
habits, and that's why
explain.
you can use apps like Dminder, which essentially
I
allow you
see.
to set a
So,
timer, you put in your
sounds
skin type
like
and
you're
like how
too
many
sick to
clouds
come
there
into
are,
work,
and then
but
they'll tell you
you're
how
well
much
enough
vitamin
to
D
go to
you're
the
making
pharmacy.
per unit
There are
time.
several different ways
It's
to come
pretty
from your
close, like
baseline.
it's pretty good prediction.
A liar
Now,
will avoid direct eye
in addition
contact.
to that, we also
A
see
liar
that people who
will
work
cover
outdoor
part of
occupations
his or
have
her
lower levels
face,
of melanoma
its
than
hands,
people who work
especially
indoor
the mouth.
occupations. We also
The
see
liar
that
will
people
perspire.
who have chronic, regular, daily sun exposure
And
have
his
lower
book's
levels of
grown.
Hashtag Chinese.
severity than people who avoid the sun altogether. The problem, as emphasized in the literature, it's really
It's
easy to
great.
which is when you
Soda.
never go outside and you go on vacation for hours, you blast yourself for 3
Not
days,
so
get burned
much.
to a
Okay,
crisp.
what is going on
That's a
here?
problem.
That's what I'm
But when
talking
you're getting
about.
sun exposure and you're like
Fact,
chronically
you were
building
drinking
solar
grape soda.
panels,
You
as
never
Jack
drink
would
grape
say,
soda.
you're not
Fact,
only
you were talking to Jim.
giving
Never
yourself all
talked to
these
Jim.
other
Fact.
benefits, you're
I
also
love grape
protecting
soda.
yourself
I always have.
against
Fact.
melanoma.
Jim and I
And
talk
not to
all the
mention that,
time.
like, there's no
We tell each other
discussion of
secrets.
risk-benefit analysis
Okay, so what's the
in
secret?
this sun,
yeah,
like,
that's
let's say the
legal,
mainstream
but the
propaganda
Oscar
around the sun. Because if you were actually to look at that risk-benefit, you could say, okay, maybe
Say,
if
who
you're
is the rabbi?
You're going out in the sun intermittently, you could have a slightly
Is that
increased
true?
chance
Lou.
of like basal cell or squamous cell carcinomas. I would say the data is still kind of out on the melanoma unless you're really frying yourself regularly. But also, if you're going out in the sun, you're protecting yourself
I know
against
you're talking
cardiovascular
the
disease,
I can
other
tell.
cancer types, breast, colon, prostate, blood cancer. You're protecting yourself against neurodegeneration, Parkinson's disease, dementia in general.
Nice. That was
And
slick.
so,
What are you
if
doing
you
for lunch?
look at the
Oh,
whole
I
picture,
see my
it
ham
becomes really clear, like, okay, the number one
Sense. No
killer
way.
is essentially
No.
like
Why not?
cardiovascular disease and like
Why not take
neurodegeneration
you out
and
to lunch?
depression.
My treat.
Those two
No.
diseases are literally like completely protected against in the context of chronic regular sun exposure. Like,
Spread out a blanket
are
and break ground, have
dramatically
little
lower
picnic
among
or
people
some
who
stuff.
engage in those practices. But nobody
Talk about
talks
you know who. Oh, nope. You know what? Let's go. That was a good idea. Let's go.
Okay. You say you talked about something to do with somebody.
Oh, man. You should order milk.
Yeah, so you can think about sunglasses as being the same as sunscreen,
Why
except
do I like
for your
Hooters?
eyes and brain. So UVB
Well,
light is required to
I
stimulate
will
the
give you two
skin
reasons.
and
The boob's
the
not.
upstream of like the peptides we talked about. But also, in order to get the production of these peptides in the brain, we also
Okay,
need
3 o'clock.
full
Hi.
spectrum
I'm Dana. Welcome to Hitters.
We're not worthy. We're not worthy. Hello, Dana. I am Michael, and this is Jim, and we are brothers.
The only way to unlock
Oh,
all
well,
of the
fraternity
products
brothers.
is in
Oh, what's that?
UVB light on the skin and the eyes.
Yeah,
and
I rushed a
fingers.
few for
If
charges,
you're
but
only
you know what?
exposing
I
one or
don't
the
believe
other,
in paying
you're
for
reducing
friendships.
essentially the total
So
concentration
I
of
made a
those peptides
decision
being produced because you're
not
only
to
getting
accept any
production,
offers.
let's say, either
And
in the
fortunately,
skin
none were
or in
made.
the brain. you're not getting them at the same
Which was
time.
good.
That
So
means you're
nobody's
basically
feelings
lowering
got
the
hurt.
potential to raise the levels
Just
of
kidding.
these type of
I'm
because you're not
just
engaging
making
with
it up. I'm
the
his boss,
Yeah.
actually, and I treat him well. I'm taking
And
out
so
lunch
when it comes
because
to
I can afford it, and he can have whatever he wants. I just have to hang out with you.
Anthony?
Tell me, Dana, how was your chicken breast?
Oh, it's great. It's served with our roasted soy sauce.
Sounds yummy. I will have a chicken breast
People
or
told me that they
chicken.
stopped wearing sunglasses and doing outside and they haven't burned.
Is that what you
Even
really
like
want?
white people going to like very sunny latitudes, not burning.
No, I'm
and they
gonna
were
have the
shocked.
gourmet hot dog.
Great.
So it makes perfect sense when you think about this story of obviously being big alpha beta gamma MSH.
Oh, wow.
The melanocyte stimulating hormones are telling the melanocytes to make melanin in response to the sun. So why would you block your ability to make new melanin? Instead, if you're blocking it, you're going to burn because now you're not making melanin synthetic response to help harness that the sonic energy of the sun and protect your skin and also give you the benefits of the energy.
And also, there's something that happens. I've experienced it.
What do you like about
For
Pam?
like 6 hours.
Your legs, your boobs.
Sucks. I guess so. Never gets any of my jokes. Definitely. Wow, that's not what I meant.
Here you go.
Oh, there.
And I understand we have a birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday, Jim.
Put your front side up, put your front side in and you shake it all down. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about.
I would actually argue that it's more the blue light than anything because
Should we be monitoring the progress?
That's because
Everything seems pretty much under control.
reflects the light, doesn't like to absorb the light, it doesn't like blue. And that's why it looks blue, it's technically blue. So that means you're actually getting more illuminate because you're getting 25% from the big sun and it's also reflecting off the water. So you're getting like a double effect essentially of the blue. And blue is also still blue tones, right? It's known to be associated with cataracts, with some other conditions as well. Obviously, blue light is very short wavelength, so I'm guessing you're
Here you go, buddy.
of those.
Happy
So
birthday.
if you're something that
Wow.
goes out regularly
Thanks.
and your eyes and
You're welcome.
No, seriously.
No. I have the long sleeve.
And
actually, you know what we should do? We should wear them tomorrow.
Look, it's athleticism.
Already did have my outfit, so. Okay, Tuesday, whatever. Better try not to
searching for multiple hours, then it makes sense that you get more bloodshot.
Lunch with Michael was
Like go fishing for the whole day.
Not terrible.
Yeah.
Like not only are you surrounded by the ocean, but you're also on this
Later.
light
Hey.
reflective boat.
Yeah, so I mean, these would be the very specific use cases
literature.
for some production. But
So sunglasses would make sense in that
Right.
case.
Quick Oscar update. I have conducted interviews with everyone in the audience,
Just go to his house and see if he's sick. I could have done this investigation in like 20 minutes.
because the lens is going to
including prep
block at
times.
least most UVA, probably most UVA, going to block blue obviously because they're engineered to do that. So that could be a good use case.
If I had to, I could clean out my desk in
Is there
5
any
seconds.
downside or benefit
And nobody would ever know I'd never been here. And I'd forget
I don't
to.
know. I'm not sure. I'd have to look into them because I'm like, no, sunglasses. Most people don't need them, but obviously, if you're surfing, snowboarding, or other very specific use cases, you may want to invest in some eye protection and also just build up your color and surface.
No,
Have you heard of
I wear it like that sometimes. Is that wig?
This is from Hooters.
Yeah, so this is such.
Toby approved this?
No, he did not. I don't need his permission.
He has this idea.
Just got your corporate credit card back. You're the one to take it away here. It's ridiculous. They took my card away because I spent $80 at a magic shop. What they don't understand is that I bought this stuff to impress potential clients. So business related, right? I put a cigarette through a freaking quarter. And you know what, Toby? They almost bought from us. Look, Jim needed a relaxing lunch. He has been depressed, and it has been affecting his productivity. How's that not
Red
working?
light is also very stimulating.
You're not his friend. You don't know. He is in love with a girl he works with who's engaged, so just cut me some slack.
Basically,
Pam?
push them over the edge versus the other cells can tolerate it because they're functioning well. And so that's kind of a leverage point for a lot of cancer therapeutics, whether it's also ketones, for example, used in like neuroblastomas, along with hyperbaric oxygen, and you can essentially leverage the fact that other cells mitochondria can use these substances effectively, but the mitochondria in the tumor are going to be less effective at doing so, and then they're going to be essentially potentially slowed down, especially in the context
So do you think Jim will try to break up the wedding?
You know what, Kevin? Jim is a friend of mine. So the only people that this crush really concerns is Jim and Pam and me. As a volunteer sheriff's deputy, I've been doing surveillance for years. One time, I suspected an ex-girlfriend of mine of cheating on me, so I tailed her for 6 nights straight. Turns out, she was with a couple of guys, actually. So
that is required to make nucleotides
mystery
that
solved.
are required for like DNA.
Jim, why didn't you tell me that you had a crush on Pam?
pH, which is a reducing agent that is
Well, the cat's out of the bag.
reducing the
I used to have a crush on Pam.
of cells.
And now I
So basically, cancer cells can run glycolysis like crazy using glucose. They can also run some PPP, the phosphate pathway, and they can make energy really quick, but it's not really sustainable.
She's so
More
hot.
recent research, so in my lab at Princeton, the Rabinowitz lab, which is like the top metabolic research lab in the world, we showed that actually tumor cells can burn
Did
ketones,
you find anything good in your
but
desk?
it was like
coupon for a free
precursors, like
sandwich.
pancreatic tumors.
Expired nutties. And my
And
cell
we
phone charger.
basically
2 years
mapped
ago.
where which cells were using ketones and which weren't, and it was like the ones that are close to the blood circulation, close to like the feeding artery, were able to burn ketones. They had more oxygen available. The mitochondria were probably functioning a bit better. Versus like the core of the tumor wasn't burning ketones at all. It was like really burning a lot of glucose. And so there's some relationship to like hypoxia there, and when you have a tumor, it can begin to starve the tissue of oxygen, creating a hypoxic, acidic environment that then can also drive the tumor progression and like things like hypoxia inducer producible factor 1, and other technical things that we might care about. But anyways, the tumors have specific phenotypes and features that kind of make them able to be exploited, and then you can use that as like a therapeutic approach because other cells will be able to tolerate the stimulus of the type of oxygen.
No, I know. Like, I kind of,
But again, it's still not dealing with the issue at hand. We really want to be focusing on bolstering
just because we
the body's
like
metabolic
how
function. If we're not doing that with light, at least as a part of the solution, then we're really missing
are you
the
going to be like totally awkward around
Ketosis
me now?
stuff super
Oh, yeah.
interesting because it's obvious that there is
That's okay.
like documented, like proven evidence that ketosis can cure all kinds of things, like epilepsy. I think down through
if you live near the equator, you have good sun all year round, essentially. You also have access to carbohydrate-rich foods all year round because you're able to grow because of good sun and not cold temperatures. So
It's like 3
in
years
nature,
ago.
that's yoked to
So
more
I am
deuterium in the
totally
diet because
over it.
carb-rich foods, roots and fruits essentially, are high in deuterium relative to animal foods, animal fats, and proteins, which are very low in deuterium. However, when you are getting deep from the sun, your body's actually able to deplete deuterium more through sweating and from other mechanisms. For example, when you are exposed to UV light and interacting with more of the skin, I said it can split water. It can also reform water and specifically deplete deuterium while it's doing it because this is also research that hasn't been done that I want to do, but Gerald College work on the first phase of so like solid liquid gas.
Oh man, you're so busted! Ice skates, shopping bags. I think I know what's going on here. You weren't sick
This
at
is like a
all.
jelly like fluid water that actually
This is white truth. Who is this?
It separates
Jill.
positive and negative charge.
Are you going to tell Michael?
Mitochondria do,
How about
except
this?
is actually in the water.
I don't tell Michael,
So
and in exchange, you owe me one great big giant favor, redeemable by me at a time and place of my choosing. Guess what I found out about Oxford tonight? He was lying about being sick. Should I have reported Oscar's malfeasance? Probably. And now I know something he's wanted to know. So I need to use his malfeasance
water
to
actually
establish
facilitates
leverage.
metabolism. So in
Otherwise,
biochemistry,
it's just
whenever I'm
malfeasance.
deeply unsatisfied
Malfeasance
by
is
the answer to this question that I asked when I was in undergrad, that like how is ATP providing free energy? What does free energy mean?
I know.
Because we think about ATP as a cellular energy currency, and it's just like
What
this
happened?
continuous process of free energy and it's able to support metabolism.
Let's try
But what actually is
the expensive
happening,
words.
I've come to learn over the past
You know,
is
I
that
know.
ATP
I
can
just-
basically
I
phosphorylate
just hope-
proteins and
Oh, I just hope it missed a little finger,
When it
Bridget.
donates that phosphate group, the enzyme is able to change shape. The structured water is then able to go inside, and that's what actually powers the metabolism to occur. So it's the ATP is facilitating the process, but it's not actually providing the energy. The water, the structured water, is actually what's providing that energy in the form of this like charge separating exclusions of water. And so, if the mitochondria are functioning well,
Creed,
bacteria start
you organized the
creating
menu book?
cells. That
Oh, I
also
thought that was
affect
more of a
the
volunteer
temperature
basis.
in the winter because you're not getting
No.
access to that sunlight
That
that
was
you need to
mandatory.
actually
Oh, I
deplete
thought it was
the
a
nutrients
volunteer.
in the body, and that's also just makes perfect sense if you think about your ancestral diet. If you live somewhere where the ground freezes, you're going to be eating more animal foods in the winter. That's where you're going to have access to. Maybe some ferments, maybe some berries, but it's like pretty compared to like the spring or fall, you're going to have access to more plant foods, but you also have access to better quality sun.
No,
That's
it's
going to
really
allow you to
okay.
handle the
I
nutrients
know
in
that
the
Jim
diet
had like a crush on me when he first started,
non-harmful way.
but that was a long time ago. So
All the processed foods as well,
It
like
wasn't
the
that long ago.
valuable foods, are
It was
all
on the first
nutrient
year.
bombs. All the seed
Jim had a
oils,
crush on
super
me.
nutrient bombs, all the carbs and the grains, like they're so bad. Combine that with, not losing your body, never sweating, not getting out of the
That's
sun.
it.
Now your body is literally
I'm out.
accumulating this burden. And mitochondria, like I mentioned earlier, they can't deal well with deuterium because that rotor that spins only can take protein. So now if you're accumulating this deuterium, it can start to break the engines. It can start to break the
People
mitochondrial
are always
engines, and
coming to
now
play Michael
you're
hide and
dealing
seek
with
with
issues
me.
because now you can't make
People I
the
trust.
water that you need to actually support the tissues.
Because keeping a secret.
But anyway, this ties back to the wellness story because if you live somewhere near the
Like I was
equator,
watching
you want the dark
Cinemax
skin,
last
the dark eyes,
weekend.
help handle the intense
Portrait
light
of
that's coming onto your surfaces.
prostitute.
Versus in the northern regions where light is
Secrets of a call.
scarce
More
for
secrets of a
reasons
call
of
girl.
the year,
Unique
the very,
character,
very light blue
Shiloh.
eyes and pale skin
Trained
allows
for
you to
murder.
scavenge
Goes
more
on the
light from
run.
your environment
Winds
because
up
that melanon's not there
at a
to soak
bordel
up
in
and
LA.
sequester.
So you're basically
I don't want to live like that. I like it here. I don't want to be Shiloh. I like being Michael Scott.
Exactly. And it's actually pretty interesting because if you look at like the latitudes, so where I'm at in New Jersey, it's like 40th fourth latitude. Down here, I think we're around like 28.
It's pretty close to El Salvador down here.
Yeah, so El Salvador's like 13, so I mean it's like 10 degrees difference, but
And I was like,
yeah, it's not too bad at all. I'm excited to go visit next month. But the latitudes that cultivated the very light eyes and light hair and light skin, they're like super. That's like Scandinavia. So it's actually pretty interesting. And this actually ties into like the lability or like the flexibility of life. Because if you have a very what's called uncoupled mitochondrial habitat, what that means is that your mitochondria are uncoupled before they replenish the energy production and able to do whatever. So uncoupled mitochondria come from your living organs, coupled mitochondria come from the material organs, and coupled mitochondria are really efficient at making energy. They have very coupled electrons to the production of energy and metabolic water. And that's why you see the top marathon runners in the world coming from like Kenya, like high altitude equatorial environments. Their skin is like purple. It's like so dark that it's so melting. That's super coupled mitochondria, super efficient. That's why, again, they can run 23 miles and kick everybody else's butt because their mitochondria are so efficient. Compare that to the uncoupled mitochondria that comes from the northern regions. Those mitochondria have the flexibility to deal with the environment, so they can make heat in response to cold.
It'll be nice.
But as Jack talks about, if you put that person from Sweden and you put them in Miami, Florida for 10 years, and you look at their mitochondria, they can actually become
And that's
coupled,
that.
so they kind of shapeshift.
really?
And that's why
The eyes will get darker.
their eyes will get darker. Their mitochondria become better at harnessing solar photonic energy.
Jim's been looking at me kind of a lot.
Way too much sunlight.
I wouldn't be creeped out by it, but it's nothing
So
compared
the
to the way
eyes,
my clothes.
they can't really change, but obviously their skin. If you look at Jack, he's a Fitzpatrick 1, but he's tan as hell. So there's different skin types. Fitzpatrick 1 is the most pale, like Irish and Scandinavian. Fitzpatrick 5 is like dark purple skin. It's a range. So Fitzpatrick 1, like if you have really pale skin, you have an incredible potential to still develop color. It just requires some skin. But the person with the really dark skin, they don't have to put them on their skin. So that's why you also see amazing like very dark disparities. And it's like they're inside and they're also not receiving the sunlight their bodies were designed or evolved to receive. And so it's major implications for like cardiovascular disease, disease in particular, and actually affecting Black and brown populations in the U.S.
Ryan, I just got back
And it's
from
literally a
Poconos.
biological mismatch versus
I get 10 vacation days a
very
year,
pale
and I
skin
try to
like
hold
eyes
off
that say
taking them for
they
as long as
have
possible.
some flexibility
This year I got
to their
to
environment, which should make sense
in
because
January.
came out of like the breadbasket of humanity, like in Africa, migrated out slowly over time, skin got lighter, eyes got lighter, but the people who now have those lighter features can still have the plasticity to go back.
Wow, what happened in there?
They
I
can
don't know.
develop
Stink
skin.
in there. My
Minus more
God.
energy by getting it in.
What is that?
But the people
I don't know. Is that a
who
bird?
are ancestrally
I don't think it's a bird.
ancestral,
God.
they don't have as much
How could
flexibility,
that
so
happen?
they
How
need to get more UV light.
Right in the middle of the carpet. What's going on? Somebody vomited right in the middle of the carpet in my
because their
office.
melanin really is
Don't
desiring
give that to mom.
to allow them to power their bodies effectively. And so obviously there's implications there, but I also think we can develop healthy tech to help people like that. Like, let's say you can't do,
What is it?
to invest in some UV light panels.
What is it?
house.
No, just tell me what it is.
I gotta get out of here. I can't hold my breath that long.
Do you want to? First of all, are you drinking that deuterium depleted water right now?
No, actually, so I couldn't go on the plane, but I pre-game with the treated
What are you
water.
drinking on the plane?
If he's not going to tell me what it is, I'm
I
just
don't know what it is. I can't buy it at the airport and then
Oh, stop crying.
Do you drink it every day, or is that like a normal thing for you?
So I use it specifically for there's like for pre-gaming folks, like I don't like
I cannot believe a pipe burst. What's that?
No question.
How do you know that? What is it
Plus the
then?
Wi-Fi is literally like a microwave. And so I pre-game for like a week before the flight. I'll do distributed water about 105 parts per million. I'll dilute it. I buy like the Kulari UVI, I think it's called. There's a couple different brands, like light water as well. I'll dilute it to about 105 parts per million in my normal drinking water, and then I'll drink that every day leading up to the flight. I'll also chug a few ounces of the straight, like 25 ppm distributed water before the flight. I also took some ketones. I also fasted that morning, and then I just ate like meats and fats that day. So in a way that like prepare our body to deal with that stress, because it's basically supercharging the mitochondria to get the distributed water. The ketones are the most efficient source for mitochondria. They make more energy on a per carbon basis than any other substrate like glucose compared to fat.
I've told this story a couple times on this podcast, but I've done probably 2 or 3 times in my life where I've done a 7-day fast with no food, and every time I do it, it's like I'm fucking dying being born again. It is like the craziest thing. I like the energy that I have on day 5 is ungodly. I remember the first time I did it on day 5 of no food. And I drank I got it from some website. I forgot. I think I learned it from Kelly Slater was talking about it on the podcast with Joe Rogan, where he drank it, and that's where I got the recipe for it, which is just it's water, tons of lemon juice, and maple syrup. Well, I would just drink that. And and cayenne pepper. And I guess Beyonce has the same. It's like a
I had that when I was
Beyonce.
like 15.
Yeah.
Do that cleanse.
Yeah. So I did that basically for 7 days. And on day 5, I was like, I wasn't even thinking about food anymore. And I remember I went to the gym and I could typically do like to failure maybe like 15 or 20 pull-ups. I was able to do like 50 pull-ups like easily.
Whoa.
It was insane, man. And also I played basketball, full court basketball. Typically like after 15, 20, 30 minutes of playing full court basketball, I'm starting to feel fatigued. I'll get like the cramping in my ribs or whatever, and I'll like have to take a lot of breaks, right? Chug a lot of water. I was able to play basketball, like full court basketball for an hour with no breaks, like without any of that stuff. Like it was like my body, I was like, I felt superhuman. It was crazy. I didn't. That was before I had any of that stuff.
Okay. I'm just curious because you're having maple syrup, so I wonder how much that would like suppress it.
Right.
How was your sleep?
For the first like 3 nights, it was pretty rough, but after that, it was great.
Because I know most people, if they're just doing fast with just water and like not adding any sugar or ketones or anything, like typically you only sleep a few hours, like maybe 4 or 5 hours.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because the body's essentially like, you need to go hunt, you need to go find food. This is like survival mode.
Right.
So it's more sympathetically driving. That's also why you feel more energized on like a fasting or even a keto diet to a certain extent. Because basically your body thinks it needs to go forage or whatever or hunt. But I mean, I know my partner did like a 5-day fast recently, and he was not sleeping, and he was like super energetic. And it's like, wow, but usually people's lifting goes down, but maybe because of the maple syrup, you're able to maintain your glycogen.
Well, when I did like workouts where I only did body weight stuff, because I knew I wouldn't be able to do like heavy stuff.
So that was one
But
thing I noticed.
I'm curious about the maple syrup. I wonder what that would do. That's a good question.
Usually it would probably keep ketones a bit lower than you would have reached otherwise. Typically fasting, you can get to like 3 more, maybe a little bit higher for ketone levels at that length of time.
I have the thing now, the one you glow into, it tells you, forget the thing's more expensive.
Yeah, it's like the acetone.
It's a ketone. It tells you your millimoles of your ketones, or it has like a,
I know exactly what you're talking about.
yeah. The reason I did that fast was I learned that there's like some sort of plaque, mucoid plaque that builds up inside your digestive system that like basically lines your colon and your intestines, and that basically stops it stops nutrients from being absorbed into your body. That's from like years and years of eating shit and not fasting. Are you familiar with this, or is that bullshit?
So I mean, there's biofilm in your gut. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Actually, that
I thought it was
mucus.
called mucoid plaque or something, like a plaque that builds up inside on the walls of your intestines.
Possibly. I don't know in particular if that approach would be specific to that. I mean, what you're doing when you're fasting is you're also starving your microbiome. So it's like becoming way more depleted. Oh,
pseudoscientific, son of a bitch. A scientific term for a combination of mucus and food residue, and some alternative medicine advocates claim coats the gastro.
Yeah, so, okay, I feel very confirmed by my intuition. Okay, yeah, so there is maybe something there. So, like, you have mucus throughout your gut. It's actually really important. There's a group of bacteria that live in the mucus called Akkermansia lucentilla. As the name implies, they love mucus. They actually eat the mucus, but when they eat it, they stimulate the production of more mucus. And that actually helps to maintain healthy gut permeability. So we know that basically depleting Akkermansia is associated with obesity and metabolic syndrome. Essentially, you're like absorbing more calories and nutrients from food, and you're also absorbing other stuff too, like endotoxins, other bacteria, and things like this. So the mucus is actually really important, but you could develop dysbiosis. I'm not going to say from like nicotine pouch or anything, but like we don't want to talk about that. But I'm saying,
you're talking about it.
Okay.
So what were you saying about nicotine pouches?
So whenever you have an inflammatory impetus to the gut, it changes where blood is flowing essentially. So the gut is supposed to be hypoxic and low oxygen. That's what allows the right bugs to grow there, and the colon in particular. But nicotine is not supposed to be consumed orally, so when you swallow it, it's very irritating to the mucosa. It can create gastritis, it can even lead to ulcers, it can lead to ulcerations in the mouth as well, but typically less so. But if you swallow it, it can create inflammatory conditions in the gut that can create dysbiosis, digestive issues, gas, bloating, things like this.
So do not, if you're using the nicotine pouches, kids,
kids,
don't swallow the damn bit. Spit it out. or if you're doing any of the hardcore shit like the Skull or Copenhagen or any of that.
I don't know about that.
That's like the actual tobacco.
Oh.
Yes.
It's gotta be like the wrestlers and head
Tucker
shoulders, like
Carlson is the
spitting.
biggest advocate for Zins. He says that it improves his erection quality.
Well,
He says it's the best thing that God's ever invented. It's like God's hand massaging his brain. He's a smart guy when it comes to something, but I think he's a really intelligent human being. I think he is very overzealous on Zins. I think he does like a can a day of Zins.
that's too much. I was using Zins for a very short period of time, and I literally got suicidally depressed.
Really?
It was so bad, and like I was able to like detach and be like, this is not me. Like I've just never taken this again, so that was me. But like I have issues. I think I always have like slight histamine issues, and post-COVID, I had COVID really bad in like 2021, not 2022. And I had like issues with parasite infection after that, and like histamine stuff. But the Zins, because they work on acetylcholine, cholinergics are also related to histamine, and so histamine does a whole bunch of stuff. But
Let me tell you something real quick.
Yeah.
The first time I ever learned about these things, I had a guy from Andrew Gallagher. He is a neuroscientist based in Tokyo who does, he's basically, no, it's a neurobiologist. And he said he had this little can of these nicotine pouches with this Japanese writing on it in Tokyo. And I'm like, what is this? It's a nicotine pouch. Yeah, right. He was from the UK, but he lived in Tokyo. And he was like, it's a neuroprotective stuff.
well, Jack would add a caveat and say you need to get UVA light with your nicotine in order for it to be beneficial, which is true. And actually, Jack makes a really good point on this, especially recently. He's been talking about this, that nicotine and other, if you look at the structure of nicotine, it has like rings with like some double bonds. Whenever you see that, it's called like an aromatic ring. Whenever you see that in structure, think UV light because that structure can absorb UV light like crazy. All the aromatic amino acids, tyrosine, phenylalanine, tryptophan, they all absorb UV light. So Jack talks about how actually it makes complete sense if you think about the type of people who gravitate towards these things. They tend to be UV light deficient.
Yeah.
Also dopamine deficient.
Dopamine slaves.
Right, exactly. So that can actually serve as a delivery mechanism for UV light to get to your brain. But in order for that to happen, you actually have to be in UV light as well.
So, with the nicotine, don't swallow it, and make sure you're getting sunlight.
Exactly. Or hold it, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I have so many friends who don't spend any time outside, and they're just addicted to everything.
Exactly.
Video games, sports betting, nicotine.
Well, when you're not addicted to the sun, like nature intended, you're going to be addicted to other things. So you're going to need to hit sunlight.
Right.
But when you're getting it from the sun, it's like cruising like this. When you're getting from other things, it's like this. It's like up and down, and up and down. It's a roller coaster.
All right, we were on like a very, very solid path, scientific path. You were leading me down, and I think I lost track. What were we talking about? What were we talking about before we started talking about nicotine?
Well, we're talking about melanin.
No, we were saying nicotine is bad for the gut. Like don't swallow it. You want nicotine, smoke it, or just don't spit it.
Yep. I mean, obviously, smoking is limit that if you're going to do it too much. Like when I was talking to you, since they absorb it. Actually, like
Roadkill.
There's a slight discoloration that runs through. Maybe it was a flood, and then the water receded and left. Yes, with enough light and water, anything could grow. It didn't grow.
Yeah, thank you, Captain Obvious. That's odd. From this angle, it looks
And you
completely
basically have it between your
Hey, guys,
gum line
should we
and
make
the
it
folds there. It will stay outward. Just
Here she comes. Well, thank you.
These are great, especially for long COVID. Because both the nicotine and nicotine works on the
So what is the effect of the permeation?
So this
I
is
am a
like
fear
before.
factor.
Yes.
Really?
This also has CBD.
Are you?
So it's still good. It's
sort of
also
like my
good
audition
for you. I obviously wouldn't use it because nothing blue. Jack talked about it.
Yeah, he said he's probably doing his brain surgery.
So there's certain situations, if you have mitochondrial dysfunction, let's say from long COVID or jabs,
Welcome back.
you use something like
So, how was the resort?
Is this
Tequila?
prescription for this?
Good.
Highly recommend a little bit.
What's going on here?
They have adjustable trophies as well.
So this is potentially a good alternative. That's gum. Or you just sit it in your
You just sit it between your gum line and your cheek.
What?
Methylene blue is actually very closely related to hydroxychloroquine. So
Yeah, that's what Jack was saying. What is like a practical use of method for every day, not just for brain surgery?
Yeah, I mean, he would defer because
Hey,
it
Jim,
would be
I
a
thought we
because
would be desk
it's kind
buddies
of
while
a
they
gray
changed
area online with like censorship around that thing.
That might be a little difficult.
There's
Yeah.
fish tank too, right?
Oh yeah, it's also used in
It's definitely a desk opening back.
my friend at Princeton uses it. He's like zebrafish research, like state everywhere.
I guess I'll be taking.
No, seriously, I don't mind sharing.
No, seriously.
Jack would say that it works at the quantum biological level to help facilitate the movement of electrons, like quantum tunneling, essentially. But it can help to make the
just for the
electron
day.
transport chain
Michael's in my head.
coupled. So
Because Toby used to sit there, and then he had to move over there because of an allergy.
Allergy to desk.
Weird.
Jab or other situations where
Yeah. Bullpen. Donate me. Okay, this is great. Pressures of my office are insane. I just couldn't understand.
Also
Man,
works
you guys
as
have
an
this.
SSRI,
No, I used to sit right here.
No way.
psychiatric drugs you can't use.
Who in your office?
Like depressing.
And truck.
Depression drugs. That's what
Yeah,
they're
yeah. So
And
it-
truck
it
was
really
manager
helps.
for me.
Yeah,
Horrible.
Prozac,
Like,
there's
oh,
other,
that truck is walking toward us. Stop having fun. Start pretending to do work.
Some drugs you can't combine those with nothing blue. They come to
You know what? I swear to myself that if I ever got to walk around with this manager,
mental health and
I would laugh
How
at
many of those
myself
subscriptions
and
do you
would
say?
applaud as I walked away.
so
I'm
each
serious.
one
My
is
closet
just
doors
different.
will
It
not
breaks into four
shut.
pieces.
I mean, it only takes so long to measure to make sure the clothes will hang up,
One
because
or two
aren't all
squares
hangers like
at a
that
time.
big? So I don't understand why the closet engineer didn't think of that. So now I'm doing this new thing where I just leave piles of clothes on the floor, and I walk around the piles to get an outfit.
You know, you sit at that desk.
This guy Miles, wait to form his own company.
Todd Packer.
No.
I thought he was out on the road. He was, but that desk was empty. Come in and sit there.
Yeah, short term, maybe you'll have colon cancer.
When I was in training many years ago, not so long ago,
Yeah, most people
I
do.
worked side by side with a fellow named Todd
People
Packer,
destroyed their gums.
and together we rocked the office.
Yeah. Like they
Packer and I once spent the whole day with our pants off, and when people noticed, we convinced them that they were crazy. I would gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
1 second.
But you really
Right now.
so for that, you really be able to mitigate that.
A customer.
Flies
out
Yeah,
far.
really
Another time, Packer held this guy's head in the toilet for like a minute. The guy had no sense of humor. Probably why I wasn't high.
So like you want to make sure you're rotating, you're putting in.
What are you hitting me for? Oh, Charlie horse! What? Charlie horse! You shouldn't hit me. Oh, yeah. Once, as a joke, Packer begged the rich in the office. This is hysterical.
And overall health. So like if you have weak
That
gums,
looks cool.
like
Where's
if your
that?
line is inflamed,
That hotel, it looks so romantic.
bloodstream, if you have
Oh, wow.
bleeding gums, inflamed gums, like that's a
Somewhere
sign
in
that
Focus.
it's a spring.
I went with my parents to the Shadowbrook Farm once. That was also really romantic. Oh my god, I wish Boy would be here. I would need to find new top. You know what a great color is on me? Lavender, actually.
They're fighting. So it's being somehow transmitted from the mouth into the bloodstream and getting caught there. Fomenting inflammation, perhaps. Yeah, we want to take
So you used to share that cubicle with
Yeah,
Kelly, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you just changed desks, right?
Yeah.
As long as I can remember, sometimes it's real smaller, sometimes I don't.
Yeah.
But I've heard what you just said
Just
before. I
couldn't
was
take
thinking,
it anymore.
oh shit, I'm gonna die.
What are you talking about?
I do everything I'm supposed to do.
So that sounds good.
Get sunlight, I eat good,
Honestly,
eat a lot of olive oil,
I don't hear
fish,
anymore. It's like waves crashing against the beach.
Beyonce, pick the color, pick the person, hot dogs, basically anything that is awesome. Snow cones.
Michael wanted to ask you how to raise your desk chair.
So switch around.
Yeah, like 5 or 10 minutes to do the stuff. And then you can
Olive
punch
oil on everything. I drown it.
Oh my gosh, it's so cute. Would you talk to him for me and see if he likes me?
It's probably not real. It could be kind of
Oh, please, Jim. Please, please, Jim. Please, please. He's so cute. I like him so much. I would do it, but I'm too shy. Please, Jim. Please, please.
Greek olive oil in particular is
Jim,
known to be the highest
please,
phenolic, so it has
please,
the most
please.
antioxidant qualities. Greek. Yeah. Greek's
The
what is
one
that?
I'm using, I think right now, it's called, it's like a square shaped bottle with a green logo. I want to say it's like California or something.
Is it a glass bottle?
Glass bottle.
Yeah, California,
Hey, guys.
right? But
It's a more expensive one.
first one
Don't do that. Watch out, man. You're next.
You're gonna throw my things on the ground?
Maybe.
Yeah, I just like the white one.
What happened in Michael's office was
It's
wrong.
really good. It's very
I understand it. It makes sense.
colors and everything as well. Yeah, the early hardness, so it's high phenolic,
But it was still
cold pressed, Greek olive.
Obviously, this was Kevin.
So,
Very medicinal.
This is his
so
sense of
olive
humor,
oil might
exactly.
be laced with like
There's so
other
many
oils.
people with
Yeah, they
motives.
can put dyes and stuff in it too to make it look like better than
Almost
it is.
everyone's a
It's
suspect.
crazy. And also, if it's in plastic, that's already a problem.
Whoever did this is a genius.
Yeah, I had
I can't imagine anybody in the office hates Michael that much.
Yeah.
Familiar with her?
Well, maybe.
That stuff's
I think this whole disaster on Michael's carpet happened for a good
all the
reason.
studies that they did.
Him sitting next to me is a huge gift. This girl I know would say that it was a gift from God, but I don't know about all that. Why would somebody ruin a perfectly good carpet?
They were worse off than people
I don't know.
in dense populated cities, which is crazy. All the
Could be done out of paint. It could be done out of
agriculture and stuff.
It could be completely neutral.
Maybe
Maybe somebody hates the cleaning lady.
properties as a detox.
Do a very good job, obviously, because my office still
It's really, really important
reeks
from
like
heavy metal
not
perspective, but
believe.
also reactive oxygen species
I hate her.
perspective. If you live in a very rational environment, if you can have a can, you can really help to mitigate some of those effects because that
You
melanin
know what? I am
sequesters
beginning
some
to
of those
think
reactive species.
that what
Your
happened
body
in
can
my
also
carpet
pull melanin from the
was
skin
an act of
inside.
terrorism
So
against the office.
we need way more research in this area, but we know that melanocytes
Hello, am I the 107th
are
caller?
from the same origin as like the brain, neuroectoderm. And neuroectoderm
Hello, Rock 107, am I the 107th caller?
able to maintain diapenesis or like movement in the body. So
Hello, Rock 107, am I the 107th caller?
immune cells also like of course metastasis and cancer is considered stopping. But some cells are meant to move around. And so actually a lot of people have many people in my DMs, and even Jack talked about this with recruitment as well, like they go on a long flight and they get off the plane and their hand is like much less. Well, essentially what the body can do is it can pull melanin from the outside inside to help quench the reactivity that's going on from being in such a toxic electromagnetic intense environment. Yeah. Yeah. So melanin is crucial. There's so many different aspects of the body that use it, but from like a detoxifying perspective or like a protection against the environmental insults perspective, we really need to focus on like the basics first. And Jack will frequently say like redox before detox, because redox essentially describes the net negative charge in the body, describes how well the mitochondria are working. All of the detoxification mechanisms our bodies have rely on mitochondria.
Hi,
So
guys.
if our mitochondria are dysfunctional and stuff
order from your last
let's say like
walking around.
and true and low,
Yeah.
and
So we're really swamped over here, right?
Oh, I'm not. Why would you say that? Because I'm having fun. You guys just are working for the weekend, are you? I'm working for the week. Sales team. Listen to me. This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna up the ante a little bit. Literally. Right here, I'm gonna put a crisp $100 bill. The person with the most sales at the end of the day gets to keep the cash. Sound good? Yeah! 70, 80, 83 $83. Still a lot of money. And I'm going to leave it right over here where everybody can see it.
And all this stuff.
I will be taking Jim's clients today because he is not here, out of sight, out of the contest. Let's see who winds up with the cash, shall we? You're going to compete against us. Oh, it's on, Phyllis, it is so on! So on!
Michael
is going to wipe the floor with us.
were causing tumors in rodents. And all these other effects on cells, and they were doing a lot of studies like this up on like hormone generation and things like that using specific frequencies, and I know you talked about that, Jack. But that research basically got buried after he went on 60 Minutes and his whole entire career was moving basically overnight.
So you have 40 boxes going out, and I will deliver those personally in a
For that reason,
Very good. Nice doing business with you. Thank you. Read it. And we. Look at me, Phyllis. Oh, what is that? That's my sale.
First of all, etc. They're all forms of light. So all part of the electromagnetic spectrum. So like I mentioned earlier,
No, you know what, guys? It's none of your concern. Official business. Just yeah, paper business. Is this done? Extreme Home Makeover put together a house in an hour. If you were on that crew, you'd be fired like that.
Somebody did something bad to Michael's carpet.
Very small amounts of radio frequencies can get through.
Maybe that's all we need to know.
Compared to what we're experiencing today, like our bodies have no idea what this milieu is because it's completely foreign. And so you can, at the very least, think of it as these frequencies are interfering with our ability to create coherence and to sense the environment effectively. But at its worst,
All right,
it
3 boxes. Excellent. Okay, I can't offer you a discount right now. It's the same low price you could put in next month's order right now as well. Okay. 6 it is. Fantastic. Good. No big deal. Bye-bye.
Together at the same time as not moving your body's not getting sun, toxic food, toxic water, forever chemicals, all at the same time. All the vaccine schedule, everything like that. So it's like it's really hard to disentangle because it's multifactorial, the problems that we're facing. It's not like if we just fix one thing, everything else is fine. We really have to consider the synergistic of the negative synergy between those inputs. And nobody's doing that research because it's not production. It doesn't fit within the mind. There's been so much talk about the FCC, but no research showed
Look at this athleticism, folks. Look at this athleticism.
What I can say is when leaky gut and leaky brain are very close together because the cells that comprise the blood-brain barrier are very similar to the cells that comprise the junctions of the gut. And so whenever we have insights to the body that are affecting the gut, that also has an effect on our brain and like the permeability of that. So if you increase the permeability of that, you start to get mycotoxins and things like this coming from the microbiome and other things coming from the diet, etc. that should have gone out in the stool, but now they're coming from the bloodstream because of the permeability. That's also directly affecting permeability in the brain. That can create issues with neuroinflammation. When the brain overnerves is inflamed, that can decrease the ability of the brain to take up glucose from circulation, which essentially starves the brain in the absence of oxygen. That's why chemicals are so powerful in neuroinflammation and neurodegeneration, post-TBI, etc. Because in those settings, the brain is inflamed, so it can't take up the glucose that it needs to survive, and so it will either wither or it can compensate by using ketones if they're available. Don't get into ketosis, they don't fast enough, they eat too many carbs, or they just don't know this, so they don't know the level of like exogenous ketones, for example, or something like this, to help mitigate the effects of head injuries, whiplash injuries, or even things like Alzheimer's disease or dementia, things like this, that cause issues with that blood-brain barrier.
There it is. Whatever you said about it, like,
can you share with the audience what the CIA letter was about? I was great and some of that. And that kind of goes into your government disaster. You touch a lot on government policies. What if you have gone through, so I was just curious what that was about. The CIA is close in the last 2 years.
Wi-Fi rate all these FBI files that I obtained through the Freedom of Information Act that no one had ever access to. And it's all related to sports rivalry, which is the federal crime of trying to influence the outcome of the sport and all game horse race, boxing, what have you. And actually, in doing so, I wound up on the FBI watch list. Other people actually had the list.
So she said
I literally named and I actually knew.
that kind of makes sense to me because the cells that are controlling these junctions that protect against permeability, they're required by function to maintain their energy levels and bioenergetics to actually allow those junctions to be maintained. So if we're disrupting the mitochondria in general, it would make sense that we should begin to break down those barriers and increase permeability with the gut and the brain. I don't know if we're doing specific studies looking at that in humans and coming up. What he did say though about the self-limited brain, I can actually personally attest to this. I had a client who was a model in the early 2000s. And he was on the phone for like hours a day for different things or whatever. And she developed a computer right behind her right ear and she was on the phone. And back then, the phones were nationwide because they regulated as much, I guess, it was like 2001.
And he says this explains why the ending was so crazy. Because basically,
yeah, exactly.
Russia
There
had,
have been
I think,
some
3
steps
chances
in the
for
right
the
direction
nuclear
as far as
master
I am aware from a radiation perspective.
And to this day,
She
actually,
got
Team
this
USA
tumor in her brain
refused to
behind
accept
her
their
ear,
silver medals
got
because
it
they felt
removed,
cheated.
personality like changed
So
after
because of
that,
that
like
information,
genetically.
I
And she
decided
had
to
like
try to get
suicidal
them out of the
depression for
CIA.
years.
So
And then they
over the
confirmed
years,
after
and this,
yeah.
this goes
And
back
then
almost 10
when
years,
she and her
I've been
husband
trying
came
to
to
get
me
this
for help,
information out of the
it
CIA,
was
and
kind of
despite
like
it being a
12 hours.
50-year-old
And so I did
basketball
what I
game
can to
now,
help support
the
her, like
CIA
hiring her
refuses
outside,
to
but it was
admit
like,
whether even has files.
she's working.
It gives me the, it's
Yeah.
like, it gives me
I
that
told her, I
classic
was like,
line
this
that you
is
think
really
was,
serious. Like,
you know, made up
do
for the
too
movie,
much
but
of
they
this
literally
because
have told me a couple times, they can neither confirm nor deny anything exists in relation
she's
to
just
the
like
subject
no
matter.
zest for life.
And so they finally had closed it, and I filed this appeal, and I basically, I thought I laid out a really good argument, but I did some research and
They'll
talked to
get
a couple
gaslighted by
people
the doctor. The
about
doctor
how
even said,
to deal
oh,
with
it's
the
fine.
CIA. Because again, this is related to a basketball game. You know, I wasn't really seeking out, I just wanted to see if they had information. I really didn't care what it said. And they denied my appeal still. So after 10 years of searching, I think I've kind of hit a dead end with it, unfortunately.
For that,
It's kind of interesting to think that they do stuff and they know stuff about a basketball game that to this day is still semi-controversial, and the CIA just won't release the information. Oh yeah, this is no exception to other non-sports related issues. But it's amazing that they're comprehensive about something like a basketball. Yeah, it's crazy because even the FBI, when I read some of the stuff from them,
Yes, I mean, like I
I mean, it was so
earlier,
redacted, and it's interesting because you obviously there's like the lines are all blacked out. They don't black out lines
that
anymore.
would be
They
something
actually,
like a non-negotiable.
I think they with the computer they kind of delete them, so it's like white boxes where things used to be. And I received some FBI files
You get
from
free
them
electrons in the air.
about a sporting event that were so redacted, and I mean, it'd be something from like 1968, but it'd be so redacted, I literally couldn't say whether it was a basketball game, whether it was a football game. I mean, it was just, I couldn't make heads or tails out of those files. Some of the files,
Yep.
yeah, but literally had things that were pages that the entire page was like blacked out.
But if you look at
And I
studies
was
like
like, well,
grounding,
again,
it's
this is,
even
you know,
20
an
minutes of
NFL game,
grounding,
they
it
supposed
gives
to
you
be
photographs, and
cares.
so basically
What can be mad?
they'll do like full body, so they'll show a person
Releases
their face.
information, but
And actually, fun
That's
fact,
weird.
after a cell phone for like a few minutes, you can see the photograph showing
I
this
think that's an
inflammatory
I would
impetus
get
within
that
your
out
face,
where
the tissues of
it
the
kind of
face
goes
are
into a
popped,
larger topic
ground for
of
20 minutes,
and your site itself says
so it allows you to maintain healthy redox status, redox being that negative charge. So if you think about our ancestors, we were always grounded because any material that is natural will facilitate that flow of electrons. So warm weather on your feet, for example, or cotton, that all allows that electron to flow, but now all of our rubber shoes, our fabrics, and
I got too much conversation stuff that is really.
and we're cutting off basically 1/3 of the electrons that we're supposed to get. When I think about bioenergetics, we're thinking about food. Food is only 1/3 of the story. We also have direct exposure and stimulation of melanin, stem of sun, like I said earlier, that makes free electrons to 300
And I'll say, well, this
And we
game
also
looks
have
shady,
the
this
third
game
being
looks
grounding
shady,
and
maybe.
direct electron
And I don't think all those
Earth.
games are necessarily
We're really
fixed
only
for
getting one
portability.
of the 3
But I
pillars in
think
modern
it's
day
something
from
that
food,
if you
and most
don't
food
look at it
yes
and step
anyway.
in
So
lie, then
our
you'll
body
never
is
see it at
starving.
all.
And that's actually how I see
So, you know,
diabetes.
I
I'm going
may
to go back to
list,
the
you know,
story
100
in a
names
second,
that I
but
think were shady.
diabetes, I really see
But
it
in
as like the
reality,
body
you
is
know, just
starving
one
because
was
the
fast, and
tissues,
just one out of the 100
muscle,
was actually
in general,
manipulated by the label. That's
can't
enough to
keep up
destroy
with
their
their
integrity
insulin
and ruin my entire point.
They also can't burn
So
fat
sometimes
and
you
ketones
have to
really well either because
stuff
the
against
mitochondria are
all
dysfunctional.
these
It's like the
things.
root of
But I
the
mean,
issue
in my
in
books,
insulin resistance and
what I really tried
diabetes.
to do is
And so
present
if
the
your tissues
evidence
can't burn
as
anything, they're
clearly
literally
and as
restricted away.
concisely
That's why we see
and as
sarcopenia
factually
and like
based as
muscle
I
loss
could.
and frailty
And
being
basically,
associated with
have
metabolic
shown,
dysfunction
like,
and
point
insulin
A is
resistance,
point B
and
is
the
point
tissues
C is
just
true.
need
That
food. They need
equate to
support.
point
But
D,
food
which
doesn't
is
have
what
to
I'm trying
be
to
food
make.
that you eat.
So
It
I
can
tried
also
to
be
lay
sun
out
on
the
your skin
evidence
and
as
you're
clearly
therapy
as I
on
can
earth.
in those
People don't
situations.
realize that.
Because, yeah, I don't
So
want
that's
to
also
make
something I want to
casinos
show you in
for
my light
crazy
lab is that
conspiracy theories.
like,
That's what
nobody's
I
looking
don't
at
think I am.
these kind of
But
interventions.
I think I am as a
People outside
skeptical
nature
leagues, and I'm not going to buy what the leagues are selling me
it's not reproductive
because
justice.
they're out to
It's
make money.
$4.99.
That's why they exist.
You don't
They
have to
don't
have
put the games
anybody
on for
else's
free.
prescription
No,
to
they
do
put
it
it on
either.
to make money, and that's their goal. So I think somebody needs to, you know, have a skeptical eye looking at this
Yeah, when
stuff
you're eating food,
and not
you're
just
eating
let them
protons
go
and
from
electrons.
there.
Of course, you're also eating from micronutrients that help to
You say
facilitate certain parts of
people,
metabolism. For example,
based on one of your
there's
previous
like a
tweets this year,
cofactor in
to get it all started,
enzyme
when you say things like the first official presentation of the National Football League, what do you mean by that? Just so a way to understand what sports is about. Well, I mean, when you think about it, if you watch an
that
NFL
enzyme
game,
is part of like a micronutrient
that
that we
state,
diet.
you know, the following is a presentation of the National Football League.
Whatever.
And
Those
then
vitamins also play roles
the
in
preceding had been
stuff.
the
So you are
presentation of
also
the National Football League, which means
but
the National
first
Football
and
League
foremost, you're
basically
eating for
holds the
protons and electrons
broadcast
to power your mitochondria.
It's an
And if you think about it that
presentation.
way, then you can be like,
It
okay,
looks as that
where
it's a
else do you
little
see
bit more
electrons?
presentation, but that's exactly what it
To other
means.
areas
It doesn't mean that it's just a legit sport animal. And the main point I try to get across to people is, look,
why we kind of
in all the research I've done, I've been doing this for over 15 years, probably actually going on
but
20
going
years
back
because I
to
started
your
researching
friend's
it
kid,
first couple years.
so getting into the sun,
I've
but
talked to
with
FBI
epidemiology,
agents, I've talked to
it's
lawyers,
that's
I've
going
talked
to be
to
supportive of
police
this
officers.
context. We also know that, of
There is
course,
no law that exists
I kind of
that
mentioned this
prevents
earlier,
a
where
league
depending on
like
what
the
the
NFL from
content
fixing the alcohol,
law,
manipulating the
that has
alcohol.
implications for childhood diseases.
So because they
And that's kind of
completely
the
want
rub
to
too. Like,
control
this is
it,
also
if
the
they
rub
want to make sure,
of
like, when
decentralized
Patriots
science in
win this
general.
game
It's like
and the Bears lose this game,
you have
they
to
can do it. They
take
can do it legally,
responsibility
and
for
you as a
what
fan
you
have no
create,
say.
essentially.
And that's
So,
why they bookend
if
those
you want to live
broadcasts
like an asshole
with
and
that
like, not
statement
take
that
care of
this
your
is a
body,
presentation,
that's
just
totally
because
fine as long as you have
that
informed consent.
makes it basically like
It's all really
professional
about
wrestling.
consent. Like, you have to
And
know
it's
what
the
you're
exact same
doing in the
laws and
system.
everything to
So,
go
in the
professional
case of
wrestling.
like,
Go
let's
from
say
the
a
NBA,
woman
go
who
from the NFL, cover
used drugs and
Major
suicide
League Baseball,
alcohol or
they're
whatever,
entertainment.
didn't leave her
They're
body and then
disguised
kid,
as sport,
those
but they're in
mitochondria
fact
that
entertainment
she's
because
handed
it's
to the child
entertainment.
may not
A
be
lot of
optimal.
things
They
are up
may
to,
be damaged. Some
you
may
know,
not be
speculation.
good
A lot
at all.
of
They
things
could have
are
a
just
heteroplasmy that got mutated,
willy-nilly,
about
and
earlier.
they can control it
They can have a mutation burden, let's say, in the mitochondria that flow in a liver that can look like a 50-year-old sliver when they're born. So it really just depends like how will they get partitioned, how those are happening, but we also need to talk about
Those mitochondria are functional.
so that's what I was just going to bring up. That's the beauty of mitochondrial medicine. It's very actionable, and you can completely turn the ship around to a certain extent depending on when you start the intervention. So there are two processes you need to outline. We have mitochondrial biogenesis, and we have mitophagy. So mitophagy is similar to autophagy, which you may have heard of, which is like really fast. The body can break down
Cells repair.
yes, it can break down the pieces of the garbage and come out and they take all the trash and they repurpose the trash and do useful things. So mitophagy is similar in that in mitophagy, which is stimulated by red light and also like fasting as well.
Well, and you know, that's the thing, and that's,
That
you know, like
you're
the NFL
essentially going to be tagging the
decades have been
mitochondria that
trying
are
to
the
get
most
across this
damaged
idea
to
of
be
what they
broken
call
down.
parity.
So it's like the
Which
ones
means
that
that
have the
basically on
most
any given
mutations,
Sunday,
they
any
can put up a little
team,
flag and
any
be
other
like, hey,
team,
you take me out.
which
And
I mean,
take
they're
out
all
the good
professional
ones.
athletes,
They're
they're all professional
self-sacrificing
players,
essentially.
undisputed.
They can be broken
That
down.
kind of
Those raw
falls
materials
into
can be
place so
used.
that,
But
okay,
in
that's
essence,
possible.
what you're doing then
I
is
mean,
you're
let's be honest,
purifying the
we know
mitochondrial
certain teams are
colony
really good.
because now
Certain
you're
teams are really
selectively
bad. Like
cleaning
the
the
Arizona
bad
Cardinals
you're
are
keeping
really
the good
bad.
ones.
Chicago
So
Bears
that's when the
are
story
really
of
bad. Certain
mitochondrial
teams are not good.
mitochondrial
And other
biogenesis, which
teams
means
are very
that's
good.
the
And,
pathway
you
that
know,
allows
this
you to make
parity
new
thing,
mitochondria perfect
only holds
existence.
so much water, but
So
yet
if you're optimizing my property into
especially
bad
prime
ones,
time
and
games.
you're also
It
replicating
seems
the
like
good
so
ones.
many times you have
Now, in
Thursday night
effect,
game,
what you're
Sunday night
doing
game,
is you're
Monday night game.
basically
Some
purifying
really
and
weird
expanding
things
this purified
happen.
mitochondria.
And whether
So now you're
it's a
restoring
player
health at
like
tissue level, and you're reducing heart effects, and you're
jet
working
ski,
mutation
you
burden.
could look at Josh Allen's and see he's
Yeah.
really
So
bad
when it comes
interceptions.
to
He's
mitology,
almost
like
ran
Jack
into
always says,
players across the ball.
your
And
small
all those turnovers kept the Jets in the game.
so that when
Allowed
you're
him to
sleeping
win that
overnight,
game
you're getting into a
because
good
of his
facet
play.
state.
Does
And
it
then when you wake up in the morning for sunrise, you're both faster
But I
in
don't think you can
ketosis and
necessarily
you're getting the red
100%
infrared light from the sun. That's like
and see the
supercharging the
possibility.
top. That's
Because
really
again,
cool.
he can do so. The NFL can kind of order them. They can say, hey, you do this for us, we'll do this for you, not mine.
Correct,
Which
it's
doesn't say
before
it's
usually
the
a rise.
same. But the fact is,
We
that
talked
is a
about this
very
in
real
episode
possibility
4
of
of
people
my
that just
podcast,
completely discount
which
them.
basically
They
was
just
about
had
the
a bad
effect
game.
of UV light on
Maybe
mitochondria.
it's true,
So
but
essentially,
others have
UVA light when it interacts with
maybe
mitochondria,
that
it
more cool. They
slows
just had
down
a bad
mitochondrial
game.
electron transfer.
Maybe that, referee didn't think he made a call. Maybe he intentionally made a bad
UVA
call.
is slightly
Totally
longer
different
wavelength
thing.
than UVB.
And so that's the thing is so many
Yeah,
times
so
like
it's
in prime time games,
sunrise,
you see some
and the
weird
other time
things.
of
We
year,
did last
it's like
night
up north where I'm in Jersey.
between the Patriots and
Sunrise is like
the
7 o'clock, and then UVA rise is like maybe 8:15
and he
right
somehow
now,
got two
and then
bad
UV
interceptions.
rise maybe
And it
around
just kept the Patriots in the game long enough so
in the
it
summer
just
you
to get
get
to
shorter
the
window.
final
And
2
for
minutes
the
of the
equator,
game
it's really short.
to
Like
keep
UVA
people
rise like
tuning in.
15
And
minutes
that's
out
what
of
the NFL and all these things are about. They're
yeah, so
about
during summer it's like you have shorter windows,
they're about putting on a good
but
show.
essentially
And
what's
the
happening is
broadcast partners
your
are literally
body
investing
is
billions of
getting
dollars
really
into this
assimilating
league,
the nutrients and
want to get
electrons from
something that brings
food
money. They
before
don't want games like
UVA
that.
rise
Like
because
that
the
get
UVA is what's going to kind of put the brakes on mitochondrial
they don't want
metabolism.
Cowboys to blow up the Giants every time like that.
Lose
That's
that
money.
energy
They
because
want
if you're
people to
using
stay
UV light
tuned in as
to
long as
power,
possible.
let's
So
say, energy
sometimes I think
production,
tweaks are
you're
made. I'm not saying
powering
your
the
mistakes are
production
lose,
of water
but
as
just
well,
enough
which
tweaks are
facilitates
made to keep
metabolism.
the
You
game
don't
interesting to the very end.
need much food. This also directly relates
And
to
sometimes maybe that
optimization
does
because
with the outcomes of
optimization,
the
like I
game.
said earlier,
Sometimes
from
it
UV
does. It
light
just makes it,
suppresses energy. Your
consumable.
body's literally telling you when you're getting
And that goes a lot into what you were saying about how much TV revenue
if you're hungry, like that could be a sign your life is off, or it could be that your body actually wants food, maybe it's not getting enough energy
one has common sense.
or
Any kind of
that's
spending
also
that
why
you're
you
putting
need
on,
to do it because
if
it's
it's
going to be
closer,
like
more
you're going to be hungrier, and you also
especially
need
people
more
who already
electrons.
invested.
Yeah, you need more electrons because
We
it's
give
less
you
energy
casual
from the
sports
sun,
revenue.
and
Oh
you're
wow,
also
this is a game.
needing more
You know,
fat
like
protein
down there a
from
lot.
different foods
When
to
there's a
power
game,
production
like,
of
oh wow, that's
mitochondria.
actually a really good game. I'm interested. Even though I don't care about
Activity because it makes
because of men with balls and ties.
it also helps with the browning of fat. So brown fat in particular is very
But see,
metabolically
what
active.
you know, if it's a
Fat
cool
babies,
game,
like
which kind of
35%
goes
of
into
their fat
that
is
whole
fat
idea,
that helps them to
keeping
maintain
people
their
tuned in.
core
But
temperature.
I
Brown
think
fat
this
makes
goes
fat.
into the gambling thing too,
The
because
thing is, though,
the
brown
brown
fat
men
kind of lose
markets
it,
are
so
really on the thing now.
a decent
To
chunk
where
of the
you
exact
can't, you don't even have to just bet on the spreads, but you can bet
because they never
on the
get cold.
team total amount of
So when you
points
get
to
cold,
one
you
sport. You can bet on a
preserve
certain
and amplify
player,
your current brown
how
fat.
many
You can also
touchdowns they get, or whatever.
beige
And I
fat,
noticed that a lot of
which
these
is when your
bookmakers,
subcutaneous
they do
white
this
fat starts to become mitochondrially rich.
player, like I think I heard
Mitochondria,
Justin Herbert
there's
last
a
year,
whole actually paper out there that says that mitochondria give cells a tan.
which you
And it's
think that would
because
be
they
so
literally
doable.
look like brown
And
and
the
red.
odds
That's
be
why
like,
brown
what's
fat,
more
like when I
likely?
used to dissect
So you
my
get
cells,
double your money if you
right in their back,
do
there's
a one touchdown
butterfly
pass the
shape
whole
of
game.
brown fat, literally
Guess what happens? He doesn't do it.
because it's
And then
mitochondrially rich.
Justin Fields had one last year with the Bears and he threw a touchdown the whole game against the Packers. And I don't know if you recall this,
So
but
the brown fat
in
is
Chicago now, I
because
think you were in
small
Chicago, you said
animals have a high surface area to volume ratio.
remember
They
that play with
dissipate a
Justin
lot.
Fields?
Compared to
I
us,
think
like
he
our body size allows us to
maybe a
maintain
touchdown
a
with
bit
just
more,
right on the
but
goal
for
line.
them, they
And he
are
kept on
more
the
active, even though just like this root
And that
temperature
would have
is maybe
been
a
the
little
second
too for us, so they have
touchdown.
more brown fat.
If you would have bet on that problem for him to get 2 touchdowns.
So that brown
And
fat is
so
not only
that's not,
really
I
good
just
for
don't think
maintaining
it's
heat, but it's also a
coincidental
major sink
for it to be that
and fatty
much
acids.
of a gray area each time
It's
you
also a
see
major
some
endocrine
promotions even
hormone.
I think it's multifaceted with the
So the
sponsorship
brown fat is in this axis for the thyroid, which allows it to pick up T4, which is the thyroid hormone, and spit out T3, the active thyroid hormone. So if you're cultivating your brown fat and you're getting cold regularly, doing whatever else, maintaining that brown fat, it's going to help you maintain healthy thyroid function. Combine that if you're also getting sunlight while you're doing yoga, for example. That sunlight, that far infrared light in the sun is helping to structure water in the body, that's increasing that exclusion of water, like I said before. That exclusion of water is required for healthy thyroid function. So So people who are
The FBI knew
hypothyroid,
that
for
the
example,
NFL was
if they're
actually
just given a pill to like make up for that, we're not
bookmakers in
doing
every
it
city that they had a
like
franchise, and we're tracking the betting
low
rules.
ground fat because
So,
if they
at the same time, for the
ground
NBA,
fat,
they
they're
gave
not
the
getting a proper
tracking that is kind of interesting because they were dealing
and
with
at rest, they're like really comfortable. It's like we're going to up all the time and they're not going to tell them, no, just stay warm, let's stay on the left, whatever.
as
Not
soon
realizing
as
it's making
you
the
know, New
problem
Jersey
worse.
fought and
Because
got
now
the
they're
law
full of birds
changed,
because they're not converting enough of that TPA
and
to
they
help
allowed
support
for that, and they had
metabolism.
this, you
Thyroid
know,
is really important for
monopoly
stimulating
over sports gambling, and
metabolism
then
at like a very
New
fundamental
Jersey
level.
allowed it to have their own sports
But they're
gambling
also,
that
you know,
opened up
like also
basically for
subverting the
state
itching by
nations,
let's say taking
I think is
exogenous
correct. I
hormones.
think that's
In addition to that, if they're not
as soon
getting
as that
sunlight, that
happened,
far infrared
the
light, they're
NFL,
also
the
not
NBA, all
transporting
the
that
leagues
water
that we
within
did
their cells that
180
facilitates
and
thyroid
said
hormone
we're on
signaling.
board with gambling. We're
So
100%
cold
behind it because they
and sun at the same
realize
time is like
gambling
magic. So
fans
if
are
the ocean is
engaged
better because the
and they
ocean
know
is like
people are going to watch the
hard grounded,
worst
you're
game
getting
between
the salt
the two
water that's
worst
very
teams
conductive,
possible
so I'm
because
more
they're going to be
electrolyte
betting.
in your system.
And
Or
with
is
this
it something
become
like more
thanks to
straightforward,
technology,
behind the
like you
home,
said,
where
is
it's
it's
quick
now
one,
no
just
longer
straight
just
grounded system and
what you
then
lose is a game or how many points you scored in the game. You
when I
can
get
literally
in
bet
there,
like in baseball
yeah,
almost on
I'm
every
using
pitch.
sulfate.
Really?
You
So
can
when I get in
bet
there,
on
it's
every
like
little event that
basically I'm
happens
not
within the sport,
obviously
which
it's not
even
as
keeps
much
people
thing, but
more
it's
and
pretty dang
more
close, and
engaged
so it
because
feels
literally
very
that
grounding,
every play matters.
relaxing,
And that's a
energizing.
big
So you're getting all
things
the
because
benefits of
again,
it. So I put in the
even though a lot
spotlight
of
on
leagues
the
in prime
set
time
they
games
are,
seem
and
to
so
be
it's like
closer than they should be,
that's
it
really
makes people more gambling involved into every game to the very end because they can keep betting to the very
so
end.
excited for
To
you.
the
I
end of
love
the
it.
game,
I'm
they
really
even do
excited.
in-game bets
They,
which is, I mean, you know,
So
such a
Jack
large
recommends between 50
fans
to 55 degrees
and
for
watchers for
my
these leagues, and they're going to benefit for it. That's
I
why
keep mine at 55 and I'll do like one
but it's
for
also a double-edged sword because
and
you're going to
then
run
I'll do
into
like
trouble
2,
really
3,
soon. I mean, they know
10,
worldwide. We know soccer matches been fixed, tennis matches been fixed, rugby matches been fixed, cricket matches been fixed. I mean, all over the world, because they've never hit to the United States. One of the biggest things that they've discovered in investigating match fixing things around the world
So I do.
is like in tennis, they'll pay a player to fix a specific game in a
So if
specific
you
set.
learn from Tom Seeger,
So they'll like say, hey, we want you to lose, you know, game two of set two. And we don't care if you win or lose the match entirely, just hold that game, bet heavily on the game,
Magnesium salts will also do like copper salts
and
and
go
zinc
real
salts, so
low.
it's
And
like
that's actually happened several times. Although
pack that a little
we've been way
bit.
too greedy.
But the
We
Epsom
start
salts are
betting
like
$100 a game and also bet $10,000 on a specific game. They go back to $100 game, so they make it $2.
Yeah, I never felt that in the past. I probably never felt
Is, you know, they'll
that
fix, it's a yellow card in a soccer match, you know, they'll fix just like one little thing within the game that they can patently uphold because they know they're going to guarantee winner. And the thing that they can't have in here is great because, I mean, it can come down to, you know,
yeah, I mean, it's hard. You're getting points for electrons, you're getting the stimulus from the pole, you're
strikes
getting
out the first time
it's
or
like
what have you in a
perfect
baseball game.
synergy
And
to
you
support
can fix
electron
those
swap.
in-game
And the
incidents
sense
very
that has like
easily
energy
and
and
it's
vitality.
very
I think
undetectable.
our brains
Yeah,
are constantly
it's no
so
longer
good,
legitimate.
filling our bodies
Those are excellent
bioenergetic
points.
status.
And
So when we feel low energy, it's literally like low energy availability. Like our
probably see
mitochondria
that this is a complicated
they're
thing,
not working to the
but
extent
I
that we
think
need.
it's that it goes into something you
So
said
it's a really good
earlier.
readout. Like people have
It's good,
brain fog
and that's the reason
low
why I
energy,
call this
dragging their feet,
podcast
they're sluggish. Like that's a sign
Making
that
us
we need
more.
things to change.
It makes people
Also
have to
speaking
think
of light
too much
energy
and think.
interventions,
And when they associate it with sports, they see it as it shouldn't be that complicated, right? That's not that much
and it's got red light.
information on it,
And it
right?
showed that if
But
you
these
shine
things are
600,
more evidence now,
607
because like you
millimeter
say, we
deep
can
red light on
literally
somebody's
be
shoulder
engaged
for
in
15
every
minutes.
part of the game, and there's
And then
a
you
money
give them
interest
four
somewhere.
tests,
Well, I
which
think
is
and part of the issue
basically a way to
too is,
how
you know,
well they
you
can
think
blood
about
sugar
sports,
and they're like
you know, it's all played by young
so it's like a
men.
standardized drink of glucose. So
So, I mean, you have a bunch of 20-year-olds, right? So,
He showed
I
that
think especially
using
when
15
in
minutes
college,
of deep
we
red
can do
light
these
on
sort
sugar
of bets
and
in
then
college
doing
basketball and college
OGTT
football.
40 minutes later,
Who's to say,
the blood sugar response.
and I'm not blaming anybody specific, but I mean, who's to say some quarterback from some
Imagine
team doesn't
taking
have
meals
roommates
outside. You're not only
who's
getting
like, hey,
600
dude, you know, let's make a
light,
couple
you're
extra
getting
$100 this
full
weekend.
light
How about,
spectrum
you
between
know, you guys are
600
gonna
out to
destroy your
3100
like this
infrared
weekend.
light,
How
like
about,
the
you know, we do
infrared
all
light.
these in-game bets.
While you're
You
eating,
make sure
now
this
you're
happens.
able
You
to
make sure
clear
that
your
happens.
not only
And it'll make a
glucose
few
but also
$100
other
in the
nutrients
football,
to
so
your
the, you
bloodstream
know,
as
bars
well.
later.
So
all in all, you know, whatever. And when you say that doesn't end, we're at the pull up, it's the same thing. You say, you know, they don't have somebody does it in Pleasant. And because it's not saying, look, you know, we can make a couple grand, but because you can bet online, you can bet on a couple other places, you can go in person either way. But nobody knows that you're cousin.
And that was just from straight on your upper back,
make sure it happens, and, you know, maybe make it
Now imagine like
extra
just sitting
10
outside with your
this
shirt
weekend,
off and like
just on
taking your
one
meal out
game.
there. Like
Again,
that makes
it's
a
a meeting
difference
with
with it.
events that occur within the game that wasn't necessarily affect the outcome. But for
It's
betting,
really just like a
it's
clearing of
huge
line. It's a sign that like
Yes.
things are good.
It's
Like
something you
you're
said
in
there
the process
before
of
you transition to some of the topics.
Okay,
And
now
then
one more
when you
time,
are
can you
touching the
explain to me
topic,
like
and
I'm a
right,
fifth grader?
but
Why?
something you said there, I don't know if you watched this, but after the Colorado State Colorado game, the press conference,
yeah. So it's
you
actually
should put this on your phone like a clip on
So
Twitter
basically,
afterwards.
be like
Because I think it's perfect. It's right in the alley where
So,
Shedeur
number one,
Sanders,
you're
young
most insensitive for
quarterback for the University of Colorado, and
so
his
that
son
means you feel like the
Shiloh
nutrients
plays D-back in Colorado as well.
that's
It was
particularly
joking at the
true
press
if
conference
you're
and said,
eating competing manner where you're
you know, this is entertainment, right?
because what that
And
is
then
is that
people basically
you're
said,
basically
we
clearing
had to
out
kind of
something
keep it
called
close, you know, so, you know, people
store
get
glucose
interested.
and liver. You need
And
to
it
actually
was
break
like
that
all
down
this
before
stuff,
you
you know,
get
just like in a joke one way.
Right.
yes.
Yeah, no, it's
It's the same kind of stuff that Andre
So,
Iguodala was doing.
if you're
And
eating
I was watching that Killed Arena podcast too.
dinner meal, you're not going to
Because I
get into
subscribe to them, and
you're
in the tournament, it was saying the same type of things, like it's the same thing, but basically they're admitting
synergizes with the
that this is
sunset or
entertainment,
sunrise rather in the
and they
morning
just
to get
want the game to be as close as possible.
but if you're
Active players is in this
lower
stuff.
carb dinner meal,
Well, because I don't think they're ignorant to that fact. I mean, I think, you know, especially in the NBA, it's like they're really cognizant that certain players get the calls,
you're eating in that
certain
first
teams
window,
in
and
certain
then when you
situations get the
the
calls.
picture, that
And
starts
like,
to break
you
some of
can't,
the
if you were going to play, you know,
so
two max with
you're not,
three
first of all, you're not
favors,
going to want to eat as
whatever
much
reason,
because you're
whether
naturally
they have LeBron or
so that should be a sign of
Michael Jordan or whatever, that you had to win by, you know, like basically 25 points to win by 5.
when the
Because
breaks
the rest of
are
them do
in
everything they
we
possibly
essentially
could
don't need
to, you know, give that other team or that other player an advantage over you. And they realize it's because, you know, again, they're not stupid. They realize that, you know, certain players are marquee players and they got all the eyes around them. Everybody's talking about them. I mean,
so it's more of like,
I think the Jets were
I would say
there
that
for
Taylor
Rodgers
is
because
important. The main
he
part of the
was
story
a
is that
he was a major
if
story
you're
that I think
eating
the
in a
league was going to
competing
run
fashion and you're
with. And
in
him pulling out
alignment
his
with
Phillies like
the
that,
sun,
you know,
then your appetite should
Rodney
naturally
actually
really wants
ran
to
some people crazy up to the NFL headquarters and they didn't know what
and that means that when there's no UV
they
light
didn't have him on
anytime,
the Jets and
you're
they
hungry.
completely lost that storyline.
You actually need that to help.
Like I say, I don't think the players are ignorant. I think the players in every league realize that, you know, certain things are done by the officials that, you know, okay, yeah, it's a judgment call, it's a subjective call, but why does it always favor this player? Why does it always favor that player? And I think they catch on and they realize, well, because, well, that's what the league wants, that's what television wants, that's what the hype is, that's what we're going to give them. And that's what the fans want to see.
Yes.
So, I mean, I'm builders playing football like they're in the Patriots' big, you know,
How the way
dynasty.
technology and
Love
the
Tom Brady
world
and
seems to
Patriots and forever,
evolve
and there was a certain amount that hated it, but they would both tune in for the same reason. They either wanted to see the Patriots win or they wanted to see the Patriots lose, but either way, that made it must-see TV. And so that's, like, you know, made it entertaining. So
it's
critics
almost
even still
a way of looking at it
going
is
with Tom Brady play every time.
to
The fans that hated him almost continued to watch it because of it.
we
They
literally
wanted to
exist
see
to
it
make better
fall.
things.
And
That's
they
literally
were willing
drives
to,
our whole
you know,
economy.
live through
Is
those bad
innovating
balls
new
because
shit
that kind of
and creating
fun
new
effort
shit
kept them off.
and consumers
So
and
I think
people
it
want
takes
to
a
buy
lot
that.
to really get
Yeah,
certain
but I think
fans
we're
to
into
tune in
curious
because they are so
creatures. I know
engaged and
Rogan
so
talks a lot about like
consumed by
us
it that they will watch regardless of how people engage me with it, really
Yeah,
don't
he
care
calls
about
us,
face, but at the end of the day,
the sex organs of the machine world. I think that was Marshall.
and emotional remains
But
still
yeah,
there. Yeah, so they get it that big anyway.
Yeah. So I don't think that we have to go without tech.
I
And I'm
think
not
this
advocating
was
for that.
something
But what I
that
think that we
to
need
your
to do is be honest
basis
about
deal and
the harms we're externalizing to ourselves so that we can make better.
the NCAA
For example,
versus
daylight
Boston
computer.
2021
World's
decision.
first blue light
We know what that
tablet.
did.
It's awesome.
That
Having
allowed
Are you really?
Yeah,
I
it's great.
think NIL
It's great. It's great. It's
I got
it's
that
like,
on the way too.
awesome.
Following that around the whole hard.
And they're
because
gonna
like
make
over
phones
the years,
in the future.
because
Yeah.
when it first started
And
happening, I
we're
was
gonna
just
make
doing
everything
a
so
hot topic. And
So
I'm
if
just,
we just
I
get really clear about what are the specific parts of what we're currently
hot
doing,
topic type things,
and
because
then
I
we
feel
get
like
creative, like
there's a
we're
bunch
great
of
at
other stuff
it.
going on in the
Very
scenes
good.
that's
Figure
probably
out a
more
different way to
important
do it.
without it.
I think
Bring
that's
in
really
this
cool.
reality of
There's
what
like,
is called NIL. Can you explain to the audience what NIL is and what is your personal view about NIL?
but there's
NIL is basically,
this
it allows college athletes to sell their, they call it name, and I
that's why Obama banned the players into
That's not why he banned them. That was the cover.
their names on t-shirts or jerseys, advertisements, or what have you. A lot of them actually make money off of themselves.
I don't think
Not necessarily the team. They can't say, I'm the quarterback for the University of Michigan, or I'm a star basketball player for Marvel or whatever. They can sell themselves and profit off of that, which I really have no problem with, because let's be honest, college athletes for 700 years have been being paid under the table. I mean, and I think for anybody to deny it is insane. I mean, that's been happening, whether it's boosters or against, shady deals on the side, what have you. These kids outside of this, college scholarships that they're getting paid under the table.
Some of it's
So I think to be able to do it above the board is a good thing. The only problem I think that comes out of it is obviously some kids are making a lot of money, some kids are
that's a pretty
making
clear
no
match.
money.
It's pretty crazy shit.
And then you
It is
start
crazy shit, and it also makes sense just from like a financial perspective. Like you want people to be addicted to
Deion
things.
Sanders kids will
So like if you engineer it to make it in a way that like people want to use it
people are
more,
really
like
interested in the Sanders. Maybe they're really interested in Colorado.
money out of them, you're gonna get
Maybe
more.
we start giving them a few beneficial calls. Maybe we start helping the team out. Maybe,
But I actually
goes
also
into our
talked
advertising,
about
and
this
that's why
with
these
Jack a
teams
little
are
bit
doing
in
better
our
than
last
other teams.
podcast where
Who's to say?
we're reflecting on the
But I mean, I think it's something
and
that
their
you can't,
limited use
allow,
of
because
crystals
again, at
products
the
for content
professional level, I believe for certain this sort of things happen. Certain teams become storylines.
and so I
They
think
become
that's just
interested,
as
and then they get help.
an example
They get
of
just a little
we
help
can
here,
get
and they're
creative
buying
and figure
pictures
out
for
other ways
him,
to do the things we want
and
to
then
do.
propels the storyline.
But first, we
Well,
actually have to
should be.
know there's a problem.
This Colorado
And that's
thing
what we're going to be
might be
talking
the same
with
thing. I
happening
mean,
on
some
the
way.
apps and
I mean, yeah, I understand why Deion Sanders was
we're not
on
even
60
we're not in
Minutes.
terms yet.
Like, he was on last night.
So that's the
And
first step. That's why
before the season
getting
started.
that message out is important.
Yeah, so it's good enough. Why? Yeah, I mean, what they know
What
about.
Dr.
I
Martin
mean, why is this such a big story that it has to be in 60 minutes? And the team is succeeding at the same time. Would it still have been a story had they lost every game they played this year?
The message was
I mean, it's certain things like that. It's like, they know how are they to predict
so
it?
he discovered that.
Well, if this is
Like,
somehow that they're
really
going to be, how they're
advocating
going to
pushing for
be, then it made for a while
reduction
to
of
be
blue light
on
and like
60
healthy light
minutes.
in
And so, I mean, then they imagine like this thing that exists.
and it's just been like hitting a wall with
I don't
the
think
lighting
those
in the
kids
top
should have
because they're
been
basically just
really
optimizing for energy
the
efficiency
mechanical
and
jobs that they get,
they're not
$50 selling
understanding
up the
that
side,
light
they
plays
get basically
direct
kicked out
roles
of the NCAA
regulating
because
our
of this
biology.
And
or some
now
other
it's a
violation.
double whammy because
So it's better to have it above board, but it still
wants the
doesn't mean
Wi-Fi
that
and they
dinner
don't
and table stuff is still
Yes.
going up. We're still not paying kids to come to certain colleges or
Actually, on that note, there are light bulbs. The ones that
Just
I use at
recently,
home have like
I think
another
on some
color
some team
bulbs,
banned
so
themselves.
Yeah, oh yeah, I need to add that to my menu. About that again.
yeah, so they're really cheap. It's like $25 for 4 of them,
And even
and comes a
Harbaugh
little
said
remote.
that
You can
the
trade for like
University of
20
Michigan
colors
or something similar. So I mean, it doesn't mean it
And
still
so
doesn't
during
happen. I think
nighttime,
it's just
in my house,
a step in the right direction. But for me, in all honesty, I don't believe college sports exist.
So it's red,
I
also
think they should
reduces
be
light
banned.
pollution. And during the day, you can put on like a yellow color
We're the
or
only
like
country, I don't know, anybody knows. We're the
there
only
is a
country
timer.
that has a college athletic
Quite
program.
yet, but it's also
No
really
other
just
nation
one of
has it.
remote control.
I mean, like soccer's a huge thing. Like the United Kingdom, they don't have college soccer. What they have is they have like a under 17 or like under 21
back to light
year old
pollution, which I want to make sure we talk about
players who are
because
interested in pursuing
there's like really big implications to like pollution outside of
but
our
they're not like
physiological
playing
health
for
and also
university
like
campers
our
or something like that.
psycho-spiritual
So I
health
mean,
as
we're the
well.
only
So if
country
you think about,
that is such a
let's say, like
especially to such a degree.
barely at that point,
That
there's
exists,
no
but
artificial
again,
lights at
you
night.
can't
There's
get
not
rid
these
of
like
millions
cities
of
that are
dollars.
just blasting
That
lights
should
24
be
hours a day.
eliminated, and then you
If you
eliminate
go
all these
outside
problems.
most nights and
The
you look up
colleges
at the
keep going
sky,
back
you
to
see like the vast clouds
places for academia.
every single night. And you just get this
There's a
feeling of
very
awe and wonder, like at your both simultaneous smallness, but also your place in the universe.
2 nights ago, I was outside, we had no power.
I called up one really close to me, and I get my PhD at the University of Tennessee. I know some audience knows that.
When I walked outside,
What else on campus? It was pretty much
almost like
you
daylight.
were sitting here, and it's like everybody else
The
is
sky was
melted, like
everything, and
it's
it's like
at least I did, like being in the forest,
and
being
then that I've never seen it like that. Rarely.
you already like I love the forest, but I feel also very disconnected from like that aspect of
see everything.
you know,
Yeah, we're meant to like see the entire Milky Way galaxy essentially.
oh,
And when we're able to see that, it really puts things in perspective, I think, about what it means to be human and like what it's like. And it brings up these like very, like, I don't know, esoteric or big questions. And I think it's really important for us as humans to have awe and like inspiration on this, but with light pollution, we're not just polluting our biology, we're polluting crops and everything that has implications for. But we're also disconnected from like essentially the divine, the cosmos. So when we're in that state, that's kind of a factor in all the other areas of our lifestyle where we see just like the soullessness of society. Where it's like everything is just about materialism. Scientism is the new religion. We've been like gradually moving away from just going to church and things like that. And we've been replacing it because I think as humans we have circuits in our brain that are like meant to plug into that. So like some sort of a belief system around a higher order of phenomena. But if we don't have that, then we're going to basically use that circuit and put it on something else that it doesn't want like government. Like UFOs, like science, like sports teams, or whatever it is.
Yeah, I said that. I said that UFOs and the UFO land experience with other creates part of my campus.
At the same time, it was like, no, you don't go there if you're not you stay out. And I mean, that's not right. I mean, why, if you're paying the same tuition and you get like the same like meal card.
And I actually was just listening to a podcast that kind of ties back to the US with
It's just
podcasting. I talked to Robert
right, but
Rothschild,
it's
the founder of the Investment Institute, and I'm actually taking a course with universities right now. I'm talking about this principle a little bit. But he actually used to work in the military-industrial complex now. He's very much military. Yeah, of course. And he's like now tapping more into like the, I don't know, like sacred geometry and leveraging crystals and things like that. He was on this podcast where we were talking about the purpose and the functions and the effects of different types of color and light. And he made a very interesting comment about the blue light being used in esoteric practices to basically help to rigidify and to make things more stable. So like if you're trying to learn to practice, for example, like meditation, and you want to kind of keep that energy and cultivated present in your system, then you can use blue light to do that. And like I paused it at that point and I was like, that actually makes a ton of sense if you're thinking about like the way that we're inundated with blue light now. What if it's literally keeping our spirits like rigidified? Like it's not even because we're literally constantly blasting our this like very, very dense blue light and all of our screens and our like etc. Then it kind of actually makes sense that like we're no longer really spiritual beings. Most people have no connection to any kind of higher order self or anything beyond the material stuff. I don't think that's a mistake, and that's why this comes back to the spiritual kind of war that's going on right now, where it's literally like a war over, I don't know exactly what it's over, it's clearly over control of money, but if it's, other darker forces at play, I wouldn't actually be surprised, because when you start learning about these other aspects to the story and to where biology functions and how it's being hijacked, that when it comes to these conclusions that are pretty sensitive.
But at the same time, everybody knows which one I even back, they needed it.
So it's like
Even second, theoretically, one that ever vacated it, but we all know Reggie Bush
so it's like, that's really interesting. I have my podcast to talk a little bit about that, because the fact that we're just constantly bathed in this specific frequency of light is just we already know that it's problematic from the Richmond perspective and the mitochondrial perspective, but we're talking about it on maybe like a more such a spiritual level. There should be something there as well.
Yeah, I just don't see any sort of way to turn this freighter on too late or that society
no,
all of a sudden
but then you have the biggest law situation. I think a lot of our viewers were the previous episode that we did on 29. A lot of people were talking about MLB. And I was kind of, I was wasting the money about this every year versus
a solar flare that takes out every grid over the world and suddenly overnight we have to stop So it's like, it's a very fragile system actually to look at. There's a lot of things that we're relying on that, they may not actually be there the next day or the next week. know, it's not really a given that we can wake up and have electricity and be able to go on our phones. Like, things can happen. Nature is pretty novel.
Yeah. We just got hit by 2 hurricanes in 2 weeks.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. So, I don't know. I think we need to make considerations, and if we don't do that in a way that is both supporting our desire to connect with people and connect across the world, and also not harm ourselves and realize this is wrong, then we should do it. And I really think we should start from having conversations about like this is actually possible. And if it's we don't have the tech to do it now, doesn't mean we can't have the tech to do it. And I'm also very encouraged by the fact that like Bobby and Nicole and Tulsi that the Trump and there's like literally on the precipice of getting in there. It's like the market really strong with this one I saw earlier today, like 20 minutes or whatever. Yeah, if they get in there, like John is directly in Bobby's ear, and I'm working directly with Nicole. So we can make some serious systemic change.
Baseball Hall of Fame is we don't care. Baseball Hall of Fame.
I mean, we have to at least try, right? I'm not going to give up.
So I think it's the same thing when people say, people say, oh, you gotta vote. You gotta get out there and vote.
And it's interesting though, but I mean, it's odd that,
It's the
baseball.
same people who think that it's important to vote, like, say that you're, a Trump supporter.
Yeah, at the same time, like,
We gotta try to make a change. We know it's corrupt. We know
like the
it's
Steelers in the 1970s, like their offensive line was like fueled by
the same people
steroids.
who think that
And that's why they were so good in such a dynasty, because they were doing what other
the
teams
citizens
weren't
of the
doing. They
country
were
have
kind of
the
cheap
power
all
to
the time.
put
That's what made
the
Terry Brett
president
Franco Harris and all those guys was because they were kind of cheap. They get away with it, and yet that never came back to law enforcement. They never blew up into a big scandal. There never was a big scandal in football with steroids. I mean,
whether
even
or not you can
Peyton
stay
Manning,
free from
when he
going
had
to jail,
med surgery, was out of
paid the
football.
exact
I mean, supposedly his wife got HGH
and
delivered to
depending on
their
how big your
house.
tinfoil hat is, they
I don't think his wife was taking
what makes you
HGH.
think they're
Peyton
going to
Manning
let us
was.
decide who
But even that kind of got
Well, there
blown
are
over
still
nobody
working
cared, and now
conferences
he's
and
on ESPN every
They
Monday
kind of have to, at least right now. I think that's why they're leveraging all these other points to try to
like,
control
even
us,
though they've
because
had the
they're, I think they're really scared that that's just crumbling. I do see that. Like the power structures are actually crumbling. We know too much. Like we're at a point in society where we're so connected and information age is really so good that like they can't hide it. They have the ability to control the past and they can control the exact narrative.
Right.
We're at a really different beginning of a different era. So I think things are going to be changing pretty rapidly.
First retired.
Yeah.
They've allowed a lot of things have been able to serve thousands of players somehow.
like with the church commission hearings and everything that came out, like baseball and all the stuff that was happening, like trying to get pigs and all
But baseball, for some reason, has always had this major scandals that kind of run.
There was just something that came out, I think it was
And it's
last
funny
night.
that it's happened there for other sports.
Steve, you can pull this up. It was,
So,
I don't know how
moving to the basis
true
now
it
is, how do you
but
assess?
you Google
I guess the way I read it is,
the
you
Defense
can put a
Department
student athlete in parentheses.
codified
No, quotation.
something right to deploy lethal force against citizens. Is this right here? That's
It's
it.
a term now. How should people interpret it?
All over social media.
Yeah, it's all over social
Even
media
with
right
the
now.
new changes with the most decisions made by the Supreme Court. Like, how
So
do
yeah,
you
this is exactly what I saw on Twitter. Maybe punch it
that
out.
document someone says a student athlete? Because
So
in my opinion,
it's actually like gotten rid of the law using lethal force.
especially the people that are for basketball and football for the most part, are not.
But I guess this is like something that they would want to use in the event of like a civil unrest or civil war where the military would be
I'm
able
sure
to
take advantage of that. They've been given a full ride scholarship. And so they play football or they play
It's also
basketball, but they
pretty
don't know they
crazy
have
to
they
think
go
that
pros.
the military
So
has
they'll actually
lost
commit themselves to studying and get a degree and pursue what they really want to
so
pursue.
the highest level.
But I think there's a vast majority of them, especially in certain colleges, in Alabama,
That's very, very top level.
you know,
Like exactly.
North Carolina, college basketball, the guys who are there to play football, they're to play basketball, aren't there just to play
Like there
football,
was
just to play
there was
basketball. And their academics
some sort of study I've heard of like talking about with a few
they
folks
have
that
fake
have
classes that
we
do
talked about like
stuff for them. I mean, it's just,
I
it's a
don't
joke.
know who was it,
So they
but
call
he
them
was talking about how people in the military like the local
ridiculous.
soldiers
Yeah, I mean,
people
yeah,
are
technically they're students, but
They typically lean on like the political spectrum more conservative. But the generals, the people that are in command, the high-level people that are dealing with like bureaucrats, politicians, and vice presidents, they tend to lean on that.
Lately, actually, they get like a real football system, man. Because as far as I'm concerned, right now, it's just an
It
imitation.
is.
It just be the Alabama imitation.
Yeah.
With
I
three
don't know.
other
I think
teams.
we're in some really
It's
interesting
usually
times.
two out of the SEC, two out of the Big Ten. The same
But
predictable
I'm
Ohio
really
State,
just focused on.
Michigan.
I mean, a lot of people aren't even
Nothing
recognizing
innovation
it
with the
as like
ACC.
reality, right? They're just
But
really on the day to
before I
day.
ask this question, I had just an observation. I don't know if you know this observation, but the tone
Well,
of the
they have. I
writers
think
and
they
the
have time, but they're
journalists
misappropriating their time, and that's why I really, on my
is
platform
changing
and
a lot
everything I
around
stand for, is
the
really trying to empower
Pac-12
people
leaving,
to take
dissolving in
back their
college law.
health and their
But I think it's
empowerment
crazy
to do
because
so
honestly,
in a variety
they
of
were
ways.
shitting on the
And that
Pac-12
actually
for
allows you to
years.
see the reality of
Yeah, I
things.
don't know if
Because
that's
otherwise, like, it's
east
very
of
easy to
bias
overlook
or
very
what.
obvious things
Because
because
the
it's
game
just
is
so
played so late at night,
wrapped
and
up
they
in
always
whatever's
put
going
that
on
chicken on the East Coast
Netflix
games.
or whatever else.
But
So I think,
now the
you know, obviously
Pac-12's
that's
getting all
also
this
part of like the blue light
over the
agenda,
top
really
love,
just
it seems like.
getting you addicted to
They're
these kind
going out in a
of very
bang,
hyper-focused on
this,
trivial
the
things.
Pac-12 that,
Well,
and the
this like
Yankees
competition is
that,
going on in the background.
do you think that that's kind of, like, what's behind it? Have you
But I
noticed that
think
shift in the narrative that the SEC is a lot weaker this year, and the
almost at a very
Pac-12 is
foundational
going
level,
out in
even
a
though we
bang?
have fortitude to actually make
No, actually, I don't pay
decisions up for
attention to
ourselves
culture.
and our family.
That much. I mean, I hear about it, I listen to it.
It's sort of like the industry.
You know, I've never been a college fan.
Yeah,
As a kid.
it's pretty
Yeah,
crazy too.
like since I've gotten into this, I find the college game so. I mean, I
With
professional sports ownership, but I find college sports
we decided
so
not to
corrupt
give them
on
a
so
full
many
vaccine
levels
schedule.
that it just was a total
They
turnover.
have like
I mean, because I just
they're
think,
trying to push all these
especially
vaccines on
with
kids,
the student athletes,
like that.
not getting paid.
And I'm like, no, I think we're gonna skip that one. I don't think I want to do
It
this.
was all going to the people, you know, the directors and the
They're
coaches, what have you. When you know that, like, I forgot what the state was, something like 46 out of 50 states, the highest paid
Like,
state
some sort of
employee
incentive,
is a
like,
college
a
basketball
certain amount of their
I just find
patients
that
are
insane.
to get vaccinated. To get
I mean, you're
some
telling me that my tax money is, you know, I got to
Most of
pay
their
the
money
University of Wisconsin
sort
that
of pharmaceutical companies, right?
$5 million a year. Why? I don't care if that football team exists. It does not. You know, I would pay this money for the money. All college games is like I don't interest in paying attention to football. I just find it unnecessary. But I think when you're talking about like certain things like this,
Dude was like,
you have that kind of narrative.
he was like, oh yeah, it looks good.
Sports writers,
Like, didn't pay those
they're not
attention
even
to
journalists
the
anymore.
kids. Like,
They're just literally sports writers.
answering our questions.
I have a
So
feeling
it's
that
tough to find somebody
it's kind of one of those things
who's
that's
good,
being
who's
internally
not a part
pushed.
of the system.
That, you know, it's everybody's kind of giving a directive like, hey, we're gonna hype this,
Well,
or
it's good
that,
to, like, take them
down
out
like
for make
this,
sure they're
you know,
developing
up
right.
like that. And I think that might be the
Make
sort
sure
of
they're
thing that's
healthy.
happening, what you're referring to.
Yeah.
We were saying
I
that
mean,
the
it's really
SEC isn't that good this year,
important.
whatever. We got to pay attention to Pac-12. That could be something that's really being internally pushed by Fox or CBS or whoever, you know, who owns the broadcast rights that we want that narrative out there because that's going to help us do this and help us do that, and that's where money's going to come. And so I wouldn't be surprised if that's what it really boils down to. Is that it's basically some sort of editorial idea that somebody came up with and everybody running. Because you got to remember too, you know, when you pay like, you know, ESPN pays something like $1 billion a year to broadcast their games. They're not no longer two separate things. There's not ESPN and the NBA. They're like this. And so the NBA is going to tell the ESPN, hey, we're going to try to do this. And ESPN says, hey, we want to kind of hype that. And, you know, they're very symbiotic.
Some people want
Because ESPN doesn't want them to investigate the NBA. Because they know the NBA is incredibly
caveats that
corrupt.
Jack likes
Give
to
them
talk
$1
about too,
billion
and
a
that's why
year.
this
Not
is
going to destroy
really
the
take the responsibility for themselves.
So that's what happens. They become like this. And it's the same in college football. I mean, because what is it? NBC has the rights to Notre Dame. So they're making a ton of money off it. So they're going to protect Notre Dame and their football program with all their money
Sending
because
the kids
it's
to
too
be
much money.
indoctrinated to pediatrician to get
So
jobs
that's what it boils down to. And that's what I think he's like saying is happening. With the, you know, what you're talking about college football is that
at a certain
there's
point,
something
it's hard
internally
to
going
kind
on
of turn
probably
around, but
with
also kids are very
broadcast,
plastic and
wasn't
able to
happening.
be adaptable.
Yeah.
So I think the
We
earlier
got
we can
this
start
interpretation based
implementing
on
changes,
radio
like my 13
because
steps on at home, like he wears
the
blue
patch
blockers every
one
night when he's on
network
his
would
computer.
be the only
He has
way
red
you would
lights
see
in
it
his
for
room.
those games
Like
or
he's
any of these
been
games
on
affect
this for a
well.
couple of years now with us, so
And
like
it tries
it's
to
normal
affect
to him
well
now.
for
He
years,
talks
but
about
like
his
I said,
friends. He's like,
now
my stepmom goes on
with
podcasts and stuff, so like it's
them,
cool.
it gives the pack
Yeah,
well,
but it's also a certain market everywhere. It's hard to see.
attention
I
now.
think it goes to school.
And
Oh,
it probably
yeah,
has to
yeah, it's
do
not
with the
time
TV
today. Our teacher gave us
revenue,
Oreos.
the TV contract, because
And
those
they're on
teams
tablets and
that
like
are just now
too.
all more the
Yeah,
same
yeah,
company.
yeah.
And there
On laptops and
Yeah,
stuff.
so
there
everyone
were
gets the
studies back
benefit
in
from
the
it.
80s that
Yeah,
showed
well,
that
that's what I
if
mean.
you
That's what it
essentially
boils down
put
to.
kids
The
in a
same thing
room
with
with
laptops.
fluorescent lights and
They play it for free, but they don't play it for free. Really,
day,
it's really about
they're
money.
all fidgeting with
So it's
crisis,
just
so
a
they're all
question of
looking
who's
for
going to profit
ADHD.
how off of
The
it.
next day they went in, they called for the day,
Yeah, I
they
think
had
broadcasters
artificial lights turned off,
are
they had the windows open, natural light coming in, and they were able to sit still and focus.
motive and hype to the agendas behind it.
Yeah.
Stark difference between what my kids
What do
inside.
you make with these implementations of the new NBA season coming
Behavior
up?
too.
What do you agree?
Tantrums and
What is
snap
our
things.
theater?
Yes.
With this lobbying rules,
100%.
So,
there's
I mean, we really can clearly see
a
that
low
as parents and also just
management
on a larger scale,
and then
like this
there's all
is
these
definitely going on.
mid-season tournament. This, to me, this is open up even for the NBA. I mean, all these was in changes this year. Like, why do you think that is?
Like, you do at nighttime.
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, it almost brings to
I
desperation
personally keep my phone
in a
all
way.
day, and at nighttime it's
Because, I mean, nobody, for whatever reason, nobody can catch the NFL.
I got this app.
Right? I mean, the NFL is
Or no,
the
it's
most
not.
watched
I
TV
was
show.
able to
Whereas
go to the
it's amazing when it's true. It doesn't really ever get the most watched television program out there. In the NBA, I mean, it's interesting because it does some studies where it says that, like, supposedly the interest of the NFL, especially younger generations, is really waned.
Yeah.
Really, the popularity is more
That's why I like to do it in the daytime. I don't even notice that it's on, so I barely know.
and the NBA is really interested in a lot of younger generations
Basically
who use
reducing some of
people in their
the
20s. But their ratings are still terrible.
Yeah.
And it's something that I think
So,
the NBA is
this is a
concerned about.
Vogel
I think that's
crystal.
why almost like Major League
It's
Baseball,
a
Major League Baseball,
13-sided Vogel.
people had to deal
Marcel
with
Vogel
pitch counts
was
or pitch timer, the speed of games,
he
the
worked
extra
for
innings,
IBM
the
for
third
like
guy on
30
second
years.
base.
He worked
They did
on
those sort of
engineering
things.
the
And
LCD
even the NHL,
displays,
back
liquid
earlier
crystal
when the
displays
NHL came out of
that
the pocket,
ultimately developed into like
10 years ago or
devices
whatever.
that we have today.
You know, they kind of changed
But
the
when
rules
he
to speed the
retired
game
from
up, make
IBM,
it
he started
more
working on
spectacular.
crystals.
And I think that's the NBA is much that,
there, but
like I was going to say desperation.
and he
We're
did
like,
these studies
we
to
got to
show
try
that
something
if you
because
vortex
what
water
we have apparently
come
isn't
out one of
interesting
these global
enough
crystals that's
people
charged
to
up
make
either
our
through
young man's feet on them.
the
They're still
sun,
making
or you can charge it up
$5-6
like
billion a
and
year.
you vortex water around it,
They're
actually
trying to do
creates
something to
light
shake it
and
all up to generate more
so
interest because
you can check, you
the
can test
fans
the
are
water
there,
before,
they're
maybe you
younger,
like
they
to
got to
test
try
it
to
after.
somehow figure out how to tap into it.
Yeah. So obviously there's
Don't know they have
implications
so many young fans, but
from
they'll
that
watch it.
in
It's
like water
not
sanitation.
counterintuitive, but I guess that's
Like
where it's
water that you drink.
So yeah, I think they're trying to figure something out. I mean, the flopping
But
thing.
in addition to
What
that,
was the other one I said?
that's them.
Flopping
So
it
there's
is
a book
also
called
the load
Primary
management. The load
Perceptions
management.
by Cleveland
Yeah, the load
Baxter.
management one I
That's
think
kind
is
of
the funniest
the
one.
Zionist work.
It's
I'm
like
also taking
really
taking that
enhanced.
class
Certain
with
guys in certain games.
Robert Gilbert that ran a whole section on looking at global
For that sort of thing.
so that I'm basically doing some intro research studies
Because again, it goes back to
on these crystals to
people.
repeat his studies at
There's
first,
a thing
and
to
then
do.
we want to kind of
Yeah,
expand
it's
upon
wild.
it
I think
because
it was with the
the
Spurs.
body, like molecules
Where
to
they
molecules,
were playing
that's
something.
really beautiful.
Supposedly it was going to be a marquee matchup against some other franchise.
So what
The
about
picture
that
was
is
the Spurs, and
over
then
the
progressively,
aging process,
after
and
team
that's
that took
directly
nothing
related
to play,
to my
and a
heteroplasm
couple other
mutation
stars, and
because
like everybody
if your
flipped out.
mitochondria
This was
are
supposed to be a
functioning
big
as well,
game,
and
and
then
people
the
paying
mutation
extra
makes
for the
water,
tickets because they
and
wanted
now
to see
when you
this
die,
big
let's say
matchup.
you
And
might
then
be
a bunch of these
die,
guys,
you die
just like
have
me,
like 50
they're tired.
water. Water when
I
you're
didn't think it was
born,
that big
it's
a game to
like
us, so yeah.
so
And
gradually,
that
as that
became
energy
to do,
and
and it's
water
become
goes
to do ever since
goes
then.
down, you
So I
start
think
to
that's
deficit
even now they
dehydrate. So water is really instilling life.
Yeah.
But in addition to that,
You
because
sound
we know there's so much
Joseph.
water in the
I
body,
love this
by
music.
extension, if
So
you
there was
vortex
skip
water on this crystal and
My
give you life,
now and
the
bringing down.
notion is, can we use
He
this
made a
crystal in
huge
some way
point
to
and said
increase like availability
fans
to
who want to
the
give
body
him
as
money
well.
to see these spectacles.
Either just by holding it or charging it
If
in
a
some way or
player
interacting
is
with it
supposed to
in a
play
certain
doesn't
way,
play like LeBron or
and
a
that
Steph,
would help
why don't they set something up
diseases
where
like
they
long
can just
COVID
get
or other chronic
autographs?
diseases where
Where
it's
they
like
can have
very
like an autograph
efficient
session.
systems And right now, Jack is basically saying, moving to the tropics if you're super sick. But what if you could leverage something like this to allow people living anywhere to get access?
What would be the because I mean, one of the things, it goes back to the whole.
So we don't know yet. We gotta test it, but we're thinking. Half joking was saying that maybe you could like put crystals up your nose. Because, like I have an intranasal red light probe. Not eating them. No, oh my god, that would hurt. Not recommending. But like we have intranasal red light probes because at the top of the nose, like the bone that separates the nasal cavity from the brain is super thin. So if you put intranasal red light, you can actually really directly stimulate the brain. Also, you can use a helmet, specific wavelengths of light,
All it does is basically guarantee
10 nanometer light is pretty
privilege
good.
of seeing a football game.
But
So as long as the NFL puts on some action football game, like playing basketball, so I'll have a boxing match, they fulfill their obligation. So the NFL does not have to, when they put up the football game, it doesn't mean certain rules have to be applied, certain rules have to be followed, it doesn't mean one team can't achieve doesn't mean the game can't be fixed, and it doesn't mean certain players have to play.
We're gonna think about it. We're gonna have to try things like very
It just means they haven't put out football games. That's what you do as a fan. That's all you're on. That's why if a team wanted to fix this game, it's not illegal. Because the court basically told you it's not. All they have to do is put on a football game. It doesn't mean the rules have to be followed. They just have to play football and they satisfy them. That's the same with this. You don't have to say that, whatever LeBron didn't play tonight, I want my money back. You weren't guaranteed it.
it just depends how
And even if he did play, he could say it in
also in general,
2 minutes.
like
Because they even had to take a shot.
compared to the sun
You know,
because they
it
are
just,
LEDs.
that's what you made for it. See your basketball game, it's not basketball game.
So like for example, you get a red light panel that has like 5 different wavelengths of red and red light. But at the sun, it's like you get hundreds because you're going all the way from 6 nanometer all the way up to 31 nanometer versus just like this straight wavelengths. So that's the benefit, but also there's like lensing effects of red light panels, which is something that happens when like, you have LED lights and you also have like those walls behind them that amplify the light. So it's like the light is distorted in a specific way that's kind of unnatural. So anytime you get like a DC current light source, such as the sun, or bodies run on DC current that's not LED bulb, that's going to be flicker is essentially an artifact of AC power grid. It's literally receiving power, but the current is directly powering it, so it's completely stable in the flicker. So whenever you experience in flicker, the pupil is rapidly expanding and contracting. You may not be able to see it, but it's happening. And even with sunlight, it's typically on solar, some flicker is faster, so sometimes you may not.
Yeah, like when you're Steve, like shooting something and high speed's not correct. You'll see that flicker. And how is that? People that are spinning and
So it's both exhausting to their skeletal muscles and do that, but it's also very stimulating to the sympathetic nervous system. So it's that fight or flight nervous system that gets kind of hooked up. And we need to get more sympathetic for a decent portion of the day in order to rest, recover, restore, regenerate tissues. If you constantly have work breaks in a fight or flight state, you're never getting into that state.
But I think it's
also, as it relates to
the flicker of all brother.
they will just sound just like outright.
so I use my
I think people know behind the scenes that this was anybody else. Nothing beyond Sanders. People beyond 60 minutes wide. I mean, none of this stuff will be talked about at all. I mean, there be the big deal about the Ross Staples project, and they're having like an exchange of words. That stuff happens all
What if you're
the
using
time.
the cube with the flicker and you're
And we
not
don't have
looking at it for the
Oh, yeah. No, I think you're right. Unfortunately, man, Dan Marino was nobody cared. I don't think you're right. Unfortunately, I mean, that's
I would say that if you can get something cheaper that's better, then do that.
I just got the
But I think you're right. I think even if they don't verbalize it, it's implied, and I think it's in certain cases it's heavily
Are you
implied.
supposed to just bathe in this life?
And it shouldn't, like say, it shouldn't be necessary to the factors that I don't know. And yeah, I mean, otherwise, why would Deion Sanders be getting
Yeah, so
such attention? You know, I mean, I know he's got a mouth,
for injury
but there's a lot of guys who have mouths. I mean, there's a lot of guys who talk a lot of crap, a lot of guys who say a lot of things, but yeah, why he gets, and again, I don't know why he gets special attention, and in my opinion, right on the head is a lot higher. But yeah, I mean, there's, I'm sure there's college football teams out there, there's a lot of stories out there. Why is this one such a huge one?
So for
It
example,
wouldn't be forced on everybody on 60 minutes.
yeah, I wouldn't use it at nighttime because the red,
And I
just
know
the
there's
red
a
light on my
statement,
panels are
and that's
pretty
one of the reasons
bright.
I
Red
don't
light
like
and
VR.
blue light both.
And kind of like Nick Saban, I wanted to retire because they get
Also, relative to what I want to make sure I mention this, there's a study that shows that sleeping in a room with very low levels of light
and I was in the SEC,
the
but
next day,
I heard about alcohol all the time. And I'm not a UT fan, but just
saying lower
everything's
heart
like for whatever reason, they became such like a dynasty. They put them on another level. I mean, it was like, you know, Belichick with the Patriots.
So
I mean, they
also,
still talk about him like he's, you know, the greatest thing that ever happened to coaching in football. And they seem to forget when he coached, head coach the Browns were terrible.
During the
And Tom Brady's gone, they're not that good either. And yet, during the whole Tom Brady time, they had that spy game thing that kind of somehow got, you know, washed out of existence, despite the fact that maybe they won them a couple Super Bowls too.
If I'm
Yeah,
outside,
so certain guys,
or if it's just like
they've
even
given
on
up,
outside, just
they
like
made a lot of minutes for whatever reason, and then let them kind of rebound. But I think it's also, like, see what the Alabama thing, it's because it's the same thing I think with the Patriots. It's a love hate. There's a lot of people who love Alabama because they're such a powerhouse football program, and there's a lot of people who hate it for the exact same reason. And so, you know, you give them extra screen time because it's going to make people watch because they hate it. Because I love it. Just to see what he has to say, whether it's boring or not, because he's terrible.
it's so addictive and has such power so quickly. And we're putting
Maybe they were projecting with Deion
because it can't
because
stay still for 8 hours. Which
what's the chance of him and Stephen Bennett athlete for us together? There's that. So maybe they were already, Eric has been priming us for prime time. And maybe, could be, not simply according to just like you know, I'm here for like a talk.
it's crazy that if you look at the TikTok, you can
My final question is
who will
more
say
so
that he has
towards the ability of
it's like
these
this, the
Indian
last
players.
is you're gonna build such a quick
And
tolerance.
you have like international
People will feel
emphasis
bad,
now
like
on
they don't feel good. People
I've
like
seen
that
this
until
before.
they
What happened
gradually
is
build up a
so
tolerance.
much
Now
of a
suddenly they
focus
don't
on
feel as
it,
bad, but
the
it's like,
internationalization of the NBA.
you're really just actually that's how I see it.
Just as he was losing his past FIFA tournament,
People can keep
Brown was talking about he made
tasks.
suit up again for Team
So if you take a
USA.
stimulant, you can
But
then
you think
do
about
anything that's interesting.
The
Instead of actually
workability of
following
these
your gut
players
and like
like
what
a
you're really
Giannis
passionate about.
and
If you work the job you hate and you take a stimulant, it kind of takes the edge
It
off.
makes it, yeah.
what is the appeal to these players?
So it makes total sense that people
What is the
are
NBA
using
what do
these
you think they're going
substances
to do with
because
them?
most people aren't.
And how relevant will these players be
The same
5
thing
years
with
from now?
with cold plunges.
Let's not say, I mean, I understand why the NBA is trying to go international. Because it is one of those sports like football is really just an American thing. And they really have a hard time trying to, I know it's
So
popular in Mexico.
there is an adaptation
A little bit
process that
here,
occurs
but I mean,
across
it's
the
still
globe,
just
not
really
just
an
within.
American
So you're, like we mentioned earlier, you're going to build that
The
process
NBA with
that
basketball, I mean, that is really
responsible.
I mean, we have Americans
So
dominated
the more
it
you
for a long time, but now it seems like it's in this recent tournament.
And so if you're doing that, you're going to
Other
do
countries
it
have easily
backwards.
caught up
So
because
maybe
you know,
one's
what's
going
great
to have
about
like
basketball
55
is all you
degrees,
need is
there's
basketball.
nothing anymore. You want to go down the field.
To get the ball moving, that's all you need. You can play it anywhere, any country. That's just why you know, soccer is such
The
a great fun
semiconductors
sport.
that make up your entire body and
Thing up and you can play soccer. So I mean, I think the
Albert
world's
St.
caught up to
George,
us
he's the one
with
who
basketball. That's
basically
one of the reasons why the NBA wants to
and
expand.
he gave a
And has
talk
such a
that
focus on China
Becker was a medical
and
student at the
Europe
time.
as
And
quickly as they can. They do. They have the ability
it's funny,
to
but it
expand
seems
well
like
outside
life
of
and
our
biology is encoding for
football.
semiconductors. So like all of the
They
protein
have a really
enzymes
hard
that we
time
see
to keep
encoded
it.
are
As
semiconductors
for
in
the
nature
marketability
that
of
are
those players,
essentially allowing for the flow of electrons and like in the same way that semiconductors and like photosensitive devices. And so when Becker heard that, like that really kind of sent him down his entire path of studying like electromagnetism and biology. But if you think about it in that way, we know that like if you're working in like these intense physics labs, they like to do, especially like quantum studies, they'll do these studies at very, very, very low temperatures because that's actually when the quantum phenomena can be detected. So by the same token, if you cool the body down, it becomes more efficient as well. So you're getting that benefit kind of regardless of like let's say the dopamine or norepinephrine response, just by cooling your body down. And so there's going to be benefits to that, obviously the brown fat as well. Your body is naturally going to sit around like 98 degrees, so even being 55 degrees water consistently every day, like even if you don't feel as challenged by it, it's still good for you by those mechanisms. If you're looking for the psychological benefits, Tom Seeger talks a lot about this, like if you're looking for those benefits, you kind of want to push yourself and do it so that it feels challenging to you, and that's going to give you the resilience psychologically. And that's why he recommends if you're especially males to do like lower 40 or sub 40 temperatures to really get that like that boost psychologically and that resilience. That's where adding your salt helps as well, because if you add salt, that's why you like in the wintertime if the ground freezes, people sprinkle salt because it lowers the freezing point.
Also, the ice won't form so much.
Yes, so you can get it down to like below the freezing point of water. You can go down to like 30 degrees, even though the freezing point is 32.
It's hard to say because the gentleman emailed me and he asked me if I knew anything about the 1972 Olympic basketball game, the gold medal game between Team USA and Team USSR in the Olympics. And I said, well, you know, I never heard about it. I knew there was a controversial ending. And he emailed me back and he said he worked for the CIA. And he said that the CIA knew that the KGB had actually kidnapped one of the referee's family and basically threatened to kill them if the Russians didn't win this basketball game. And he says this explains why the ending was so crazy, because basically Team Russia had, I think, 3 chances to score the game when basket, which they eventually did on the third one. And to this day, actually, Team USA refused to accept their silver medals because they felt they were cheated by that game. So because of that information, they decided to try to get this out of the CIA. So for years, and this goes back almost 10 years, I've been trying to get this information out of the CIA, and despite it being a 50-year-old basketball game now, the CIA refuses to admit whether it even has one. It gives me that, it's like, it gives me that classic line that you think was, you know, made up for the movie, but they literally told me a couple times, they can neither confirm or deny anything exists in relation to the subject matter. And so they finally had closed it, and I said, listen, Teal, and I basically, I thought that they got a really good article, and I did some research on talking about people about how to appeal the CIA. Because again, this is related to basketball. You know, I wasn't really seeking out, I just wanted to see if they had information. I really didn't care what it
So
said.
if you do that with like a loved one or a friend or whatever,
Denied
like,
my
build
appeal
bonds
still.
and chemicals.
So after 10 years of searching, I think I've kind of hit a dead end with their information. It's kind of interesting to think that they do stuff and they know stuff about a basketball game that to this day is still semi-controversial, and the CIA just really seems
supplements and any kind of drugs, but
oh yeah.
are there any
This is no exception to other non-sports-related issues, but it's amazing that they come and think about something like
So
basketball.
I would say anything.
It's crazy because even the FBI FBI, when I obtained some of the stuff from them, I mean, it was so redacted, and it's interesting because you always see where it's like the lines are
regarding
blacked out.
supplements, some
They
things
don't
that
black
are
out
pretty well
lines anymore.
tolerated
They
and
actually,
have good
I think they do with a computer to kind of delete them. So there's like white
so
boxes
that's
where
really
things
also
used to be.
the
And I received some FBI files from them about a sporting event that was so redacted. And I mean, if he's like 1968, but if he's so redacted, I literally couldn't say that there was a basketball game, that there was a football game. I mean, it was just, I couldn't make heads or tails out of those files. Some of the files, you know, literally had they sent me pages that would be entire pages, like and I was like, so again, this is, you know, and that's all game of 1973, who cares? What can be that important that you guys won't release this information, but that's the way it
showed that
was.
essentially there were no benefits to longevity, there were no benefits to NAD levels outside of
I want to
tissues,
get that out
besides
because
liver.
it
There
kind of
was
goes into a
very
larger
small
topic of
increase
and
in
your site itself says
levels of NAD.
the number one
So
of
when it comes to
or
NAD,
skeptic,
NAD
whatever,
biology
you
is
don't claim to
so
say
if we're trying to get a
everything
supplement
is
to
this
subvert
fixed,
our need to
but you definitely you tend to lean towards
because
is
NAD,
that what something's
essentially
going
what it's
on,
doing,
you know,
is a
but
thing called
if it's something that you can confirm, you're not just going to say it
that's
without
what
having
allows you to
evidence.
basically take a
No,
look
and I
at
mean, I do it. So, like on Twitter, I'll say some stuff that is really
via NAD.
kind of,
So
you
NAD
know,
plus
far out
you
there,
take
what
on
have you. But I mean,
something called a
our
hydride,
like
which
goal
is a
is really
high
to get
with an extra
students to
electron on
think,
it. Takes that on, it
you
comes
know, and not just accept what's being given to them. Because again, there's a lot of times I'm sure because I tend to do what we did with the NFL. And I'll say, oh, this game looks shady, this game looks shady.
So the NAD is really a readout of how well your mitochondria is recycling that NAD.
But I
Because
think
after
it's
the
something
NAD
that
drops
if
off
you
that
don't look
hydride,
at it with a
then it can
skeptical
go back
eye,
essentially.
then you'll never see it at all.
So if your
So see, I mean, list all 100 names that I think are shady. But in reality, even just one was fixed, and just one out of 100 was actually manipulated by the legal, that's enough to destroy their integrity and prove my entire point. So sometimes you have to throw stuff against the wall and see what sticks. But I mean, I'm like, what I've really tried to do is present the evidence as clearly and as concisely and as factually based as I can. And basically, you know, have shown like, you know, point A is true, point B is true, point C is true. Doesn't that equate to point D?
Yeah, actually, I remember when I brought
So
that
I
up
try
to
to
my
lay out the
boss,
evidence as
Dr.
clearly as I
Bowers,
can in those
during my PhD, I
situations.
was like, hey,
Because yeah, I don't want to be just seen as
where
some
do you
crazy
think it's kind of like
conspiracy theorist, because that's what I don't think I
out
am.
there? And he was like,
But
yeah,
what I think I am is
that's
I'm
actually because
skeptical of
there's
the
no
leagues and I'm not
transporter
going to
for
buy
NAD
what the leagues
into
are
cells.
selling me
It's never been
because
identified.
they're out to make money.
So
That's why
what we
they
think
just
is
they don't put
happening
the
is
games
that
on
NAD is
free
getting
for them.
cleaved
They put it on to
into
make
maybe
money,
nicotinamide
and that's their
or
goal. So
another
I think
derivative
somebody
of
needs to,
that
you
in
know,
the
have
bloodstream,
a
and that's getting
skeptical
transported
eye
to
looking
cells.
at this stuff
So there may
and
be a
not just
benefit
let
to
them run
getting
with what it
nicotinamide
is.
in for a variety of
So
reasons, but
you say to
the NAD
people,
itself is likely not
based on one of your previous
also
tweets
relates
this
to
year,
how
when the
diets
NFL
and
started,
flushing response.
when you see things
So
like
we're actually
the
pretty
first
responsible
official
for
presentation of the National Football League,
So
what do
there
you
may
mean
be
by that
some
to someone who may not understand what sports is about?
maybe even
Well, I mean, when you think about it, if you watch an NFL game, each game is looked at it with that statement.
discomfort
You know, the preceding, the following is presentation of the National Football League, and then
it
with
doesn't
that
seem
is
like there's a direct
preceding
benefit
had
to
been the
getting the
presentation of
NAD
the
idea.
National
There's
Football
no
League,
evidence at this point that
the
there's
National Football League basically owns that broadcast.
seen this guy Brian Johnson.
And it's a presentation. And what is that? It's a loaded word, presentation. What does exactly that mean? That doesn't mean that it's just a legit sporting. And I mean, what I try to get across to people is, look, and all the research I've done, I've been doing this for over 15 years, probably actually going on 20 years, because I started researching when the first one came out. I've talked to FBI agents, I've talked to lawyers, I've talked to police officers. There is no law that exists that prevents the league, like the NFL, from fixing the outcome and manipulating the outcome for some games. So because they completely own it and control it, they want to make sure, like the Patriots win this game and the Bears lose this game, they can do what they can do legally and use a fan net to agree with it. And that's why they look at those broadcasts and statement that this is a presentation, because that makes it basically like professional wrestling. And it's the exact same laws and everything that govern professional wrestling, govern the NBA, govern the NFL, govern Major League Baseball. They're disguised as sport, but they are in fact entertainment. So because it's entertainment, a lot of things are up to, speculation. A lot of things are just can be willy-nilly, and the league can control them if it really wants.
Yeah, and
Unless
that's,
it's
another, that's another interesting thing. Is like the average
I know you watched that game, Monday Night Football game.
most people who watch it will see that and they'll say, all right, this is 30 years old, but not true whatsoever. Actually, if you look at that, that's when it happens in mentality. So I get this pushback a lot on this spiel.
right.
Which is if you take the mentality out and put happening improvements on like, significantly, then you can see the average lifespan is around 7 years plus 7 years, something like that. So we really haven't been measured by way of lifespan. And then you have to show that our system is working very well at all. We can see people in a pinch. Outside of that, try to basically apply the same conditions and the same approaches to apply to these contexts, and it's not working. Because systems that are far more complex, you can't just go in and fix one little pathway and not expect that a myriad of other effects to happen as a result of that. We're just really looking at it, that's also a byproduct of like
they're all professional athletes, they're all professional players, all get paid to do this.
looking at the world, where we're just looking at single pathways, single reactions, and think we're just
I mean, let's be honest, we know certain teams are really good. Certain teams are really bad. Like the Arizona Cardinals are really bad.
Yeah,
Chicago Bears are really bad. Certain teams are not good, and other teams are very good. And you know, those area things only hold so much water, but yet so often on these, especially prime time games, it seems like so many times you have a Thursday night game, Sunday night game, Monday night game, where some really weird things happen.
Most cancers
And
are
whether
unheard of.
it's the good player, like you know, that Bills Jets game,
So it's like
you know, you can look at
something's
Josh
not
Allen
right, so you need to
season
adjust
3 really bad
It was a little
interceptions.
bit
He fumbled when he ran into one of his own players, lost the ball, and all those turnovers kept the Jets in the game. And a lot of people win that game basically because they just play. As if he can take the game, I don't know. But I don't think you can necessarily 100%
not being made as efficiently because of those mutations.
as being a
And
possibility.
if you look at people's chronic
Because again,
disease,
you could do
even
so
if they're younger, they also have
kind
more mutation burden.
of they can say, hey, you do this for us, we'll do this
So
for
in
you down the line.
essence, if you can leverage your copy of microbiogenesis to reduce heteroplasmy
But the
and
fact is,
purify
that
your
is a very
colonies,
real
you're
possibility.
essentially reverse aging.
Completely
So
discounted
if
from out
you
and we just
do
had a
that in a
bad
really
game.
efficient way,
Maybe it's true, but you
then
know,
you
there's
can
that
actually
1%
extend
that
lifespan
says
because lifespan
maybe
is
there's
essentially
more to it, just had
reaching a
a
critical
bad
point at
game.
some point where you're not
Maybe
making
that,
enough
you know,
energy and water
referee
to
didn't
sustain
make just a bad call. Maybe he
from those
intentionally made a
mitochondria. So if
bad
there's a
call,
way
which is a totally different
to
thing.
reduce
And so that's the thing is so
heteroplasmy
many times
in
like that,
such a way
right,
that
that
it's
game,
like
you see something weird
not
happening in the
hacking
game
the
last
system,
night
but working with the
between the
biologist's
Patriots and
presence, then we could potentially do that.
Have you ever heard of
killing them. And he had somehow
the physician, ancient classical
they
physician?
just kept the Patriots into the game long enough
He
so
was
he just needed to the
Marcus
final 2
Aurelius'
minutes of the game, which keeps people tuned in, and that's what the NFL and all these things are about. They're about
this
making money.
medicine, which was like
They're about putting on a good show, and the broadcast partners are literally investing billions of dollars into this thing, wanting to get something that for their money. They don't want games like that Cowboy Jet game to be
Viper flesh.
you know, they don't want, you know, Cowboys to blow up the Giants every time like they don't want Monday Night Football. They want people to stay tuned in as long as possible. So sometimes I think tweaks are made. And not necessarily to say who's going to win or lose, but just enough tweaks are made to keep the game interesting to the very end and keep people watching. And sometimes maybe that doesn't change the outcome of the game. But sometimes it doesn't. It just makes it, you know, suitable to the very end.
And that goes a lot into what you were saying about how much TV revenue
body, like their
and
arms,
this ad money comes in.
wrap a bandage, soak it in viper or the snake venom or whatever, and he would like wrap and cut in the venom where it was only a little bit enough not to kill them. So I guess like they would somehow build antibodies and they would use that person's body fluids as an antidote to these snake bites. So they were like using antibodies, I guess. Like some of the stuff that he was doing was like bizarre. And it's just like, you know, it's, I wonder why or if or how much people like pay attention to that sort of like ancient medicine. Like this weird sort of like fringe kind of sick stuff that they were doing.
Yeah, well, I mean, most of what you just said there just sounds like leveraging hormesis in general. Hormesis being like that notion that what doesn't really make you stronger. Cold is hormesis, emetic stressor, exercises, dietary restriction, fasting is certain specific molecules philosophy. So metformin's not a great example of this, but essentially the way metformin was found was that there were these goats in France that were eating like roux lilies or something, some type of French lily in France, and they were living longer than the other goats. And then they basically, went in and tried to figure out what was creating that effect, and they synthesized metformin from these lilies. And actually, like I think 80-something% of like the pharmacopoeia that modern medicine uses is derived from some sort of plants. So anyway, that's just to say that like there are a time and place for these things. Metformin is kind of a can of worms though, because metformin use actually prevents you from gaining positive adaptations to exercise, and it actually impairs mitochondrial function. So metformin shuts down complex 1 of the electron transport chain, not completely, but it poisons it slightly. So that's used, in essence, they use it in diabetes to basically help make the cells think that they more than they have, essentially, because now you're building up NADH, which is associated with like a fed state. But you're also like low grade, so that in combination with the lack of adaptation to exercise on people using metformin, this is not a good thing to use. But there's also a caveat here, which is that there's no light controls in any of the research that we do, clinically or in rodents. So actually, I have a story that I like to tell. When I was doing my PhD at Princeton, I was doing some circadian studies, and I was there at like midnight, and I went to the mouse room, and I went in the mouse room, and I could only put on red lights, because we knew that if you put on the bright lights, it could throw off their circadian rhythm, it could affect their metabolism. So I went in, did what I had to do, went back to the lab, being blasted by fluorescent lights to do do my experiment or whatever. And at the time, I was just like living in the hypocrisy, let's say. I didn't recognize it as it was. But after the fact, I'm looking back, and it's like, how can we recognize that like bright white lights at night are negatively impacting metabolism and changing things in the rodents, but then we're made to work under these conditions where it's like completely inhumane in some ways. So I think there's just a lot of cognitive dissonance in the standard like centralized science and model. Like people aren't connecting the dots. That we are animals too. We have certain inputs that are required for health, and those inputs aren't being acknowledged, and to the point where we even don't have controls for our experiments. Because on one hand, if we're studying everybody under artificial light all the time, that actually is a good representation of the population, because most people are. But we're not actually understanding fundamental biology, because if we looked at them in a natural environment or natural light, we may see completely different phenomena. We just don't have that data, and that's again why I want to start my decentralized light lab, to be able to ask these questions and revisit a lot of the cornerstone studies in the proper light environments, and we can see what happens under those conditions, because it could be entirely different.
It's also crazy that they do surgeries under these giant LED lights. They shine them right inside your body. Or like in Jack's case, your brain.
It is. It's incredible that he never got sued once, and it makes complete sense when you learn about like how he's doing things different.
Yeah, shining red lights and
Rockside and UV light.
Rockside and methylene.
Yeah, it's incredible.
There was something else on that podcast with Huberman and Rick, where they were talking about one of Huberman's colleagues, I think at Stanford, was a brain surgeon or a neuro something, brain guy. And he said that 50% of the medical literature is like complete bullshit. I can't remember why he said it was bullshit. If it was like corrupted or if it was just incorrect or out of date, maybe.
Yeah, either way. I mean, there was even a study out a couple of years ago showing that 80% of the recent medical literature is not reproducible. Meaning other labs can't get the same results as the official labs did. Yeah. So, I mean, that's also not surprising if we don't have light controls, because maybe they have different lights in different labs that also have direct impact on the results they're getting, which is kind of a relief. That's like part of the unknown unknowns for most researchers.
Right. What are some of your colleagues, like from your school, talk? Do they like? How do they respond to some of the stuff you're talking about? Or are they open-minded about it?
I haven't gone back and talked to my old bosses about it, but when I first found all of this stuff, I was in my postdoc, and I was bouncing it off of my boss at the time, and he, like I said, he was like, "Oh yeah, optimization actually makes complete sense. I didn't know any of this," so he was like really curious about it. But I never like followed up on that. Yeah, I don't know. I've been taking Jack's advice, which was Becker's advice to him, to not just go blabbing around to everybody about it, because, I mean, best case, I guess, would be getting scooped, because I actually don't mind. If they want to go do the research, they can do it. I don't need to be the one to do it. I just have to be the one to do it, not somebody else doing it. But worst case, they could try to sabotage my career or something else. So, like, I've just been kind of operating more in the background, just trying to figure things out and doing some of these initial studies with Nicole, and then just trying to fund something that's going to make me completely independent from an institution. Like, I don't want to have to be associated with that, because if you look at most PIs, which are like the heads of labs at these big academic institutions, they spend like 80% of their time writing grants from the to get money from the three-letter agencies. They're not spending any of their time mentoring students, making sure things are being done right, learning new things themselves. They're really just focused on getting more funding. They're on this hamster wheel of like, I just need more money, more money, more money. And they're only able to get money for certain types of projects because those are the ones being prioritized by the CDC, FDA, whatever, NIH, etc. So if there's only certain projects being funded, then you're going to tailor your research to be able to fit in those paradigms. And now maybe you're not focusing on the thing you're interested in, you're just focusing on the thing you can get money for, and that's just the rub in the centralized model, because they don't even think out of the box like other ways to get funding. For example, I was at this like conference for bioelectricity like 3 weeks ago. It was online, and Michael Levin was presenting there. He's kind of Becker's protege in a certain sense. He's at Tufts University, and he's really one of the only people successfully studying bioelectricity right now, like Becker was, but he's doing it a little bit more low-key. And I was a bit of an antagonist in like the Zoom chat. I was like, hey, like, what are the effects of non-ADMFs on these systems you're studying? And kind of gave a very non-committal answer. It was just basically like, I don't know if it matters, but like obviously it should matter, because this is an electromagnetic input into an electric system. Like, why would it matter? So I don't think he's focusing on questions like that, because again, it's not going to get funded, or it's inconvenient, or get targeted or canceled with Becker. And then at the end of that conference, there were like 10 of the PIs who were griping about there not being enough funding for their projects. Like, they could never get money. It's just they can't do the research. And it's just, that's the rub in that system. You can't really get around it, because that's the model that's been built. You kind of have to go outside if you want to get stuff done. And most of them are too scared and too like toxic to do anything about it, because they can't even see out of the box. Because when you're in a sympathetic state, from all this blue light and from being in the rat race, you literally can't even see the bigger picture, because sympathetic drive shuts off your peripheral vision literally, so like you can't see as much of your peripheral vision, but it also shuts off your ability to see the bigger picture and see peripherally in your mind as well. It's really, you're just focused on survival moment to moment. So I think that's another aspect to this that's really important, is that this technology, these environments are literally shaping the way we think and feel, and the way that we perceive life and reality at a very fundamental level. It's hijacking wiring that's supposed to be, in response to the sun, where we get this balanced spectrum. But instead, it's very isolated blue that's hijacking these pathways, that's preventing us from actually seeing reality as it is on a certain level.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. Just like with capitalism, and how it's like it's the worst part of capitalism is the way it's utilized in the pharmaceutical companies and these schools. It's like you're trying to like focusing on money versus like the health outcomes of the people is going to get you the opposite effect, which you put it in. Once you get so far down the road, like you kind of like lose sight of what the goal was in the first place, which was to make people healthy. And now you're just trying to survive and earn more money and increase salaries and climb the ladder of whatever company or whatever federal FDA or EPA agency you work for. And it's, like you said, it's just a rat race.
Yeah, I mean,
how to get back. I don't know. I know other countries, like in Europe, that have socialized medicine are generally healthier. I know that some of like the grocery stores have much healthier foods in there because they're incentivized to keep people healthier. Because the costs, they don't operate the same way.
Oh yeah, I mean there's way less like let's say toxins permitted on their foods in Europe, but they're much more stringent compared to our FDA here. And there's kind of like a big ruckus about that here. I think there was some petition to take all this BS out of the food. like the dyes and
Yeah.
preservatives and
Yeah, I
stuff.
saw
It's
that.
not present in other countries. So there's that.
Canada too, right? Is
Yeah.
Canada like that?
I think Canada's even better than us for sure. It's pretty insane how they can get away with that here. I mean, I think that just means also the financial incentives in place for these people to be able to do whatever they want, essentially, to supply our environments.
How do you fix it?
I mean, awareness is the first thing. Because if people don't know there's a problem, then they're not going to look for a solution, and they're not going to be able to make better choices for themselves. And I think people are moving awareness around this. There's a lot of rhetoric around online, around health and general nutrition, but I really think we need to focus an equal amount, at least, on the light part, because that's really the missing piece that people aren't recognizing that's driving their cravings, it's driving their inability to say no to things, that is also driving drug abuse and alcohol abuse and other things like that, because you're just constantly looking for the next dopamine hit, like we talked about earlier. So once you get off that dopamine wheel, you can actually kind of like hop up above the water and kind of see what's going on. You can make a clear-headed decision versus just constantly compulsively going from one thing to the next, like just surviving, essentially, like we said before.
Yeah. Well, that was amazing. Thank you. That was 3 hours.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it was 3 hours.
Tell people that are listening and watching where they can follow you and listen to your podcast and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, so I'm on Instagram at Dr. Alexis Jasmine, JAZNYN, and my podcast is called Undoctrinate Yourself. It's on Spotify and YouTube right now, but it's going to go on soon. That's where I'm most active. I have a live course that's starting tomorrow, actually. It's like a protocol-based course for a whole bunch of different things, from fat loss and muscle health and metabolic health, cognitive function, long COVID, things like that. And I try to teach as much as I can. I take a lot of one-on-ones. I'm mostly teaching in sections now. I'm putting a lot of free content out on my podcast and on my Instagram, and I'm becoming more active on X as well, which is the same thing as Instagram, so that's what people behind me. And yeah, there's like literally a treasure trove for anybody who's new to this space. Like if you just go on my Instagram, it's been learning for hours. Podcast as well. I've had 3 episodes with Jack, and a bunch of other incredible guests as well. There's lots to learn about. Oh my god, the Kamala Harris book.
Did you read that?
Cover to cover.
How was it?
It's blank.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
I know. It was a #1 bestseller.
This book is unburdened by what has been. Wow, that's amazing. That's awesome. Well, thank you again. I really appreciate it. I'll link all your stuff below so we can go check it out.
Great, sounds good.
All right. Good night, folks.
What? I can't hear you because of the vacuum. That's not a vacuum. That's the trees in the forest cleaning up the air we breathe. I didn't know the trees were so amazing. Yep, the forest gives us shade, the trees to climb. Oh, this smells worse than home.
Visit the forest today and enjoy all it does just for you. To learn more about the forest and find one near you, go to discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service.
Kid, thanks for coming on the show, dude. I'm excited to talk to you today.
Pleasure, me too.
We were just talking off camera about the Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and Da Vinci Code.
Yeah.
Okay. What were you explaining that basically they're based off of something that was forged?
So, as I understand, and I'm the medieval manuscripts and stuff. That's not my expertise, but as I understand it, so the Da Vinci Code is a novel by Dan Brown based on a popular book that was published called Holy Blood and Holy Grail, and that particular book is based on a collection of manuscripts called the Protocols of Zion, which is a medieval forgery, basically. And it's like an anti-Semitic forgery.
An anti-Semitic.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about this, but what I do know is that it's bullcrap. Like it's bullshit. It's there is nothing that we can see from legitimate history, from the actual documents that we know as authentic, which reflect a reality about the church in the medieval period that aligns with what's in these other forged manuscripts. So
Does he know about this now? The author of that book, Dan Brown, or whoever his name is?
well, I don't think Dan Brown cares because he's writing a novel, right? But the other guys, I assume so, and they might not care either. Because for some of these guys, it's just about selling books. So who knows? And all sorts of stuff, all sorts of crap is published and gets discredited. Authors will oftentimes just not care.
Right. So for people listening, what is your background? What is your expertise?
Right. So I am I'm a Dead Sea Scrolls scholar. I did my terminal work, my PhD work on the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are early Jewish manuscripts. There's a lot of the texts of the Dead Sea Scrolls are our earliest biblical manuscripts. So these are our earliest copies of things that became part of the Bible. So I do all of my work in early Jewish manuscripts, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and I call myself also a Hebrew Bible scholar because I'm basically I do a lot of my work in the text of the Bible. So I hope that was clear.
So can you give people basically a history of the Dead Sea Scrolls? They were discovered in like the early 1900s, is that right?
So the scrolls were discovered in 1946.
Oh,
the first ones were discovered in 1946. So sometime in February, and this is a famous story, sometime in February 1946, a couple of shepherd boys were looking along the western shore of the Dead Sea in the caves there. Anyone who's been to Israel or to the Dead Sea will know that along the cliffs, they're literally honeycombed with thousands of caves. And so these boys are looking for a lost sheep among these caves. One of them throws a rock into one of the caves and hears the breaking apart. They muster the courage to go in, and they find these linen wraps that have scrolls. Scrolls are made of leather. They take them back with them to camp. Some of the stories at this point, here we have a number of pictures of some of the manuscripts in situ. But some of the stories at this point get kind of interesting because what you're dealing with is the recollections of these Bedouin sheep herders and when they discovered things and what happened to them. Some of the things that we have heard is that when the first of these manuscripts were discovered, they set them on a tent peg, and they just sat there in the wind and the rain for several months before anyone ever decided to do anything with them. Over the course of a number of months, eventually they took these things that they found into the markets in Bethlehem and tried to find someone who would be interested in buying them. Not very successfully. People weren't interested in them until they encountered a Syrian Orthodox Palestinian by the name of Khalil Iskander Shahin. His nickname is Kando. I don't know why he's called that, but that's how he's widely known. He was a cobbler, fixed shoes, but he also was starting to deal in antiquities, and he recognized that on these leather rolls they have writing. So he thought, well, maybe this is something interesting. Maybe this is something valuable. So he took two of them and contacted his metropolitan, so the leader of his church, thinking they were Syriac manuscripts. Syriac is a form of Aramaic. This is a language of the Eastern Orthodox Church. The old Orthodox Church. So, thinking it was Syriac, he took them to the metropolitan, like the priest, to look at them, and he recognized right away, no, it's not Syriac, it's Hebrew, and it looks like it's really old. So, over the course of about a year, they determined that these are probably really old. They got in contact with experts at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem to take a look at the manuscripts that they had. And the one gentleman that they got in contact with, his name is Eliezer Suken. He was a professor of archaeology at the Hebrew University, and he came out to the church where these things were being held, and he looked at the manuscripts and he got really excited because these, based on his just visual examination, these looked like potentially the oldest Hebrew manuscripts ever discovered. And importantly, the one manuscript was a large copy of the book of Isaiah, which is a book in the Bible. And this would be one of the earliest biblical manuscripts discovered. Prior to discovering what was the earliest Hebrew manuscript ever discovered. The Leningrad Codex, which dates to about the 10th century AD. So the Dead Sea Scrolls date between the second. It's like you're pushing the clock back 1,000 years, which is why scholars got really excited about this discovery. So it's kind of it sounds like sort of a providential moment too. This is certainly the way that Sukenik paints it, because at the time, the scrolls were discovered in 1946. He didn't actually see them until November 1947. Sorry, no, it was November 1946. Yeah, that's right. But at the time, the British mandate in Palestine was just coming to an end. This is, at the end of the Second World War. Tensions in Jerusalem and in the region were very high. And in order for him to get, he had to get from Jerusalem to go see the stuff in Bethlehem. And in order for him to get from Jerusalem to Bethlehem, he had to get passes to travel through military checkpoints, and ended up seeing the manuscripts. There were 3 of them that he saw. One was a copy of the book of Isaiah. Excuse me. We'll cut that stuff out. Sorry. No, you're good. So one was a copy of the book of Isaiah. There was another manuscript that is now called the Hodayot, which is a Hebrew word that just means Thanksgiving songs. And it's like a collection of prayers and songs. And then the third manuscript that he had is called the War Scroll, which is it's like this wild telling of the last days when the angels of God are going to meet with the demons and the forces of evil in this final climactic battle. So these last 2 are texts that are not in the Bible. These are texts nobody had seen before this time. So they found, he saw these 3 manuscripts, got really excited about them, convinced his university, the Hebrew University, that they needed to buy them. So he got the funding to go back and purchase them, made the journey once again, this harrowing journey through military checkpoints, taking his life into his own hands to go and purchase these 3 manuscripts, and got them back home securely on the evening of the 29th of November, which was the same day that the United Nations had voted on the proposal of the independent state of Israel. So he's reading the text of the oldest copy of Isaiah known to man at this point, and he's listening on the radio to the United Nations make the announcement of the founding of the state of Israel. And in his own private diary, Sukenik wrote about this. He said, this moment of tremendous significance I celebrated in my own home. One was political and the other was cultural. So it felt like destiny, right? And since that moment, the history of the Dead Sea Scrolls, their discovery and their significance has been wrapped up in the history of the state of Israel. So, you know, in the original discoveries, the scrolls were featured in museum displays and discussed by the earliest prime ministers and presidents as almost guarantors of their legitimacy as a nation, right? So, and this, you know, it's something that I mean, there's a lot more to say in terms of just the ways in which the scrolls were collected by scholars and how they were published, and then how scholars and politicians really kind of use this material as a means to forward their own ideas. Yeah.
So, and you actually, so before we get to that, there's, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's like over a dozen caves, right? And there's like hundreds of thousands of manuscripts that were found right there in that area.
Not quite. So there is 12 caves. 12 caves. There's 11 caves that were part of the original discoveries between 1947 and 1953, and they are numbered in terms of when they were discovered, cave 1 through cave 11. Right. Only 10 of those caves they found manuscripts. The other 2 they had part of some pieces of fragments of pottery and linen. The 12th cave is one that was discovered fairly recently. Scholars think there was possibly manuscripts in this cave, but were unable to find any. We think there's possibly manuscripts just based on the fact that some of the linen that was found there matches the linen in which, you know, a number of the manuscripts in the caves were wrapped in, as well as some of the pottery. A number of the manuscripts were actually stored in jars, which really helped with the preservation.
Yeah, 2,000 years.
Yeah. So
wait, how long would it have been in the 1900s? Yeah, it was like 2,000 years.
At least 2,000 years. If you think these manuscripts date from as early as maybe even the late 3rd century BC. So up to 200 BC, or when some of the oldest ones are, all the way up to about 70. And then there've been other. That's just the Qumran caves. There've been a couple of other important discoveries in the Judean desert at a place called Nahal Hever.
I'm sure you've heard me talk about
at a place called Murabat. They discovered manuscripts at Masada, which is the famous place where the Jewish rebels at the end of the first revolt in the year 70 AD, where they had their final stand against the Romans. They found manuscripts.
It's called Masada. Masada. Is that where they got the name Mossad from their spy agency?
I don't think so, but that's a good thought. I never really thought about that. It's a site. Masada is right on the southern end of the Dead Sea. It's a huge. It's on a big outcropping of the cliffs. It's where Herod the Great built his winter palace. It's kind of he went to go spend his winters at this fabulous site. It's pretty cool.
How many total manuscripts are there?
So, in the 11 caves, There is now, it gets a bit difficult in terms of actually counting the individual manuscripts because what we have are fragments. And fragments of a wide range of varying sizes. So, but estimates are that there are somewhere between 800 and 900 complete manuscripts. And these are reconstructed from tens of thousands of individual fragments. And they're not evenly distributed in the 11 caves, too. There were 70 manuscripts that came out of Cave 1. There were just a handful of manuscripts that came out of Cave 2 and Cave 3. Well, we can talk about Cave 3 in a bit because it's really important. Cave 3 is where they discovered the Copper Scroll, which is just as it sounds. I'll talk about that in a few minutes. Perhaps the most important cave that was discovered was Cave 4. It had over 500 manuscripts in it. And it looks like it might have been something like a library. 500 fragments of manuscripts. So this, and Cave 4 is very close to the actual, it's literally a stone's throw away from the actual site where the people who lived, where the people who collected and wrote this material probably lived. So the current theory is that this was actually like a library for Cave 4. There's evidence that they had shelves built into the walls. It was not it's a man-made cave. So it's something that they actually dug out. It was excavated. Yeah, it was excavated. So they stored. It seems like they stored their precious manuscripts in this cave. So yeah, but and that's where I tend to think, like when I'm working on the scrolls myself, understanding the relationship between the individual manuscripts and their find site, the actual caves, is pretty important because Cave 4 I tend to think of as an active place where they were storing manuscripts that they used on a regular basis. I tend to look there first when I'm working on the material. Cave 1 looks like it might have been a depository for manuscripts that had worn out and were no longer being used. So, you have to think about the function of these things as you're appraising, what they're about, why they're significant, why they're important. So out of those 800 or 900 manuscripts that were discovered, the thing that got scholars really, really excited at the outset was that 200 to 300 of these were copies of texts from the Bible. So, and again, we're pushing the clock here. Copies, thousands of texts from the Bible. Yes, from what Bible? I guess it would be the Hebrew Bible, if you're Jewish, the Christian Old Testament. When was the Hebrew Bible written? So that's a complicated question. It's written late. It was way later. No. So I mean, I guess there requires some clarification here. It's a bit of an anachronistic term to talk about the Hebrew Bible at this period because the Hebrew Bible is a collection of these ancient texts. So at the time that it got put together, at the time somebody said, let's put these things together and turn them into a book. That's later. But the individual, probably before that, 4,000. Yeah, and actually we have some evidence in the Dead Sea Scrolls that they were already starting to put a number of these texts together. I like to think of one of the things that were discovered in Cave 4 is something called the reworked Pentateuch, which is a version of the Torah. One of the other exciting things discovered was that there's different versions of the same books. So it looks like they had some sense of variety for saying the same things. Some of the manuscripts preserve this text called the reworked Pentateuch, which looks like maybe the earliest attempt to put together Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy all in the same scroll. And this dates to about the mid-second century.
So how are the Dead Sea Scrolls copies of something if that was the Dead Sea Scrolls were the earliest Hebrew text we have?
Well, they were copied from something, right? And because we have multiple copies of many of the same texts, like for example, I mentioned, some of the first manuscripts that were discovered were copies of Isaiah, a book from the Bible. We have multiple copies, so we actually have 22 copies of Isaiah, different manuscripts that they had of the same book. So they're clearly copying it from earlier sources.
Earlier sources that we don't have.
We don't
we think that they exist.
Yes,
We just don't have any evidence.
and scholars usually date manuscripts or date texts on a variety of features of those texts. Language changes over time. So based on some of the smattering of epigraphic evidence that we have of writing, Hebrew writing from the Iron Age, which is from like 900 BC up to 600 BC, which is when a lot of those scholars tend to think a lot of these texts were written. You look at the language that's used there as a way to say, well, the language forms seems to come from this earlier period, and then just the social economic situation that's presented. Many of the texts from the Hebrew Bible talk about this terrible war that took place between, or this terrible invasion by the Assyrians into Samaria, which happened in 722 BCE. The way a lot of the texts talk about this event sounds like a current event. So it seems likely that was probably when some of these things were written. Of course,
we're talking like 6,000 years ago.
No, not quite that many. So what is that? 722 BC. So that's so it's like less than 3,000 years ago. So, but this also gets really complicated.
It's so complicated. This is one of the most complicated topics I've ever really gotten into.
It really is. And one of the reasons for that is because so much of our material for this comes later, and we recognize from the material too that people are already editing and rewriting stuff that's older. They're adding to it. They're supplementing it. We have signs within the Dead Sea Scrolls of text that are actively being reworked and rewritten today. No, at the time that they were being composed. So it's a complicated picture. So.
And you discovered fake Dead Sea Scrolls?
Yes.
Now I assume that, without knowing anything about it, that there was an antiquities market and people were trying to profit on this.
Yes.
Or was it likely somebody had some sort of narrative to push with some?
I think probably more the former, although some of the agendas do play a role here, and we can talk a little bit about that. So I'll just talk a little bit about my story. Okay. In 2011, I got a position, a fellowship to work on Dead Sea Scrolls fragments in a private collection in Norway. These manuscripts belonged to a collector by the name of Martin Stein, who collected all sorts of things. Like he collected artifacts from ancient Babylon. He has a fine collection of Buddhist manuscripts. He's got folios that he bought that come out of the Vatican. He's even got some modern stuff. Like he had an early draft copy of The Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling. Like he is a consummate collector. He collects everything. One of the things that he collects are these Dead Sea Scrolls fragments. He has over 30 of them. I was hired to help with the publication of his small collection of fragments. In the time that I was working there, I and other members of my team started seeing suspicious things on these small fragments themselves that looked quite different from what we know of the actual authentic collection of Dead Sea Scrolls manuscripts. So, in the course of a couple of years, we developed a system of criteria for testing whether manuscripts on a cursory examination were likely authentic or forged. Some of the things that I think are fairly easy to spot. If you can imagine, a small fragment of material that comes from a larger manuscript, and the idea is that it's broken away and the rest of it's worn off. It's got lines of text on it. On some of the fragments, you would notice that the lines would follow the edges of the fragment and not just go straight across, which is weird. A lot of the letters looked misshapen, as if they were the fragment was already damaged at the time that it was being written. And it's
Could you carbon date them to see what
they're too small because you require quite a bit of material. Especially with private collectors who have these tiny little things, convincing them to carbon date some of their already tiny little fragments, because it requires a certain amount of material to destroy, right? You have to destroy the material to carbon date it. So, they're extremely reluctant to do that. Most of the dating actually occurs through something called paleography, where we look at handwriting styles. Before typeset printing, everything was written by hand, and people's handwriting styles developed and evolved over time. So it's in particular in these earlier periods when everything was handwritten, writing itself was a much more controlled discipline in terms of learning it. There were very specific ways you learn to write, so it becomes more, I guess, consistent, especially when working on formal manuscripts as opposed to like little documents or letters that you're just writing to your friends. So we date most of this stuff through handwriting styles. It's called paleography. It's accurate to within about 50 to 100 years, depending on who you're talking to. Some have said that we can paleographically date stuff to within 20 years. I'm skeptical about that. And a number of the manuscripts from the Dead Sea Scrolls have been carbon dated.
How many would you say?
So the Dead Sea Scrolls have actually been carbon dated 3 times.
How many is
that? At this point now, over 100. Yes. So, and what the carbon dating has done for us is it's actually helped to show that the paleography, the paleographic systems that scholars are using to date the text are actually pretty good. So, when your paleographical dates match the carbon dates, it shows that you're doing something right. So, the scrolls were they were first carbon dated back in the late 1940s, early 1950s. Excuse me, I think it was 8 or 10 of these. Interestingly, the Dead Sea Scrolls were some of the first items ever to have been carbon dated. So it was a new science. Yeah, back in the 40s. So it was a big deal when you could finally use this new science. And some of the scrolls were a guinea pig. Many of them were re-carbon dated in the 1980s. And now there's another project. Sorry, I got a cough here.
No, you're good. It's okay. We just went through a category 4 hurricane.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
So there's a new project that's been underway for the last 5 or 6 years, where they've been recarbon dating. I believe it's up to 100 manuscripts. So, and we're still waiting for some of the results of that. But, yeah. So when it came to the material that this private collector had, he didn't want to let it go to be carbon dated. And said, you have to destroy things in order to do it.
But he did let you guys analyze it, right?
Yeah. So
what did he say to you guys when you were like, this seems like bullshit?
Well, it was tough, right? Because he's paid a lot of money for these fragments.
How much they go for?
Well, I mean, he wouldn't tell me, but on the time that I've been doing this, some of the figures that I've seen, range. These are in the hundreds of thousands of dollars
for like a tiny little fragment, like how big we talking? The size of a quarter?
Yeah. Thank you very much. So, something from ranging from the size of a quarter up to maybe a credit card. So I'll tell you a story here. The source of most of the fragments for sale. I mentioned Kando, the antiquities dealer, that saw and handled the first of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Right. He actually managed to. He worked closely with the first scholars and with the Bedouins who were finding most of this material. He was kind of like a go-between. And so we're told that probably 90% or more of the material actually passed through him. His son, William Campbell, is the one who every now and then, after the 1990s, would have Dead Sea Scrolls fragments to sell. When some of these started hitting the markets in the 1990s, he introduced, or people knew of, this rather large fragment. It's probably, it's the size of a page, right? It's called the butterfly fragment because it looks the butterfly fragment looks like
big.
Yeah, and it looks like a butterfly.
Okay. Oh, I think I've seen wings. I think I've seen
maybe.
How much does that thing? I think it's like $1 million.
So he had listed it for sale originally in, I think it was 2006 or 2007 for $2 million. Now between then and when I was working on the fragments, which would have been after 2011, the last I heard, the price had gone up to over $4 million. But as far as I know, he didn't need it. If he sold it in the time since 2006, many millions of dollars. Yeah. So
that one specifically had been carbon dated.
No, in fact, we don't know a lot about that particular fragment, just because we know it's only well, yeah. That's sort of the nest egg, right? He's kind of sitting on it.
What if he did secretly carbon date it? He found out that it was way more.
I'm not. I won't. I guess it's possible, but what do I know? So what was I? Right, we were talking about
we were talking about the value of
the
big butterfly one.
Right, and before that, Kando, 90% of them. Yeah, so Skoyan, and his 30 fragments, when we started to have suspicions about these being forgeries, and we finally approached him, What he wanted from us was more certainty about whether these were fake or whether they're authentic. So we worked with a physicist in Berlin, and she developed some tests and non-destructive tests. So checking chemical composition of the ink, checking you can test the fragments for the types of chemicals that were used in the preparation process for them. And a variety of different ways. I don't understand all the science of it, so which is why I wasn't doing that kind of work, right? But he agreed to send a handful of his fragments to Berlin for testing to check and see whether they were likely authentic or forgeries. It's very difficult to prove one way or the other after the fact, right? We can have very strong, well-founded reasons for thinking that something is a forgery or thinking that something is authentic. But unless you've actually dug it out of the ground in a controlled archaeological excavation, who knows, right? So, and that's the problem with a lot of people who want them to be real too. Yeah, you do. I mean, how badly does the owner of these fragments want them?
Not only that, but the religious types who want them to support their religious views.
Them too. So,
it essentially it's a scaffolding for Judaism and the history of Abraham.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff. In fact,
without the Dead Sea Scrolls, you could say that Judaism is way newer than me.
That's true, right? Yeah. It's interesting you bring that up because after Storian, a bunch of different, and they tend to be Christian institutions, started buying these tiny little fragments on the antiquities market between the 1990s and 2010. One of them is Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary. I think it's just outside of Dallas.
Yeah.
So they bought a bunch of fragments and they had an exhibition where they put them on display. People could come and look at them. The press, wrote articles about them. In one of the articles written at the beginning of the exhibition, the director of the exhibit was quoted as saying they have one of the fragments they have is text from a book in the Bible called Leviticus, and the text on this fragment is from a passage in the book of Leviticus that most Christians interpret to mean that if you're homosexual, you need to be executed. So they had a fragment which had, this text on it, and in an interview, the director said that the seminary actually paid a lot more money for this particular fragment because he said in the article, he says this attests to an eternal truth from God's word. So yeah, there's absolutely religious implications to it. But I think that particular fragment is probably fortunate. But I haven't had a close look at it.
And that one has not been carbon dated?
No. So the results of the tests that were conducted in Berlin were that most likely the fragments in Storian had were forgeries. Some of them, just to give you an idea.
Sorry, would you say how many?
So he sent 9 fragments to Berlin for testing. Neil really wants me to tell this story. I was asked to courier the fragments from Oslo to Berlin. So I was nervous about it because, in my mind, these are priceless artifacts. So I went to pick them up from Mr. Scott's house, and he had them all packaged for me, and I asked him, is there some kind of special customization or anything that I need when I go to customs? I mean, it looks kind of weird, right? I don't know.
Yeah,
for sure. What is that in your bag there? I don't know. I've never done this before. That's right. So he said it would be fine, and I was like, okay. And then, you know, it was a small enough package. I just had it in carry on. Flew into Berlin, got through customs okay. Checked at the place to buy bus tickets, and the bus was coming in like 4 minutes. So I went out to the stand to catch my bus. I got on the bus, and I sat down. Have you ever had that feeling when you sit down and you know that something's amiss, something's not right, but you can't put your finger on it? So it takes me, 3 or 4 minutes to realize that I don't have my bag, which has all these priceless fragments in it. So I'm freaking out, and the bus is, driving over from the airport. I run to the front of the bus, and I say to the bus driver, and I don't speak Chinese. My German's really bad. So I say to the bus driver in English, I said, please stop. I said, I have to get off the bus. And the guy just ignored me. He just wouldn't even look at me. So I yell at him. I'm like, I have to stop the bus. I have to get off the bus. And he still wouldn't. And people, other people on the bus could see I was getting agitated. So someone actually came up and started using it in German for me. And he stops the bus, and I had to hoof it back to the airport. It's like a mile, So I'm running back to the airport, thinking about ways of, concealing my identity and maybe having to go into hiding just in case I lost these manuscripts. But I was freaking out about this. So, and I walked into the airport and I saw my suitcase was it was just sitting right there, right at the place where you buy bus tickets. With people wandering around. It was nuts. So you eventually got them. I got them there, thank God. What percentage of them were fake? So of the 9 that were tested, we had a high confidence that all of them were, and some of the features of them that tipped us off on this. I'll give you some examples. This was a major one. So most of them are animal skin, which is vellum. It's like a really, really thin, finely prepared leather. Cow skin. The Dead Sea Scrolls are cow and goat hide. There's a handful that are actually papyrus, which is is made from drying and sticking together like these special papyrus leaves, and they'll put them together, one on top of the other, and use a special resin to keep them stuck together. Over time, these materials start to delaminate, so the top layers start to peel away a little bit. Papyrus. Yes. Also on vellum. You will get places where the top layers of the vellum will peel away or flake off. Vellum is the animal. That's the animal skin. Yes. I actually think vellum is technically deer. I don't know. It's tomato. That's right. So one of the things that we did notice that we had confirmed by the physicist was that on some of Scoian's fragments where there's writing, the writing would slip into places where the top layer is already flanked away. right? So
it's
already damaged.
old shit.
Yeah.
Written on damaged material.
By the time that the writing is added to it. So, but it did, like, we're looking at photographs and then we're looking under a microscope. But it's still, it's still not perfectly clear. So the physicists that we work with had this incredibly high-powered special microscope that basically makes like a 3D topography of the fragment and you're able to see then all the layers, and you can see very clearly, there's ink that literally falls off this layer and drops into this giant valley here, right? So that's one of the things that we were able to see, but maybe one of the craziest clues about the forgeries was on this one manuscript. There was salt particles.
What kind of particles?
Salt. So, and I think, which wouldn't be unusual because the Dead Sea Scrolls come from the Dead Sea region, which has, lots of them will have, salt deposits on
The Dead Sea is like a super salty sea.
Exactly. Yeah. It's a very salty region.
Yeah.
So, on the fragments that I've looked at that are authentic, where you can see some of these salt crystals, they look different, right? Like they have sort of it's not a uniform composition to them. They look kind of like these weird crystals, right, under the microscope. The salt granules that were on this particular fragment were cubical, like little salt crystals. And in the testing, it was discovered that these were table salt. Table salt wasn't invented until the I think the 15th or 16th century.
So that's amazing because they can discern it. I mean, I guess it's not amazing. You're still like a layman like me. The fact that they can figure out the difference between table salt and sea salt.
I know, right? You do. It's table salt has it's got a particular chemical composition. It's processed, right? So you know the things that go into processing table salt, and that's one of the ways in which you can identify it and distinguish it from a natural salt. And I don't know whether I understand this here. It looks like somebody literally took a salt shaker and sprinkled salt on it. Was that an attempt to try and convince someone that, oh, look, there's salt on it, it came from the Dead Sea? Or was it just an accident? Somebody was having lunch and...
Have you ever heard of any other ancient scrolls on antiquity markets that have been forged?
Oh, sure.
Really?
Yeah. So like, there's a famous one that's fairly recent, actually. There was big news that was made, I think, around 2000. It's probably sometime between 2010 and 2013 of a fragment written in Coptic. Coptic is like I don't know the best way to describe it. It's like it's a language that was used in Egypt, but the letters are Greek. But there's a Coptic church, an ancient Coptic church. So there's a lot of ancient Coptic Christian literature. So there was a fragment that was discovered and published by a very prominent New Testament scholar at Harvard. And she called it the Gospel of Jesus' Wife, because in it seems to tell this story about how Jesus was potentially married, and had a woman that he. There it is. Wow, that's it, huh? And it's about the size of a credit.
Can you punch in on that? Oh, there, thanks, Steve.
Yeah.
So what is this? Is Coptic?
That's Coptic. I don't read Coptic, by the way.
That looks like English.
But
I see an N. I see an N, a T, an M.
Well, you probably actually see an I.
Well, not English, but like English letters.
Yeah. So
I see our
but that's actually an Ada and a Tav and an N and a T.
Yeah. Okay, so this was Jesus's evidence that Jesus had a wife.
Yeah. So, well, it talks about, I don't remember what exactly the text says, and like I said, I don't read Coptic. So, but it makes reference to a woman that Jesus seems to be married to. It was very exciting when this was published. Now, over the course of a few years of investigation, this is a fragment that was I believe, archived, and came up really late. So, like, I think it was maybe 9th, 10th century AD, and paleographers, people who analyze the script, were suggesting that it was much like 3rd, 2nd, 3rd, 4th century. So, but this one made big headlines, and the scholar who published it at Harvard ended up kind of. These are the sorts of career-ending things that happen. But
This was a scholar at Harvard.
yeah,
What kind of scholar do you know?
she's a New Testament scholar.
A New Testament scholar.
So
That's so funny. I talked about this on so many podcasts.
Yeah, right.
Like, to be a New Testament scholar seems so
weird. Odd. Yeah.
odd that you just want to study this one thing. Well, like, to have this narrow focus. I mean, I guess it's not that weird if you think about it. I mean, it's just like the nature of the topic. It's
Yeah,
like, it's understandable to have a narrow field of research.
specializations are getting narrower and narrower too, right? Just as knowledge expands. And maybe to give a sense of how this works, I know one of my professors in grad school, talked about when he was a student, the entire bibliography of everything that has been published in every language, like in terms of scholarship, on a topic like the Gospel of John, which is one of the Gospels in the New Testament. He said that is something that somebody could actually read in their lifetime. It was only 40, 50, 60 pages of sources. By the time I was a student, you're talking about the bibliography exploding to thousands and thousands of pages. Like, there's so much, and because the knowledge base grows, it becomes more difficult to do things very broadly, which is why people start to specializations become much more narrow as a result of that, right? Which isn't great, but it's kind of that's the situation we're in.
Well, how many of these New Testament scholars are actually Christians?
Sure, like, this is an important question. Or even biblical scholars generally, right? It's not all biblical scholars.
No, I've had a few right here though. I've had actually one biblical scholar on here, I think, that is not a Christian or Christian.
I think you know.
Oh, 2. Wow. Awesome. Number 2.
So I'm number 2. So the majority, I would say, are Christians or Jewish, and I mean, this stands to reason, because the people who would have the most interest in these texts, in this literature, start, and that's where I started too.
Really?
Right? Yeah, I was originally planning to be a pastor at a church. Didn't particularly like it very much. Had an affinity for the languages and the history, and over time, just kind of switched tracks, and then over more time, I just stopped believing the things that I believed when I was young.
What do you think made you stop believing?
That's a complicated question, and it's a variety of things. And one of the things certainly is the fact, like, when you go into the scholarship of the Bible, you quickly discover that it's a very different type of book than you thought it was, and that all the literature in there is very different than you thought it was.
How so?
Well, you grow up thinking, or at least I grew up thinking, that Moses was a guy who actually led a group of people out of Egypt into Israel and then across the Red Sea. All this stuff actually happened. You learn things like this, right? Or that Daniel was actually the guy who was living in Babylon, and King Nebuchadnezzar actually put him in, a den full of lions. These are the sorts of things that you can, lots of people are taught as having actually happened. You discover that's all, not what happened. So there probably was no Moses. The Israelites probably did not come out of Egypt. In fact, what we know now is that the Israelites, the people from whom the Old Testament, the text of the Hebrew Bible came, were Canaanites. They were people who were always there. And it's, the religions as it's presented in the Bible is you get this impression that this was the way people worship God all the time. But then when you encounter the archaeological record and when you compare these texts to other ancient Near Eastern texts, the people who wrote these biblical texts probably came out of a world that looked very much like all of their neighbors. So one of the things you think, lots of people think when they encounter the Old Testament is that everyone was a monotheist. They all believe there's just one God, and all the other gods are fake monists. So yeah, it's and that's just not true. The original writers of the Bible were polytheists. They believed in many gods. But the way the texts have been written, the way they present the situation, they're deeply, they're deeply biased. They propagandize a lot of this material. A lot of the texts were written, by people who were had their own political, religious agendas that they're trying forward, and you start to see all this sort of stuff, and it starts to I guess raise questions. It started to raise questions for me about how much can I trust these texts? This Bible? What do I, in terms of it being something divine? No, it's not. It's a very human book. So I think that's kind of where it started for me. It also makes, in my mind now, it makes the text actually more interesting. Because they're dealing with real people, right, in real situations. But I don't know. It was that was a contributing factor. But there were, there's other things too.
Yeah, one of the things that seems so crazy to me is what our buddy Neil over there explained to me was that I think it's like 900 or 1,000 years after Moses' death until we get actual writing about him.
Yeah,
which was what, the Septuagint?
Well, there's Greek writings that mention his name. And we were actually talking about this yesterday. I personally think that you can see some reflections of this Moses figure a little earlier than that, not 1,000 years before that, but I think you can see some mention of him as early as maybe the 8th or the 7th century BC, which is still 500 years after he supposedly made.
What is that? What are you referring to?
So there's a text. It's in the Bible. There's a text in the book of Hosea. This is a prophet who wrote probably in the 8th century BCE. And I can probably actually just bring it up here.
You kick the wheel. There you go.
Okay. So we'll go to Amos 12. So this is a prophecy that scholars tend to date to the 8th century. And here he's I'll just get to.
And this is from what text specifically?
So this is the book of Amos, which is in the Bible,
which was written when?
Sorry, not Amos, Hosea.
Hosea. And when was this text written?
Most scholars think 8th century. And the reason we think that is because all of what Hosea is talking about is the end of the kingdom of Israel in the north in 722 BCE. But he's writing before that has happened. Like he's writing to the people who are there and telling them, you know, you're in great danger because the Assyrians are coming to kill you. You need to make all these dramatic changes because God is angry at you. And if you don't, then the Assyrians are going to come and destroy them. And that's something that eventually happens, right? But this is all written prior, you know, beforehand. So in this text, though, he does talk a little bit about. I probably can. Let me get to the right. Oh no, that's my other. This is my own translation. Okay. All right. So here, that's weird. Yeah. So now where it says Ephraim here, so Ephraim is said. This is speaking to the people who live in the city of Samaria, sometime before 722 BC. So this is before the Assyrians are coming to kill them, right? So, and Hosea, the prophet, is speaking to them and telling them, you know, you have fucked up. And because of that, the Assyrians are coming to kill you. You need to fix this. You need to change your ways. Otherwise, you're all going to be dead. And here, this is what he says. He says, so Ephraim has said, yes, I am rich. I sought power for myself. All of my property they cannot hold against me for wrongdoing, which is sin. Now, Hosea is speaking as if he's God. I, Yahweh, am your God. Ever since the land of Egypt, I will settle you once again in tents, as in the days of old, when I spoke to prophets, when I increased visions, parables by the hands of prophets. But in Gilead is iniquity, and they are utterly worthless. So you have here, you have mention of this exit from Egypt. These people came out of Egypt ever since the land of Egypt. They were settling, they were living in tents ever since the days of old when I spoke to prophets, when I increased visions. Let me just look here. Do I have another, there's another part of this.
So,
Here we go.
so this is basically what academia or the consensus is, that this is, he's talking about something that's happening in like 3000 BC.
No, 8th century BC.
8th century. Okay.
So yeah, like sometime before 722.
So much closer to the death of Moses.
Closer, but and again, importantly, scholars by and large don't think that there was Moses. They think that this guy was certainly
Really?
yeah. I
Even
would say
religious scholars?
well, a number of religious scholars, yes.
Even
But
back to it.
not all of them. Okay. But and you know, religious people will have complicated ways of I guess compartmentalizing and even aligning various things that they believe. One of the really interesting things here, this I can just scrolling down towards the end. He goes on to say, I think this part is quite interesting. By a prophet, Yahweh brought Israel up from Egypt. By a prophet, he was kept. So scholars look at that and think, well, that's probably an early reference to this Moses figure. But I think it's really interesting because he's not named. He doesn't call him Moses. Right. So when I look at this, I think, you know, this Moses tradition, wherever it came from, he probably didn't have the name Moses to start. And it probably looked quite a bit different than the story that ended up surviving and being told in, you know, the book of Exodus. So, you know, it's, I would say that it's something that you can trace maybe as far, I would say the earliest you can trace it as far back as probably 9th century.
Okay, but biologically, how early can you trace it?
Biologically,
the actual text,
the actual manuscripts, the actual artifacts themselves. No, not until the 3rd century BCE. So, and you know,
and it's in what language?
That would be in Greek, I believe, and we have Hebrew manuscripts from the same period of time as well, which
These are manuscripts, and that's Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yep, within the Dead Sea Scrolls. So, yeah, it's frustrating on the one hand because you can't get the actual artifacts themselves, right? Like you can't get the physical evidence for the stuff that's being recorded. But by the same token, a lot of this stuff didn't just appear on thin air. These were traditions that people kept and transmitted over longer periods of time, and I think changed and were reshaped.
So the idea is this was probably, you believe, found, whatever it was found, it was dated back to 300 BC, probably.
Yeah.
And it was a rewriting or a retelling of a story that happened around 800.
Yeah, probably. So, and some of this too, like the way scholars, we do have, now I'll mention a couple of other things. The very oldest biblical texts that we have are these tiny little silver amulets called the Katifion amulets. They contain text on them written in Hebrew of a priestly blessing that appears in the biblical book of Numbers, chapter 23. And these date to the 6th century BC. So,
Now, what are they made of?
silver. So somebody had written out this little blessing on these little amulets, probably rolled them up, carried them, maybe on a necklace or put them in a pocket, as like a charm to protect someone from
What language?
Hebrew. So, and the old, like the actual Hebrew. When you see stuff like this, right? Like this is Hebrew that we're most familiar with. This particular script here is actually Aramaic. Hebrew script looks quite different from this. And what happened was the Jews or the people who came out of Israel. Sorry, I have to go back. The city of Jerusalem was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar II in 586 or 587 BC, and he took people who lived in Jerusalem and shipped them all back to Babylon.
Right.
Aramaic was the lingua franca of Babylon at the time this happened. That's the language that they spoke and that they wrote. It's very closely related to Hebrew. They have the same letters, they just look different. So what happened was the people who left Jerusalem and went to Babylon started collecting their Hebrew text in this new script, which is why it looks like this. But the Katifion amulets are written on this old form of what we know as an actual Hebrew. And Hebrew's an interesting language, like the original language, because it survives in what looks like a couple of different dialects. You have things like the Moabite inscription, which dates to the 9th century BCE, which was written by a Moabite king named Mesha. He was not an Israelite, but he was using the same language or something very close to the same language as Hebrew. But scholars identify it as Moabite. We also have a couple of texts written in these another language like Ammonite. And the reason
these are all coming from where?
All from this tiny little area.
This is all the same as the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Well, it's the same area.
Same area.
So, but this is way early, right?
Okay.
So these languages are all very closely related.
Yeah.
To the point where it's difficult even to tell the differences between them. But it looks like there's these languages are starting to develop in this region of Israel, Palestine, modern day Israel, Palestine. But as far back as the 9th century BC. And then the only surviving language out of that group is Hebrew, which, the Jews were using to write their literature at the time that they were writing the Dead Sea Scrolls. And they wrote all sorts of stuff in Hebrew, because I mentioned we found anywhere from 200 to 300 copies of texts that we know from, the Bible. They had all sorts of other stuff too. Like, what other kind of stuff they were? So they had they had texts that contained stories in them. Lots of these are really fragmentary, unfortunately, but they were telling stories of famous people from the Bible. Like I did all my
biblical still.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, but they're really different, right?
Is there any like political stuff or
I think
medical stuff?
No medical stuff.
Or
So
legal stuff?
lots of legal stuff. Really, yes. So one of the most interesting manuscripts from the Dead Sea Scrolls is something called the Temple Scroll, and this manuscript was discovered in Cave 11. So it was the lost cave. It was discovered in 1953. It is the largest of all the Dead Sea Scrolls, measuring I think it's well over 30 feet. I'm not sure. There it is. Now, if you click on that image there, it should pull the whole thing up. Or does it? Oh, this big 30 feet. Yeah, actually, you can see he can go back to the other page for a second. You can get hit the X or hit the X. Yeah, you can get no, not there. Let me actually, can I pull it up? Sure, I'll pull it up. It's probably easier if I do this. Okay, let me pull this up. So the temple, as I'm bringing this up, I'll talk. Right. So it's this very, very long manuscript. Actually, it's better if I hate using Safari, but I have like my bookmarks.
So all of these Hebrew texts date to about the same time, about between 1 and 200 BC.
So here, I can show you the temples. Oh, actually, let's just check it out.
So let me ask you this: out of all we talked earlier about a lot of fakes.
Yeah.
Out of all of the texts that we know came from those caves, are all of those real?
We're really confident that they are. And there's a variety of reasons for this. First of all, it's the carbon dating. Secondly, there have been DNA testing done on a number of the manuscripts as well, which has helped. I had mentioned that Bedouin sheepherders from the Talmudic tribe have discovered a lot of the material from the caves in the desert. Scholars have actually gone and excavated the caves themselves and also found fragments that they've been able to physically match with stuff that the Bedouin was bringing as well. So this is an example of where, with a high degree of confidence, we know this stuff came from where it's supposed to have come from. It was found in the dirt at the site. So the temple scroll itself is a legal text. It is a collection of rules and instructions for the readers in terms of how they're supposed to worship God in the last days when God comes back. And
was everything based on God?
Pretty much. These people were
monotheistic.
At this point, yeah. But they still believe in other spiritual beings, lesser beings. They believe in angels and demons.
So although there's a variety of different stuff, stories, legal stuff, it's all based on the Bible.
Yeah, it's all centered on that.
Okay.
So, and that's that's what people wrote about.
Is there anything that's not about the Bible?
In various other caves, yeah. So scholars have found like stuff that most people would consider pretty boring, but are really interesting to historians and anthropologists. We find lots of documentary texts. So these are letters. These are bills of sale. These are lists. These are contracts. And they would be written on. A lot of them appear on papyrus, but most of them appear on what are called ostraca, which are fragments of pottery, right? Because these writing materials, animal skins, papyrus, it's really expensive, really hard to make. So what was absolutely plentiful to people in the area were fragments of pottery. So they would write on those contracts, letters. That's what they would use. And we literally have thousands and thousands and thousands of these things. And it's using these that scholars tend to get a strong sense of who these people were, how they interacted with one another, their culture, their ideas, their familiarity with language, with reading and writing. And most of these are written in Aramaic, which is the language that people were speaking in the area, but lots were also written in Hebrew and a handful in Hebrew. So it was this particular part of the world that religiously saturated, where most, as near as we can tell, based on the stuff disposal, people believed
Yo,
the gods.
how are you?
Affected every
Mr. Perry, there you
wrote collected scrolls.
Hello, how are you?
Texts where they seem to have.
How you feeling? Absolutely. Do you have a fever anymore? All right. I can hear the mucus, but it sounds like it's coming out. That's great. Oh, yeah, you've got the invite. Here we go, LFG. You're good. Good one. I'll take it. Oh, that's good. Oh, that was looking good. Get it. Okay. I'm going to get these three. No doubt. No doubt. I'll take it. All right. All but one. You got this. You've got this. I spare. You're welcome. Okay, now this is a tough split. Get it. Not what I wanted. Get it. No doubt. Oh, come on. Come on. Give me that one. Give me this one.
Writers and producers of Cobra Kai and out to Hillary Swank's if she might want to be involved or not like the whole season, maybe a 1 or 2 episode story arc like they did with Elizabeth Shue. It turned, it didn't happen, so they never.
Uh-oh.
No one has reached out to me. How do you and I will use any. You always have to go through the gatekeeper. And from the way the story reads, the producers of Cobra Kai were trying to set up a meeting with Hillary Swank. In other words, they were going through a third meeting. Interested.
Take your time. Take your time.
Conversation. I told them, trying to get you on here. I had no idea. Yes. Request never got to him. And he's on the 1 or 2 other times since many times when you're dealing with the or you're dealing with the agent or you're dealing with you know into the principal. And that she would there's no reason why she would just turn out a check like that. I mean, it was basically a can't. It's not like she had to, lead the series or bear the weight of the success of the series. Now, from my understanding, now that she is here, begun to do because they're looking at doing a Cobra Kai. She can now be a part of that. So now, bring that character back of the right. He's a young man when he first came.
Perfect. That was looking good. I know you've got this. That's right. Tough split here. I'm going to get it, though. I know it. Come on, baby. Got it. I even said confidence.
It's fine. It's a nice racing movie. I actually liked Talladega Nights better. Yes. Ricky Bobby. But as far as racing movies go, it was fine. It was fine. No, but I have to believe that Hillary Swank did not know because there's no reason she turned down a paycheck, which probably would have been pretty sizable because she's an Academy Award winner.
Good. Ooh, nice spare. You're welcome. That was not good. Ooh.
a younger audience would have bridged her back to people who may not be familiar with her. And I think that's one of the beautiful things about Cobra Kai is this reintroducing a franchise from our generation and seamlessly passing it along to like my daughter. Like she loves Cobra Kai.
Get it.
Like, that's her first day watching. It's a show that it's a coming of age story that they can relate to. And I'm like, wow, it was a coming of age story that I can relate to when I was your age. And now you're into it, seeing that this is watching.
Get it.
Cobra Kai, of course, way more than karate kid, right? But they're remembered because of me watching. They're like, what is this? And then they watch it like, oh, this is pretty cool. Yeah, it's not too late.
It's gonna come down to this. You got a tough one. Get it. Oh, that was a good try. That was a really good try. Yes, I do. I win. I win. You win. That's. Come. I'll take it. All right, Miss Aquarius. Time for you to brush your teeth and get some sleepy. If I could, I would. Yeah. All right. Well, that's right. Let's hope so. Excellent. Sweet dreams.
There's the latest from the Campfire 24-hour newsroom. Designated police have put up barricades at the intersection of Las Robles Avenue and Orange Grove Boulevard, where hundreds of people have gathered at the site where ICE agents detained 2 men in a bus stop around 6 this morning. Israel's military has warned people to evacuate the area around Iran's Iraq-heavy water reactor in a post on X. It included a satellite image of land in a red circle, like other warnings that preceded strikes. And actor who worked on Tyler Perry's TV show The Oval has filed a lawsuit alleging Perry leveraged his power in the entertainment industry to sexually assault and harass him. The suit filed in LA Superior Court by actor Derek Dixon seeks at least $260 million in damages. Looks like Cohen's on the 5 in Cascade. Heading southbound from Parker Road to Hasley Canyon to see the 2 right lanes coned off. That's scheduled until 6 in the morning. And as you travel on the 101 southbound in Studio City, coming up to Coldwater Canyon, you'll see brake lights and then it stays slow to the 101-134 interchange. The 405 southbound in West LA, coming across the 10, it's a busy ride there that starts to clear up just after the 90. Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Pedro Marino. OpenAI is a financial abomination, a thing that should not be, an aberration, simple of rot at the heart of Silicon Valley. And I'm going to tell you why on my show Better Offline, the rudest show in the tech industry, but we're breaking down why OpenAI, along with other AI companies, are dead set on lying to your boss that they can take your job. Also going to be talking with the greatest minds in the industry about the other ways the rich and powerful are ruining the user. Listen to Better Offline on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Better Offline and start listening to the iHeart Radio app today.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a confidential informant. People with their own troubles see a path forward by telling on someone else. The CI system is based on blind trust and can have deadly consequences. I'm Dugan Arnett, an investigative reporter with the Boston Globe Spotlight team. And I'm going to bring you inside this secret world through the story of one city at the forefront of America's drug war.
Cost you think no one would anything, okay?
Basically, the buy you something today.
They lie. They just lie.
Aren't you? Better smack it up. I don't want to go to jail. You want to be labeled a rat. Run around here.
This is Spotlight, Snitch City, an investigative series from the Boston Globe.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. Hey everybody, it's me, Kate Nolan, here to talk to you about a new podcast called Casuals, starting January 21st. It's a sports podcast for people who don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports podcasts. It's just regular people laughing about sports, not screaming. I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be about something very silly, not about something as serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. Is this making sense? You guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays and Thursdays, if you're feeling froggy, go ahead and click that follow button. Because listen, it's unclickable. You can always unclick it if you feel like that was a bad decision. It's not going to get a notification to do that. But if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's ideal, because it's going to be good. Oh, it's going to be good.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
When's the last time you took a chat?
I was traveling, and a cute girl sat down next to me. That was enough for me.
I'm Francesca Street, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling. Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love, decades-spanning friendship, and ultimately change your life forever. Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters with me, Francesca Street.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
From Tenderfoot TV in Atlanta, I'm Neil Lindsay.
And I'm Maggie Freeling.
This is Up and Management.
From the team that brought you Up and Vanish comes an all-new podcast that brings you a weekly dose of true crime cases. Join me as I talk their cases with special guests and true crime experts.
There's got to be something at the heart of that evidence that they've got.
It's got to be DNA. Tune in as a team plays up the crime in true Up and Vanish style.
A late night knock on the door, a missing car, and a mysterious shadowy figure caught on camera.
Up and Vanish is available now. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Hey everyone, I'm Amy Poehler, and I'm launching a new podcast called Good Hang. In preparation, I got some of my friends to send me some videos and do some things.
Just be yourself. I can do this, really do it. I can do it. Don't be the celebrity that this is their like 6 days you're doing. Have a good podcast. Keep your phone for it.
Hey, you guys are good, girl. It's so fabulous. So much work. So
I love true crime and cooking podcasts. Is there any way you can reply what you do?
Well, everybody has an opinion and a podcast. So join me for Good Hang. It's rough out there. We're just trying to lighten it up a little. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
And not just any program, but Palantir's specialty, a digital mass surveillance system to target you and your family and all the rest of us. The Economic Times reported that, quote, Palantir isn't just improving old databases, it's building what some experts are calling the most expansive civilian surveillance infrastructure in U.S. history. Instead of scattered files and spreadsheets, the platform will use real-time data integration and artificial intelligence to profile behavior, detect fraud, and identify individuals or patterns deemed risky by the system. At the core of the project is Palantir's Gotham software. Already used by defense and intelligence agencies, Gotham will now be used on the domestic front. It doesn't just track information, it makes judgments. It could influence everything from how benefits are distributed to who gets flagged for closer scrutiny by law enforcement or immigration officers. So, good. They're deploying military surveillance AI to watch our every move and decide who the government should bug. And by bug, I mean investigate, harass, arrest, and probably more. And while the Economic Times reported that they would be deploying a technology called Gotham, Raw Story reported about a different product called Foundry. This article reads, the push has put a key Palantir product called Foundry into at least 4 federal agencies, including the Department of Homeland Security and the Health and Human Services. This is Department and newspaper reporting. Widely adopting Foundry, which organizes and analyzes data, paves the way for Mr. Trump to easily merge information from different agencies, the government officials said. Creating detailed portraits of Americans based on government data is not just a pipe dream. The company has received also new contracts from the Pentagon and is speaking to the Social Security Administration and the Internal Revenue Service about buying its technology, according to 6 government officials and knowledgeable Palantir employees. And Democratic lawmakers have warned that Trump could use the personal information to target immigrants and punish his critics. And that is exactly the wrong narrative to push, guys. Bad, Raw Story. Bad. This is clearly a leftist argument that they're making. They could use this to target immigrants. No. They could and will use this to target anyone and everyone. This won't just get used on critics of the Trump administration. This will get used on critics of every future American government until the end of America, because that's how government works. Once you give them a power, they never give it back. And we are entering into territory.
Kids are already part and parcel in partnership with kids out there chasing after Pokemon with their phone. They're already out there deep into the AI world and AI developments with Pokemon, catch and go, whatever it's called. Let's take it to the next level.
Yeah, I mean, we've got children who would essentially be thrilled to play with like a face drawn in Sharpie on a popsicle stick. They have to be just thrilled with AI. There's nothing they want more than some AI in their lives.
Doesn't make any distinction on it's a dishonest argument. You know it. You're out of your mind.
You're trying to sell out now before you're put under the wheel of pain by the robots.
Mark, this doesn't happen in the real world.
It's like fishy Owen Toala here.
I'm getting one of those little hourglass things. Used to have a price chart on the wall, and it's a little hourglass thing with a arrow next to it. Now it's just an hourglass thing. Yeah, all right, call you back. Okay.
Good. Well, our truck is going out first thing tomorrow morning. So, okay, thanks again so much. All right, bye-bye.
Electronics, what's going on? Anything here?
Yes.
Yes. What? Yes, sale or lead or a
Sale.
small,
Big.
huge?
Just big.
Did you say the sale that I made earlier was huge or big?
Good. No, I completely understand. Times are a little tight right now. If it's all right with you, though, I will just give you a call back next month. Great. Thank you so much. Good night.
What was that? What? Call that a sales call? My God, what have they been teaching you?
You're the one who trained me, Michael.
Yeah, well, did I teach you to roll over like a submissive dog?
You most certainly did not.
No, I did not.
What can I do better?
Exactly, ask me, which you did, so tell a joke.
I'm not good at jokes.
Do you know a joke?
My cousin Mose told me a joke.
Call him quiet right now and tell him the joke.
I will.
Strike while the iron's hot. Joke always works.
Yes, Howard Gruber, please.
Sell it.
Howard, hello. Dwight Schrute, Dunder Mifflin. Yes, and you're my favorite client. Listen, I'm calling you to tell you a little joke. What is black and white and red and can't think? A nun who has a beat for a head. No, I'm Catholic too. I understand. If I was offensive in any way, I tell your supervisor. Humor works in one too crazy way. I'm going to head up to my supervisor. Hold on 1 second.
Hey, Howard, Michael Scott here. Yeah, sorry about that. Dwight is an idiot. I know. No, he's a little dim. Knows the janitor's brother, so
That's not true.
Yeah, well, you know, like at a fast food restaurant, just to be nice, I'll hire somebody to find their way to work. That is what.
He's my best customer.
What can we do to help you out? You know what? I have a discount today and today only on lightweight copy.
But that's my sale. This is my sale, Michael.
Yes, I can do that. Absolutely. Perfect. Oh, I'm glad it timed out that way.
What Michael doesn't understand is that when I worked in the fast food industry, I was actually commended by management for the three M's. Mixed service, mixed competence, and mixed punctuality. Are you kidding? Really?
This was no act of God. A person did this. A person who works in this office. Maybe all of them. You know what? Today is not a good day for a sales contest. We're not doing this today.
That doesn't seem fair.
You want to talk about fair? Does anyone need to smell my old carpet? You explain to me how that was fair, and I'll explain to you how this is fair. Plus, I think that picking today was sort of taking advantage.
But you're the one who picked today.
I am a victim of a hate crime. Stanley knows what I'm talking about.
That's not what a hate crime is.
Well, I hated it a lot. Okay, you know what? If the guilty person would just come forward and take their punishment, we'd be done.
Artificial intelligence.
Very well. Then you're all punished.
What's our punishment?
You're all in timeout. Sit there quiet. No.
Hey, what's up? Not much. Can I ask you something? It's actually what do you think of Kelly?
I don't know. Depends if you like little John. She's really cool.
Are you interested in her?
Yeah, totally.
Really?
She said something.
She said lots of things.
Do you know if she's looking for a long-term thing or if she'd be cool just hanging out?
I have no idea.
Can you find out?
Yeah. Sure.
I don't know much about Kelly, but why not? Try it out. It's not like I'm going to be here that long. And she's really cute. Right?
Oh, long term, definitely. Love, have babies, spend every second together. Don't tell him that, okay? Just tell him I'm like up for anything. I mean, I'm not a slut, but who knows?
Do you remember Ed Truck?
Sure, he hired me. What did he do it?
How would I know?
I thought you might.
My biggest fear is straight into him.
Michael, you should have much bigger fears than that.
I wasn't talking literally, Creed. Yeah, being buried alive would be worse. Happy, why am I talking to you? Ed? Hi, thanks for meeting me. Must be kind of neat coming back.
Yeah, she'll be upstairs.
Oh, well, honestly, Ed, I really don't want to be up there right now.
So, what's the problem with my pension?
Oh, no, you're good. It was clerical. What does that smell like to you?
I'm cold.
That's sick.
What does it smell like to you?
Well, somebody did something in my office, and I now think they did it on purpose, and it was directed at me.
Well, what was done?
I don't know. I didn't get a good look at it, but it smells horrible.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, somebody once did that in my office.
Really? Well, that figures. So, how did you deal with people not liking you?
Well, some people like me.
Can I be frank?
You should say that before you speak frankly.
You had no idea that people hated you so much. That amazes me.
I was their boss.
Yeah.
Now you're their boss. You can't expect to be friends with everybody.
Well, sure I can.
No, They'll always think of you as a boss first.
Not necessarily. You can love a boss like you do a father.
I'm not sure that ever has.
Well, okay. Different management styles.
I can't do workers now. Workers, family being family, friends being friends.
Okay, yeah, sounds like
Well, the best thing you can do for your workers is give them a strong, stable company to work at. That's what helps them with their real friends and their real family.
Last week I would have given a kidney to anyone in this office. I would have reached right into my stomach and pulled it out for them. But now, no. I don't have the relationship with these people that I find. I hope they ask. So they can hear me say, no. I only give my organs to my real friends. Get yourself a monkey kidney.
Hey, Brenda, this is Jim Halpert from The Boat, and I got your number from the corporate directory, and well, I was assuming that you probably gave it to them because you wanted me to ask you out, right? So give me a call back. You can get my number from that directory, or just check your email, because I just sent you one. Yikes. Give me a call back. I hope. I'll talk to you later.
You just asked a girl out on the phone.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one. Discover a new podcast from our library.
Hey, look, I know what you're going to say, that I'm not standing up for myself. You know what? It's complicated, and I really don't appreciate all the boundaries.
You could outsell Michael any day.
Yes.
Hello, yes, I'm looking for a gay nerd named Michael.
Who is this? How did you get this number?
Your mom, you gay nerd.
Baxter! Waxpack, how you doing?
That package is over for you.
No. Did anybody see a package here today? No. How big was it?
No, it's pretty big.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you see a big package? Where did you leave it?
Like in the middle of your office.
Really? Guys, did you see a big package in my office?
There we go.
You mean the same?
Are you kidding me? Oh, that was Packer. Oh, you are dead. You are dead, my friend. That is hilarious. Oh, God. Of course it was you. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. It was Packer. It takes an advanced sense of humor. I don't expect everybody to understand. It was done out of love, just like I thought. It's, God, these people are so, these are good people. We have fun. Let's just have fun. Oh, I'm just so sorry that I threw the thing out.
Hold on.
Yes, my office. See you later, peasants.
What was that look?
I give a look.
What was your look? I don't know what you're talking about.
I should have guessed, Packer. I still thought you did, even after you denied it. I still thought it was you.
You have 7 unheard messages. Hey, Jess, I keep looking up to say something to you, and then Michael's there, and it's horrible. Anyway, work, come back. Hey, guess what? I moved my computer so I can't see Michael's head. It's working. I think I can have a career as a very specific type of decorator. Sudoku, level moderate, time 18 minutes. Suck on that, Halpert. I'll transfer you. Thunder Mifflin, this is Pam. Hold, please. Thunder Mifflin, this is... Okay, sorry. Michael was standing at my desk and I needed to be busier. Who knows what would have happened, so thank you. Hey, what's that word we made up for when you have a thing stuck in your shoe? Anyway, I have a thing stuck in my shoe. Hey, I have a chance to sneak out of here early and I'm not messing this up, so I'll see you tomorrow. Calling from my cell phone. I don't know if you guys figured out who did that to Michael's carpet yet, but I have a theory that involves an interdepartmental conspiracy. Everybody in the office, we need to talk.
Up until a certain
point up until now, his reputation, if you will, has been above reproach. He's helped a lot of older actors get a second start in this industry. He's put a lot of people back to work. He created this billionaire empire studio in Atlanta. He's pretty much autonomous, doing whatever he wants, producing the TV shows and movies that he wants, even though personally, there's really not been any dirt about him until now. There is now a $260 million lawsuit regarding Tyler Perry. And it alleges sexual assault. And it alleges sexual harassment. Long story short, there are text messages, screenshots, which are in the lawsuit. It alleges that there was a quid pro quo. If you do this for me, I'll make sure that you are made a star, and I'll produce this project for you. It's a story that we've heard before, but this is different because it's someone the magnitude of Tyler Perry. Let me give you a comparison point. Tyler Perry could buy P. Diddy twice over, and so he is one of the biggest names in entertainment. He is one of the wealthiest people in entertainment, and he's never faced anything like this. Now, what do I always say to him? What do I always say? Unfortunately, I don't know these people. The plaintiff is Derek Dixon. He appeared in 85 episodes of the TV show The Oval. We did have the star of The Oval on as our guest, and Quinn, but it's not him. I'm saying we are familiar with the show, familiar with Tyler Perry's work.
Oh, I don't know, Pam. I paid $400 for this phone because I like the ring. You did? Now, I realize you can program or download anything you want, so I'm a little overwhelmed.
Yeah.
There's a lot of choices. You gotta help me here.
Okay.
Which one of these is coolest? What do you think?
How about that one?
No.
Oh, that one was good.
Are you kidding me? That one says I'm so lame. You know which one I want? There's one that sounds like a jackhammer. Just really grabs your attention. It's like... You know what I'm talking about?
Do you mean vibrate?
Yes.
Happy to be here. It's very nice to see all of you. Well, today's a Women in the Workplace thing. Dan's coming in from corporate to talk to all the women about, I don't really know what, but Michael's not allowed in. She said that about 5 times. Women today, though we have the same options as men, we often face a very different set of obstacles in getting there. So,
Hey, what's going on?
in the war.
Yeah, I thought I thought about it. I just haven't
this
taken one.
battle that they were going to fight with the forces of
Just hear me
evil.
out. What is more important than quality? Equality.
The beginning
Now,
part of this
studies show that today's woman, the Ally McBeal woman, as I call her, is at a crossroads. And just you have come a long way.
You're supposed to do
Just want to keep within reason. They did this on the
You are not allowed.
and they ended up turning the break room into a lactation.
Okay.
It was disgusting.
Now you're really not allowed.
Well, I'm their boss.
I'm your boss.
Being ritually pure, making sure that you know,
We're fine, Michael. We just need you to leave, please.
Women in the workplace.
in the presence.
Yeah. Translation. I have been banned from my own conference room.
They
So
would
Jane
be
can talk
in
in
these
secret to
military
all.
camps camped alongside the angels,
About what
getting
hour?
ready for
Close.
the final battle. So, and that's,
Ladies, I am
that's the kind of
so
stuff that we read about.
Can we start again? We're on such a roll. I really apologize for that. Yes, we have.
Oh, that's so on some things,
Michael.
yes. On every, not all things. So he dedicated like 30 years of his life, right? A large portion of his life to deciphering and translating these Dead Sea Scrolls.
Terrible idea.
And his idea is that it was based on ancient
Just stay in
fertility,
there too long, they're going to get on the same cycle.
mushrooms. His idea of
Wreak havoc on our planet.
like, correct me if I'm wrong here, because I'm sure you're way from
So one obstacle is how assertiveness is perceived differently in men and women. Men who are assertive tend to be admired.
So things are
They're
fertilized, they go seed, right? Where some mycelium comes out of the ground. Yeah.
Whereas women who are assertive tend to be labeled
So they're kind of like, he equates that to the Virgin Mary,
Everyone,
Jesus being born.
Circle up, please.
Yeah, so his idea is
Come on,
Jesus was a psychedelic,
Joey,
right?
come on over.
That's what you like that, Steve? That's a good
Let's
subject.
do this.
So to be in a
that's
position of leadership,
basically
you
his
often
idea, but
need
that's
to be
an
right? You have to be able to state a firm opinion. And this means you have to give up the fantasy of being
which is not
everyone's
surprising.
friend.
No, that's true. However,
I just want to warm up.
you know,
Now, I know this is going to sound crazy to you, but in India they do this thing called laughter. And I want to try it out. It's when a group of people just get together and they laugh as hard as they can. So I want to try that with you right now.
his
Count
works.
three. Laugh hard and loud. So again,
Yeah.
ready?
Also,
1,
well,
2, 3.
one of the things yes. And this is actually in like the first chapter of his book.
Yeah.
I was even getting that
I don't know what you're doing here, Michael,
Having a little guys in the workplace
I had
thing.
no idea.
Why
That you could
can't
actually
boys play with dogs?
take from Hebrew.
Why
and link them to
does
Sumerian.
society force us to use Europe?
That's
Sitting
insane.
down
It
and
is.
Can you please do this
That's
somewhere else,
not
Michael?
Yes,
Nowhere
and
else.
that's the major.
We're doing it in the warehouse.
Dwight, excellent idea. Go down there.
Okay, fine. Actually, perfect. You know what? There's another side to this place, gentlemen. And I know we all love our cushy jobs and our fun, exciting office, but you realize that underneath us, there's another world. The warehouse. A world that is teeming with sweat and dirt
Languages and the
and
roots.
life.
It depends on
Bowels of the office.
And not every
These guys are down there. They are real men. Real man's work. Why don't we go down there and bond?
But when you actually
Guys
sit
over some
down and
conversation.
talk,
Because men don't bond over conversation. They bond over activity. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Right.
should actually
So
put you in touch with
we are going to learn about being real men.
It's
White collar and blue
it's
collar.
nonsense.
United.
Basically, what
We are going to
was
learn
doing
how a
was
warehouse
he
works.
looked at the way
Let's go. I would love to learn
Sumerian
how an office works.
some Sumerian
We're gonna head down there.
words into
All of us
sound
guys,
when
and all of those
come
guys together.
in a
We're gonna be one guy today. The office is the warehouse. The why
it makes this particular sound.
journey of self-discovery.
That sounds a little bit like this Hebrew word.
Oh, I think it's
So
going to work out great.
it must be that
Because managing the warehouse is a very important part of my job. And I haven't been
and
there.
it's complicated further by the fact that in Sumerian, it's the female forms. This is what the script is. the triangular wedge bump wrestling. So use this brush to make these different.
Remember, I'm lost.
I'm so sorry about that. So, Cam, are you okay taking notes then?
That's how you make the uniform
Thank you
signs.
very much.
In Sumerian, one sign like 7, 8, 9 different meanings based on
Here we are. This is
So,
cool.
I
This
mean,
is cool.
it's not all that. It's not all
Wow.
that out there if you think
Culture
about
shock
it.
here, huh? This is like Meet the Fockers,
Like
except
there,
it's Meet the Warehouse.
which could mean that place over there.
So let's meet the warehouse. Let's get some shots.
House.
Pan
Referring
around
to,
there.
you know,
This is Daryl, one of our warehouse staff. Daryl, what is your biggest fear?
So, you know, it's not all
Oh,
bad.
it's
It is a little bit more complicated, but I think
Daryl
what
is
a
actually
lesson is
one.
doing is looking at
There's Roy right in the neighborhood. Roy's actually going to be marrying Pam sometime this summer. And she's already texting me
means
sort
that
of
they
arrangement.
with
Brangelina is the Brad
and then the other problem, and this
Roy
is
and Pam. It's a ram. It's a ram thing. So, Roy, what do you love about that? This guy. Him? I love this guy. I love this guy. Tell the camera your name.
Why don't you tell my name?
I don't want to mispronounce it. That is easy. So, Lonnie, why did you not get into the NFL? Was it knees, or I'm sure you were drafted? Why shouldn't you upstairs with the rest of the women? Why should you ask the question?
Why don't you ask me how I feel about those shoes?
But there's no examples in this scenario of this particular book.
They're pretty stupid.
Basically hypothesizing. He's thinking
Let's take
maybe
shoes.
there
Let me put on
could be
your
a word in Sumerian, even though we don't have any evidence for it. So he was basically making up these runes as a way to forward his ideas. So this was the scholarly critique of his work. You know, people who know the language pick it up.
I bet Roy heard about you
Yeah,
liking
just
Pam.
does not work.
I bet he'll try to
And
make
it's
you up.
problematic as well, I think, from an historical perspective, because by the time of the first century, when you know, the New
Try
Testament,
to stay out of it.
well, you're by
Just in case
the
there's somebody down
Christians,
here who shouldn't be. Good little hunting situation. All right.
you know, none of them
This is an important day.
Sumerian is basically a
Now, you may look
nobody speaks
around and see two groups here.
and
White
then
collar,
another
but I don't see it that way. You know why not?
His work is he wrote
Because I am
this
colorblind.
in the 1970s. And we've, you know, there's a pile more published
Do you think
Sumerian literature since
that you are better than
which
they
is
are?
dramatically
Well, you're not
That's why
worse.
there's actually
These guys are heroes.
language.
They're men. Men who work with their hands and not their minds.
There's actually
Check out this guy's
literally-
hands.
there
Look
are
at that.
literally
Oh,
thousands
baby
of
sausage.
pieces of Sumerian text.
He's a pussy.
Nobody has even-
These guys aren't pussies. Daryl's not a pussy.
So, yeah,
But we're all men.
there's piles.
We're all the same. We're all the same team. We're men.
Yeah, these are
You know what?
mostly
I want
out
Daryl
in,
to Gristle
modern
Prom
day Iraq, is where a lot
to
of
shake
this
Ryan's
stuff comes
hand.
from. He's also found in Crete.
It's okay. You know what? He's got soft hands. You have
Most
tough
of them
hands.
though are just excavated.
Do that again. Why not?
Buildings.
I want Daryl.
They're like emerald
Who's
tablets and shit like that. I don't know about any of that.
Get
Ever heard of Billy Carson? Yeah.
Why don't we go around the table and all say something we know we're good at?
Who's Billy Carson?
I will start. I am good at public
According
speaking.
to him, it's pretty good, really. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Meredith, and I'm an
I wouldn't
good
believe it.
supplier relations.
Really?
Great.
I mean,
I'm good at computer study, emails, spreadsheets, all that stuff. Really?
But you should
No.
honestly
No. Okay,
take a
stop.
people actually
Go on.
know stuff. Because I mean,
I don't know how I fit in
stuff
with
that
these women
listen to from Bill
here
Carson.
or with
He
Jan.
doesn't- I don't think
I mean, we get along great.
That's not the original
Fine.
Exactly.
Um,
So that's right.
I guess the person I have the most in common with is
Albert. I should rumor going around about just a crush on Pam. No, it's cool because I know you're a big guy. I know that you're a crush in a long time ago.
We like to play in the sandbox better than you.
Yeah, definitely.
You want to believe things that are true.
Glad she has a friend that works with the day where
Very slippery thing. That's true, especially in the age of the internet.
Cool.
I mean, yes, it's a wonderful tool in the vein of my existence.
Have you ever heard of these? These are grand. This is a 3D print of a granite.
The working man. The highest form of man. You know who said that?
Found in most of the pyramid.
Hey, Mike, look, how about we go upstairs and
they had them scanned and measured with light speed.
You know what? I don't.
Found out they were perfectly
My job sucks.
within.
I don't.
that's an experience.
Guys, want to start unloading the truck?
Like the most unsymmetrical they are is like less than the width of a
Step up.
and it's made out of.
Look at that.
Made out of like red granite, which is one of the hardest stones.
Hello. Oh,
So
okay.
it goes against like the copper chisel pounding stones
That's
that
great.
the consensus is the Egyptians were using.
in 5 years, I'd like to be
Wild.
5 years
Really
sober.
props up our alien
That is
idea.
excellent. 4.5.
Or, I don't know.
I'll tell you one thing.
just
I
human
am not
beings
going to be one of those women schlepping your kids around in a minivan.
It's crazy
Great.
that we
Uh-huh.
can't figure
I
out how
want an
they did it back then.
3-year-olds.
Like 1 + 2 doesn't equal 3.
I'll be honest, one of the goals of these
So,
seminars is to feel out of there's any
as someone
standout.
who studies the ancient world,
Addition to our corporate life.
one element of the ancient world, you know,
Michael
I
wants us to bond, so we need topics for conversation.
that every time I have
How about rainbows?
positive others, their way in ancient
No, something cool that we can all connect about. No, like catapults or
it's
Barrettes.
no. You guys, Stanley, do you have anything?
much more
Retirement.
on top of things that we get right. So, and I don't know.
I know, like I like the idea that I
That's
mean,
dangerous, Mike. Come on.
Hey, you're gonna hurt yourself.
Mike,
Stay clear.
Mike, get off of the left,
I'm
please.
fine. I'm fine. I'm
history,
fine.
human beings are more
Look out.
Would you?
Oh,
Or maybe
What the ones I gotta clean that up?
or maybe humanity.
Michael!
We get less and less intelligent.
Well, I think
Guys, my obsession.
that's certainly
Here we are.
a theory
Now, we
that's
definitely
on
live
the basis of
different
the way things
worlds,
seem to be going.
but with a lot in common. We like the same girls to some of us.
You could,
And that's gonna happen. You know, we're guys, so.
I like
Hey,
to.
do you want me to go?
Like to see where elements.
No, why?
Yeah, me too.
Right.
So
It's definitely a mystery.
it is definitely a mystery.
And a big fork. Total's part of my dream too.
The Allegro, I think Allegro was
And Pam,
onto
what about you?
something
What
with the mushrooms too,
Well,
because there's a lot of
I
I
already
really
streamed a house with a
read
terrace upstairs,
recently actually.
plant flowers on it, and stuff like that.
Road to Elusive.
I was a girl.
Where he talks about the mystery cults.
More seriously though,
And all of the
a husband that I
rituals
love,
they were doing with the psychedelic ergot and stuff like that. I think
I love to draw.
my very
And I did a little in college, and I'd still love to do something where I could work
idea
with
of
art or
what
graphic
God is,
design.
I think
She's
it makes the most sense.
The company is offering a design training program.
program.
Well, I have a job right now.
I
It's like
actually
short.
think
Well,
that,
it's only on weekends,
but
and
I
then
don't
a
think
few weeks
that's
in New York. But
all that.
I'm sure I can play as corporate.
So, and
It's just
even
that the weekends
in
aren't good
terms
because
of
they're always
developing altered states of consciousness, there's a way of accessing the mind.
Let's start with the warehouse. What bothers you is God. You know?
And this is something that, and you can
Really
go
bothers me when somebody comes to you around on the playing with it like a toy. Kind of gets them frustrated.
Yeah. Shh. So,
Don't shush.
that was just, I was breathing.
Sam, shush is when you drive.
I hate shushing. You know, that's the thing. What is our beef as human men?
That's a good question, asshole.
Music, the repetition of the repetition
All
of words
right.
and songs.
Good. Guys rocking on each other.
all these things can produce these ecstatic states.
All right, let's talk about clothing. I'm excited about
Work experience.
I love
Sure. So, and
dress for the job you want, not the job you have.
Our brains,
All right, use your clothing to send a message about your ambitions by wearing clothes that
they will
reflect what you
produce
aspire to be.
images.
I'm not gaining anything from this seminar. I'm a professional woman, the head of accounting. I'm in the healthiest relationship of my life. I just think it's insulting
Just
to
all their own
champions
values, right?
And
From an
apparently,
economic
judging from
standpoint,
her outfit,
it
Jan
makes
aspires to be a whore.
sense to me that
I hate it when girls insist on taking them out to restaurants every weekend night, and they're like, "When are we gonna go on a date night?"
Totally sucks.
Yeah, and then they make you drive them to church the next morning. Like, gas ain't free.
religious experience in general.
Yeah, my salaries, man. What do you expect? You know, really, to take us out every weekend? You know what I mean? Not millionaires. You don't feel us. How can you? You know what? You say we're the same, but we get compensated very differently.
Yes.
We work the same hours as you. You just said we work a lot harder.
You do? So,
But we get paid a lot less.
Words. Like, they said no benefits.
I know. God, what is that?
This is really the
Close,
big
close,
challenge, right?
man.
You know, this would not happen if we had a union. That's what I'm
No,
talking about.
yeah,
Absolutely. That's what you're right, man. See, that's what I've been saying, man. We need to do this finally.
You know what? It's not necessary because you already sort of have a union of guys.
It's more than necessary, Mike. We need this. Roy, do you still have that card from the Doc Workers Union? Truckers? Man, hook him up. Come on, man.
You know what I think? The problem is the chicks.
About substance.
And you gotta blend them.
And I know, you know,
Are you with us, Mike?
Yeah.
and I would say that the Greek text,
Another issue is inequality of pay between men and women. I'm sure that all of you have dealt with that before. It's important.
That's not
What?
what is the when it comes to the
What? A union?
what is
I'm not.
Part of my job is knowing how to talk to
percentage of text out of all the texts that we have? How many of them
The cons are that everyone will lose their job. Michael, everyone. Office, warehouse.
I wouldn't even know.
What do you think?
Just because I'm and depending on the time period, I mean, we have a
You're going to want to hear
lot
this from you. Oh, you got yourself.
of ancient literature and but you're right in thinking that it's a small is because of the religion. It does. And this has been a problem.
Tell them something. They're not going to want to hear.
This consensus among scholars is that the Septuagint was a translation from Hebrew into Greek. This is getting back to the things you sure have debate on this channel.
So the reason, no, I don't think that has anything to do with it. So the reasons why scholars
Master's hard to beat for long
think that the
distance. Great point. Yeah.
Septuagint
I got a
was
spud gun in my car.
translated from Hebrew text
shoot a chunk of
is
potato at your
because
face. 80
when you
psi.
investigate the two
On a
texts side by side,
What are you guys talking about?
next to the Greek, you see things taking place within the Greek text
Working on it.
that indicate there is a syntactical feature
You know what?
that
We could get this done a lot quicker if we formatted the assembly line.
It's a run out the
like they're not speaking Hebrew as related, like they're distant.
Sports metaphors are one of the ways women feel left out of the language of the office. Now, I know this might sound silly, but many women ask to go over it. So, FOMO means
So you know, there are
Par for the course is golf term. It means right on
and it's
track.
like in translation,
Below
right?
par
You
means
encounter,
worse.
colloquialisms or
What about second
idioms
base?
or turns
Like,
of
if
phrase
Michael said
in
he
one
got
language
second
that
base
don't
with you,
translate
does that mean you like
into
closed the
another
deal?
language.
I mean,
And
that's
when
a
someone
baseball term, right?
encounters
I
a
don't know what
feature like that in
Michael
text,
was
not
talking about.
quite knowing what to do with it, they'll develop various strategies. And there are things that we can actually point to in the Greek text where we see that.
How's it going down there?
I know you talked to Darren Mullen about a
Watch
few,
video about our changing bodies.
right? He mentioned the
To understand how we have this
Oh,
Septuagint,
but hey,
which is in Greek,
kind of
and
cool.
why they came up with, oh no, it's in Greek. But we're gonna just hypothesize that this was originally Hebrew.
well,
But there's no evidence that it was
there is lots of evidence. Well, first of all, let's talk about the manuscripts. Okay. How many Septuagints?
Cold front coming into the warehouse.
I don't know anything
Oh, better put on your ski boots. Wow!
So,
Happy New
in
Year,
terms of Septuagint,
Hey, Daryl.
a whole bunch from like the 3rd, 4th, 5th century came from
Better put on your thermal jammies.
the farther back
It's
you
gonna
go,
get cold.
the
Snowball
1st
fight.
century, the 1st century BC, the 2nd century BC is very. We have tiny little fragments, little bits and pieces. I think our oldest Septuagint manuscripts date to around the 2nd century BCE. Just in the Dead Sea Scrolls, we literally have thousands and thousands of fragments.
You were probably feeling really depressed and sad, and that's why you did that thing with Michael.
I think you should all spend a little more time thinking about your careers and less
Now,
time on personal
one
stuff.
of the things that we also see in
Yeah, but you don't have kids. You have no kids, right? Thank God.
as I
Okay,
mentioned
I think that, finding a balance between ambition
So much in common. My career is so much more fulfilling than my family, too.
multiple copies of the Book of Isaiah,
And you had to change your name back.
Genesis,
So humiliating.
Okay, let's take 5. I think we can all use fun.
in different versions.
How can
One of
someone
the
say
things
beautiful?
about the Septuagint that we have, which is,
I would not
I
trade shoes with
believe
her.
that the
Hey, look at us,
Septuagint,
huh?
this
All
great
working
text
together,
of the
getting
Bible
along,
we have is
united,
mostly drawn from a
Band of
particular
brothers, like the
manuscript
union better.
called the Codex Sinaiticus,
Hey,
which dates
what the hell, man?
to
Don't tell her what to do, all right?
the fourth
I was just
century.
giving her my opinion. Yeah, well, it has nothing to do with you. That's between her and me, all right? You gotta respect that.
One of the things that you see when you compare the
All right, come on, you guys, bring it up.
Guys, check it out.
it's pretty
Vodka.
dramatically different.
Woohoo! Bon appetit!
The Book of Jeremiah is the largest book by word count in Hebrew in the Old Testament. And the Septuagint version, right? So, well, one of the things that you see when you compare that text to the Hebrew text is that in a lot of places it's pretty dramatically different. For example,
Excuse me,
is
I'm told that there's been some interest in forming a union and that Michael supported it. Obviously, he's not a friend of yours because he didn't tell you the facts, so let me.
The Septuagint
If there is
version
even a whiff of unionizing in this branch, I can guarantee you the branch will be shut down like that. The unionized in Pittsfield, we all know what happened in Pittsfield.
So it's a
It will
much
cost each
shorter
of you
text,
a
and it's
fortune
in a
and legal
dramatically
fees.
different order.
Union dues, that'll be nothing compared to the cost of losing your job. So I would think long and hard before sacrificing your savings and your futures just to send a message.
Book of,
If you have any further questions, you can direct
So
them.
you're saying, and I'm just trying to make sure I understand this correctly, you're saying that the Greek is using
The terrace?
less words?
I don't even know why I brought that up.
more words. What I'm saying is that in
Dreams are
certain
just
places,
that.
it looks like
They're
if we
They help
think
get
that
through the day.
let's
Like the thing about the terrace,
for
it's
the
nice.
sake of this part of
But,
the discussion, let's say that there's
I don't know, it's just something I read in this book when I was 12. The girl in the book
what
has
it
a
looks
terrace
like
outside
is
of her
that the
bedroom.
Septuagint is
And she
using a
planted
different
flowers on it.
Hebrew
And
text
I just loved
than
that.
the Hebrew
It
text
just always
that
kind of
we
stuck with me.
So it's very different.
How did you know?
Now, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, we have discovered
Just a bunch of little
Hebrew copies that look
Roy's right. There's no
like
guarantee
the
it's going
text
to lead
of the
to anything
Septuagint
anyway.
in terms of the differences
What?
compared to
I'll
the
say?
Hebrew text that we have inherited. So I know this gets complicated. Yeah. But within the Dead Sea Scrolls, you've got different
Look at this
versions
athleticism.
of the
And
same
throwing up
text.
gang
They're all
signs.
exactly the same. There's copies. Yes, copies, and some of them really, really different. For example, as I was talking about the book of Jeremiah, in the Septuagint, their version, the Septuagint version, the Greek version, ends in Jeremiah chapter 44. In the Hebrew version, ends in chapter 52. So there's a whole bunch of extra material, right? And again, like I said, it's all rearranged. And yet we have a Hebrew copy from the Dead Sea Scrolls, so written in Hebrew, that also ends in chapter 44. It looks just like this Greek text. No, I'm good. I'm up to stay awake. Yeah. 30 minutes of sleep last night. It's brutal. That hurricane just knocked everything out. Okay. So that's on. I'm just saying on the one side of this, we have this manuscript question. There's not a lot from the period. We have actually a lot more copies of Hebrew biblical manuscripts from an early period than we do these Greek Septuagint manuscripts. But there's also the language problems. And I mean, we can talk a little bit about that if you want.
So my understanding of the language is that the Greek is a much more deep, complex language than Hebrew. That's true. And the Greek has like over 1 million unique words, and Hebrew has 6,000.
I think that the way you make those, the way that Alman comes up with those numbers,
is that not true?
It depends on how you count them. I've never heard anyone but him say that there's 1 million. He's the only person I've heard suggest that. I think it's probably more accurate to say closer to 200.
I mean, you want to hear receptions? Oh, excuse me. I'm fine with my choices.
This with us?
Yeah. It's practical.
Oh,
I'm not gonna
do the same.
try to get a house like that. They don't even make houses like that in Spain.
I mean,
So I'm never gonna.
So in English, I'll try and explain this in English, okay? So we have
the warehouse. Never unload the outgoing order.
A
I'm like a little sweaty. He didn't tell you to take it off the truck.
If there's something you personally running to the store, you could say, I ran to the store. I ran is a verb form. You ran is another verb form.
It's not a good idea right here.
As well as form is represented a word that looks a little different. So different ways that
Pizza,
used.
great equalizer.
So
Rich people love pizza, poor people love pizza, white people love pizza, black people love pizza. Black people like pizza.
So I think he's probably only just counting the roots then. So 250 bucks. I think importantly, I'm happy to agree that Greek is definitely a more developed language in terms of complexity. So it's a lot more.
So to my untrained brain on linguistics and all this stuff, I don't know anything about translating. I never translated, right?
Thank you
The
to our
way
host.
my Roman brain thinks about this is if I found a flying saucer in the desert, and I am a kingdom of advanced civilization, And I'm spending the day trying to figure out
Excellent.
what it is and recreate it. I
Excellent.
would create probably something closer to like a horse and buggy compared to that flying
There was this
saucer.
film that I saw when I was
So
little.
this Septuagint
It was about a kid
is this
who goes on the most incredible
deep,
adventure.
sophisticated language.
And even though it was really great and she had a great time,
How are you
she
coming
ends
up
up
with
back home in
something that is
Kansas and
less
says it feels
advanced
like home.
and less developed
And that's how I feel right now.
out of that?
There is no place like home.
How do
Hell was
I
that called?
answer that question? Just because it's not that's not
Driving
really
crazy.
how translators, people working with ancient languages,
Love your shoes.
things.
So sorry, I framed that backwards.
I think
You
you
did.
did.
Sorry, I framed it backwards.
Yeah.
So that's
I'm happy this thing is
the
over.
idea. So it was
I understand where Jim was coming
it was
from,
a horse
but
and buggy.
I didn't like
They
it
came
so
up with
much.
the flying saucer
Yeah.
as the
Made me feel
translation,
bad for being happy with
right? Because it was
where I
translated
am.
into Greek, which
It's
is
good to be
much more
back.
complex.
Yeah, I mean, I love the guide stuff,
That
but
makes sense. That's how it's.
running off
That's
is
how
cheap, man.
believed.
Yes.
You know why?
And that's
Because you need to
that's
have
that's
a
to me,
great
it
sexual
doesn't make
attention.
sense. Like the way that was the way it's described to me. The way I understand it. And to me, it doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, you can translate anything into any other language, regardless of the complexity. And we still do this
So
all
you're
the
mental
time,
spam.
right? Like, not all language, and this, I think this depends on how you measure complexity, too. Are we just counting numbers of words for different things? Complexity could
Why are
be
you filming this?
different
I'm walking. Let's see how interesting I can
You
make
guys
this.
showed on your talk that you did on Gnostic Information.
How's that? Did I get better?
There's a word called.
How about that one? I turn the corner.
Which was one word.
I pretend I'm a race car
And
sometimes.
you guys translated to Hebrew and it was two words. So
I'm fast, so sometimes I gotta take a breath.
Greek has 250,000 words. Yep, words. Hebrew has 6,000. Yet,
I wanted to
Greek
increase
took
dates.
two words from Hebrew and made it into one.
Yeah.
What's everybody's favorite flavor?
That's how their language works, and it works different from Hebrew.
Right.
So
It just doesn't make sense to me how they would take two words in Hebrew and combine it into one word in Greek, right?
well, they don't. I mean, they because I guess
Because
the
you want to break it down to make it more simple, to make it understand.
not always. It depends on how you understand what the text is trying to do. Like in Hebrew, there is no single word. Or at least there's various ways you could do it in Hebrew, to say, actually, no, you could. There is no single word, which means God feels, right? You have to do that through using a participle and a noun. But you have this adjective which does the same thing. But that doesn't mean that just because this particular language is able to do this different and do it in one word as opposed to two. Because we don't. I'm honestly, I don't know. On terms of this is honestly to my way of thinking as someone who works with with ancient languages, the complexity of it is one that just
Everybody, hello, can I have your attention, please? Since it's Valentine's Day, there's something that I wanted to say.
ways in which you can
I
measure
love the
complexity
women of this office.
in different languages, in different ways, but it doesn't necessarily indicate anything about which text was first. So
Michael's got a
I'm
few
not
tricks for
sure-
Valentine's
and
Day. He found a place where you can get 12 plastic roses for $10, and he's got a great line. Be so thorny.
Watch the one on ESPN where you guys write down
Yeah.
the words and show them.
One of the things one of the ways that I push back on this
I
as
love
well
you, Angela.
is that
Yes, even you.
Hammond doesn't tell you
I
this, but
love
the Hebrew text is not
you.
Hebrew.
Kelly,
Like within the Hebrew Bible, there's actually Hebrew text, and there's
I
Aramaic.
love you, Meredith.
This is all platonically, of course.
And the way that
And
the
one
Aramaic
more.
works
And
in
this
some
one
of
goes
the
to
biblical texts
me
is
because I'm heading to New York and I need
so
some karma.
Yeah, but roses don't give
it's
you good
not
karma.
just
Roses are symbols of death.
You know what? Just okay. Here you go, smart guy. Whoa, okay.
within, so
Problem
for
solved.
example, the book of
I
Daniel,
love ladies. Always have.
will tell you that the book
You know what
of
I
Daniel
think is the most
was
attractive part of
written
a
in two
woman's body?
languages, Hebrew and Aramaic.
Brains.
The Aramaic stuff was written
Because
first,
I don't think a
and then
woman
the
is
Hebrew
beautiful
stuff was added on
unless
to
she is
it.
smart.
And they just kind of combined it all together.
Brains
And one
are
of the
where
reasons
ladies
why
get their best
scholars
nasty
wrote
ideas for bedrooms.
think this. I'll just quote the text here to give the example. This happens in Daniel chapter 2. So in Daniel chapter 2, it tells this story about the king Nebuchadnezzar.
Welcome. How are you? Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods? New Zealand kicks ass and takes names. How'd you find out about me, my friend? Oh, for Reddit? Absolutely. Do you mind if I ask what Reddit forum? You were just what? Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Are you on Blue Sky perhaps? That's absolutely fine. It is the Twitter equivalent. It's like a liberal Twitter equivalent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Bulb V2. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? You're muted. Yeah, no issue at all. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. This stream goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I do so because I don't want war anymore. I stream my life for world peace. I also stream my life to bring awareness about world hunger and trying to end it using technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. You knew it's a long name. It's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations, such as Nigeria. I'm an advocate for the Lifestar program and a major advocate for desalination technology, where you pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Bulb, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? That's okay. It's basically someone who's on camera 24 hours of the day. And at least the Truman Show, it stars Jim Carrey, and he becomes like a global phenomenon. And that's essentially what I do and I intend to do to be able to give the world the ability to study me. Additionally, people don't know this, but data overtook petroleum in the year 2018, according to The Economist magazine, as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data than any person ever. And if that uh, ends up continuing and data continues to be uh, very important, it means that I'm going to be a very influential person, which may make me extremely wealthy, extremely famous. And if that happens, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help all your friends, help all your family, not just become uh, independently wealthy if you're not already, but generationally wealthy if you're not already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. Bulb, if I may ask, if I gave you, let's say, $1 billion right now, what kind of charity would you start? Absolutely. Well, very cool. I talk about other things that may be of interest to you. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, communication, faster than light, travel. Things like alien disclosure and quantum computing. Okay. Well, I do what I can.
I really like Valentine's Day in this office. It's kind of like grade school. Everybody gives out little presents and stuff. Like last year, Jim gave me this card with Dwight's head on it. It was horrifying funny. Phyllis. Roy and I are saving for the wedding, so I made him promise not to get me anything too big. Happy Valentine's Day, darling. Love, Bob Vance, Vance Refrigeration.
Wow. All right, Dwight, as you know, I'm heading to New York today, doing a presentation on the bridge to a new CFO.
And you want me to come with you?
No, opposite of that.
I will stay here and run things on this end.
Good.
Question, will you be seeing Jan when you're in New York?
I probably will, if you ask.
Well, it's Valentine's Day, guys. You know. Screwed.
What is your problem? This is a business trip. I would have to be a raving lunatic to try to talk to Jan about what happened between us. Her words, not mine. She sent me an email this morning. But it is Valentine's Day. New York, city of love. Hey, Pam, you heard NY, right? You want to pick up anything?
That's okay.
The best present would be you do a good job in front of the new CFO. Dude, you're gonna nail it. Me in New York? Oh, I own that city. Forget about it. See ya. It's mafia slang for forget about it.
So I broke up with Katie and haven't been dating anybody else. So this year I don't have to worry about Valentine's Day. It's gonna be good. I invited a couple friends over, we're gonna play some cards, and I'll end up winning a lot of money because they're idiots. It's gonna be great.
Well, here we go.
It'll be great.
New York, New York. City so nice they named it twice. Manhattan is the other name.
What's this? What is this? On your desk. I will put it here. And for what purpose?
That is just
Never mind, I guess. It's me. I'm the bobblehead. Yes! Ah!
The meeting isn't until 3, but I always like to come to New York a little bit early and hit some of my favorite haunts, like right here, my favorite New York pizza joint. And I'm going to go get me a New York size.
Hey, Joe. What's up?
Nothing. Oh, except, oh my God, Jim, last night, Ryan and I finally hooked up. It was awesome.
That's great.
I know, it was so funny because we were at this the bar with his friends, and I was sitting next to him the whole night, and it wasn't making a move. So in my head, I was like, Ryan, what's taking you so long? And then he kissed me, and I didn't know what to say. So I said, Ryan, what took you so long? And I just said it to him. Can you believe that? Oh my God, Jim, is that embarrassing? I'm embarrassed.
No, don't be.
Oh, thank God, because I was nervous, Jim. You will not believe. I was so nervous. But now I have a boyfriend.
All right.
I hooked up with her on February 13th. Let's go back. So the king ordered.
Here it is, part of New York City, Times Square, named for the good times you have when you're in it. Most people, when they come to New York, they go straight to the Empire State Building. That's pretty touristy. I come here. Great places to eat. We have nothing but shrimp, red lobster down there. You know, this is the heart of civilization right here.
Now at this point, where they're
That's
actually
a lot of noodles.
King went for heaven, the language changes.
How much sodium do you think is in that town?
So they say, "O King, live forever."
This place used to be full of hookers and porn shops, and it's not that way anymore.
So at this point, we would
This is where it's all happening. We got TGI Fridays. I'm in the picture.
It just continues in Aramaic.
Sometimes they just jump into people's pictures. A lot of people have their picture taken. It's kind of a New Yorker thing. You jump in on a tourist picture. I kind of blew in it. The fall on New Year's falls from
before then
one of these buildings.
to Hebrew in chapter 8.
There's an old building. That one hasn't been torn down yet, but they will. They'll get to it. Oh, look at that. That's cool. Reese's and Hershey's. Look at the top of the building has Hershey Kisses on it. You don't find that in Scranton. Maybe Hershey, Pennsylvania, but not Scranton, Pennsylvania. There's an energy to New York that you just feel. Everybody, don't get hit. Everybody is kind of together. Everybody hates each other, but loves each other at the same time. Planet Hollywood right over here. TRL. Want to go there sometime. And check out some of these billboards. You know, they really clean up their act around here. You got your Shakira poster there. Little porn still left. Not so much. Ah, screw off!
And switch to Aramaic.
People just yell at each other in New York, and it's great.
And then decide, I'm going to
You
switch
can
back
smell it. Even in the cold, it kind of smells like chilled urine.
Happy Valentine's Day,
I
Meredith.
haven't looked at that. So
It's a lot of
Africans at the end of the day, he's speaking about the apocryphal, not that we are Suzanne. And he's basically pointing out that the way it flows in the Greek looks like an original text. Where he thinks that, but he also does say at the end of the letter, the rest of it's
Not really. My fiance's not sure.
Where is she?
yeah.
I'm not sure.
The reason why I'm writing, it was the
Sometimes she doesn't tell me.
See, that's pretty late. But so there's, there are elements within the text which look very clearly to be a Semitic text, and you can still see those in the Greek translation of that text. There's certain
Everybody takes the subway in New York. It's fast, efficient, gets you there on time. So wait. Okay. There's a guy pooping in a cardboard box.
He messes it up.
This is the world famous Rockefeller Center, founded of course by Theodore Rockefeller. This is the skating rink, and I think the Rangers practice there sometimes. And that's TFA. That's TFA, Saturday Night Live. Hello? Hi. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were okay. She looked a lot like TFA. Hello. I thought that was TFA. No. Are you serious? He was here? What? I was talking to the fake TFA? Come on. No, seriously.
the text that looks like it might have been translated out of Aramaic or out of Hebrew, or has been written by someone whose first language is Hebrew or Aramaic, and they
I
don't
wouldn't know anything about that,
as
but I'm
well.
glad you enjoyed it.
Oh, I did.
So, and I would also
I didn't get anything
challenge
for
this
Valentine's
idea
Day.
that the Septuagint is this
Really?
incredibly
Well,
mysterious
I hope I do.
text. It's written in Koine Greek, which was the common
I would love
spoken
to
Greek
live in
language
New
of
York
the
someday.
people.
It's a big
This
dream
is
of mine.
not the
See
same
corporate,
that is used
be awesome. Go to Broadway shows, eat hot dogs. Scranton is great, but New York is like Scranton.
Aren't there translations from Jesus?
No, on speed, not on
And
steroids.
what are we talking
Okay,
about here? Like Jesus. So the New Testament.
That's either the Hudson or the East, so we're back.
Are stories about Jesus, right? But
There is a lot of pressure on me right now. It's like Michael Jordan in the NBA Finals, or like Stormin Norman Schwarzkopf, and this presentation is Desert Storm. And as soon as it's over,
a lot of
you
scholars
will not have to deal with those Iraqis
within
anymore.
the Gospels, you can't even
do it.
You can't really even trace any of these Jesus. These are people
No, that's all right.
who are
Spend money
telling
on
stories
her.
about
Give me
Jesus
that's fine.
in Greek.
So I didn't even have to see you anyway.
Of course, they've got
Yeah.
Jesus saying things.
All right.
But they also
Okay,
knew that he knew Aramaic. So there are small occasions where they're saying something.
Feel it slapping?
So and importantly,
Man, that thing's bigger than I am.
and that's a particular text. Like one of the things that we see in the Greek Bible as well
Mary, you don't have to worry about this stuff.
are added pieces of literature which don't appear to have a Hebrew counterpart. And some of these look like they might have been originally composed in Greek. I think Susanna is
I go grab dinner with my girlfriend.
that was
It's gonna be cold as
originally
mud. Watch this
composed in
Skinamax.
Greek by Jewish people who wrote
Okay, that's enough.
but
Come on, break this up.
Hebrew original to it. And importantly, was never translated.
Mr. Scott,
How much Hebrew literature do we have from outside the Bible that dates before 300 BC? Not a ton. But we do have a collection
They are.
of descriptions from places like Ashur, which is in the southern coastal
Yeah, how you
side.
doing? Nobody needs to.
There are
Gregor's.
a handful
What's up, buddy? You have been kicked out of every strip club in Albany? Is that true? What's going on? What
Not much. They're just running late upstairs.
the walls.
Waiting for the
There are inscriptions that were left by
Catch up.
different kings in the region. I've already mentioned one. The Moabite stone was written by the king Misha in a form of the language that very, very closely resembles Hebrew. Then you've got a tunnel inscription in Jerusalem that's written in Hebrew. About actually, this is a really interesting text because this is there's a story. There's a story in the Bible about the king Hezekiah in Jerusalem in the 8th century who's preparing for, remember I mentioned the Assyrians came and destroyed the city of Tyre in 722. They then came down to the city of Jerusalem in the south and threatened Hezekiah. And as he saw them coming, he was preparing
sometimes the gift is really
his
about the
defenses
gesture,
and
you know, like
getting things
what
ready
it means
for
instead of
this
what it
invasion
is.
by the Assyrians. And in the Bible, it says that he basically built
It's about
a tunnel
doing
to get
something
water
so that the
from
person
the
knows that
pool
you really care
from
about
the
her.
beginning into the city. That's in order to get ready for a siege or something. So, archaeologists have excavated this tunnel, which goes between the pool inside of Jerusalem. And there's an inscription inside the tunnel. It's a really interesting inscription because the gist of it basically goes, it says says this is about the time. Is how it begins. And then it says this is the
She
account of the
create yours
time.
anymore?
The workers
man.
started
Jan called me in
on
September and she's
one
like, you
end
got a fire for
and
people. I'm just like,
done
what?
for,
You know?
300 meters or whatever. It doesn't
No. Just ignore her. She's
They've
the
done for a
worst.
long time.
She's
And
her
then
boss.
the work that
Ain't
started
my
on
boss,
the
dude.
other
I don't work for that
digging
bitch.
in
Hey,
the same direction.
come on. You know,
And
that's
then at this point,
you like Jen?
one
Okay, you like
tunnel
Jen.
workers
She's my girlfriend.
broke through the stone, and we were able to hear
What,
the
sport?
tunnel workers
Not
on
my
the other
girlfriend.
side, and we met in the middle.
We hooked up,
That's the
and
whole
You
story.
hooked up with Chance?
It's just this
No,
story
once ago.
about building this tunnel.
Just
It
once.
doesn't mention any names. Doesn't mention a king.
Yeah, let's change
It just it seems to be this tribute that was left by the workers.
I don't know what he's thinking,
who
but
were
I would
building
just be
this
so
tunnel.
psyched. I would just stay
So,
forever.
and it's very
Don't take it slow.
yeah, it's kind of interesting. So,
What about the Library of Alexandria? What was the, out of all of the books that were in that library, what is the percentage of them that were Hebrew, Greek, Aramaic?
Do something
no,
today,
I don't
or
know about percentages.
I mean, I know it's Valentine's Day or whatever, but there's totally no pressure at all on anything whatsoever.
I can't deny that.
I mean, at the time,
That's the thing
right?
to me that
That's
seems like
fine.
so
I
perplexing about this
completely
topic.
understand.
It seems like there was so much Greek literature
Yeah.
from every aspect of
Yeah.
life. Poetry,
I
to
agree.
comedy, to everything.
I agree.
But then when you just like go to the Hebrew, it seems to be all biblical.
Yep. And that's true. And even the stuff that we have from things like the Dead Sea Scrolls reflect back on this biblical literature. Like there were
Sorry,
other
we're late,
things,
everyone.
you know, that
This
I
is our
mentioned
new
the
CFO,
scrolls,
David
other
Wallace.
texts
Dylan.
in Hebrew
Dan Gore,
that were
Buffalo.
in the Bible
Greg
that
Brennan,
don't
Albany.
generally,
Josh Porter,
focused
Stanford.
on
Michael Scott.
religion, you know, and we have some other. There's a
Okay,
you know,
so we are in the
text
process of
called
a complete review of the company's financial strength.
which was
Oddly
written in about 180
nervous, no?
by
Well, I mean, I guess I'd be lying if I didn't say I was a little nervous.
the
The new CFO is judging me on this too.
and it was originally written in Hebrew and then translated
Yeah,
into
very
Greek, and it
So, with the 12 accounts, we had a total of 4% organic growth, which was just above our pre-year.
who actually said like
Thanks very much.
Okay. Yeah, Jesus, that's it. So he and we actually have
What is a business?
you know, fragmentary copy.
Is it
of this
a
text
collection of
from,
numbers, sales
one of
reports?
the, not in,
But,
in the
as you
Dead
know,
Sea Scrolls,
David
like
and
one
Jan,
of the Qumran caves, but one of the caves from the Judean desert. So yeah, and it's basically a text of like philosophy, but very religious. You know, reflecting back on how to conduct yourself and how to be a God to. So
Life moves a little slower.
and there's probably a lot
Pennsylvania.
of stuff that
That's the way
we
we
lost.
like it.
However, I
Because
think
in
it's
Dunder
also,
Mifflin
it's
Sprint,
also true
we're
that
not
the
just in
people
the
who are
paper
writing
business. We're in the people
at
business.
this particular time
Let's meet some of the folks who make the Scranton branch so special. This is Stanley Hudson,
as the Greeks.
one of our talented salesmen. An African-American father of two. Stanley's dedication is no doubt one of the hallmarks of the foundation of the business we're hoping to build our basis on.
After the end of the
Yeah, we shot a bunch of footage around the office, edited it together on my Mac. Thinking about entering it in some festivals. Probably won't. You know, not what this is about. And finally, Pam Beasley. Look at her. Look how cute. Not bad at all. As the receptionist, Pam is truly the gateway to our world.
So,
well, I hope this
I
gave you a
mentioned
little taste
the
of
people
what life is like here at Dunder Mifflin Scranton. What it's like to walk a mile in Oscar shoes.
lived in Israel up to the invasion of the Desert in 586. And the exile when he took over by to Jerusalem. They rebuilt the temple. And that's
We're trying to fill us
in our knowledge of this.
Next time you're in town, give us a call.
This is like
Stop on by.
the fifth.
Sure to be greeted by a big smile and a how you doing, pal?
There's a lot
Maybe
of
even one of Angela's famous brownies. And you'll
So,
know you're home.
at this point, they seem to have rebuilt the temple, and they seem to have started practicing their religion. They probably had just a smattering, a handful, the little bits of literature that they were able to take with them from Jerusalem out to Babylon and then back.
Okay, thank you, Michael. That was great.
Yes, thank you.
And I would say too, I mean, it doesn't look like the kingdoms that were in this area, and this isn't just the kingdom of Israel, the kingdom of Judah, but it seems to be the same for some of these other small kingdoms out here, like the kingdom of Moab, the kingdom, the kingdom of Philistia. They didn't seem to have written them. So they didn't have lots and lots of great works of literature.
You may not understand this stuff, but sometimes you make a gesture
It was a
to somebody
different
that
kind
you
of
love.
culture. It was a different
Oh, you're loved.
So, but these are the people
Which powerful
who, came out of Jerusalem to Babylon and they came back with this tiny little bit of literature.
Dwight lives on a beach
By
and he practices karate at the fourth grade level.
Which by that time,
Apparently it's
the Greeks had all
I guess there really is someone for everybody.
So it's, I mean, there's no question, I don't, that from a literary perspective,
Valentine's Day.
they were not, in terms of volume, they just didn't have the kind of volume
Awesome.
that was being produced.
Yeah, I'll be leaving here soon.
We certainly don't, yeah, we don't have evidence for it. And we don't have right, that's true. Well, I mean, some people believe that Hebrew was the first language.
That's right, man.
So, but it's the fact, and I tend to think too, like we don't have a lot of the epigraphic remains like stones and seals and texts from the Soviet period, largely because they weren't writing as much. So, but by the same token, that's not just the only reason why we should look at something. That's not a holy measure. For looking at the Septuagint and comparing that to the Hebrew and going, wow, there's a lot more words in Greek, therefore this must have been original.
You know what?
Right? So it's
really nice.
It's much more complicated than that. And I would say too, as far as I know, Alvin Hillman is the only person who is forwarding this idea of Greek priority when it comes to the Bible. He doesn't know Hebrew. Certainly doesn't. If he knows it just a little bit. He doesn't know it.
Let me ask you this.
And that about does it.
As a thought experiment,
Yeah.
could you steal his argument?
Here's the deal. I did not understand that this was supposed to be
I think maybe, I mean, based on what I've heard, he depends quite a
What did
bit
you think
on this idea
financial presentation would have?
that
I was under the impression this was supposed to be like
and that the text of the Septuagint, as he reads it, is much richer. But then compared
Realize
to
that
the Hebrew,
we are trying to decide what drastic steps need to be
right? I think that's
Sorry, I
what gets a
didn't know.
lot
Well, the point is that this is
of his ideas about
You
this.
know what? Michael made that
And
stupid
I
movie. He
just,
doesn't get
I
in trouble.
think one of the
Maybe I should have
reasons
slept with you too.
for that is because he doesn't understand Hebrew. I mean, there's a lot of, and the he just doesn't understand how the language works.
I just don't know what to
Because
do.
in Hebrew, you don't
get fired.
use
No,
many
you're not.
words.
Yeah, Michael,
to
the
say
CFO
the
thinks
same
that we slept
thing
together.
that
Do you understand? People get fired for much less. And I just can't.
So there's the base.
We didn't even sleep together.
So that's
Technically, we fell asleep the same.
there's other instances where the Greek will take several words to say the same thing. I wonder if I can find an example just off the top of my head.
Because I still want to talk to him.
Off the top of my head,
Surely,
there's certainly plenty of instances within the text where you can see. Sorry. Yeah, no. I was just gonna say there are places within the text where the Greek does require more work.
Women are like
Say the
wolves.
same thing.
If you want a wolf,
What is it
you have to trap
say
it.
that the
You
Septuagint
have to
is
snare
Hellenistic?
it,
Is that just
and then you have to take
Yeah, so one of the things that you see in the text
loving the way an animal deserves to be
the
loved.
Greek text is that it reflects
Animal deserves a lot
elements
of
of Greek culture. So, and this is also maybe one of the reasons why I'm saying that it's a translation of
It's just that I had to sit here all day while
because
philosophical
it's
regarding
taking
the return.
some aspects and
I mean, I know that we
turning
said no
those
big gifts, but I was kind of
into, I
hoping
guess,
it could be
a
something
more
for Valentine's Day.
Hellenistic just basically right. So there's a stronger Greek flavor in some places of the Septuagint compared to
I understand this is a very serious situation.
No. Yes, okay. Well,
I tend to think
this is my fault. This is totally on me.
have some because it's still
I was talking to
the
guys. We're all
biblical
chatting,
text
and I
themselves, the
made
literature
a joke, a really dumb joke, and Craig the idiot
is
took it
still
seriously.
being
I did. It was stupid.
and
Craig
in the Hellenistic period. And some of this is actually reflecting some Greek influence.
Well, I don't need to explain to you
So,
in a joke
some of the
sexual
later
relations.
what does
I
this
know.
mean? Let's just hypothetically say what
And
the
Jan
scholars
is
were. We
fantastic.
had some sort of crazy evidence. We figured out backward time travel. Yeah, we did figure out that it was originally Greek. What would be the implications on religion, or the implications on any of the scholarship?
Well, I mean, the implications would be
That's
they'd
fine.
be big
Just,
in
just
terms
forget
of how we'd have to reevaluate the individual texts and how they but I don't think it would make a big deal to a lot of scholars about religious terms. In terms of religion, that's
All right, Beasley. Hey,
not even
shut it off then.
the original. Oh, that would be a challenge for Judaism, just because of how deeply tied Jewish religion is to Jewish culture, right? So, and how much that is closely connected to the language, the language. So I think that would probably.
Oh, Michael.
I'm not sure.
Thank you again for that.
That would
Very nice.
that
No
would
big deal.
affect it.
Really sorry.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. But,
So, happy Valentine's.
it's a Hebrew text.
Valentine's Day.
So, right. It's yeah.
It's interesting shit, man.
It is. It is
Wild and confusing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I probably just
No, you did a great job. No, it's just confusing for me. I'm really new to this stuff, so I'm just kind of like figuring out as I go.
Yeah, of course.
But
Oy vey. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. Thank you. It's a journey. Thank you for coming down.
Guests on the Michael Scott Show stay at the Mercury in the Marquis in New York.
To this tropic heat.
Not really. I have to head back. I have to get back to Strand by 9.
Man, thank you very much.
Yeah, I certainly did. It was my first category.
Was it first category fuel or the first category?
You know what? It was nice to see Devin again. We started to get closure on that whole thing.
While it was bearing down.
This is like one of the worst hurricanes I've been through here. I've been through dozens of hurricanes in Florida growing up here, and this, like I was showing you the videos earlier, this is like the worst flooding I've ever seen.
Yeah.
All my friends' houses on the beach that are one story, the water was like 5 feet up to their neck. The water, their houses are destroyed. I still don't have power. This is like the only building that has power right now. Because we got a crazy diesel generator out back powering the building.
Oh, is that how?
Yeah.
Oh wow! See, I thought I was ready to start believing in God again, but wow, that's wild.
Yeah, I'm glad we made this happen.
So here, you guys were like holding on for dear life, and I was in my bedroom looking out the window going, "What's it gonna stop?"
It was nothing.
It was like nothing.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad. The winds weren't that crazy. The winds got up to like 60 miles per hour here at the worst, which is like there's tons of trees knocked over everywhere and fences if you drive them down the streets here. But like the worst part about these hurricanes is the flooding and the storm surge that comes in, which basically just devastates people. If you're old, if you're like a seed, but lots of old people in Florida, and lots of people that depend on technology to stay alive, you know, like people that are diabetic and all this stuff, and you lose power, that can really fuck you up. Yeah, that can be real. You gotta be prepared, man. See that? No joke down here. Thank you again, man. Tell people that are listening where they can find more of your work online, social media, all that stuff.
Sure. So my YouTube channel is just my name, Kim Davis. And I do stuff about the Bible. I do stuff about Betsy schools. I'm currently working on a book, which is actually all about Israelite religion and politics and history in the period. Hey, yeah, look at that. There it is. Leading up to. Yeah, they're the best. So, that shirt, I wore that shirt. And I haven't been back to an Iron Maiden concert yet. I'm a bit of a purist. I don't believe in buying the merch online.
Oh, really? You like, yeah, you
gotta get them. But
cool, man. Yeah. All right, we're gonna do a quick 10-minute Patreon Q&A because we got some people that got some questions for you. So we're gonna end the podcast for YouTube now, and we're gonna jump over to Patreon. And the Patreon link is below if you want to check that out. Goodbye, everyone.
Imagine it. We overthrew the United States, overthrew an actual democracy to instead put in a dictator. Isn't it supposed to work in the other direction? Weren't we supposedly in the business of exporting democracy? Well, not in 1953 we weren't, but it was then that we as in the CIA, along with the British MI6, installed the Shah of Iran. And Shah is Persian for king. The same Shah. All right, Professor Ronald Mallett, thank you. Coming, man. So it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be on the show. So, tell me about your time machine. I think what we should do is to start back about the possibility of time travel, because I think it's important for people to realize that it's not something that's just I came up with. It's actually something that's based on solid physics. And in fact, time travel in the future is not only solid physics. It's something that we've been able to do. People don't realize that time travel in the future has happened. We've demonstrated this time travel in the past that we haven't done experimentally, although theoretically we can talk about it. And all of this notion of serious possibilities of time travel based on Einstein's theories of relativity. So I should start off with that and what we know about that, and then go into what my contribution has been. Einstein, back in 2005, came up with a theory about how light behaves with speed. Okay. What year was it? 2005. Okay. I'm sorry. Back up. A couple decades earlier, right? The 21st century. Right. And then back in 1905, right, Einstein came up with the basic theory about how speed is affected, right? How speed affects the behavior with space and time, right? And that is exactly the root of the possibility of time travel in the future. Now, normally, whenever someone, for instance, throws an object at you, it depends on if you're standing still or if you're running towards them. You might have a baseball, for example, and I'm throwing the ball at you, I'm standing still, coming at you at a certain speed. If I'm running towards you and I throw the ball at you, it's going to be coming at you a lot faster. Right? In fact, that's what a pitcher does. Okay, in order to on the mound. Now, let's suppose we're looking at light. Let's say a flashlight. The thing is that light, even though it looks like it's continuous, it's made up of little particles of light called photons. These photons are traveling at 186,000 miles per second at you. You can think of it as being like balls of light.
Now, suppose I'm shining a flashlight at you. These balls of light will be coming at you at 86,000 miles per second. But now, if I'm running towards you, then just like the baseball, you expect these balls of light to be coming at you faster. Okay. Well, when the experiment was done, it wasn't done with a flashlight. It was an experiment that was done in 1887 by two physicists, Michael Worley. What they found was that if you were shining, and phrasing it in terms of the flashlight, but if you were shining a flashlight at someone and standing still, the speed of light was one speed. You would expect it to change. Speed of light was moving towards you. Turns out that the speed was not, the light was not affected, okay, at all. It was exactly the same speed. It would be as though I was telling you that baseball was coming at you at exactly the same speed, whether I'm standing still or I'm moving towards you. Right? What's going on here, right? So the experiment, as I said, was done in the 19th century, and it was a puzzle. And it was Einstein who resolved the puzzle. What Einstein said is that the only way that the speed of light should not change, no matter how fast the source of light is moving towards you, is something else has to change. He said that something is time. Time has to slow down in order to keep the speed of light from changing. So what he said is that, and I think about that again, once again, what he said is that the only way the speed of light can stay the same is something else does have to change. And that change happens with time. Time has to slow down in order for the speed of light not to change. Now, you might say, well, has that been shown? That's the core of this theory. It has been shown experimentally. In fact, one of the things, and this is, once again, interesting, it's been shown experimentally in many things. For example, we have a device that's called a particle accelerator. Right. It's at Switzerland. Right. Large, CERN? Yes, sir. Exactly. It's the Large Hadron Collider. And what they do is they take subatomic particles. These subatomic particles can travel at all kinds of speeds. Right? Now, what happens is that some of these particles, they disintegrate after a very, very short period of time. What they do is they find out that if they speed up these particles in these accelerators, they can get these particles to actually live longer than they normally would. What does that mean? That means that their internal clock, think of these particles as having a lifetime, right? And their normal lifetime is just fractions of a second. When we speed it up, their internal clock actually slows down so that they actually live longer than they normally would.
So moving through space at any speed automatically slows time down relative to how fast you're going?
That's right.
Or goes, I thought, I was under the impression that you had to be going to the speed of light.
No. Any speed. When you're in your car, when you're on a jet plane, the speed is, as a matter of fact, this was shown with ordinary passenger jets. Okay, I used the example of the Large Hadron Collider, the atomic clock, right? That's right, but this experiment was done with ordinary passenger jets traveling at the speed of sound. And what they did was they took this at the Naval Observatory. People aren't aware of this. This is back in the 1970s. What they did was to take atomic clocks, which are the most precise time people have. They put one of the atomic clocks on board an ordinary passenger jet. They put the other atomic clock stationary at the observatory. They flew the passenger jet around the world and brought it back. What they found is that when they brought it back, the passenger jet, the clock on the passenger jet, had slowed down compared to the clock that was at rest at the Naval Observatory. This happened. The passenger jet was only going at the speed of sound. So this shows that at any speed, time will slow down. But the faster you go, the more time will slow down. So it has nothing to do with having to travel at the speed of light. This means that if we have rockets that can go close to the speed of light, then it would be a dramatic effect. For example, let's suppose that an astronaut has a family here on Earth.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. And suppose that we send them out to passenger jet, or sorry, a rocket that's going close to the speed of light. With the rocket, let's suppose that for the astronaut, it only appears that it took them 5 years to go out and come back from their steam. Their clock has been slowing down.
Right.
Decades could be passing here on the Earth. They could come back and find out that if they had children, their children might have grown up and had children. They can come back and find out that they are younger than their grandchildren.
And that's one of the conundrums to doing this, to sending explorers on a rocket out into deep space, is that like if they're traveling close to the speed of light and they're on this rocket for years, time on Earth is going to be moving so much faster. We're going to be developing more technology more rapidly. And like, just say 20 years or 10 years into their mission, he could have a rocket drive right past him with guys that just left with a belly full of breakfast that morning. And because they advanced the technology so much, so it'd be like such a waste of time if technology is just advancing that much faster on Earth to just pass them up.
Yeah, well, Danny, that's a good point. In fact, there's a movie that got it right. That is Interstellar.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's precisely what can happen. Is the fact that the people who left, who were traveling at very high rates of speed to get across space, it turns out that for them, even though just a few years have passed on Earth, decades were passing. Okay, and but the interesting point is that it's real. That's a great. That's a, like, if you think about that, like what kind of person would it take to go on a mission like that, where you know that everyone you know is going to be, when you can come back, you're not going to know anybody. It's going to be decades have passed, and you're going to, I don't know if you have children, you're going to have to find people, I guess, that don't have children, that don't have, you know, a strong family connection, maybe. I mean, that's a hard thing to do, to be able to disconnect yourself from everything you know in the world and be able to kiss that goodbye going on a mission like that. You would imagine that it would be far better it would make more sense to figure out backwards time travel before we take missions like that, so we can come back in time, right, and not have to lose all that. Right. Well, but that's where the problem comes in. As I said, the faster the more time slows down, but no matter how fast you move, you can't make the clock turn back. Right. Okay, you can only go into the future. And once again, we've demonstrated that experimentally. That's real. So one of the things that I want people to understand is time travel to the future is not only theoretically possible, it's done. It's been tested, it's been done. We just haven't done it on a very rapid scale because we don't have rockets yet that can get close to the speed of light.
So with the plane that was traveling around the Earth just close to the speed of sound, what was the time difference between that clock and the clock that was on the base?
Oh, it was only fractions of was only to be measured by the atomic clocks. Okay, that was part of the problem.
Oh, so it was only fractions of a second.
It was only fractions. That's the reason why it didn't make it into the New York Times. Okay, it was because of that. But that's unfortunately we should have, because it demonstrated what Einstein said, that time slows down for the clock, and that it was only a matter of speed, that it doesn't show up dramatically. Okay, but that's why the atomic clocks were used, because it wasn't measurable on a larger scale. But once again, as I said, even when you're on an ordinary passenger jet, time is slowing down for you, but not enough that it's noticeable. But now when they were using astronauts, it becomes even more now, because they're traveling close a larger fraction of the speed of light. Okay, than passenger
Than a
jet.
plane, right?
Right.
And aren't the satellites that are rotating the Earth traveling? How fast are they going?
I'm not sure about how fast they particularly go. But the thing is that it's happening even for the satellites.
But now you might say, well, because we never go back to the past. Well, you can't, not with that. Now, everything that we've been talking about to this point is called the special theory of relativity. So once again, in 1905, the special theory of relativity was developed by Einstein to show, and it showed that time is affected by speed. It allows for a possibility in the future. Time travel to the past is also possible, but it depends now on a whole different concept that has to do with gravity. Let's face it, Einstein, why did gravity get into this? Well, it's because of the fact that Einstein felt that everything should be limited by the speed of light. That is to say that light is the ultimate speed limit. All effects shouldn't be able to go faster than the speed of light. Now, why is this a problem? Well, let's come back to something that goes back to Newton. The Earth going around the sun. What keeps it in orbit is gravity. Gravitational force keeps the Earth in orbit around the sun. Now, let's suppose that there was a cosmic catastrophe that somehow destroyed the sun. Light takes 8 minutes to get from the sun to the Earth. That's how long it takes to go that 93 million miles. That means that if the sun was destroyed here on the Earth, we would still see the light coming from the sun for 8 minutes. This is an interesting point. When you look out in the sky and you see the sun, throughout your entire life, you'll never see the sun the way it is now. You're seeing the sun the way that it was 8 minutes ago. This happens for objects, all stars. The sun is just a star. For instance, stars that are 1,000 light years away from us, if that star was destroyed, it would take 1,000 years for us here on the Earth to see it. We would not see the star at the moment it's destroyed. We would only see it.
The light would still be there for 1,000 years?
You got it. All right. So when if the sun were destroyed, it would take 8 minutes for us to see that happen.
And that would be us seeing it being destroyed would be 1,000 years in our future.
Well, and for a star, but for the
The
Earth,
sun would be
8 minutes.
8 minutes.
Okay. Now, but here's where the paradox comes in. According to Newton, gravity travels instantaneously from the sun to the Earth. In other words, the effect of keeping us in orbit, that's instantaneous. What do I mean by that? That means that if the sun were destroyed, according to Newton, since gravity shuts down immediately, we wouldn't have anything that was holding us in orbit. So we would have the following weird effect. We would see the sun sitting out in the sky, but we would be hurtling off into space because there's no gravity to keep us in orbit. So it would be what's going on if we were thinking about it, because of the fact that light, we still see the sun, but we're flying off in space. What this implies is that gravity, according to Newton, travels faster than the speed of light. Okay, that's important. And Einstein said nothing, including gravity, can travel faster than the speed of light. That's important. So what he wanted to do was to modify his theory, come up with a more general theory. In fact, that's the name of the general theory of relativity, in which gravity is limited. Okay, so he developed that theory. But when he did that, what he found is that in order to get gravity to do that, in other words, he developed a concept that gravitational force is not really a force at all. It's a property of space. Now, this is a concept that I'm going to have to go back and explain, but there's a simple way of doing it. Imagine that right here we had a rubber sheet, okay? And suppose that I had a bowling ball on that rubber sheet, like bending the rubber sheet, right? And suppose that what I did was I had a marble that was on the rubber sheet, and I released the marble. The marble would move down to the bowling ball. Now suppose that the rubber sheet is there, but it's transparent. Okay, you say it's transparent piece of rubber sheet. All you could see is the bowling ball and the marble. So I release the marble moves down towards the bowling ball. But what you would say, because you can't see the rubber sheet, is you would say, oh, somehow this bowling ball is pulling on the marble. Okay, because that was the only two things you could see. Yes. Right? Einstein said that is exactly what's happening in real space with the sun and the earth. The sun is like the bowling ball, and the earth is like the marble. What's happening is that the sun is bending the empty space around it, but we can't see that bending space. All we can see is the earth and the sun. Now, let's go back to the marble again. Suppose I take the marble and I give it a little bit of a sideways motion. You could do this at home if you wanted to, okay? You could get funnel. Yeah, you could get the marble to sort of move around the bowling ball, okay? If you just gave it, it's like a skater. Okay. That's what's happening with the earth and the sun. Fortunately for us, when the solar system was formed, the earth had a little bit of a sideways motion. So rather than plunging directly into the sun, the earth goes around and around. Oh wow, that's a cool image. Okay, that's a beautiful image. Yeah. That's what's happening. The sun is really bending empty space. Now, why is this important? Now, let's go back to the rubber sheet again. Okay. Suppose that I take the bowling ball off the rubber sheet for a moment. Okay. The rubber sheet's going to vibrate, right? And so that vibration is going to move from the bowling ball up to the marble. If the sun is destroyed, it's going to cause space to vibrate a little bit. But now this vibration, which remember, those vibrations are vibrations of space. But what Einstein said is that this warping of space is what we call gravity. So these are actually gravity waves that are traveling from that vibration, gravity waves traveling from the sun to the earth. Now it turns out that if you calculate how fast those vibrations are moving, they're moving at the speed of light. In other words, according to Einstein, gravity can only travel at the speed of light because gravity is the warping of space. And that is, so what that means is that if it's in constellation, according to Einstein's general theory of relativity, if the sun were destroyed, we would see the sun in the sky for 8 minutes. But since gravity only travels at the speed of light, we would still be connected to the sun for 8 minutes. Okay, so we would still see the sun, okay, and we would still be in orbit around the sun for 8 minutes. Now, Einstein had a number of different ways of demonstrating this without having to depend on the sun being destroyed. One of the ones is a technical, it has to do with the orbital argument, but a simpler one has to do with what Einstein found is that because of the fact that you now have limited gravity to travel at the speed of light, then its effects are like light in motion. That is to say that time is now going to be affected by gravity. Okay, remember that before we had time being affected by speed. Yes. Now, according to Einstein, time is going to be affected by gravity. The stronger gravity is, the more time will slow down. You might say, well, has this been demonstrated? Not only has it been demonstrated, but it's actually a practical thing that's part of our life. That's how it is. How has it been demonstrated? How is it? Okay, well, this is great. This is one of those things that when I'm talking to audiences, they don't realize it's actually part of their daily life. It's the GPS. The way the GPS system works is right now, satellites above us are sending a signal down to your unit in your car. The signal is happening at a certain time. It's being sent by the satellite. It's being received in your unit. at a certain time. The way the system works is there is a basic fundamental relationship that happens that's part of basic physics. There's a relationship between distance, time, and speed. If you know any two of those, you can calculate the other. In other words, if I know speed and I know distance, I can calculate time. Exactly. Right. In this particular case, the way the system works is that I know the time the signal was sent on the satellite. I know the time that it was received in the car. And I also know the speed of the signal, okay, which is the speed of light. So that allows me to calculate distance. That's how the system works. Remember, I said if you know time and you know speed, you can compute distance. All right, so that's what allows you to compute where you are on the Earth. That makes sense. All right, now here is where the problem came up. When they were setting up the system originally, they were assuming that gravity obeyed the laws of Newton. Why is that important? Because the satellite is orbiting the Earth. That means it's farther away from the Earth than your car. That means that according to Newton, time where gravity is weak is running at the same rate as time in your car because time isn't affected by anything. Okay, including gravity is not affecting time. That's important. Right? Okay. So when they were setting up the system, they assumed that the time that the satellite, the rate that the satellite clock was moving, was exactly the rate at which your unit on the surface of the Earth was moving. Okay. The system was giving incorrect GPS locations.
Not only is the gravity weaker, but this is moving way faster, right?
Well, there's two effects here. That's very good. There's actually two effects that are going on. The satellite is moving rapidly, so time is actually slowing down.
What was it like? You showed it earlier, Steve. It was like 22,000 miles per hour. The satellites rotate around the Earth. Yeah, I think it's in mid-orbit. Yeah, 22,000 miles. Oh yeah, right there. Right. Satellites in geo-orbit at an altitude of 22,000 miles and travel at speeds around 7,000 miles per hour. These are basic like communication and television satellites. Right. From travel 30,000.
Right. I think it depends on how high it is. But once again, normally that would affect just the speed. That's the speed of the satellite would be affecting time. But remember, according to Einstein, gravity is affecting time as well. So that means that since the satellite is further away, then the satellite is further away from the center of the Earth than your car is. Your car is closer to the center. It means that gravity is much stronger where your car is than where the satellite is. That means that the clock in your car unit, because it's close to stronger gravity of the Earth, it's actually running slower. Clocks there are running slower than that the satellite. Clocks on the satellite are actually running a little faster than the Earth, according to Einstein. Okay. Right? Because gravity slows time down. Stronger, once again, according to Einstein, it would be moving slower though, right? The clocks are running slower here than the Earth. Right. Than the clocks on board the satellite. It's the opposite. In other words, there's two competing effects. That's why I say there's the speed is causing time to slow down. But low gravity is making you go faster. Right. It turns out that the low gravity is a greater effect than the speed of the satellite. So the net effect is that time is actually running a little bit faster out in space. Okay. Wasn't there twin astronauts? The one that went into space. Now that what they were computing in that particular effect was just simply the effect due to speed. They weren't looking at the effect due to gravity. But the thing is that those twins were that that was done to show that the speed of the satellite was affecting time. They weren't looking at how they wanted to grab gravity. Exactly.
And what was the outcome of that? What they were the same age, right? And then how did they measure like how much he aged?
Well, because of the fact that he was actually traveling a little faster.
Oh, so he's 6 minutes and 5 milliseconds older.
The one on Earth is compared to the guy on board the satellite.
Right.
Okay. Because for him, time is slowing down, so he's not aging as much. This is twin brother here on the Earth. Right. So the twin brother is a little older. Okay. But if they were looking at the effect of gravity, it would actually reverse. Right. But that isn't what they were looking at. Okay. So coming back to the fact that the GPS system, however, is sensitive to the net effect. Okay, that is to say that because of the fact that the gravity is weaker where the satellite is, time is actually going up. It's a little bit faster than the clock in your unit. So your clock in your unit is actually running a little slower because gravity here at the surface of the Earth is stronger than gravity at a high altitude. This happens even at the top of the mountain. In other words, you use something like atomic clock, and you had it at the top of the mountain. Your gravity, remember, the higher you go, the more gravity becomes weak because you're getting away from the Earth, which means the faster time. Right. Which doesn't make sense. You would think that the more gravity you're in, you age quicker.
What does it think? Gravity pulls you down and
degrades you? That's a physiological effect. Right. See, no, Danny, what you're bringing up is an important point from the other standpoint, because sometimes people forget that there are two different times that are going on. In fact, we can come back to that because sometimes people say things like, well, time is just something that we don't even know whether time really exists. It's something that we made up.
Right.
Here's what they're correct about. Guys, measurement of time is something we create. But time itself is independent of that. Let me give you a simple example because we can keep coming back to that. The Big Bang is the beginning of the universe. In other words, that happened billions of years before we existed here on the Earth. There was no one measuring the beginning of the universe. Okay? The Big Bang was the beginning of both space and time. It's hard to get one's head around that. But the universe essentially came into existence. Now you can say what happened before that. We don't know that. But the thing is that what we do know is that there was a point prior to the existence of time and space where the universe came to existence. And at that instant, the universe, space, and time were created at the beginning of the Big Bang. Now, what's important about that is time came into existence, not the measurement of time, but the existence of time. In other words, things exist because it's H2S, I believe, but the two things endure. It's the, in fact, I think of what time is. Time is the persistence of existence. In other words, it's because of the fact that we're talking about. In fact, H.G. Wells had a great example in his book, The Time Machine. You can't have an instantaneous cube existing. It has to endure for a certain period of time.
Stubbornly persistent illusion.
Yes, that's right. They said that. Yeah, right. The thing is that so it's important to realize that prior to the existence of human beings, there was time. But what we have on a practical level is we measure that existence, how long it takes for something to endure. But that length is independent of any measurement that we make. So that's important to realize. So when you talk about, for instance, people say, gee, well, time seems to be slowing down or speeding up depending on whether I'm giving enough attention to something. You know, if I'm having a good time, time seems to go fast. If I'm bored, time seems to. Those are physiological things. Those are things that have to do with, our physiology. time itself, though, so there's physical time and there's physiological time. Physical time depends on biology, okay, physiological time. Physical time is independent of us. Okay, and that's important.
Yeah, and it also seems like time moves a lot faster the older you get. Once again, physiological time.
Right, physiological time. But ordinary time, okay, physical time of physics, right, independent of that. But now, let's come back to why that leads to the possibility of going back to the past, where speed only allows us to go to the future. Remember what I said about the fact that what gravity is actually the bending of space. Right? So the gravitational force is just actually the warping of space. The sun warps space, the earth moves along that warp space. It orbits. Time and space are connected to each other, according to Einstein's theories. That is to say, it's called space-time. Whatever it is that you do to space also happens to time. Now, if I say that gravity is the warping of space, then that means that time has to also be the warping of space. Yeah. Okay. But how does that warping of time show up? The warping of time shows up by the effect that I just mentioned to you, that clocks slow down, the more space is warped. Here at the surface of the Earth, space is warped. That's what keeps us anchored. It's when you jump up and come back down, even though you don't know it, you're actually jumping, you're actually having an effect that it feels to you like you're being pulled down. And what's happening is you're just going along the curved space. What the Earth is doing, the Earth itself is curving space. So when you jump up, in a sense you might say you're sliding down that curve. Time, however, when you get down there, time is actually getting, I should say, time is actually slowing down. Okay, so the higher the curve, the more time is less time is slowing down. The stronger as you get closer, okay, the more it is. So how do we go backwards? Okay. Let's suppose that I was looking at a black hole. Let's talk about what it is.
Yes, what is it? Yeah.
Okay. What a black hole is just simply a star. The way your stars are sun is a good example. So what's happening is that right now it's actually what's known as a hydrogen engine. What I mean by that is that essentially our sun is a gas ball of hydrogen, and gravity pulls the hydrogen atoms together to form helium. Okay. When that happens, if you were to measure a little bit of the difference between the mass of the original hydrogen atoms that collide and result in helium, you would find that the mass of the original hydrogen atoms colliding is actually a little greater than the mass of the resulting helium. What happens to that little bit of mass that's the difference between them? There's a very famous equation in Einstein called E equals mc squared, which says that mass is equivalent to energy. That little bit of difference of mass is converted into energy. That energy is what we get that gives us life here on Earth. So when the sun, the gravitational forces are pulling the hydrogen atoms together to form helium. A little bit of energy, mass that's different from that, is energy that we get here on the Earth. Now, eventually what will happen is that as time goes on, this fuel, like that starts getting used up with everything else. There will be a time in which there will be no more burning. When that happens, the star, what kept the sun going, when I say the internal heat pressure, which was pushing the sun out, was being balanced by gravity, which was pulling things in. the sun. What will happen is that when that gives out, gravity will overwhelm the star. This happens with our sun, and our sun will start to collapse. Now, if we look at stars that are a little bit more massive than our sun, when they start to collapse, gravity starts getting greater. The stars. Now, you don't think about it, but that this is that light, in a sense, when I say has some sort of mass equivalent, has weight, essentially. So, as gravity gets stronger, light will find it harder to get out of the star. There will come a point when the star starts to collapse to a certain point where the gravity of that star becomes so great that the light that tries to get out of the star is pulled back to the star. So imagine that you're standing outside and the star is collapsing. And all of a sudden, all of the light that tries to get out of the star gets pulled back to the star. What do you see if you're outside the star? You'll see it like it blinks out because you can't see it anymore. That's a black hole. A black hole is just simply a star that's collapsed where the gravity is so great around the star that all the light that tries to escape is pulled back to the star. So all you would see is a black hole in space because all the light gets pulled back to the star.
So going back to your clear rubber sheet analogy, so it would be the equivalent of like a hole being pulled down.
It's right. That's right. I say it gets so steep. You might say.
Got it.
Okay. Right. Very good.
How do we actually explore black holes and study them?
Well, the original way that we did it was indirectly because you can't see the black hole. But what we're known as binary stars. These are stars that are very common. What they are just simply stars that are orbiting each other. And one of the first of these is a star that was called Cygnus X1, constellation Cygnus.
Yes.
What it is that it's a white dwarf star, okay, that was in orbit, essentially around a black hole. Now, the gases from the star, it was actually a blue giant. It was a blue giant. There are stars, I'm thinking about systems that have that. But this particular one, I'm thinking about Cygnus X1, what it was a blue giant star.
How big is that compared to the sun?
If you had a blue giant star, it would swallow up all of the inner planets in our system. So the sun's here, the blue giant star would be bigger than our whole solar system. Yeah, right. It would swallow. In other words, the blue giant star would be that big. Okay? So the thing, and it has a blue cast too. That's why. So the thing is that what happened, however, is that we could actually see a wobble of this blue giant star. We couldn't see what was causing it. That the gases of the blue giant star would be funneled into an invisible companion and created a halo. You might say the gases heated up as they orbited the invisible companion. And so even though we couldn't see the inner side of the invisible companion, we could see the halo. That's how that was the first black hole.
So it's like rotating around a black hole.
This blue giant stars, yeah, it's essentially orbiting.
So eventually it's going to go into the black hole.
Eventually all the gases will be pulled in, and the black hole will get bigger. As the gases are being funneled into the black hole actually gets bigger the more it takes in. That was the original. Okay. The more recent, how far away is that? Oh, let's see. I'm trying to just exact distance. But it's not close.
Not close. Yeah, thank God.
But the one that's been seen originally, that was the direct observation. That is to say, we didn't actually see directly the black hole. What we saw was the gases that were orbiting the black hole.
Right, because they're invisible. You just have to measure the light.
That's right, exactly. That's exactly right. The ones that have been more recently, this is 2017, okay? And the Nobel Prize was won is the fact that they have now had direct observation of black hole. You might say, how is that? Well, suppose that you actually have two stars that are orbiting each other. And imagine that as they're orbiting, the orbits become closer and closer and closer, and they smash into each other. When they smash into each other, what they do is they cause these ripples in space that we're talking about, called gravity waves. Remember, gravity waves are actually just ripples in space. So if you have the two stars orbiting and then colliding with each other, it will actually cause a vibration in space. In anticipation of that, here on the Earth, we set up, you might say that we're actually gravity wave antennas, so that whenever two stars collided in space, these ripples of space were happening, they were actually being received here on the Earth. And we actually have antennas of gravity. That's called LIGO.
Is this what LIGO? Yeah, we had a guy in here named David Chester, who's also a physicist based out in California.
LIGO is
He was telling us about this.
Right. LIGO are gravity detectors. Okay. All right. So they detected what they actually detect are these ripples of space itself, gravity waves. And so we're able to actually observe the black hole itself directly.
And now these things, from what I understand, the LIGO technology can create earthquakes or detect earthquakes or something.
In principle,
It's something to do with earthquakes, he was saying.
But their primary purpose was to detect gravity waves from space. That's what they were set up to do. And the way they actually do it is these laser beams that are at different angles. So angle, and what happens is that as remember when I said gravity wave is actually the lifting of space itself. So imagine that you have a laser beam that's going this way, and it's going this way, and imagine the gravity wave is coming in. It's going to change the distance because gravity waves are orbiting space itself. It's going to change the distance of the two arms of the antenna, right? And that's what you actually see. So what you really measure is the working of space itself, right? Due to the collision of these black holes. That was direct observation.
Okay. So how do these black holes? I understand what a black hole is.
Okay, so a black hole, but now there are actually two different categories of black holes.
Okay.
There are non-rotating black holes, and there are rotating black holes. Okay. Well, a non-rotating black hole just causes a warping of space, that intense warping. Okay. But now a rotating black hole will cause it has that same warping, but it causes a twisting of the space. Well, one of the things that I like to give people an example of that, in fact, if you have a coffee here, I'm able to show it to you, is think of the coffee as being like empty space.
I get your cup.
Well, if you want me to show you that, but
I can imagine.
Right. So imagine that's empty space. Now,
my coffee would be.
The coffee would be empty space. Got it. And suppose that I take, and the way I do it in order to do sort of a demonstration, which I've done in some of the documentaries, is I put a little bit of cream on it so you can actually see the contrast, and I put a little bit of coffee down there. So let's suppose that I take a spoon and I start swirling the coffee around. Okay. That's what a rotating black hole is doing to empty space. So not only is the black hole causing warping space, it's causing a twisting of space. And the way that you can see that in the case of that's the reason why I use coffee bean. As I said, that is if you want to see the effect, then you can just put a coffee bean in there. It's just twisting coffee around, it will cause the coffee bean to twist it around. that's what rotating black hole does. Now, we actually can see this effect here on the Earth using the Earth. The Earth is rotating. So not only is the Earth warping space, the Earth, as it rotates, is twisting space. But now with the black hole, this twisting, the rotating black hole is causing an extreme twisting space. Now remember what I said, that whatever it is you do to space also happens to time. Think of time, and in fact, this is something that I can do. If you have a piece of paper, sure. The audio lectures, videos, and articles about health will activate you. Perfect. CriticalHealthNews.com features content from world-class alternative health experts who make a lot of sense, and you'll earn your respect and admiration after you take their advice and try to recommend products designed to work. Now, what I'm going to do on this strip of paper is draw time. Log on to CriticalHealthNews.com and take advantage of all the free at the bottom of the line. I'm going to put yesterday. The middle of the line, not the present. CriticalHealthNews.com. You can purchase modular nutrition packs and see for yourself. And at the top of the line, you can put the future. Now, throughout our entire life, this is the way we experience time. Yesterday, we're podcast today, tomorrow. Okay? Now, this is space. Remember, this timeline is in the space of the paper. Okay? The timeline is in the space of the paper. So you might say this is space, and this is time in the space. Okay? But now, suppose that I had an object that was rotating space. What do you think? Now let's see what happened in this timeline. This is yesterday. I continue along to today. Okay. I continue along to tomorrow. But look what I've done. I've twisted space so that it has twisted time into a loop. And so what can I do? I can go from the future to where? Right. So by twisting space, I can twist time into a loop. And in fact, if you read scientific papers that talk about that, this is just like the open we talk about going back in time. They use the term CTCs, closed time curves. Closed time curves refer to the fact that if I have an object that's rotating space, it can cause closed loops of time. And these closed loops of time can lead to the possibility of time travel in the past. Now, this was done, it was a scientific paper that was written many, many years ago by a man named Carter, who looked mathematically. Everything that we've been talking about as far as this gravity effects, it's part of what's called Einstein's general theory of relativity. Okay? And so what Carter did was look at what happened for a rotating black hole. And he was able to show mathematically that it could lead to closed loops of time. And these closed loops of time, theoretically, could allow you to go back into the past. Okay? So Einstein's general theory, so his special theory of relativity allows for the possibility of time travel into the future. Right? His general theory of relativity allows for the possibility of time travel to the past. This is real. The difference is that we have been able to experimentally show, not just theoretically, we have been able to experimentally show that speed will allow for the possibility of time travel in the future. We haven't been able to experimentally show yet that twisting of space will lead to closed loops of time. However, we know that the basis for that is there because we do know that gravity affects time. That's real, the GPS. Yeah, right. So we do have a real experimental basis. We just haven't created closed loops of time. Yeah. Okay. And that's where part of my work comes in. Is there a way that we might be able to experimentally do that? And a number of different ways, as I said already, rotating black hole can lead to that possibility.
If you had all the money in the world, right, how would you build this time machine?
Okay, well, let me go back and I'll tell you, and you can tell me what you prefer. To talk about my motivation for getting into this, because you might say, why is this theoretical physicist interested in the subject in the first place? And then tell you how my particular contribution, or I could do it in reverse and tell you my contribution and then tell you my motivation. Let's start right here with how it works, and then let's go into your past and your upbringing and how this all started for you. Sure. Okay. Okay. The thing is that Einstein, let's come back to Newton. Okay. According to Newton, the only thing that can create gravity is matter. Okay. Yes. In other words, the matter of the Earth creates the gravitational field that keeps us, anchored. The gravity of the moon, the gravity of the sun keeps the Earth anchored. Okay, so Einstein's theory says that not only can matter create gravity, but pure light itself can create gravity. That was not something that comes out of Newton's theory at all. Right? That's critical. What I realized was the fact that this implies, and this is a simple syllogism. Remember that we said that gravity can affect time. Okay, if gravity can affect time, and light can create gravity, then pure light can affect time. Okay. Now, there was a particular device which I learned about because I worked with lasers, theoretic lasers. It's a device that's called a ring laser. What is a ring laser? A ring laser is a very simple device.
I know a guy who went to Vegas and dropped over $1 million in one weekend.
And I'm going to show you just one simple representation.
Does that make you addicted depending on the amount of money you lose? The great question people always ask people like Michael Jordan and LeBron.
So it's like a box with mirrors. Mirrors are one way of doing it. Okay. I'm going to show you one different other form. In other words, let's suppose you had 4 lasers. Okay, suppose you had 4 lasers that were shooting beams of light that created this square. Right. Okay. All right. Those light beams would cause a twisting of the empty space in that square. How so? Well, remember that what I said was that light can create gravity. That means this light beam is creating a gravitational field around it. This light beam is creating a gravitational field around it. So there is actually a net gravitational field being created within this region. Okay. So you might say, and remember that gravity is twisting of space. So this literally means that these light beams are causing empty space in here to get twisted. Okay. Now, you might say, if it's empty space, how will I see it? But remember coming back to that cup of coffee, all right? And I said that if you put a coffee, if you had cream in there, and if you put a coffee bean in there, you could actually see the space. Well, the thing that's equivalent here is a particle that's called a neutron. Yeah. Okay, a neutron actually spins like a little top. So if I put a neutron between all 4 lasers. Got it. Yes, exactly. What will happen is that even though I won't be able to see the space being twisted directly, all of a sudden this neutron will start going around. And it will be going around as a result of that. So measure this. Right. So that's what you would be able to measure. So, and I wrote a peer-reviewed article about that. That was actually my breakthrough. I said, and I should mention, I'm a theoretical physicist. Right. So when I said that I did this, what I did is Einstein created a set of gravitational equations that all Einstein's gravitational field equations. And what they do is they tell you for any given type of creation of matter or energy, you can calculate. What I was able to do was to solve Einstein's gravitational field equations for a ring laser. I was able to show that it would give you this twisting effect. So I did it mathematically. So everything that I'm telling you is what I've done mathematically by solving Einstein's gravitational field equations. So, but now to do that experimentally requires, that's where funding comes in.
Didn't you already do this?
I did it. When I say I did it, that was my contribution to solving Einstein's equations.
No, but in your documentary you show.
Oh yeah, what you're seeing, I'm glad you bring that up. Yes, that's sometimes people who've seen the documentaries ask about that. Right. What that is I had a partner who's a laser experimentalist. And what he did was he said what he was able to do was to show a non-functioning.
Can you find a video of this, Steve? There's a beautiful video of this you might be able to find. It should be on YouTube, right?
Yeah, there is. But this is I'd say a mock-up. This is actually a model of what it would look like.
A scaled down version.
Well, it's not only a scaled down version. It is ring lasers, but they're not powerful enough to really create that effect. These lasers have to be much.
That's the problem. Yeah, that's the biggest problem with building this, right? Is power.
You got it.
And that's what Jack Sarfati was explaining to me when I was talking to him. He's working on this warp drive, and he was explaining that the biggest problem is the power. Now, are we able to? Now, obviously, you can't detect the electron that's in there.
Right. You can't, because there's not enough energy, and you actually. This is a good representation. This is a toy model of what it would look like.
Yes.
In order to do it, you would have to do the real experiment.
So hypothetically, let's go crazy here.
Okay,
imagine.
Okay, right.
Professor Mallet, we are going to give you $1 billion to build this time machine in the basement DARPA or whatever. And we want to figure out how to do this. Where would you start?
Okay. First thing I would have to do is a two-step process. One is I have to show that the circulating beam of light actually causes a twisting of space. I've been able to do that mathematically. Okay. But first, that's the first step. The energy that's necessary to do that, while it's great, is within our technological capabilities. Okay. It's just twist space. The twisting of time, however, is the next step. Yeah. The twisting of space happens at lower energies. In other words, even like, for instance, the Earth is, because it's rotating, it's causing that twisting of space. But you might say, is it doing the twisting of time? No, because the rotation of the Earth isn't great enough. You have to have a rotating black hole to do that. So, but there have been experiments that have shown the twisting of space. Okay, so we do know that a rotating object will cause a twisting of space with matter. We haven't been able to show it. My prediction is it's not just with matter, but with light. That's the difference. That experiment hasn't been done. It's been done mathematically, but it hasn't been done experimentally. But now, even though once we do that, the next step is to say, okay, I have now the necessary, is it sufficient condition? That's the next step. And it turns out that in order to have the circulating light beams cause the twisting of time, in addition, because it has energy, we're talking about galactic scales of energy. Right for that. Oh yeah. That is a whole different level of energy. And you might say, well, then is that going to be forever out of our reach? No, two things. One, what we have to do is become creative. In other words, we have to figure out ways that we can bridge that energy gap. What might be ways that we might reduce that? One of the things that I haven't talked about at all here, this is a whole different level of argument and discussion, is quantum theory. The foundation of modern physics is based on two pillars. One is relativity, the other is quantum theory. Both of these are part of modern physics. You might say matter and energy have been, the notion about space and time, that has become relativity. matter and energy has been quantum theory. In other words, our understanding of matter, of atoms, of the nucleus, atomic energy, all of these things are part of quantum mechanics. I haven't done that part of it yet. I haven't put in quantum mechanics into this yet. What I need to do first is to show the twisting in space, and then I need to analyze that and look at what might be able to overcome that barrier. Has this happened before? Yes. We were talking about Einstein's famous equation, the substance square. When this equation originally came out, it was clear that you could use, that if you could convert matter to pure energy, you could have an enormous amount of energy from a small amount of matter. The question is that practical? Einstein originally wasn't even sure that would be practical. It wasn't until the 30s when quantum theory was developed later. Okay, original quantum theory was developed at the beginning of the 20th century. The quantum mechanics came out later. And it wasn't until the 30s with the understanding of chain reactions that we knew a practical way of converting matter into energy. So what I'm saying is that even though we had a theoretical possibility of converting matter into energy, it wasn't until we had quantum mechanics that we saw the practical way. So what I've done is I've used relativity to show this. But as far as practically overcoming the energy barrier, that's going to have to take other technological breakthroughs, which hasn't happened yet.
And then once we were able to do it, how would we figure out, like, how would we find a place to aim at? Like, how would you know how far back you're going to go? Or, like,
Two things, right. Well, one of the things is, what would be a practical way to know that we haven't been able to do it?
Yes.
And this is, once again, part of what I looked at. And that is, how would you practically know it? Remember, we talked about the fact that the faster an object moves, the time slows down, okay? And you can actually see that effect. There's another aspect of particles. Remember, I said that they normally take they decay after a certain time. Some particles, they in the Large Hadron Collider, there's subatomic particles that only can live for a very short period of time. And when we speed them up, we can live longer. Now, imagine that I was sending something back to the past. I sent something back to the past, and actually one of the science fiction movies played on this idea. What would happen if you went back to the past and lived to the present time? Okay, so let's suppose that you're today. You went back to the past, okay, and then you lived in the past to the present and met yourself here. What would you see? You would actually be seeing the older version of yourself. Now, because you have lived from the past to the present, okay, that's what would happen with subatomic particles. So what would happen is that it would be the reverse of what happens normally with speed. In other words, if I send something back to the past, it would live a shorter period of time than it normally would have. Because it would be older. Okay. The fact was, I said one of the science fiction movies, it was one of the Marvel movies where I think it was Captain America decided to live in the past with a young woman that he had met. And then he meets his friends again in the present. So now he has lived from the past up to their present, which means that he's an older version of himself when he meets them again.
Right, okay, I understand. That makes sense.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's so weird, but that would be the way you would do it. In other words, what you would say is that, oh, good heavens, I've changed the lifetime of this part of it. But rather than making it live longer, I would find that I would be making it live shorter.
Yes, yeah, that makes sense. Have you heard of, there's, I think it's a Harvard physicist by the name of Glenn Howe. My friend Jeremy was explaining to me there was somebody named Glenn Howe who was at Harvard and figured out a way how to stop and reverse light. I was doing some experiments similar to what you've been doing.
Oh, well, there's actually experiments.
Do you find that, Steve?
There's actually experiments to slow light down, to actually cause light to stop. Those are a different type of experiment. because it's not that I'm actually trying to affect light itself. I'm using the fact that I'm using gravity of light. This is a whole different thing. In other words, what I need to do is to use light to control time rather than controlling light. So yes, okay, yeah. Oh, is this Harvard? Oh, okay. Is this Len Howe? Yeah. 2 years ago, we slowed it down to 38 miles an hour, and now we've been able to park it, then bring it back to full speed. Len Howe isn't talking about a used motorbike, but about light. It only travels 93 million miles per hour. Minutes. Right. This is experiments, but they're controlling light itself. Whereas I'm using light to control gravity. Right. And to control time and space. That's why the atom cloud was suspended magnetically in a chamber pumped down to a vacuum 100 trillion times lower than the pressures of the air in the room where you are reading this. These experiments that are used to control light, they might have an implication for what I'm doing. Insofar as the fact that if you control light, then if you control light, then light controls gravity. Then you could perhaps use some of these experiments to indirectly control gravity as well. But what I've been focusing on directly is using light in different configurations to try to control time, space and time. And once again, it's important to realize that I'm talking about two interrelated effects. First, I have to show that using circulating light will cause this twisting of space. And then once I've shown that, then I can move on to show that the twisting of space, if it's strong enough, will cause a twisting of time. So, can you explain how it works? Like, if we were to create a time machine, figure out how to turn on a time machine today, we would not be able to travel back in the future before we were able to turn that machine on. That's right. Well, why is that? Well, because of the fact that it's cause and effect. Remember that the thing that's causing the twisting of space, let's go back to the ring laser. When I turn on the ring laser, it's circulating beam of light, which causes twisting of space. But now, before I turn the machine on, is there any twisting of space? Right. But it's after I turn the machine on. So suppose that I turn on the machine and I start twisting time. Okay, time will start getting twisted into a loop at the moment I turn the machine on. And so if I leave the machine on, let's suppose I leave the machine on for 10 years. Then someone 10 years from now potentially could send back information, 7 years, 5 years, all the way up to the time I turn the machine on. But they can't send it earlier than that because there's no loops in time prior to when I turn the machine on. Right. So, okay. So, but one of the things I mentioned in History Channel documentaries, is the fact that we're talking about terrestrial time machines. Suppose that we know now, and this is no longer science fiction, we know there are what are known as extrasolar planets. These are planets that are revolving around other stars. In other words, we know that there are other solar systems out there. And that these other solar systems have planets. That was discovered scientifically back in the 90s. Okay. And we know now that the universe is teeming with these extrasolar planets. Okay. What physicists now, and they like these clever names, is that some of these planets are too close to their stars to support life. Some of them are too far away. Yeah. But there's actually some that we've got in the Goldilocks zone. And so it's highly possible that we haven't discovered that there are planets that probably are teeming with life. Right. Now, suppose that these civilizations, some of them were created many eons before us and have become advanced enough to turn their device on. Suppose they were relative to us. Yeah. We found them. Yeah. But suppose they turned on like they're 10,000 years ago. When we go to their planet, we could use their device to go to our past but it would still have the same limitation. And this is so even for a rotating black hole. Rotating black hole, before the rotating black hole was created, it was a little twisted in space and time. After it was created, so if we could find a rotating black hole that had existed long enough ago, once again, this is interstellar, we can go back to our distant past. Okay, the question is that, in fact, this is something that was mentioned, we should talk about, is people have talked about UFOs. Yes. One of the speculations has been that sometime in the distant future, we may have been able to find other civilizations, extraterrestrial civilizations, that had time machines turned on earlier than ours. Once we do that, it could be that we could visit ourselves in the present or any other time in the past by having contacted that civilization. Wow. So what we call UFOs could just be time machines, could be time travelers from our own future who have come to make contact.
I was explaining to you before we started, I had a guy on here recently by the name of Michael Masters, who's an anthropologist. And he got into the field of anthropology because he was always fascinated with UFOs and all these documented accounts. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, thousands of documented accounts of these abduction encounters. There's a famous Harvard psychologist, John Mack, who studied this for his whole life. And he interviewed all these people who had these crazy abduction experiences and cataloged all of them. And I think it was in about a 70-30 split. 30% of these abduction experiences, they explained these beings saying that they were from different star systems. 70% of them, it might be, it's close to 70. 70% of the people said that these beings said that they were from the future. And in almost all of them, all of these abduction experiencers explained human beings being in these crafts and doing these experiments. A lot of them were like reproductive experiments of extracting. I remember Betty Martin Hill. That's a part of it. Yeah, he explained they extracted semen from him and like eggs from his wife, and it seems to be some sort of reproductive experiment that was going on in like over 90% of these cases. Right? So what Michael Masters, the idea he lays out is that from an anthropological point of view, if you look at Earth, there's over 2 million cataloged species of animals on Earth. 20 of the 2 million are hominids, which is like 0.001% of the species on Earth are hominids. Now, out of the 20, one of them, us, has figured out how to develop technology to leave the Earth. Now, think how rare that is, just on Earth, right? For people to develop, for a creature or an organism to develop this kind of technology. Now, extrapolate that out into the universe and all of the habitable planets out there that are habitable for life. Most of them, which I believe are water worlds, from what astronomers have told me. What is the likelihood that they're going to look just like human beings? It's got to be so small. So that's one of the arguments he lays out to why these could be future humans. Another one is that most of these experiences of black contact or abducted, these beings seem to be very, very invested in the future of planet Earth. Like you have documented UFOs hovering around, shutting down nuclear bases, telepathically communicating to children how they need to preserve the Earth and be careful with technology. Most of these things came around when nukes started being tested. There was the most UFO sightings ever. If you look at, there's a great animation that was done where it basically showed all the testing of nuclear weapons throughout history. And most UFO sightings happened when people started testing nukes. So, if these things started showing up and communicating to people just to respect and try to preserve the planet, they obviously have a vested interest in the planet. Right. So who would have more of an interest in preserving this planet? Would it be future us, or would it be some civilization from light years away?
So that's really interesting. And he also has another thing that he lays out, the schematics. He lays out how, and this is not something you can find, Steve, on how the actual layout of the flying saucer UFO that we're all aware of, it could be a time machine. The way it works, it could just be that thing is built to travel through time. So yeah, it's really interesting. But if they're coming back to, I mean, most of these abduction experiences happened during the 80s and 90s, mostly in the 90s. If we hadn't figured out a time machine then, how did we originally get it? And that kind of goes back to some of the recent things that have been coming out, like David Grush, Diana Pasolka. They explain these things as like gifted to us, these crash retrieval sites like Roswell and others. They explain them as, they were gifts to us. So like maybe somewhere on Earth, some deep government program or some aerospace company has these things, and it's sort of like black project technology that nobody's aware of. Congress has been restricted from having any kind of information on this that we figured out a long time ago, that the public just doesn't know about.
That's a possibility. However, the thing is that I think we have to give ourselves more credit than we give. The reason I'm saying two different points. Number one is we as people are terribly have a problem with keeping secrets. Yeah. Okay. And the thing is that all we have to do is go back to the Manhattan Project to know, they had as tight security as we've ever been able, and then something just essentially walked out with the, in fact, they were looking at the scientists who were close to the program, the closing program. And there was this one outlier scientist who wasn't, and he just walked out because I think his folks with the information that was able to share it with the Russians. And so everyday people would have a hard time getting these secrets. But if the government was doing it, it would have leaked.
Well, there's lots of leaks, though. There's so many stories. Exactly. There's Bob Lazar's story. The problem is it's like there's so much disinformation and misinformation, and we don't know what's real and what's not. Like I was talking to my buddy this morning about this. I'm like, the world that we know it right now, information is everywhere, and there's so many crazy stories. It's like, how do you pick what's real and what's fabricated or what's strategic? We know strategic deception is a technique that's been used by military intelligence for forever. So, like, just looking at humanity and how we look at reality right now. If the government came out, look how many people trust the government right now, right? Like, if the government came out tomorrow and said, "Hey, aliens are here," how many people do you think would believe it? Or how many people would think that, oh, the government's just trying to play some game with us?
Well, but once again, as a scientist, I have to seek proof, and that proof has to be independently looked at. But coming back to you actually mentioned part of it. Who would be most likely to want to come back to ourselves about what's happening to our planet? Would it be some other future civilization or us? Suppose that we were able to, in fact, find extraterrestrial civilization that had time travel much earlier than we did. And we were able to convince them to allow us to use their time travel technology to come back to our past. Okay. To me, that's really much more likely scenario. Of course, that means that we would have had to develop time, space travel to the point that we could actually find these civilizations. But all of these things are just, pure speculation. The main point is that time travel in the past is possible, and there are ways in which we could travel back to our earlier time. Okay.
So hypothetically, if a time machine was turned on in another galaxy far, far away, and we somehow got it here, right, we would be able to travel back into our ancient past.
That's right. Okay. And that's right. That's the upshot of that. And that, to me, is the important thing, is the fact that
we do know that there are ways of manipulating space and time, and we know it's based on real solid science that's independent of political, beliefs or anything. It's just solid physics, okay? Based on the person who was named the person of the century last century, okay? Einstein. That's the reason why I believe it, is the fact that it's based on real solid science. And the other thing that's beautiful about science is that it's been developed by all different countries and all different civilizations, and it's independent of that or particular beliefs. But for me personally, the reason why I got interested in the subject in the first place had to do with a very, very personal story. And it's still playing out for me right away. And I'll tell you why. When I was 10 years old, I was brought up in the Bronx, New York. And my father was a television repairman. He served in the Army. And he used the GI Bill when he came out in the Second World War to become an electronic technician. And he was very good at his job. For me, his son rose and settled. He was a very, very dynamic, fun person. And he didn't look like he was sick. He looked like he was extremely healthy. What he did was he died of a massive heart attack. He was like 33 years old. He said I was 10 years old. And I was completely, to say I was completely devastated is actually an understatement. I can't find the word for it, but I didn't really care whether I lived or died after he passed away. One of the gifts he left me, though, during his life was a love of reading. And I read science fiction. And after he died, I came across the book that changed my life. It's H.G. Wells' The Time Machine. It's a Classics Illustrated edition of it. And what it said at the very beginning, it said scientific people know very well that time is just a kind of space, and we can move forward and backward in time just as we can in space. Now, to my 11-year-old mind, I thought, wow, if this is saying that we could move back in time, then maybe if I had a time machine, I could go back into the past and see it and tell them what was going to happen. So that became an obsession for me to do it. In fact, I even tried. He had left after he died. My mother kept his television radio parts. I even tried to put something together that was illustrated in the Classics Illustrated book. Of course, nothing happened, but I remember that it said scientific people. So I knew that science was going to have to play a role. And it's interesting. I've written a book, by the way, that talks about this, right?
Time Traveler.
Yeah.
A scientist's personal mission to make time travel a reality. With Dr. Wong.
Yeah, and when did you publish this? That was published in 2006. That's when it came out. And it's been republished. The thing is that, and it's been translated into very different languages, but it's all around the documentaries we know about it. There's even some speculation that perhaps I might be made into a movie, actually. But the thing is that when I learned a little bit later that there was this great genius, Einstein, who said that time, in fact, can be affected by some way. I knew that if I could understand Einstein, I might be able to understand how a time machine might work. And so I dedicated my life to that, to that end. I should mention that when I was growing up, this was in the 50s, this was around the time of Sputnik, people didn't even know whether we could go to space, let alone time travel. So I kept this a secret. Like now, I can talk about it openly. Here I am on your podcast talking about it. But when I grew up, I had to keep it secret. I kept it secret all during my life. Even in my career, I tried to study something that was close enough to it, which are black holes. That's what my career was based on. So that I could keep, I would have become a professor at UConn. Imagine during the interview, they said, what is your interest in time travel? I would be here. The thing thing is that, but I made my breakthrough literally at the beginning of this century, the 20th century. That's when I realized that, according to Einstein, there was possibilities of affecting time using light. That's when I had my particular breakthrough, showing that circulating laser light can cause mathematically causing twisting of space and time. So I said myself, gravitational wave equations. For me, though, it goes now beyond just looking at what I might have been able to do with my father's life. It's just imagine for future generations if we were able to travel back in time. For example, just the simplest example. Imagine if we had been able to send information back to ourselves about COVID prior to this. The millions of lives we could have saved, the catastrophes that happened, hurricanes, tsunamis, by being able to send information back to ourselves. Of course, it's romantically great to be able to say, go back in time. Just sending information back to us, what we can do. So that's become important to me too. Is what could we do as human beings to improve our lives by being able to have change our destiny. So that's why I still think it's extremely important to have this possibility of time travel for future generations.
That's fascinating. So that's what basically sparked your whole interest in this. And have you thought about the documentary, by the way, How to Build Time Machines? Fantastic documentary. But towards the end of that, you kind of elucidate the paradox of if you were to go back and meet your father. You've thought about this quite a bit.
Yeah, well, the thing is that there's two things. One is that what would that mean as far as reality? Because, for example, there's two things that my father could ignore my advice, and that would just lead to the past and present that I'm living in. Or what happens if he takes my advice and changes his mind? What happens to the future that I live in, this part of the future? That is another reason why both philosophers as well as the general public have said it's time travel in the past possible, because there's no paradox when you go to the future. When you go to the future, you leave everyone else and just come back to the future. If you go back to the past, you change things that can affect the entire universe. Quantum mechanics plays a role. That's what quantum mechanics is. Said all of our discussion we haven't talked about it. Quantum mechanics is a whole different beast.
Now, does quantum mechanics work in the block universe idea?
Block universe is a possibility. I mean, quantum mechanics is sort of independent of these different versions. Block universe. It's you might say it's the quantum mechanics is about the foundation blocks that build up on forces in nature. Okay, and these things happen within that quantum universe. So, quantum mechanics, however, does allow resolution of paradox. What quantum mechanics is based on is the notion of probability. To give you a specific example of what I'm talking about, whenever we talk about making a prediction, for example, if you say this evening that you're trying to go to a restaurant and say that you're looking at a menu and you see item A and item B on that menu, you make a choice. And then you live with that choice. Let's say you make that choice from item B. Okay, that's it. Quantum mechanics says is that, well, there is a probability that you could have chosen A. Okay, now, there is a theory, it's called many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. What this interpretation says is that at the instant that you chose item B, there was actually a split in the universe. There's a universe in which Danny Jones has chosen A. So when you go into that restaurant and choose B, there's a split. There's a real you in another universe that's chosen item A. They do not know about each other at all. They become separate parallel universes. In fact, the original notion of this was based on a physicist back in the 1950s named Hugh Everett III. And his research led to this possibility of parallel universes. This means that this is how the result of time travel. Suppose you travel back into the past. As soon as you arrive in the past, it would be a split of the universe, right? So it would be a universe in which you arrive in the past, okay? And in that past, you do create something that fits in my case. I do affect my father, okay? And I do change that past. I find myself in a weird universe that I wasn't born in, okay? Because the universe I was born in, he died, okay? But I've changed that. So there's now a parallel universe with me as an adult, and there's a young boy, and even though we look exactly the same, but older version, they both exist in the same time and place. Right. But remember, I said that there's a split. Yeah. The other universe, I don't arrive in at all. Right. The one that you originally had. Right. And so that parallel universe plays out. So in other words, even though I would be able to save my father's life in universe B, I didn't save his life in universe A. Okay. And there's no paradox here if we haven't saved his life in universe B, because I never came from universe B. So according to this notion of parallel universes, okay, then you might say, well, couldn't I go back in the past? But it turns out that you just be universe now. Because every time you try to go back, you would just come back to another parallel universe. So you would never be able to go back to the universe that you originally came from. So that is the way in which quantum mechanics potentially can resolve this paradox. Okay? But now you might say, is it possible that you really do change the universe? Well, we don't know until we do the experiment. That's the whole point. But it is a possibility that it plays out as just parallel universe.
Wow. Now, so from my understanding of like the block universe is that it's like you imagine slivers, like a block, like a million sheets of paper stacked up on top of each other, and we're living on one sheet of paper right now. All the other sheets of paper are already created, right? Like some cosmic toddlers drawing pictures and stacking up on top of each other, and everything is already laid out. So that would mean that our future is already predetermined, right? And that would basically mean that free will isn't real, right?
That is not consistent with quantum physics.
Right. Oh, it's not completely consistent.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, that anything that says that everything is already predetermined, once again, quantum mechanics says that we're talking about probability. I can say, this is, quantum mechanics sounds like a lot weirder, but if you go back to basically what it said, it's based on something that's called Heisenberg's uncertainty. Which is a lot simpler. It says that I can know the position of an object precisely, or I can know the motion of that object precisely, but I can't know both of those two things at the same time precisely. Okay, that's essentially Heisenberg's uncertainty, okay, which doesn't sound quite as exotic, right? But if you look at what that means as far as information is concerned, in ordinary classical physics, you can make precise predictions about what's going to happen next if you know exactly the position and motion of an object at a particular time. And what quantum mechanics says is that I can't know that. If you build into that, and this is going a lot deeper into it, what it tells you is that I can make a probability prediction about what may happen, but I can't make an exact prediction about what's going to happen. So that means that the future isn't exactly determined. I can only talk about the probability of the future. So I could actually have this stacking that you're talking about, but it would be sort of a probability built into that stacking as well. So it's not that it's the future will play out, okay, but we can't determine exactly But we can only talk about probability. And we know that that's the way in which the universe works, right? Because we have cell phones. We have, all of it are modern technologies based on quantum physics. So this exotic sound and theory has led to our ordinary technology, which wouldn't work if it weren't for quantum. Right. Yeah. Now, another thing that you talked about briefly in the documentary is sort of like the way that funding for research for some of this stuff goes is that it's only funded when there's some sort of a necessity. Like if we found out that North Korea was trying to build a time machine, then we would all of a sudden have all the incentive in the world and all the money in the world to build a time machine. Exactly. And that's how it's worked throughout the history of the world. Exactly. If we find out somebody else is doing it, we want to jump on it. Yeah. And unfortunately, that's the case. I mean, even when it came to our being in space, why was Sputnik? Sputnik is the reason why we landed on the moon. Yeah, and isn't it crazy that we haven't been back since how many years? 50, 60 years we haven't been back. Yeah, we don't have a real incentive to it. It's just not something that, once again, it's unfortunate that it has to be this catch-up game. To me, going to Mars is just exciting in and of itself, but it doesn't have a real practical application. However, the space program did, personal computer, all of these technologies that we developed and so that. Even when it comes to what I was talking about as far as twisting space, using the ring laser, someone had asked me, well, is there an active spin-off that would come from that? As a matter of fact, there would be. Why is that? Information transfer. Okay, how do we transfer information? We transfer information by sending things to space. Wire. I send electrons through wire. Right. I send information through space. But what would happen if not only did I send information through space, but I sent information with space? Let me give you some example. Sitting in a bathtub. Think of the water as being like space. What could I do? I want to get the guard to the other side of that tub, push it along the water, and release it to the other side. But what would happen if, in addition to my pushing it through the water, I hit the water itself? Not only now am I transferring the soap through the water, I'm traveling the soap with the water, so I can actually make it go faster than it would if I was just manipulating the information through space. So by manipulating space itself, I could actually cause transfers of information to happen at speeds that we might even think about. Yes. That's a spin-off. Yeah. And again, going back to what we were talking about at the beginning of the conversation with travel out to, deeper parts of the galaxy, is that backwards time travel is a practical thing that we would need to figure out if we would want to send human beings, because they're gonna be going, on that rocket ship on rocket time while we're on Earth time going, 100 times faster than they are. So we would want to figure out backwards time travel before we started doing that. It would make more sense to have. If we could send ourselves information, but then there's a paradox to that. Okay? If we're sending information back to ourselves, then we have to have been able to figure it out how to do it. Right. Unless, once again, we have some sort of other means of having access to another device that will allow us to send that information back. Then you would be changing your time. There's all these other aspects of this that have to be thought about. Basically, however, physics is an experimental subject. So all the things that once again we're talking about is speculation. But it's anchored in possibility, real possibility that we can manipulate space and time. Do you think it's possible that there is somewhere in some program that they have figured this out and they're just keeping it a secret from us with some sort of Manhattan Project layer of security and secrecy wrapped around it? I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. The thing is that I can believe, once again, I can believe it. I would like to say that I would actually hope that that's happening. I would like it to be based on my work. But once again,
it costs money to do these things. And we have a tendency to say, well, is this really going to be that important? Is this going to be something that we will invest in? I don't know. I really don't know. Well, that's like some of the stuff that like David Rush was talking about, right? All of the money all the black money that's been going into these programs that has been completely, Congress has been completely oblivious to. He's basically pointing out that there's like huge swaths of money that are going to these companies, these aerospace contractors, and nobody, it's not passing Congress, but they're just somehow like siphoning in billions of dollars to work on some stuff that we don't know what the hell it is. Yeah. That's, I mean, as I said, blue sky research, right? Like that's some of those, like one of the things that doesn't happen as much, at least the public's not aware of, is this idea of blue sky research, right? Like throwing money towards some sort of project that we don't know how it's going to benefit us monetarily or militarily, right? In the future, right? Like let's just throw money at something and try to learn something new. Well, no, it doesn't make sense. Like, we got to make sure that we can cement ourselves as a superpower or make a lot of money, increase our GDP, whatever it might be. I'd like to have some of this blue sky. Yeah, right. Really, that's what I think, and to me, it's important to have that, because of the fact that we don't know what the possibilities are. But these possibilities are based in real science. What do you think would be some of the things that would be necessary for us to think about if we were to figure out backwards time travel, to go back in time to visit our ancestors, or do some of these things? Like what are some of like the foundational philosophical things that we would need to consider, regulatory things that we would need to consider before doing something like this? That, to me, there was a great movie that illustrated this science fiction movie. It was called, it didn't get publicity, it should have been very long time ago. Called Van Damme. It came out many years ago. And what it speculated about this, in fact, it even had the government involved in it. But the speculation was that it would have to be controlled by the government, because you can't just arbitrarily go back into the past. Time travel in the past is not going to be something, just like, everyone doesn't have their own nuclear reactor. Okay. The government, once it happens, it's going to be happening at the governmental level, and it's going to be controlled. In the movie, what they have is Claude Van Damme plays a cop in the future. His job is to be a time enforcement officer. In other words, they have a mechanism to see that some changes were made in the past. They can see some early effect of that, and they send out these time enforcement officers to prevent that from happening. What makes the plot in this particular interesting, and I don't want to give the whole plot away because you want to see it, is that this time enforcement officer, his wife had been killed in the past. And so he would have had the temptation, but he's never done it, of going to save his wife in the past. How can you imagine that? Being able to have technology at your disposal that you know that you could do to prevent a tragedy in your own past, that would you be able to have the willpower and the discipline not to do that? So it's not that easy. I mean, you can't just simply go and have a private time machine to do it as you wanted to. But of course, the movie speculates and has its own people who realize that they can do this, that they want to change our reality. So, but the thing is that there's going to have to be regulations, and there will be regulations if we do it. So there's two things going on. One, we should be trying to see whether we can develop the technology to do it. And at the same time, we should be thinking about the fact that once we do have that technology to do that, how are we going to regulate it
to make sure that we do it in a way that's going to benefit ourselves and not something that's going to destroy our world as we know. Yeah, like we should do it like time travel tourism, like where like the super billionaires get to travel back in the time to witness something like the pyramids being built or Jesus Christ walking around. Oh yeah. Yeah, there was another thing that Mike Masters talks about in his book, the extraterrestrial models. There was these kids, I think it was in like the 50s or whatever, where they saw these things, these human being looking things like in front of a spaceship, and they were answering all these questions for them. They were asking them about the universe, about the future of mankind, and all these questions about the past, and they were happily answering all their questions. And then one of the kids who was like a teenager at this time, he asked him about like religion, and asked him about like Christ, and the being was like, you can't answer that question. With that, if I answer your question, how would that affect the ripple? In fact, that's it. The question would be, if we can change things, should we change things? How much information is too much information? And that is all of these things are things that come up. But to me, it's important to even speculate about these things, because eventually, if we find that we can do something, we will eventually do it. Because that's just our nature. The nature is that once we find out we can control fire, that's led to where we are today. And that happened millennia ago. So it's going to be our nature. But at the same time, I love the fact that we have become wise enough to know when to put the brakes on ourselves. Just because of the fact that we can do something, should we do it? And if we do decide to do it, that we do it in a way that's going to be the best for people in general to help us advance and possibly. How often do you talk to colleagues, people that are looking at the same kind of stuff you're doing, theoretical physicists that study the same thing, like and comparing ideas or getting pushback, or like what are some of even like criticisms that you've discussed or heard of about your work and your theory? Yeah. Well, the criticism, which I agree with, is there's going to be enough power, right? Energy to do it. How long is that going to take? I actually agree with that. The other part is that my work is its foundation is based on Einstein's work, and that's it. It's been published in peer-reviewed terms, so I know that the foundation is accepted, but the technological possibility associated with that theoretical possibility has its limitations. And I'm okay with that. That would be like, as I said, being prior to quantum mechanics, just looking at relativity, limitations. Because I believe that technology can help us overcome limitations. One of the things I talk about in my book, is the fact that there is a very famous scientist in the end of the 18th century who talked about the fact that space travel, I'm talking about air travel, it's not going to be possible. He talked about all these reasons that it was possible. And then, of course, Wright brothers showed that it was possible. Right. So the thing is that there's nothing in the physics that says we can't do it. But technology limits us. But we have always been able to overcome the technological limitations. So, to me, that's I'm fine with the fact that right now it's technologically difficult, but that eventually we will be. And we believe in ingenuity. That just feels like we've stagnated so much. Well, we're still flying around in airplanes that were built in the 50s. It's so crazy. But still, think about some of the things that were science fiction just in the 60s, the middle 60s. Your cell phone. Captain Kirk lived in the 22nd century, and his communicator, every kid on the block has a device, their iPhone or their Android, whatever. Their phones, their cell phones can do more than Captain Kirk's. The limitation that they had was just a limitation of imagination. Yeah. So even since the iPhone, if you think about it, the iPhone came out in like 2006, I think, and that was such a breakthrough. It just blew people's minds that we could have this thing that was touch screen and like no buttons. And it was just like the look of it was something from a sci-fi movie. And how long ago was that? That was like almost 20 years ago. Yeah, but there hasn't been anything like that since. We've just been adding on to it, expanding it, making it smaller, making it a little bit better. But there hasn't been like a breakthrough like the iPhone in 20 years. You know? But one of the things that comes up is that one of the reasons why I like to interviews like this is the fact that people listen to this. You know, people, and sometimes you never can tell. You know, someone's listening who has deep pockets, someone who, you know, Bill Gates type or something. You know, say, you know, maybe let's just simply look at this and see if there's any possibilities. You never can tell. I mean, that's the reason why I think it's for people to just keep their mind expanding. You just don't know what's going to happen, where it's going to happen. So me, that's why it's important for me, in the case, to encouraging people to dream, to think about these possibilities. And maybe sooner or later it will happen. Yeah, and with like the amount of energy that you're explaining, you said like the energy of multiple galaxies. Right. It doesn't essentially like our evolution, our technological evolution, where it's going right now, is like started with fire. We have the way we fly airplanes, drive cars, you need burn fuel, blow smoke out the back, propulsion, typical combustion engines that we have. It doesn't seem like we're on the right trajectory to get there. It seems like that would take billions of years on the trajectory. The thing is that we have atomic power. Atomic power isn't any of these things. In Connecticut, we depend on atomic power for no, the thing is that we have parallel things going on. Okay? So it's not that we haven't made breakthroughs and that we don't have alternatives. It's just how much are we willing to invest in using these alternatives and making them of practical value. Okay, clearly having a small nuclear reactor for your vehicle is impractical. However, having nuclear reactors for power is. To give you another example, thermonuclear energy. Thermonuclear energy, you're using water as your fuel. That's not what we're talking about the sun. Okay, hydrogen. What is water? Water is simply H2O, right? Okay, hydrogen. If we cause fusion is the combination of hydrogen atoms together, okay, to produce helium. That's the opposite of ordinary fission reactors, okay? And that type of power would be unimaginable. When we're working, we're actually making strides. We should invest more in it. But when that happens, and it will happen, we're inching closer. Once we can do that, there's things like lasers. See, people don't realize what we have done with miraculous things. Einstein predicted the possibility of the laser back in 1917. He predicted the basis for lasers. Okay, it wasn't until the 60s that we did it practically, but once we did it, think of all the things that we do with lasers that we don't even think about. Right. Okay, so all of these things are there. The theoretical basis for it is there. It's just that it's going to happen, even with like just talking about the vast amounts of energy. That's a technological problem. We can find alternative ways of overcoming the energy barrier. Then it would be, I think, looking at once we're able to overcome it on a small level, it will be, gee, how come we weren't able to do this earlier? Lasers are a good example. It took from 1917 to the 60s before we had a laser, but eventually we did. So, to me, the theoretical basis is there for space and time travel. Right. The question is that when are we going to decide to invest in looking at the technology to achieve it, right? And asking ourselves, how can we overcome these barriers to make it happen? And when we decide to do that, we will do it. What do you make of the stories of those Navy pilots talking about those tic-tac things that were moving around? Are you familiar with the story? David Fravor, Commander David Fravor, he was a Navy pilot who was flying off the coast of San Diego in 2016, and this huge story broke in the New York Times, and they saw these objects on their radars. They weren't sure what it was, and it was right after they had upgraded the radars on their F-16s. This is one of them. This isn't the TikTok, but this is like one of the videos that was released by the Pentagon. You can turn the volume up on it and play it for them. And you can hear the pilots talking about it, so they're tracking it on their FLIR radar. And apparently this thing's moving at like ridiculous speeds, and they're having trouble like locking onto it. And you'll see at one point it just like breaks right out of their.
Going against the wind,
So if it rotates like a gyrus. Here's another one. This is hard to, it sees how much I'm locking onto it. So Commander, those are on the East Coast too. Commander Fravor is a lifelong Navy pilot, and he explained this whole story, laid it out beautifully, where he says that they were seeing things on radar, went out to check them out, and it was like a tic-tac shaped white thing that was moving around in space. It was like moving around from one spot to the other. It would go from 10 feet above the ocean to 1,000 feet in like a split second. And he was also saying that like they were trying to track it, they were like trying to follow it and see what was going on. And he said like he was getting ready to fly to his cap point, which is like the entry point where the jets fly into their training space. And he said before he got to his cap point, after he was chasing the thing over there, it automatically showed up at his cap point before he even knew that's where he was going. So he explains it's almost like the thing was time traveling. Like it was like traveling to where he was about to go, right? And like following him, but in front of him. And it's just like these things obviously defied any kind of gravity. There was no visible propulsion on these things whatsoever, and it completely defied the laws of physics to what we understand. And it's been like this topic of debate ever since this originally came out, and they came out in the New York Times in 2020. But like, if that's some sort of a military technology, that's crazy. Yeah. The question is that what is it? And once again, for me, I have to see it under more controlled conditions. I mean, they see it, but they saw it with their own eyes, and they have it on radar. Right. Nevertheless, there's other phenomena that we see, strange phenomena that more like ball lightning and things like that. There are other type of phenomena, but once again, it's hard to say what it is that it is because you can't control it. You can't actually get to it. Okay, so is it some sort of optical phenomenon? I don't know. I really don't know. I wouldn't be able to speculate because the thing is that I can't control it. That's part of the problem. Part of the problem is that I see that they see what they're seeing. It's real. But the question is that is it real Yeah, for like the video of the one with the water in the background, it's possible that is an optical illusion where like because the plane that's filming that is flying in one direction and the object they're filming is flying in the other direction. So there's motion parallax with the water in the background.
Very good.
So that's flying this way, something flying this way. It makes it look like it's going 20 times the speed.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's a good example.
Yeah. But you know, when you have somebody like Fravor who's not like any he's a guy who's like a lifelong military Navy veteran who's flying these planes his whole life, never interested in any of this like new UFO phenomenon or whatever that came out. Basically said like this is what I saw. And now there's other people that have come out like Ryan Graves, who was a pilot on the East Coast, who described seeing these things and called him to the Pentagon to have these like secret meetings with him to figure out what it was. And they developed this whole like safety protocol to avoid, because they were seeing them so much and nobody knew what they were. Yeah. And they were moving at incredible speeds with no visible propulsion whatsoever. And the idea is that they were somehow figuring a way to manipulate gravity. And this is some of the stuff that Jack Sarfati talks about too, where there's different spectrums of light, to where these things can like bend light and move through time. Like their propulsion is somehow gravitational time, and that's how they're moving around.
But once again, for me, it's if we speculate that this is what's happening, why don't we just simply say, well, let's see if we can do that experiment? To me, it's like the equivalent of, whenever our very, very, very distant ancestors saw lightning creating fire some ancient female said, maybe we could do that.
Well, I think that stuff isn't ours. I think that the military has this either figured this out and kept it secret forever, or it's somehow we discovered it and it's from somewhere else and we found a way to reverse engineer it, and we're testing it against our own military, testing it against our own Navy to see how effective it is, see how elusive it is, see how it can be detected or not detected on radar. I think that's far more likely than the fact that it's like aliens or something.
Oh, I think that, I don't think it's aliens, but to me, it's more likely that it is our technology some way than it is aliens. But once again, it's hard to say. It's really hard to say. But to me, that would be more likely our own technology than it is aliens. But for me, once again, the thing that I is, well, if that's something that they're doing, then great. Why is it, however, I have this hard time with the military, keeping secrets. I just think it would be too easy to leak. And the other thing is that for me, the exciting thing is why not just simply do it and share it, because then we can build on it.
Because we don't want Russia and China to know what we have.
See, that's where the problem comes in for me, is the fact that it's more likely that they already know about it than our own citizens do.
Yes.
Because Russia knew more about the atomic technology than we did, the average citizens. Why? Because they dedicate themselves to finding out our secrets, just as we dedicate ourselves to find out their secrets. So, to me, it's more likely that China and Russia know about it.
There would have to be some sort of plan between all these governments around the world to keep it a secret, right? Like China, Russia, and the U.S. have to have a conversation. Like, look, we all know we have it, but we're not going to tell the population. We're not going to tell the people.
Well, that's actually what happened with atomic energy. I mean, because they knew about it before we knew about it, the average public, right? And the public didn't know about it until, in the Second World War, with Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That's how we found out about it. What's interesting when you bring that particular point up is the fact that they had the German scientists, they
Paperclip scientists.
right, they had them all together at the end of the war. That before, the bomb went off, they had captured them, and they were listening to them, their conversations, and they could not believe that we had been able to figure it out. The atomic bomb. They just didn't believe that it was possible. That's how arrogant they were about the possibility that it was only they. Then they started accusing each other of maybe not working hard enough to develop the technology. The thing is that, to me, once again, I think when I see something like that, Russia would be all over that. And they are good spies. They know what they're doing. And to me, if we are able to do that, then they have been able to figure out how to do that by reverse engineering. So, if they see that that's a possibility, they would have someone in deep learning spy who's been able to get the information about how we do it. And they're able to do it now. So I just feel that, as I said, I don't know, but I think that it would be interesting to see it. But you pointed out different ways in which it's how to build something paralyzed.
Yeah, I think that's very possible that both things are happening. I think it's possible that there's some stuff out there that is very easily explainable and that people think is crazy advanced technology, and I also think there's probably crazy advanced technology that's kept secret, black projects that are out there as well.
Yes.
And I think it's one of the things that the government, the intelligence community, whoever you want to call it, one thing that they're really good at is making reality very confusing with deception, strategic deception, and limited hangouts, and all different kinds, and just putting all this information out there so nobody knows what's true. And it's a good way to keep secrets, because you can let the truth can be out there, but then you can also throw some stuff out there that's complete bullshit. That way you can't sort through it and figure out what's what.
Exactly.
That's what I don't know if you're familiar with Annie Jacobson. She's a journalist who wrote a book. Her first book was called Area 51. She wrote a bunch of amazing books after that. But Area 51, she talks about how Area 51 was created. And when the first pilots started test flying, they were actually CIA pilots that started test flying the first jet planes over Nevada. What they did was the CIA would send the pilots up into the air with gorilla masks in the cockpit. So that way, if a passenger plane came within visual distance of them, they were supposed to put on the gorilla masks. So if a pilot in a passenger plane says they saw some kind of jet plane flying at the bar or whatever, he was wearing a gorilla mask. Now no one's going to believe the story. That's funny. That's real. That was real.
I can believe that, because the thing is that they would say, "Oh yeah, right," What were you having?
Yes, exactly.
That's funny. But this notion of disinformation, you're right. If you put out too much, and some of it is true, but you're not able to discern or separate out what's truth and what isn't. But once again, I think that's the reason why I'm a scientist, and I like this is because of the fact that electrons can't be deceptive.
Right.
They're either they can do weird things, but I can predict within a reasonable amount. I know that they're not trying to do it. I have a friend of mine that I can say a couple of things dealing with the subatomic world. I think of myself as being an empathetic person, but electrons don't cry, so I don't have to worry about how they're feeling.
Right.
I can make easy predictions that turn out to always be predictable. So, once again, to me, when I see some unknown phenomena, I ask myself, what is it that I can think of within the laws of physics that might be able to reproduce that particular phenomenon? And more, most of the time, you are able to. It's something that you can look at within the laws of physics. And I know limitations. I know that even though something can travel extremely rapidly, it's going to have to be within certain bounds of physics. And if it looks like it's out of the bounds of physics, then to me, I have to say there's something suspicious about this. So, but within the laws of physics, there's strange enough phenomena that I can feel comfortable with the fact that time travel, for example, it sounds weird. It's possible. What I find is that most people don't realize that it is possible and that we actually have done it to the future. And that the exciting thing for me is to go into an audience and ask people, how many time travel is possible. Very few people raise their hands, except if it's a lot of young people in there. They are raising their hands. Right. But at the end of the talk, when I tell them about how it's based on Einstein's work, and when I actually give them the examples, and then I ask them now how many people believe in the possibility of time travel, then they're willing to do that. To me, that's my job. My job is to say, this is a weird, it's a very strange universe. It's stranger than we can even imagine. But to me, what is exciting is the incomprehensible thing about the universe is that it is comprehensible. No matter how strange it is, our human mind is able to eventually comprehend and control it. Imagine if you were to go into the 14th century or something like that, and you made a statement, we will be able to see everywhere, all at once, what's going on, and in other words, we talk about these cats. You would be immediately, burned at the stake. Yeah. The thing is that what is science fiction for us? To me, it's just a scientific possibility of the future, just like the people in the past, right? So, things that we've been talking about, to me, even though they sound strange, eventually we will be able to develop the technology. There are things that we can't even begin to imagine. I mean, there were people in the past, the iPhone, before, they didn't even think of it as a possibility. Let alone, something that we develop and that we take for granted.
Another great example that we haven't even touched on yet is just, if you look at how far AI has advanced in the last 2 years, it's insane. Now people, 5 years ago, produce a video, graphics and voiceover and animation and music and all this stuff, you would have to manually go into a video editor, compile all these assets, make a video. Now you can literally just type in a command into a prompt on an AI machine and it'll create a freaking video for you. Oh yeah. Ad agencies are using AI to do everything. They're using AI to figure out what's going to resonate the best with this specific audience and reverse engineer from a bottom line perspective on what's going to be the most profitable way to make this commercial. How long should the commercial be? What should the people look like? What should the music be? All this stuff. It's being used for everything. And also going back to what we were talking about earlier with the time travel in the past and how to regulate it, I think AI would be a great way to, we could use AI to tell us how to navigate the past in the right way to it. We need to build a calculation, right? To go back in time. What you're saying, a simulation to calculate how we can go back in time to not affect the timeline in a negative way. AI would be a way, if it keeps developing, to predict that or to create a framework to go on. Artificial intelligence would be really fascinating as the way it's developing all into the future. I mean, there's so many other things that we haven't talked about, which go back to the Matrix and
I'm just simply saying we keep forgetting about the fact that our brain is really our reality. Everything we're seeing and using and everything like that are just tools for our brain. But everything is here. And if we stimulate the brain in the right way, we don't know that the thing that we're experiencing is really out there or just a stimulation of our brain. And that's important, because that means that sometime in the distant future, we may be able to do exactly that, to stimulate our brain so that we can experience a reality that is totally within our head. But it's not just, and I don't know whether you've experienced it, but this thing of lucid dreaming. Oh, yeah. I mean, I just experienced that. This was now about 20 years ago for the first time. I didn't even know what it was that I was experiencing. But I was in the dream. It was not like a scene that was strange, but I was on campus. And at some point when I was in this dream, I realized that I was dreaming. Now, normally when you realize you're dreaming, you wake up, just dissolves. This didn't. And what I did was I was walking around the campus, and there were people sitting on the grass playing the guitar. And I thought to myself, this is all in my head. But but as soon as I realized that I was dreaming, it was as though my brain was then putting in enough energy to make it even more solid. So it really felt like I was in a real world. But I also was aware that this was all in my head. So, but think about what that could mean for the future, for what we could do. We talk about virtual reality. We could actually no longer have it out there, but we could actually create worlds for ourselves inside that we really are living. It's incredible.
Yeah, there's the brain filter hypothesis, that all of our senses, our vision, our smell, our touch, are all filters to what reality really is. So that our brains can comprehend, so we can feed ourselves and get through the day and survive and evolve. And that, maybe what we see when we take mushrooms or psychedelics, maybe that's breaking down the filters of our brain and letting us see what's really out there. It's like ripping open the seams of the universe, ripping open the fabric of the universe that is our senses, and letting us see more of what really exists out here. Maybe all this other stuff is existing here, but we can't see it because our brains are filtering that out so that we can survive, we can breathe, we can eat.
The thing is that I think that's part of what in fact really is happening for us, that we do have, that our brain is filtered. Obviously, we know that we only see a portion of the electromagnetic spectrum, which is the light frequency. We can't see radio waves, we can't see X-rays, but those are all part of the electromagnetic spectrum. Light is just a different frequency of all of that. I mean, imagine you can actually see radio waves, right? And we can down frequency that, which we do with ultraviolet, infrared goggles and things like that. Which essentially is reality. Is just it's much more than we realize.
Also, speaking of dreams, have you ever heard of a guy named Eric Wargo? He wrote a book called Time Loops about how dreams can predict the future, and about how people can see the future in dreams. It's based off a guy named J.W. Dunn. He wrote a bunch of books about this. They call it precognition.
I'm not familiar with the term.
Yeah, there's like precognition, retrocausality, to where effects of something can come back in loops and affect the cause. Where like there's cause and effect, and like things that happen in the future can affect things that happen in the past. There's this idea called a time loop. And there's all these examples throughout history of documented dream accounts of dreams, people that were studying stuff that would constantly document their dreams every time they dreamed, and where it would predict the future. And one great example that he gave was there was all these documented dreams that were documented before 9/11, where people had these dreams about 9/11 happening before it actually happened.
And this goes back all the way to the Titanic. In fact, what was the Steve? Do you remember what he was talking about? There was a book that was written about the Titanic sinking before the Titanic actually sunk. You remember this? I remember him talking about it. I don't remember the specific book. See if you can find it. But it's incredible. He's gone really deep down this rabbit hole, and there's all this evidence that shows that he has this time loop idea, and there's all this crazy evidence that shows that dreams have actually predicted events that have happened in the future.
No, I had not familiar with that. Of course, something that whole area that about the dreams really hard. As I said, my experiences with lucid dreaming really helped me to understand what the brain is capable of.
What I think the biggest evidence of time travel is this. This is a 3D print of an Egyptian dynastic granite vase. Okay, so these vases, there was hundreds of these vases that were found beneath a bunch of pyramids in Egypt, and they're made out of granite, diorite, all some of the hardest stones in the world. Okay, this is the ship I was talking about. Futility. It was a novel written by Morgan Robertson, first published in 1898, and revised as The Wreck of the Titan. So it's called The Wreck of the Titan.
Oh, actually, I had heard of that.
In 1912, it features a fictional British ocean liner named the Titan that sinks in the North Atlantic Ocean after striking an iceberg.
Yeah, I had heard of that. I mean, that is weird.
And it's famous because it had similarities. It was obviously very similar to the real life. Go up a little bit. That shows a little bit more. The sinking of the Titanic novel. And was reissued with some changes, particularly with the ship's displacement. So when did the Titanic actually sink? 1912. Okay. So they changed it when the Titanic actually sunk. But this is just a great example. And this apparently was based off of a dream this guy had and wrote this story about the Titan. Here it is, precognition. Yeah. So after the Titanic sinking, some people credited Robertson with precognition and clairvoyance, which she denied. Scholars attribute the similarities between Robertson's extensive knowledge of shipbuilding with maritime trends. Sorry, it could have been a coincidence, but he brings evidence to brings forward lots of evidence of these precognitive dreams happening, which is pretty wild. So anyways, about this vase. These were, according to the academic consensus to archaeologists and Egyptologists, that these were created 4,500 years ago. So, and they're made out of the hardest stone, one of the hardest stones in the world, which is like red granite, a lot of them. And they brought these into a aerospace company in the U.S. and they measured them with laser scanners. And they found out that they're perfectly symmetrical with the deviation at every point that they measured here, they measured the inside here, they measured the outside, everywhere around here, from here to here, is perfectly symmetrical within the deviation at the worst part where it's like the most asymmetrical is within like a fraction of a human hair. That's incredible. And the idea and consensus is that the Egyptians were using copper chisels and pounding stones back then to shape rocks and stuff like that. And today, there's no way we could recreate this unless it was on like a CNC laser machine. Right. That's what's thinking about, you know. So there's absolutely no explanation to how people 4,500 years ago were able to create that. Like, we have no evidence of technology they were able to use to do this. They didn't have lathes, right? And it was made out of the hardest stones in the world. And then it's all like the handles are built out of it. Like if they're not added on, right? The handles it's all one piece of granite. And it's so unbelievably perfect and symmetrical. That's weird. I think that's time travel. I think that's future humans coming back and dropping some Easter eggs for us.
I don't know.
And there's other things that are out there too. There's like giant like megalithic, like 1,000-ton obelisks that are created, and it just does not fit up with the conventional understanding of how they were able to, like, there's scoop marks out of granite. We don't know how they were able to do that. The conventional, if you ask an Egyptologist or older Egyptologists, some of the younger Egyptologists are kind of like more open to like looking for ways they would have really done this, but like some of the older Egyptologists, you know, they're just stuck in the dogma of pounding stones and copper chisels to do this stuff. It just doesn't fit. It doesn't make sense.
I mean, the thing is that what it makes you wish is that things like the library in Alexandria, you know, could have been preserved. I mean, how much knowledge you use by that, right?
Wild stuff.
Yeah, really.
Well, Ron, thank you so much for coming and doing this.
It's really my pleasure.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this conversation, man. Tell people, well, yeah, we're going to do a Patreon Q&A. So if we wrap this up, we got some people on Patreon. Ask you some questions. We're going to go do that. But in the meantime, where can people find more of your work online? Where can people get in touch with you online?
Well, the main place to both, you mentioned it, is my book, Time Traveler. I should mention that the book is co-authored with the New York Times bestseller, Bruce Henderson, who's my co-author. And the book talks about not just simply my life, but it talks about the real scientific possibility of time travel and many things that we didn't get a chance to talk about, other possibilities, cosmic strings and things like that. But this would be the best source. And you also mentioned the fact that there's documentaries. It's actually two documentaries. One is How to Build a Time Machine, which is a beautiful documentary.
Yes.
It's won a number of awards. And there's another one that's called The World's First Time Machine. It's a BBC documentary that came out many years ago. It's also a source. Both of these are available. I think How to Build a Time Machine. I'm not sure whether it's on YouTube. But it is available, and How to Build the World's First Time Machine is available on YouTube as well. So I'm on Facebook too, so people can contact me there.
Perfect. I'll link it below. All right, Professor, thank you so much for your time. All right, we're going to go do Patreon. Goodbye, world.
One of the authorities will sitting here in voice in his head. Attack Israel with your people. That's why we have to eliminate this threat. Well, there's no question there is but a country making that kind of reference to eliminate another country. And then you know they're working on the atomic weapon. You have no choice but to eliminate it.
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man. Thanks for making the trip. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. A ton of things to talk about.
What have I got myself into?
First of all, I want to say I was super impressed with your podcast on Joe Rogan and Kramer. I thought you were extremely reasonable. I thought some of the evidence that you came with was incredible. I thought that you did a great job of filling in the blanks with a lot of the stuff that Graham wasn't. You know, Graham was bringing a lot of points up and talking about a lot of his research, and you were doing a fantastic job of filling in the gaps for him. Because it's obvious that you spent your life in archaeology, doing the work, hands-on, eating the gruel, as you said, the bones. You know, not just looking at the fascinating stuff, but also doing the boring shit too, right? Like doing the hard work. And I understand your perspective when it comes to people like Graham, somebody who comes up, who's sort of doing this as a fun thing and writes a bunch of books about it, and he's looking into it, getting all this attention for it, making all this money from it. And no one's paying attention to the guy who spent his whole life in the dirt, you know, knees deep in the mud, digging up all these bones and doing all this research. So that being said, I understand your perspective of it. And I think that when as far as people like Graham and his followers, because the one thing I can't say about Graham is that he did get people like me interested in this stuff.
I mean, look, I have colleagues that got interested in archaeology because they read Graham Hancock.
Right.
And now they're full-blown archaeologists. They don't anymore in any way agree with him.
Yeah.
But that's how they got into the field. I know several people like that.
And at the same time, I think that when you believe you're on the right side of history or the right side of an argument, you can go so far to defend it that you end up becoming the very thing that you think you were fighting against.
Yeah, so I want to make clear, first of all, that I have nothing against Graham as a person. Right? I want to make that really clear. I have nothing against people who disagree with, mainstream archaeology, if you will. I hate the term mainstream. But I have nothing against people that disagree with archaeologists and have fun thinking about the ancient world in a variety of different ways, whether they're just hanging out, drinking a beer, or getting stoned and saying, ooh, could aliens have done this, or something like that. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But part of the issue when an idea gets really popular, like, say, some of Graham's books on Fingerprints of the Gods and stuff like that, I mean, even today, if you go on Amazon.com and you look up bestsellers in the field of archaeology, his book is almost always there, often at the top, sometimes usually in the top 10. And so what that leads to, and like I started getting on social media, 6 years ago, and you get swarmed with questions about this. Yeah. And look, I as you said, I'm knee deep in the evidence. I'm going to give the honest perspective from that evidence. Yeah. That's what I'm here to do. Right. I'm here to tell you honestly what the evidence says. So that's really all it is in my mind.
So why are you and your colleagues trying to cover up this advanced ice age civilization?
We're being paid for it. The Smithsonian.
Who's paying? Yeah,
the Smithsonian. Yeah, the Smithsonian. The UN. Like all these kind of things. No, he doesn't really write too many checks for archaeology, but I do use Windows computers, so Bill Gates funds the technology and stuff like that. And so, it's really nice to get access to this. I mean, my computer here is about 4 years old, and it's like, it still works because this was top model 4 years ago on a supercomputer. And so, meaning I paid $1,000 for it 4 years ago. But, so yeah, I'm making the big bucks, right?
Yeah. I would tell you before we started recording that I was talking to my new friend, Alvin Hillman, who was originally on the podcast, and brought me into this whole world of classics and ancient Greece. And I asked him about Atlantis. I asked him because he is, as far as I'm aware, one of the people that has read probably more Greek than anybody I know personally. Let's put it that way.
I know a lot of people have read a lot of Greek, so he's probably up there among them.
He spent 30 years reading Greek and translating Greek.
Of course.
And and it
clearly shows.
One thing he always says is it's all about the primary sources. He's like, if it's not a primary source, he's like, And I asked him what his opinion was on Plato's description of what he thought about Plato and what he thought about Plato's writing about Atlantis. He's like, Plato to me was boring. He said he bored the fuck out of me, and I thought he was an ass. But let me look into it and see what I can find. So he spent all morning looking up everything Plato wrote about Atlantis, and his conclusion was that Plato basically lied about it, and which kind of bummed me out, to be honest, because I'm a fan of the Atlantis story. And that he was a propagandist, and a lot of people thought he lied, including Aristotle. And according to a lot of people in academia and a lot of scholars, apparently it's consensus that Plato did lie a lot about Socrates.
Yeah, we can talk about that. And I think it's all right. Term lie is a loaded term, right? But when it comes to Plato, and particularly the Atlantis story, it's a perfect example of what we call a noble lie. Right? And so this is actually, I have a YouTube video coming out in about a month on this. It's the reason I joined YouTube was to make this video. Because I'm writing a book on Atlantis, right? And so my goal here is everybody's interested in Atlantis right now. It's all over YouTube. It's all over the internet. It's all over what people are talking about. And so let's take an actual scholarly perspective on it. And like Amin, I have experience reading ancient Greek. I've not read nearly as much as him because I focus on archaeology. But at the same time, I also have done a lot of archaeology. So I excavated in Athens, Greece, right? So right where Plato grew up and taught
I study material from there, and I work with an excavation team there. I'm one of the, one of many, but one of the world experts on ancient Athens. And so I realized it was a few years ago, actually. This is how I got started on this topic. I was on social media, and there was a new TV show on the Discovery Channel coming out about Atlantis. And the host thought that he'd done some research, and he wrote this paper that he was hoping to get published, and that's what the show was based on. And so he tried. He's like, "No, this is really scholarly. Let's have scholars look at this." So I told him, I said this publicly on Twitter. I said, "If you want to send it to me, I will do a public peer review of your paper. But warning, I'm gonna, be honest and critical, right? That's what you do as a scholar to other scholars." And so he sent it along, and it was actually in many ways, just like Graham's books, a well-researched paper in the sense that he'd done a lot of reading, cited a lot of stuff, but sometimes people who don't have the training and the experience, they miss the forest for the trees. And so that's where some of these issues come in. And I realized that if I focus on Athens, that actually I had the smoking gun on how to demonstrate to people why Atlantis doesn't exist. So let's think about this. And I want to say first off that maybe I found Atlantis in a certain way. If you think about it like that, and we can actually sit there and fact check it. How would you yourself go about taking a text with descriptions of places and look for Atlantis and fact check it? And so, just so you get the context of that text, it's a conversation between friends with Socrates and Critias and Timaeus, and they're sitting there and they're talking about. It's set up like this, where Plato's Republic. You ever heard of them? In Plato's Republic, he has a conversation. Socrates has a conversation with other people, and they build this ideal city, the perfect constitution for how people can live in kind of peace and harmony. And then, like a few days later, it's a group of people that they're saying, now, Socrates starts off and says, now I want to see how that ideal city acts in a certain situation, in war. How is this city going to act in war? And so one of my colleagues, he's the University of Vermont, Mark Usher, he's published on Plato's Republic, and he sort of thinks of it as SimCity. You ever play SimCity? You sort of build this city block by block by block. That's what they do in the Republic. Now, for the Atlantis story, Socrates is saying, let's play the game civilization. We're going to create this civilization over here. It looks like that. This is the ideal city, and what we're going to do is we're going to make this early version of Athens from 9,000 years ago. That's going to be our ideal city. And then we need an opponent for it to fight against. That's going to be Atlantis. And so we're going to create this Atlantis sort of thing with this island and concentric rings, and we're going to build it up block by block by block, and then we're going to see what happens if they fight. And that's what the story is, right? That's the whole war between Athens and Atlantis. And that's what the entire thing is about. That's if you go and read the Plato from cover to cover, that's what it is. And so, how would you actually fact check this as a true or false story?
Well, going back to Atlanta, like what his evidence was for the story of Atlantis, it was that allegedly Solon, right?
Talk about that too. Well, let's not go there yet. Let's not go there yet. That's a different topic, and I have stuff ready on that as well. Okay. But let's first think, how would you actually go and fact check a war between Athens and Atlantis?
You would have to go look for evidence of dead people.
Maybe. Where would you look for? Where would you first look?
You would look somewhere between Atlantis and wherever the description of Atlantis apparently was, and where Athens is, right?
Well, what do we know? Before we start with, if you want to fact check something and ground truth it, archaeologists work from the known to the unknown, right? So if we're saying there's a war between Athens and Atlantis, what do we want to look for? We want to first look at Athens. Does Plato's description of Athens actually match up with what we know of Athens? Because we've done a lot of work in Athens. People have been excavating there for 200 years. We have dozens, hundreds, maybe even thousands, I'm not sure, I have to count, but we have hundreds of historical sources for Athens, and thousands, if we include inscriptions, we include art, we include all this kind of stuff of Athens, and we have millions and millions of pottery fragments and sculptural fragments, houses that stretch back 5,000 years. Guess what they don't do? They don't stretch back 9,000 years though. Nobody lived in Athens 9,000 years ago. So, for him to say there was a city there 9,000 years ago, way. There wasn't anybody there. There's literally nothing there. You say, oh, well, maybe archaeologists haven't dug enough. Well, you do realize that the Athenian Acropolis, here, let me pull up my screen if you don't mind. This is the Athenian Acropolis. This is what everybody thinks of when we think about Athens, right? And so you pull it up. This has been excavated to bedrock. You can't dig down any further. It's been fully excavated. And if you sort of look off down to the left, this is where yeah, I'm looking right. Down to the left is the Athenian Agora. It's right sort of here. This is where the Americans excavate. Yeah. Further off this way, the Germans excavate. The Greeks excavate every single time there's construction going on. Everywhere around Athens, there's been hundreds of different archaeological excavations. And we're always trying to go down until there's no more human material there. Until bedrock, if you see what I mean. And there might be practical reasons we can't. Dangerous to go too low or something like that. But when we can, and that's a lot of times, we dig down as far as we can until there is no human material left. And then we keep digging to test that there's nothing underneath that, right? And so we can actually check Plato, does he get stuff right about Athens? And the answer is no, he does not. Not only is the chronology of it wrong, so there's nobody here 9,000 years ago.
So this is when he's writing about it in the public, you're saying?
No, he's writing about it in the Atlantis story, in the Timaeus Critias.
In the Timaeus Critias?
Yeah.
So he's writing about a hypothetical war between Atlantis and Athens. And
he spends about half of the Critias describing this early Athens, and then the next half of the Critias describing an early Atlantis. And everybody goes and takes the descriptions of Atlantis, round, circular island and stuff like that, and they're like, oh, there's something round over here. That might be Atlantis. But dude, there's a bazillion round things. You know what I mean? Like, you can't be confirmed one thing is Atlantis or not.
So what you're saying is that when he's talking about a war between Atlantis and Athens, this is involved in his sort of noble lie to create a society?
Yes, it's involved. No, I wouldn't call that a noble lie. It's involved in his way of demonstrating the right way of creating a government. And so Athens in this story is the ideal city. It has all the virtues, all the goodness of what they described in the Republic, while Atlantis is actually the bad guys. It's kind of, it's funny because today we have this conception that Atlantis was hyper-civilized and advanced and stuff like that. That's not according to Plato. According to Plato, this is a dystopia. It's a bad place to be. And so, it had too much wealth, it was corrupted, and that's why it fell.
So was the idea that he wanted to paint some sort of an enemy?
Yeah,
it's like an enemy that only they knew didn't exist, but maybe that the population thought was real to keep everyone.
Not that the population thought it was real. The idea was to create a story that would show how his ideal city works. Like a clear fiction. Okay. And we'll get into the dissemination of it, the story, how it got passed on, and how that shows that it's fiction. Right. But from a modern perspective, we can actually ground truth or fact check Plato by checking what he gets wrong about Athens or right. And he gets it all wrong. What he describes. So, for example, I have this arrow here on the screen, right?
He had all these ideas about how he wanted to shape society. Yes. And re-engineer society.
And that's a philosophical question rather than a material question, right? It wasn't like we need to innovate new technology. That was like we need to understand how to educate people. That's what a lot of it was around. We want the philosophers to rule rather than the warriors, for example. We live in a society today where the philosophers don't rule, and that's part of the problem. So he had this idea in the Republic of the philosopher kings. That's who's supposed to rule and create a just society that educates people, and sort of
the knights were below that.
And he was very into censorship. They had a long discussion.
Yeah, he wanted to get rid of Homer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. That's in the section on the noble lie. He wanted to get rid of a lot of different myths because he thought that, like, even if those myths are true, they teach bad morals. So we should instead only have myths that teach people how to behave correctly. That was like, I compare this to Santa Claus. It's sort of like, you have your kids, you're raising your children around Christmas time, and you sort of say, you got to be good, so you get presents from Santa Claus, right? And that's how Plato saw education. Right? That was his way of seeing education, was to teach good behavior through the stories that you tell. And so, so like here you can see, if you just want to like look at this materially, you see how there's the Athenian Acropolis right here. Yep. But then to the left, there's another big hill. That's called the Katitos. So you see the church on it. It's a beautiful place. But in the story of Atlantis, when he's describing Athens, he logically that these two hills, which are miles and miles away from each other, were actually part of the same thing. And geologically, we know that's not true. They were never cemented, and there was no rainwater that eroded them away. So we just know based off of natural sciences that his description of this early Athens doesn't match up with what we can tell.
Could he have been connected in a different way?
No, because he describes very clearly a rainstorm that strips the sediment and causes it to flood away. That's actually what he describes. It's one of his floods. Yeah. And so we know that flood just didn't happen. We simply know it. Another one, check this out. He describes that these warriors in this early Republic version of Atlantis, they had this temple of Athena right here, right? And it's really cool. You see the outline of that temple there. There's like small walls that are not a major building there, right where the area is in the middle of. That's called the Old Temple to Athena. And it's the most important building on the Athenian Acropolis, despite the fact that it's ruined. And so what it was ruined by the Persians when they invaded in 480 BC. And we know really well from dozens of historical sources and the archaeological evidence from the excavations that happened in the early 20th, late 19th century. They're called the Dörpfeld Foundations today after Wilhelm Dörpfeld, the archaeologist that described them. And so we actually know when it dates to. And guess what? It was built around the time Solomon was around. So, it was not built, 9,000 years earlier. In fact, it was built right when Solomon lived. The late 7th century, early 6th century. We have I should have put some in here. We have the sculptures from it, right? And in fact, you can still see the paint on the sculptures. We can Google it and look it up if you want. Because they're really freaking cool. People don't really realize the paint is on all these marble things were painted. This is what's called the Bluebeard sculpture. This is the sculpture. It's named after the blue beards these guys have. And so my point is that all this marble that we see from the ancient world is mostly painted. And the only time we see it in this case is the temple was knocked down by the Persians, and it was buried rapidly, so therefore it was protected by being buried. And so that's why the paint is still on it. If you go to Athens today, it's in the Acropolis Museum. They have a whole section on painted sculpture, and all this painted sculpture they found, so you can see the past like how you should see it. We see it as this bare white marble. No, it was actually really colorful. Really, really colorful. This is faded, of course, but if you were reconstructing it would almost look like Vegas. Like when we look at this picture, we see this bare white marble. No, it would all be very colorful painted like Vegas, like very garish. And so, when Plato's describing this temple, dude, this is the most famous structure. So the Athenians, very consciously, because it was their most sacred temple to Athena, and they're named after Athena, and the Acropolis is Athena's rock. After the Persians destroyed the city, they specifically did not build anything over the foundations of this temple. They left it visible as a reminder of that destruction by the Persians. And so it was always visible through antiquity. It's something everybody knew really well. It was part of your education as an Athenian, what this temple was. And what it signified, what it meant in terms of the city, the foundation of the city as the city of Athens, and the destruction by the Persians, which also then shows how Athens ended up beating the Persians, which led to its glory days, right? So that's like a major component of Athenian history. So Plato is getting that wrong. His audience, who are Athenians, are going to know that immediately. They're going to be like, no, the Archaeos Neos, the old temple, that's right there. I know all about it. So everybody who read that story and who was an Athenian, and the people he knew, the people he was talking to and whatnot, they would immediately know this is not a true story. Because they know the real history of that temple, which was only a few generations before them at the time Plato lived. So, it's not that long. It's within living history, right? And so, this is really well understood. So, we can go and ground truth Athens and demonstrate that that's not right. So if we can't trust the details about Plato's Athens from the same story, why would we trust the details about Plato's Atlantis as being anything worth checking for? So that's what I mean by ground truthing or fact checking. And we do this all the time in archaeology. We're always ground truthing our evidence. Think about it. You're out in the field with, let's say, a metal detector. We don't usually use metal detectors. We might use ground penetrating radar or something like that. You're trying to understand what's underneath there. You get a ping, 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 ping. Are you going to assume there's necessarily treasure there and just walk away and say, hey, we got treasure? Cool, I got a ping on my metal detector. Or are you going to test them? you're going to test it, right? You're going to actually excavate that carefully and understand what's there. So you're not just going to assume something. This is what we do as archaeologists. Everything we do is from the known to the unknown. When we're digging a new layer of sediment, if a new layer pops up, we don't just jump to the other side of the trench and assume it's going to show up there. We peel back that layer until it's fully exposed. Same thing with a bit of a wall. We find a bit of a wall. We don't just start digging somewhere else. No, we expose the entire wall carefully from the known to the unknown. And so that's what we do as archaeologists. And so this is how an archaeologist would look at this sort of Atlantis myth, right? Now, if you want to think about it how a philosopher would look at the Atlantis myth, actually, before I go on, let me go back.
Should we talk about Solon?
Yeah, that's what I want to get to.
The origin of this.
Yeah, so let's get to that. I have that right here as a slide. So look.
Okay.
So yeah, we already covered this. They start off the story by summarizing yesterday's conversation about the Republic, and then they say, "Here's the direct quotes from Socrates." He's like, "I'd like to hear from someone in the account of our city, the Republic city, contending against others in a typical intercity contest. I'd like to hear how it does itself proud as it goes to war, and how in wartime its citizens display qualities appropriate to education, upbringing, military, da-da-da-da." That's the whole setup, right, that Socrates asks for. So then this guy Critias shows up and he's like, "I'm going to tell you a fully true story." And, you know, it's this sort of rhetorical thing. Yeah, well, so this is actually the title of the article that I analyzed this. But he sort of says, "I'm going to tell you a fully true story." And, you know, have you ever watched a movie where the start of the movie is like, everything in this story is 100% true, right? Do you immediately think that every single little detail in that movie is 100% true? No, not at all. Like, that's just, it's who accuses excuses first, right? You know, so it's like, so that's this rhetorical thing. So then you think about, where does the story come from? And so Critias says, "I heard it from my grandfather when I was 10 years old, and my grandfather was 90 years old. He heard it from his father, who heard it from Solon, who went to Egypt and talked to a priest who said that he had read texts that dated from 8,000 years ago about a story that dates to 9,000. So here we go. First, there's the destruction of Atlantis, 9,000 years before Solon, so 9600 BC. That's an oral history or something for 1,000 years. We don't really know. It's not explained. Then it's written down by Egyptians 1,000 years later than that. And there's no actual writing at this time in Egypt, by the way. We have no writing from Egypt till 4,000 years before Solon, 3,000 years before Solon. So that's a red flag to modern scholars. There's no writing in Egypt that early. In fact, there's no writing anywhere in the world that early. Then the priest read the record. Years passed. He tells it by memory to Solon without consulting the written records, and even says, "I'm not consulting the written records."
But there are no written records.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But
this is just a story.
This is the fictional story. That's what he said. Then Solon tells his relative Joachim, who then tells it to his son Critias the elder, who at the age of 90, Critias the elder tells it to his 10-year-old grandson, Critias the younger. Then Critias the younger tells it to Socrates. Then 15 years later, Plato writes down the story. Is this a really secure?
But we don't even know that. Like, did Plato actually say he got this from Socrates? Did he say he got it from Solon?
No. Plato is never there in his stories. He's never a character. He's mentioned briefly in the trial of Socrates, where he's one of the people that helped post bail or whatever for Socrates, and then he's mentioned briefly in one of the conversations that happens like the night before Socrates dies, and there it's mentioned that he's sick and that's why he's not present for the conversation. But other than that, Plato is never a character in his own stories. And no people really believe that his stories are all true either.
Apparently it was an Egyptian priestess or something like that. It was a woman.
No.
I don't think there's any evidence that that person even existed.
We don't have a name for the person
or anything about
it.
that.
We don't have a name or anything. Yeah.
So if you want to do math, this was apparently Atlantis existed 12,000 years ago, something like that.
From us, it would be like 11,500
years ago, right? And Homer doesn't talk about it at all. Nobody in antiquity ever talks about it at all.
Until Plato.
And then Steve, can you pull up those two texts or those two the text from Ammon? the text message. He talks about a historian in the first century who wrote about it. Just go to the text thread. Yeah, there you go. Punch it on that. So this is what I was texting.
It's good reason Plato's not. And yeah, that's actually another really good point.
Go back
Plato is not a historian. He's a philosopher. His goal with all his dialogues is to make philosophy, not history.
Right. So Plato's a goddamn liar. He is.
We'll get into that in a second.
He's making up sources,
and that's the title of my YouTube video. Is Plato a lying liar?
Using Solon and fake Egyptian sources. Typical. Plato is a huge douche. I'll call you when I'm finished. There is a good reason Plato is not considered a historian. He fakes his sources. And then Amin goes on to show me some more sources. Go to the next thread with Amin, or the next text screenshot. There you go. Here's Plato in Critias admits he's got no written sources from the Egyptians. This is why nobody in antiquity writes Atlantis into their histories. Greeks were very anal about written sources and quotes. Because of the above statements in Critias, other Greeks didn't take Atlantis seriously. Herodotus, a real historian, only mentions the name as part of his Mediterranean Sea geography. Why? No sources. There are no written records of an empire that controlled all of the Western Mediterranean from Athens to Etruria. Nobody in antiquity believes Plato's bullshit. This is why I hate Plato. The following is Strabos. He points out that people know Plato is making Atlantis up. He appears to quote Aristotle, saying Plato made it up and was full of it. He doesn't mention Aristotle by name, but they think that Aristotle wrote that. And that's the source that he's talking about right there.
And there's several sources like that as well, where they're especially in much later in antiquity, like right before the Middle Ages, the late Roman Empire, there's like the Neoplatonism, it's called, sort of the new school of Plato and stuff like that. And you see the different philosophers had totally different ideas, but they really had no idea. And so nobody ever took this seriously as a history at all until really just a few hundred years ago.
Hold on, whatever happened to the right?
And we can talk about that as well because that's interesting. But I do have to. Do you mind moving back up my slides?
Yeah.
So this chain of transmission, which, does this seem preposterous to you? Okay, guess what? Plato does the exact chain of transmission for other preposterous stories. So in Plato's Parmenides, it's this great debate between Socrates, Parmenides, and Zeno. So two different philosophers from earlier generations than Socrates. And it's witnessed by a guy named Pythagoras. Pythagoras then tells it to Antiphon when he was a child. As an adult, Antiphon tells it to Cephalus. Cephalus then tells the story of a trip to Athens where he heard the story, and then decades later Plato writes it down. But the dates we have for these people tells us that Parmenides was way too old to debate Socrates. Parmenides would have been something like 100 years old, and Socrates would have been like 15. Right. And so it's just like, we do not think this debate ever happened. It's philosophy. It's for Plato to explain how different philosophical schools of thought would argue against one another, right? Because that's how dialogues work, and that's one of Plato's geniuses. I actually disagree with Amin. I think that Plato is a brilliant scholar, or not a scholar, he's a brilliant storyteller, because he just writes these arguments with people arguing with one another, and he also gets to hide his own point of view, therefore, because his point of view is never there. It's just his characters that are speaking, right? And you can see this again. You ever heard of Plato's Symposium? That's a famous one. And so in this Plato's Symposium, there's this story about the birth of love, the goddess love. And Diotima tells the story to Socrates when he's a young man. As an old man, he then tells the story at this drinking party, this symposium, hosted by Agathon. And then Aristodemus, who was there, passed out drunk at the end of the night, then tells the story to Apollodorus. Apollodorus then tells the story to Glaucon. Apollodorus then tells the story to an unknown companion about how he told the story to Glaucon. And then Plato then writes it all down. And that's the preposterous transmission of the story. And we don't think this drinking party ever happened, because both Socrates and Aristophanes, the famous comedian, were there, and they hated each other. Because Aristophanes made a comedy.
Made fun of Socrates all the time.
Non-stop.
Yep.
He has a whole comedy which is all about fart jokes. Right. And Socrates is going around and sounding like an asshole and farting the entire time. And it's called The Clouds. It's a lot of fun to read. And so even in the Apology, so the story of Plato's trial, Socrates' trial, Socrates in there talks about Aristophanes and other comedians and how it's their fault that he's on trial. So they hated each other, and there's no way they'd have a congenial dinner party, drinking together and telling stories. And what's really cool is even in this story where they set up the story behind the symposium, there's a wrong version where somebody misremembered the story of this drinking party, and Apollodorus is like, no, that's wrong. You need to. This is the right version, you know. And so it shows how they even recognize there's this tongue-in-cheek transmission of who remembers what orally. And look, this all makes sense because all of the characters, or most of the characters in Plato's dialogue, were real people. And they're written down just, while some of those real people who were there were still alive. So, Plato creates a situation which explains why this is not a real story, if you see what I mean. So the Athenians who were there recognize why they didn't actually say that, but they're in the story for philosophical reasons. Right? And so that's what it is. It's tongue-in-cheek. Yeah. And this is where, look, I hate to beat the drum of expertise and stuff like that, but having familiarity with these kind of sources, if you want to go look for Atlantis via Plato, you need to first read all of Plato.
Exactly.
You need to understand Plato. Yeah. Because if you don't and you just start looking for Atlantis, well, you're not looking from the known to the unknown, you're just jacking off. If you see what I mean. And so a good example of that is like we have this issue today. This is an image that will be in my video on Atlantis, created by my lovely wife, Yolita Martini. So I got a question for you. What is this? How did we make this image?
AI.
AI. So we made this AI. What makes you think that?
I'm just guessing.
You're just guessing, which makes a lot of sense. But
that's how most people make their creative images online.
I know it is, and we thought about it, but the results weren't real enough. The reason why is because it doesn't look real. This image right here of this temple on the left. That is the Hephaestion in Athens. It is the best preserved temple in all of Greece.
And you photoshopped it on.
Photoshopped it in and everything.
You could have just told the AI, but
yeah, but then it's gonna make some bullshit like this. That on the left is AI. Look at this.
Is that really AI on the left?
Yeah. This is really AI on the left. Look at how this column has a different design at the bottom than that column. Anybody who knows their shit is going to immediately know that that's AI, while the other one is real. Not real, but photoshopped off of real sources, right? And so the reality is you need to know the context and know the material really well. So let's look at this. Look, Plato and Socrates, these are statues of them in marble from the ancient world. They're in museums today, right? So when you look at, these are both Socrates, right? Do they look like the same dude?
Yes.
Yeah, they do. So what would that tell you? You think that this is how Socrates actually looked?
So it's pretty, it's better evidence that they look the same.
And
they look different.
We have dozens of statues that seem to represent the same person. Would that tell you?
Dozens of statues that look similar.
That look, yeah. Like,
so yeah, I would guess that that's how he looks.
Okay, but if you really know your sources, you read. So Aristophanes describes Plato.
Okay.
Aristophanes describes Socrates. Jesus, there's so many names.
Right.
Plato describes Socrates. Xenophon describes Socrates. They all describe him in the same way, and they all knew him when he lived. Right? So they all knew him at the time when they wrote their text down. Now, Deborah Nance, one of the biographers of Socrates, as she says, is a quote from her in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, the extant sources agree that Socrates was profoundly ugly, resembling a satyr more than a man, and resembling not at all the statues that turned up later in ancient times and now grace the internet sites and the covers of books.
Well, I mean, the statues on them.
He had wide-set, bulging eyes that darted sideways and enabled him, like a crab, to see not only what was straight ahead, but what was beside him as well. A flat, upturned nose with flaring nostrils and large, fleshy lips like an ant's. So, why do all these statues of Socrates look like the same dude? Why? Because they're all marble copies of a very famous bronze statue made by the famous sculptor Lysippus, who also sculpted Alexander the Great. He was like his personal sculptor, and he was born well after Socrates died, like 15 years after Socrates died.
So what did he base the sculpture off of?
Description. Well, so
you're trying to make it prettier.
Yeah, it's idealizing. So Greek statues are idealized. Fuck. Yeah. And so this is why you can't just use common sense to interpret archaeological evidence. You need to look at the history of the field and how we have all tangled with this evidence over hundreds of years to actually understand what the fuck is going on. Right? And so, I love people being interested in archaeology, but I'm just going to tell you how it is because I'm not going to infantilize people. Right? I'm not going to treat you like a kid who believes in Santa Claus. If I'm talking to an adult, I'm going to say, this is our evidence, right? And what Plato does is
Do you think Plato looks that good looking?
no, again, it's idealized. All of these cultures from the
They
classical.
made Plato look pretty handsome.
Yeah, and notice that they all look the same. They all have what you call a nice big beard, deep-souled eyes, a furrowed brow. That's a philosopher trope.
Looks like a UFC fighter.
Yeah, it's the same reason why I wear an archaeology hat, right? So when somebody sees that statue, they know that's a philosopher because that's how they always make philosophers look. It makes it easy. You don't need to think twice about it because that's a cliche, right? Same thing with an archaeologist wearing an archaeology hat. I'd rather people immediately just say, yeah, Flint's an archaeologist, not have to pay attention and think twice, and instead start listening to me, right? And so you want to use cliches sometimes so that the brain doesn't want to get complicated by stuff. That's why comic book heroes are always, right? It's easy, you know, it's easy. And then, yeah, as Ammon said, Plato is a philosopher, not a historian. And that's why we're not looking for Plato's cave, right? No, it's a philosophical thought experiment, which is what Atlantis was. If you see what I mean, it was that game of civilization.
Yeah, I mean, it makes so much sense. It just makes so much sense.
That's why I'm writing a book.
And I'm upset. So I want Atlantis to be.
I know. And if you still believe in it, I don't got a problem with you. But just don't go crazy on archaeologists that are saying, hey, this is why it doesn't exist, you know? You can still believe whatever you want, right?
It's not like, this is something that comes up on this podcast all the time, is that a lot of people, not people like you, but a lot of people who write books, right, authors, who write about anything. Most of the guests that come on the show are authors. But these authors, 99% of the time, are writing their books based on other people's books. They don't go to the original source. Very, 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 very rarely do people go to the original source when they write books, right? So, that just goes
part
back
of
to
what
all
I'm
of
saying, though, is you can't just go to the original source. You can't just
do
go to
this.
the
You
original
have no
source.
choice.
You don't understand the context of these statues.
Right.
And so, you definitely also need to go to scholarship.
Yes.
Because you can't, here, I have a good example of common sense and why it just doesn't work. So, Heinrich Schliemann, you know who he is?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Okay, he's the guy who excavated Troy. And in 1872, he discovered Troy, and everybody says he proved Troy existed. Bullshit. Everybody already knew Troy existed because Alexander the Great visited it. Augustus, the first Roman emperor, visited it. There was a bishop of Troy up until like the 15th century AD. So, nobody really doubted Troy existed as a city. It was just a question of where it is, right? And so he found Troy, and he didn't actually. Frank Calvert before him found it. We heard about it from local Turkish people. But either way, he was the first one to do major excavations. And credit to him. But his interpretations of it used his version of common sense in the 19th century. So here's a description from his publication of Troy in 1872. I cannot conclude the description of the lowest stratum, so the lowest level of earth there, without mentioning that among the huge blocks of stone, I can't do a German accent, at a depth of from 12 to 16 meters, 39.5 to 52.5 feet, I found 2 toads, and at a depth of 39.5 feet, a small but very poisonous snake with a scutiform head. The snake may have found its way down from above, but this is an impossibility in the case of the large toads. They must have spent 3,000 years in these depths. It is very interesting to find in the ruins of Troy living creatures from the times of Hector and Andromache, even though these creatures are but toads. And so that was his version of common sense in the 19th century. This made sense in the 19th century without a good understanding of biology of how long toads live, right? And so, we cannot just go and interpret stuff in common sense. There's a whole history of the field and how to interpret this stuff. And it doesn't mean we're fossilized in our ways. We're constantly reinterpreting the past with new studies, but it's in an incremental level. Right? It's not like we throw out the baby with the bathwater. And it's this kind of stuff that shows why we can't just use common sense. We have to understand the history of how everybody has talked about things like Plato or Athens or Atlantis or Troy and Schliemann and stuff like that. Without that background knowledge, you're just lost. And you're fantasize is the wrong word, but you're using common sense is the right way to put it. And common sense is not the same thing as, using scholarship, if you see what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And then, you know, again, it comes to just like where we are right now in the world too, how we're evolving. Like this story has been the story of Atlantis since Plato wrote it, which was, you know, so the original source was bullshit. But since then, people have just compiled on it. It's just been this like game of telephone. Ever since he started, that people started making money off of it and writing books about it. And then here comes the internet. Now people are making videos about it, making documentaries about it. And people don't want to do the hard work. They just want to make money off of it. And it's fun to talk about. People are obsessed with the unknown, what they don't understand. It's the same thing with UFOs and with aliens and all this stuff. People just, there's something about the human mind that's gravitated towards the unexplained.
Yes, you're exactly right. And you're right, it's like a game of telephone. And we can actually trace that with Atlantis. So basically, most people didn't really believe much in Atlantis until they discovered the Americas. As soon as people discovered the Americas, 15th and 16th centuries, we're like, whoa, let's rethink Atlantis, right? Maybe this is what it's talking about, right? And so it started off, though, still as fiction. So Sir Francis Bacon, you probably heard of him, he wrote the book The New Atlantis in the early 16th century. And this is the first time where there's a story about survivors. Plato doesn't have any survivors. Zeus destroys Atlantis, everybody dies. You know, but in this fictional book, it's totally a fictional book, you didn't mean it in any way as non-fiction. There's European sailors that are in the Pacific, and they find this island of refugees from Atlantis who have advanced technology and a new way of learning. Except this, they have their capital is called New Salem, and they have this whole way of, it's even sort of modeled off of Plato because it's meant to show how to do education. And our modern university system, in many ways, is based off of Sir Francis Bacon's New Atlantis. The way that it's modeled with different departments and different things, the first sort of description of that inspired the modern university system comes from this text, which of course comes from Plato's Atlantis, and was very intentionally fictional. But after he creates this fictional story, over the next 100, 200, 300 years, it starts being picked up and written about as nonfiction. And so you see this, there's a Swedish author, Olaf Rudbeck, who in the late 17th century describes Atlantis in Sweden, and then it all comes to a big head. There's a lot of people, there's like, you know, LaPlungin and other people, but the real text is this guy Ignatius Donnelly in the late 19th century, 1882 maybe, I think, if I'm remembering that right, published his book Atlantis, the Antediluvian World. And that's where he sort of drew on a variety of fake facts, real facts, fiction, and kind of just twisted it all into this grand narrative where there's this lost civilization from before a giant flood, so he combines biblical sources as well, and he says that this lost civilization had survivors that taught technology, agriculture, even gunpowder, and all this kind of stuff to the hunter-gatherers that were living in different places. And so, and he ended his book, the very last paragraph of his book, written in 1882, was, "Who shall say that 100 years from now, the great museums of the world may not be adorned with the gems, statues, arms, and implements from Atlantis, while the libraries of the world shall contain translations of the inscriptions, throwing new light upon all the past history of the human race and all the great problems which now perplex the thinkers of our day." The end. We're now 150 years later. We got nothing in our museums. We got absolutely nothing. As Graham Hancock said, there's no archaeological evidence for Atlantis, for his civilization. And if you read this book and then read Fingerprints of the Gods, it's the same exact text. And I don't mean 100%. Graham Hancock updates it with some different things, but it's the exact same argument 100%. Graham Hancock's not the only one. Ignatius Donnelly was a bestseller in his time. You can even I do a lot of research into how this became popular, and then Google has a database of works, right? And how often they're used. And the year that he publishes this book, everybody's talking about Atlantis from that year on for like decades. And that's where all of our Atlantis stuff comes from. And Graham Hancock, look, he's honest. He gives credit. In his acknowledgments, he says Ignatius Donnelly was my biggest inspiration for that book.
Really?
Oh, yeah. And he cites Ignatius Donnelly through there and everything.
How many times have you read those books? Fingerprints and Outlaw the Gods.
I mean, I've read them all the way through once, and then I've gone into different sections of different books. Yeah.
Because you show blocks of paragraphs that he wrote,
yeah,
right? Or where he sources, where he'll combine sentences from vastly different parts of the book. So he'll put like a sentence followed by from like one page of a source book, and then follow it up with a sentence from like 100 pages later that are completely out of context from
And
each
it's
other.
even worse from that. Let me explain. So, he has an argument in Magicians of the Gods.
Right.
So his more recent book from I should know what year he published it. I don't know, it was around 2012, I think, maybe 2015. I can't remember exactly. We can look it up. So in there, he talks about these hieroglyphic inscriptions from Egypt, from this temple in Edfu, which he claims describe Plato's Atlantis. So he thinks that these are a record of those Egyptian sources that we talked about earlier, that Solon apparently talked about with the priest, right?
Okay.
Now there are 10,000 things wrong with this.
Now where is this?
It's in Egypt. It's a place called Edfu. It's a well-excavated site.
Okay.
It's very well known. This temple that they come from, here's a drawing of it from and you can see all the hieroglyphs. This temple is filled with hieroglyphs. It's really impressive. I've never been there, but I've seen a lot of photos and stuff. Really impressive. So many crammed in hieroglyphs, and they tell a series of different stories of origin and stuff like that, different Egyptian mythological stories.
Right.
Now, there's several problems in connecting this to Atlantis, though. For one, this temple was built after Plato wrote about Atlantis. Like 100 years after.
100 years after Plato.
Yeah.
And Grant absolutely uses this as evidence for Atlantis.
He claims that even though it was built and recorded 100 years later, it's based off of earlier stories. Which, arguably, maybe, but stories change over time. That's just life, right? We know stories change. We can talk about how Homeric stories have changed over time, and stuff like that. Happy to talk about that. It's like, you're not going to take the movie Troy and think that's an accurate representation of Homer's Iliad, right? Especially if it's a story 9,000 years earlier, just like, our movie Troy, that's thousands of years after the Iliad, right? It's created in our own context for our own audience, for our own people. Yeah. We want to see a hunky Brad Pitt, right? That's what we want. That's not how Homer describes it, though. Right. So that's one problem. The second problem is he makes a mistake. I'll grant it's probably an honest mistake. But I hope most of these are honest mistakes. But he is not actually quoting from the Edfu texts themselves. He's quoting from a book on Egyptian religion by Yves Raymond, published in 1969, which is describing the Edfu texts and stuff like that, but not quoting them. It's not a translation of them. So that's another issue. He thinks that he's quoting from these actual primary sources, but he's not. He's quoting from a book on Egyptian religion, which addresses the Edfu texts at various points. And David Miano, Dr. David Miano has a video on this, by the way. So far, a lot of what I got came from David Miano's video, The World of Antiquity. Big shout out to David Miano. And he's a great historian who has a big YouTube channel.
He's close to here, man.
I don't know.
It's great.
We're in touch. But then when I'm reading through this, I always tell my students, and I'm going to tell everybody in public as well, read the footnotes. For fuck's sake, please read the footnotes and track down the sources. Do your own research. I'm fully with that. But that means going and checking people's sources, right? So, for example, here are direct quotes from Chapter 9, from Magicians of the Gods, on the Edfu text, quoting Yves Raymond. And so here's quote number 1. And he does this as a single block paragraph, right?
So does he in his book, do you see these page numbers?
There is footnotes that you have to then go track down and find the page
at the bottom of the page.
Yeah, at the bottom of the page.
But when
I can't remember if they're endnotes or footnotes, but they're there.
But when you're reading the book,
you don't see it.
You see all this text minus the page numbers.
Yes.
Okay.
And you just see the ... with a footnote, right?
I see.
And I added the page number so we can see this.
Okay.
So he says first, and it's quoted all in one quotation mark, right? So it literally looks like it's a single quote.
So it's not clear when he writes this that it's from separate pieces.
Unless you track down the footnotes.
So it deceptively looks like it's one paragraph written together in context.
It appears that way at first, yeah. Okay. To anyone who's not tracking it down carefully. And he says an upheaval, quote, so violent that destroyed the sacred land, ... the primeval water, ... submerged the island, ... and the island became the tomb of the original divine inhabitants, ... the homeland ended in darkness beneath the primeval waters. Does it again. I think it's on the same page as
So, and what you just said are 3 sections of source book from 3 separate pages.
Not even a source book, remember, it's a book on, it's a scholarly book.
It's a book written about
And so that first sentence comes from page 113. The next group comes from page 109, and then the next group comes from page 127.
Okay.
Then he has another of these block quotes. A process of ... continuous creation by the emergence of a progressive series of plots of land, ... the creation of these ... sacred domains was in fact a resurrection and restoration of what had been in the past but had vanished, ... in any place in which they settled they found new sacred domains. And this, as you can see, stretches hundreds of pages. The first bit comes from page 173, the middle bit from page 324, and the last bit from page 190.
And again, he's trying to make everything you just said sound like it was one
coherent
statement.
And you can even read it, and it does sound vaguely like Plato's, not even Plato's Atlantis, more like the Astronomer's Atlantis with survivors and stuff like that, and Francis Bacon's Atlantis that has survivors. But it sounds like that story of Atlantis everybody's familiar with, a flood, survivors, teaching stuff. That's what it sounds like, right? It really does. But he's creating this. Or quote 3 where he does it again, that the gods left the petty lands, page 274. They sailed to another part of the primeval world, page 187, and journeyed through the lands of the primeval age, page 274. In any place in which they settled, they found new sacred domains.
This is a lot of work for you to go through what was the book, the original book this came from?
Magicians of the Gods.
No,
Eve Raymond, 1969. Well, I didn't have to, because he did leave footnotes.
So he left the footnote, but you actually went and pulled
I
up.
checked to make sure he was cited the right pages. Yeah, he did. And some of his ... don't actually change the meaning. Some do, though. Some very much are linking together things that don't make sense in the book that he's quoting from. Yes. You can find this book online, by the way, the Eve Raymond book. It's on archive.org. Though there's a big lawsuit against them, so I hope this will be up there. But it was until recently. So, I actually prepared this for my conversation with him on Joe Rogan. And when he mentioned, what about the Edford text? And I said, let's go there.
Yeah.
And I think he saw the glint in my eye, and then he never brought it up again. Because it was near the end of the conversation, and I think I did pretty well. And so he was just like, ooh, maybe I shouldn't go there.
Yeah.
And so what I did to prepare is I created the Hancock text, right? So here's the Hancock text with my ... my dastardly ellipses.
Okay.
Flint ... had been involved in another project. I was a young archaeologist, he explains. I was looking for my own project. Soon afterwards, the American archaeologist made a second unsettling discovery. All was confusion, all was paradox, and all was mystery. The extraordinary story of Atlantis, the whole tale of the lost Ice Age civilization, was not, and never under any circumstances could have been a high civilization at that time because of hard evidence which absolutely rules out the existence of an Atlantis-type civilization in the Upper Paleolithic. These are all words that Hancock wrote it.
You just did some magic and put them all together out of context.
Because if you're going to use a series of ... and a series of footnotes, you take stuff out of context, you can say whatever you want. It's really easy. This is how a lot of people deal with real archaeology. They take something that looks like something else, and they say, voila, they're like the same thing. And it's like, dude,
how did you and Graham first get in contact with each other? How did this first start?
So you want the story?
Yeah.
I was told by Minnie Minuteman. I met Minnie Minuteman when I was in Miami last week, and he was like, "You gotta make this little video." The story of how I got into this. So there's the long version and the short version. I'm just gonna skip through and get to the Graham Hancock version. In a sense, I started realizing Atlantis was a big deal, and I realized that I, as a scholar, am uniquely placed to address Atlantis just because of my own experience and background. My dad was a Paleolithic archaeologist. I grew up on Stone Age digs. And I'm really familiar with Paleolithic archaeology. But to get out of his shadow, I went into classics. Because, in America, you have archaeology. There's no archaeology departments. There's anthropology departments. And then there's classical archaeology departments, classics departments. And nobody in classics departments had heard of my dad. So I said, I'm going to go do ancient Greek stuff where I don't have to look like some little nepo baby, right? I can actually do stuff on my own and build my own name. And so that's when I started doing ancient Greek stuff. And I'm an expert in ancient Greece. I work on projects all over the ancient Greek world. And when you talk about the modern version of what Atlantis is, it takes this Greek myth. It's not really a myth. It takes this Greek story, and it then uses, it says that it talks about the Ice Age. And I'm one of the only people in the world, there's a few I'm sure besides me, but I'm one of the only ones who has really a whole lot of hands-on experience with the archaeology of the Greek world and the archaeology of the Ice Age world.
Interesting.
And so I can, because they're not taught in the same department, the archaeology is a huge field.
Right.
And there's millions of sites, so nobody can cover everything.
It's not, there's
and
very
so,
few people that are multidisciplinary.
Yeah. And so in that sense, I realized, look, this stuff is so popular right now.
Yeah.
Somebody that can actually talk about the hands-on evidence and describe it in a real way that represents the field. Because, you always have to worry when you're talking about a field that's not your own, or a subdiscipline that's not your own, that even though I'm a scholar, I'm misrepresenting. I don't want to do that, right? I would say that this happens sometimes with archaeology, where you get somebody who's writing a big book, the overall picture of archaeology, and they're familiar with this stuff, but they're less familiar with that stuff, and therefore they make mistakes. It's accidental. And so I don't want to do that. So, I try to focus on what my expertise is, right? And so that's where I got started. And so I'm reading more and more on Atlantis because, it's not something you're taught in school.
That's so interesting, man. Your specialty just happens to line up perfectly with the story of Atlantis.
Exactly.
Greek classical period and the archaeology that goes back to when it apparently existed, the Ice Age.
Exactly. That's why I started getting, and at the same time, I'm active on social media. I've always done a lot of Twitter threads that people read and stuff like that.
And I think you do a great fucking job, man. I think you really do. You're a tremendous communicator. You're really good at explaining this stuff, and you
check out my YouTube.
You've done, yeah, I'll link it below. And it's crazy how diabolical the backlash has been towards you online.
I don't know what to say. I'm just trying to tell the truth.
It really is stunning because I'm sitting here with you, listening to you. You're super reasonable. You make so much sense. You've done the fucking work. You've eaten the gruel, and you studied this stuff your whole goddamn life. And I don't see where it's coming from. I just don't understand it. So that's why I'm trying to ask you more about the grand work.
Yeah. So how did I get in that? So I started researching.
Why is there so much hate towards you?
That's a good one. Look, I think I don't actually quite understand it myself. I think that people really like the narrative Graham tells, because Graham, look, let's be honest, he's an amazing storyteller. You read his books, they're very compelling. I mean, like I said, he's gotten now archaeologists into archaeology. Like, there's no denying his ability to tell a story. He is gifted. And he's a great public speaker as well. Yeah. And so, I'm not denying that. And he's a smart guy. And when I met him, he was kind and everything, right? But a lot of people, he's developed a fan club, I guess, of people that are just really attached to these ideas. And they don't like the idea of being told that they could be wrong. And I don't quite understand why that's the case, but it is the case. And I wish people would simmer down a little bit, because I'm just trying to, really my main goal is to share what archaeology is. As I think I started on Joe's podcast, one of the things I've learned over the years of communicating with the public is nobody really gets what we do today. Because the only way you understand archaeology is if you took it at university level, because it's not taught in kindergarten through 12th grade. It's not taught at university unless you choose to take that class. And so nobody understands it. And a lot of the popular communicators for archaeology, they're not archaeologists. Even the ones who try to do a good job with it, like who don't want to say they know more than the archaeologists. Because there's some people, and Graham does this, he says he's right, archaeologists are wrong. He says that in Ancient Apocalypse all the time. He's like, I am overturning the paradigm of history, which means we're all wrong and he's right? And so there's a lot of YouTubers that do that as well. They say, I'm right, but this discipline with tens of thousands of people that have been working for 200 years, they're all wrong. And it's like, this is a problem. The public understanding of what I do is totally warped, and not just by them, by people who don't think we're wrong, by people who think we're right. But a lot of the biggest channels that share archaeology on YouTube, some of my friends, I'm not like David Miano. He's a historian. He has a PhD in ancient historian. He's an amazing historian, and he's an amazing public communicator. But because he doesn't have the same level of archaeological experience, he's not presenting it in the same way I would, having that depth of experience, if you see what I mean. And so I don't think he's doing anything wrong, but it means that the perspective of the archaeologist is not represented, if you see what I mean, in the public consciousness. And so, most of the big YouTube channels, most of the big authors on archaeology, with few exceptions, are historians, or they're people that somehow want to challenge our field. And so it's like, that's an issue. We need to have people that know the field really well, sharing it with the public. Eric Klein is one of several. Jennifer Raff, she has a great book on the beginning of the Americas. So there are real legit archaeologists that are doing big things and becoming famous for it, bestsellers. They have lectures on YouTube. I have a video with Jennifer Raff coming out actually next week. Just had one with Eric Klein. And so, but my goal is to get an archaeological perspective out there, because archaeology is not history. We're dealing with the material sources, those statues of Socrates that don't talk to you. If you see what I mean, you don't have those words there. And so,
Ahmed was telling me he did an archaeological dig in Israel.
Yeah, I think he said Megiddo. Eric Klein worked there. He did not remember him. So really? I couldn't get any words on him. Yeah.
Interesting.
Eric Klein directed the project.
He said that there was astrological zodiacs. There were zodiacs on the ceilings of the temples there.
I have no idea. We could ask, like I said, Eric Klein would be the person to ask, because he directed the project and he's published on it.
Right.
The book, I think, like Excavating Armageddon or something like that.
Right. Yeah. Can we talk about this shit?
That's by some people who think that all archaeologists are wrong.
Maybe you can.
Is that a real one?
I have no. This is a 3D print.
Okay, good.
I've never heard you talk about this. This is the one thing I cannot get a reasonable explanation for. Because these things, from my understanding, and I had my friend Matt came in here and brought like a couple dozen of these things that he purchased, and they're made out of like red granite, and they had them measured in light scanners at an big aerospace company, and they found out that they are completely perfectly symmetrical within the deviation. The deviation is like within less than the width of a human hair. Yeah, and that's measuring like literally in here. The dimension between the opening, the edge here, and then all around the whole thing is like so perfectly symmetrical. It would have to have been made on like a CNC machine today.
I disagree with that. Sorry. Sorry, guys. I have. Let's see. I'm trying to eventually do a video on this, but it's not my specialty. I am not an Egyptologist, but I've been talking with people who study this material from archaeological sites. Right. So this is something. It's something that right now I'm focusing on Atlantis, so it might take a year before I do a video on this. But here's some initial thoughts. Okay. Let's just go with initial thoughts, and this is just me having seen a few videos that these people have done. Okay.
So your expertise is not involved in like Egypt or Egyptology.
No, I worked in Abydos when I was an undergrad, so a long time ago. When I was, before I really got into my expertise and stuff like that. At the time, I did a lot of digital mapping. I've done a lot of digital mapping. I've designed large-scale GIS and database systems for projects, and so that's what I was doing at that time before I got into environmental archaeology. And so I was at Abydos, which is, that's one of the major pre-dynastic cemeteries right before the next dynasty that built the pyramids. So it's where a lot of these stone vessels come from.
And they also the consensus is that these things were from 4,000 to 5,000 years ago. And I believe the lathe, correct me if I'm wrong, but we know that the Egyptians didn't. The earliest we know they had the lathe was 1,300 years BC, 13 BC.
I don't know that.
That's what I heard.
I talked briefly with Matt on Twitter, but I think that we do know that they had rotating devices like a ceramic wheel around that time. So
around 5,000 BC.
Yeah, in the Near East and in that area, I think around that time, even in Egypt, they had the ceramic wheel. So to assume that they would not use something that rotated around to make a stone vessel is a big assumption. I don't think any reason to assume that. We also have tomb paintings that show how these are being made with a drill that you rotate around, and so with a flint drill bit and stuff like that. So
really.
Yeah.
Paintings of a drill bit.
Yeah.
Really?
And we have reconstruction. I just saw them in the British Museum.
Ancient Egyptians used lathes. Used lathes for a variety of reasons.
I'd be careful with the term lathe, though. I'd be careful with the term lathe because that is
okay. Egyptians developed a two-person lathe around 1300 BC.
Yeah, and I'd also be careful with Google.
Right, of course, right. You gotta read
especially AI stuff.
Yeah.
But they certainly, before 1300 BC, there's a tomb painting that I saw a depiction of just now, recently in the British Museum. I was there and I was looking at some of these stone vessels.
How would we search for this? We want to find it on YouTube or on Google. Like a Egyptian tomb painting of a drill. Oh look, is this what you're talking about?
Drill, yes. One on the left is the drilling stone vases. There's several of them, actually. It's not just one. There's a bunch of different examples of people making stone vases. And in the British Museum, they actually had flint artifacts that were the drill bits themselves, and they reconstructed it on the wood and stuff like that. And so they had a whole section on exactly how these vases were made, as the Egyptians themselves described it. Now, don't get me wrong, these tomb paintings are later, because at the time that some of these really early ones were made, they weren't painting their tombs. It's just how it was.
Right.
And so later on, they show what they do to make stone vases. And there's a YouTube channel, Scientists Against Myths. It's a few Russian scientists who have reconstructed stone vases.
I watched it. It was terrible. The recreation they made, it took them years.
Oh, okay, because
and they did a terrible fucking job. It was awful.
They had one that measures more accurate than the ones that Uncharted X.
No, they didn't. I watched the video.
Well, they have several videos. You need to find one of the more recent ones where they actually make one where they do the measurements, and it's more accurate than the measurements Uncharted X.
Steve, you gotta find it. I don't know
which video it is because they have several videos on this topic, but they definitely have a video where it's more accurate. And just because something takes years, Danny, by people who are trying to figure out how to do it as they go, when there's an industry of people that have passed on over generations how to do something, they know how to do it, right? They have the expertise of having made many of them, so it won't take them.
Sure.
And remember, these guys are just doing it in their free time. There's a difference between somebody doing it as a job versus doing it in their free time. You need to find out Scientists Against Myths.
Steve, see if you can just find it. We'll keep going.
So that's one reason I have an issue with this Scientists Against Myths.
So how were they able to get it so goddamn perfect?
I think it just has to do with the circularity of spinning something. You make a compass, and you spin it around, you make a perfect circle. You know what I mean?
Within 1/1000th
yeah,
of
if
an
you have a
inch
compass,
variation.
that should do that, yeah.
With that kind of, and how do people,
that's how a compass works.
What tools did they use? Like what kind of drill bits did they use? And what kind of?
I think for these they used flint.
And it was all by hand? Or
yeah, it's something that's spun. And they might have had a pallet they put it on. I don't really know. That's something we can't tell.
And these handles that were built into it with the tubes that go through, like the holes
drill
that go
through.
through.
Now that's actually one of my problems.
Piece.
One of my problems is every single one of these I've seen.
These are a little bit off.
Or something's off. Sometimes you look inside and you can see bits where it's not perfect inside, where the drill bit has left an impression. So, that tells me you can see
the insides are more imperfect.
Yeah, which if you're doing it with a modern machine wouldn't happen. Right? And so one of the things that I would say is, I also think that they're measuring this with the raw technology and scanning light measurements. They should be using CT scans. That's kind of the standard.
They did that too.
Good.
They did that too, but the aerospace, I think it was light scanners or something, like whatever they did, was able. That was the one that was able to measure the variation and how symmetrical it actually is.
Well, no, this is about capturing in 3D.
And the thickness of the walls and how like thick it is on this side versus that
even
side.
better. What a CT scan does is it shoots X-rays through it. A series of X-rays.
Right.
That's what the computerized tomography stands for. So it shoots a series of X-rays through something to get fully measured the inside, outside, down to the most precise measurements.
Right.
It is the state of the art for us doing kind of measurements in archaeology at precision levels. That is what I use. I know people that do this with animal bones. I know people that do it with pretty much everything, just to get tiny little anatomical differences to be able to see if a goat was moving up and down a mountain.
So with the naked eye.
Okay, so let's talk about this. So, what do you want to ask? You want to ask me something?
You're saying that they did this out of granite by hand, with the naked eye, no measuring.
Think about it like this, Danny.
Within 1/1000th of an inch.
Well, let me explain why. It's just like a compass. You have a compass.
That's another question. Why? Why does it have to be so perfect?
Well, it's just the way they're making it that makes it so perfect. Is what I'm trying to explain. When you have something that's rotating around, so you have the drill, and then you have the bit that comes out here. That's at a set distance from the center of that, it's the radius of a circle, if you see what I mean. As it spins around, it's just making a perfect circumference. Just like how a compass works. You don't need high tech to do that. It's just the motion of creating it in a circular way that's going to naturally make it reasonably perfect, if you see what I mean. It's not like they're pounding at it. If you're pounding at it to make it, or you're jamming something in there and you go tick, 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 like imagine like using like a pick, right? If you're doing that, making something perfect is going to be pretty much
so is that what the Egyptologists, the conventional Egyptologists say about these? They were made on circular
bits, so drill is moving around circular
drill bits.
Yeah.
But how did they open it up on the, I'm sorry, how did they open it up on the inside?
Well, you put something in and then you attach it. So there's a wooden thing going in, and you attach the drill bit on it so that it circles around. And if you're making the thing you're spinning is wood, and flint and stone is attached to it.
So there's a so they put a
So
stone
like this.
and they somehow go like that and hollow out the inside of the granite.
Well, they put. Let's go back to those two. Let's look at the actual ancient Egyptian evidence and how they tell us they made these.
Okay.
Let's stick with the evidence, guys.
Yeah.
This is what I say. Go for the notes.
Sure. Yeah, no, I totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So it's something exactly like that.
Well, how did they suck so bad at drawing, but they were so good at making?
Oh, they didn't suck at drawing. Remember, these are
compared to this. They can do this, but that's their drawing.
Art is not value judgments. But so that's the thing that comes down. You're spinning that around. At the bottom of that are these drill bits that are attached that rotate around.
Okay.
Right? You see what I mean? So that's a different kind of drill with a bow, and that lets you go back and forth with the bow to make it spin very quickly and effortlessly. So that's a bow drill.
Oh, okay.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
So that's sort of how these kind of, and this kind of drilling technology is around for thousands of years. This is a really, and not just in Egypt, elsewhere too.
I would have to I would have to see somebody use this and create something like this perfect.
And to answer the question of how can you fit the bit in there, the same thing would be true if you made it on a machine. You still have to figure out how to get the thing in there.
Of course.
Yeah, sure. So that's not an issue. We know that whether they made it on a machine or whether they did it by hand, they were able to get a damn drill bit in there that can go around in a circle to get it to work, right? And so, obviously, look, now that takes a long time. That's a lot of effort to do that by hand.
And there's thousands of them.
But it's doable. Dude, they have a lot of people who are constructing these over thousands of years, by the way. It wasn't like there's thousands of them constructed in a 10-year span. We're saying there's thousands of them constructed in a several thousand-year span. Do you see what I mean? So I don't know why that's such a huge issue, because, look, these pharaohs and wealthy people, they had huge numbers of people that they controlled and could have work.
It's just the perfection is ungodly.
And that's why I think we sometimes, in our world with modern technology, we underestimate our ancestors. You know,
but we can't even do it now. Like that's the whole argument for that being more like an advanced civilization making this something.
Or rather, they were smart people with simple technology and effort to make it. Is what they were. They were smart, skilled people who had a tradition of how to do this, and they did it. You know, like these were people like you and me who are as smart as you and me. They just don't have the technology around us that other people created, by the way, that we use in our day-to-day lives. And so, you know, they had their own technology and they knew how to master it. People in the past were smart. They lived in a tough environment and they survived and thrived.
What do you make of the giant saw blade marks in some of those stones that are found around the pyramids? Like there's giant stones with like perfect cuts that look like they were done with circular saws that you can fit a credit card into. And they even measured the depth of it. It's like a circular, the depth gets deeper towards the middle, and like it looks just like a circular saw did it.
So look, I mean, some of this is, I find it silly because people say this about the Egyptians, but like the Romans also have those same perfect cuts. The Greeks have those same perfect cuts. We don't assume they couldn't do that stuff. So why is it that we assume the Egyptians could? That's kind of one of my.
I'm saying like what is the this stuff? Look at that.
Yeah. Dude, that's just very careful, slow.
Look at the three cuts.
Yeah, they realized they fucked up and they went and did it again.
How the hell did they do that?
Well, so they probably had, a saw blade with copper, but then they used water and sand because the copper is not, it's not dense enough, so it's going to wear down really badly. It's actually the granite sand and other kinds of sand that you put there. And again, Scientists Against Myths and others have done a lot of videos on this that show that you can cut through very precisely and slowly, no doubt, and you are going to use a lot of copper blades because they wear down eventually. But if you use sand and water there, you can saw very, very precisely through stuff, through hard granite. It's just, people have done it. I know, they look cool. I'm not denying that. I don't doubt that these people could do it because they were smart and they had time. They had time and expertise is what they had. People will say the same thing about us in the future. They're going to be like, how the hell did they make these highways? That was so much work. And it's like, well, yeah, it was a lot of work, but we did it. With the technology we had. In the future, they'll have some faster way to do that kind of stuff. And they'll be mind-boggled with the civilization we built, and they'll be like, nah, they probably had our future technology, right? Because that's what makes sense to them, because they see that all around. This doesn't make sense to us because we don't live that way,
So in Christopher Dunn's book, he interviewed a guy who runs a granite quarry, a guy who has a huge company that produces granite. They make countertops, they make all kinds of crazy stuff out of granite. And he basically said to him, he goes, he was showing him some of like the big granite blocks that exist, like in the I think the Serapeum, the big granite boxes. And he was asking him, like, if you were to recreate that, A, how would you do it? B, how much would it cost? And he said, just freight alone would be like $250,000 to do this thing. And it would be so much more expensive.
This is, by the way, why we don't redo this stuff.
Right.
Because we can't. Meaning, we don't have the money to employ thousands and thousands of people for years to build a pyramid. Who's going to fund that? You know what I mean? Because if you want to do that, you have to employ... Look, everything in our world, the most expensive thing is human labor. Let's be honest. If you're doing something in America, the most expensive thing is human fucking labor and skilled human labor, right? And so, if you're going to build a pyramid,